Chapter 1. Adjacent to a quaint village at the border of the Frost and Flame continents lies a mystical forest known as the Forest of the Reaper. This forest, shrouded in peril, is teeming with a myriad of magical beasts, and none who dare to enter emerge alive. Yet, deep within this ominous woodland stands a humble cabin, inhabited by two souls, an elderly man in his 70s and a youth of merely 13 or 14 years. The tale of a reaper begins here that on a fateful morning, while the sun graced the earth with its golden rays, the forest of the reaper remained engulfed in darkness, for its towering trees overshadowed the land, allowing sunlight to penetrate only at noon. Amidst the inky shadows of the forest, a lowly magical wolf searched for sustenance. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, an arrow pierced through the gloom, striking the wolf, which collapsed and struggled briefly before succumbing, the arrow having found its mark in. Its brain that the youth clad in black descended from a great tree, lifting the slain creature and making his way toward the heart of the forest. The boy, appearing no older than 13 or 14, stood approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, possessing an elegant visage marred only by an expressionless countenance. That imparted a chill. His skin, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the shadowy confines of the forest, bore a pallid hue. After traversing for about half an hour, a faint glimmer beckoned from ahead, prompting the boy to quicken his pace. Before long, he arrived at the cabin, situated at the very center of the forested clearing of 10 paces in circumference, devoid of trees or grass. A radiant crystal core from a light attribute magical beast adorned the small door of the cabin at that moment. The door creaked open, and the voice of the elder resonated. "Shao Jia, what have you brought back today?" The boy, referred to as Shao Jia, replied a wolf. "Lunch will be ready shortly. Grandfather, please wait a moment." He then fell silent. Shao Jia carried the magical wolf to a nearby thicket, gathered a heap of firewood, and with a mere gesture, conjured a fireball that ignited the wood. Should a mage have been present to witness this, they would surely be astounded, for the boy executed the fireball spell without uttering an incantation or even gathering the fire. Elements and ability typically reserved for those who have attained the rank of a Grand Magus, and even then, such spells require incantations, albeit often delivered in rapid succession. Yet this youth, still in his early teens, performed it with ease. The elder had now approached the doorway, gazing at Shao Jia and reflecting upon the entirety of his remarkable journey. The elderly gentleman is named Dare. Once hailed as the third most formidable warrior among the 10 greatest of the human race, he found himself embroiled in a cataclysmic battle against the demon race on the Blood River Plains a decade ago. This fierce confrontation resulted in innumerable casualties, and the land itself became synonymous with the term Blood River Plains. During this fateful clash, the Demon King took to the battlefield personally, while the top 8 warriors of humanity united their strengths. Ultimately, at the cost of 6 lives and 2 grievously injured, they succeeded in severely wounding the Demon King, compelling the demon forces to retreat. In the end, only Dare and the 4th-ranked mage, Weigia, remained standing, both gravely wounded and forced to wander in search of healing elixirs. Half a year after parting ways with Weigia, Dare stumbled upon a secluded cave within an uninhabited mountain peak, where he discovered a tome entitled Pride of the Gods. Upon perusing its pages, he was profoundly impressed by the brilliance of its author. The text described a rigorous regimen that blended martial prowess with magic, designed to cultivate one's inner strength and magical energy at the precipice of life and death. Regrettably, Dare's injuries prevented him from following the tome's teachings step by step. That it was then that a notion of mentorship stirred within him. Subsequently, Dare encountered a young boy named Jerry Stanford in a small town, who was scavenging for food alongside a group of young beggars. Despite being no more than 4 or 5 years old, Jerry appeared grimy and emaciated, yet he exuded an aura of cold solitude. Dare observed this group of urchins for 3 days throughout this time. Jerry never once solicited alms. While some kind-hearted individuals offered scraps, there were 2 days when he went hungry. Eventually, Dare approached Jerry, offering him refuge. It was then that Dare learned the boy's full name, Jerry Stanford, an orphan. Dare took Jerry under his wing, seeking remedies while simultaneously imparting the teachings of Pride of the Gods. To Dare's astonishment, Jerry demonstrated exceptional aptitude, mastering each concept with remarkable diligence. Consequently, Dare abandoned his quest for healing and retreated with Jerry to the Death God Forest to devote himself to the boy's training. For 8 years, they resided within the confines of the Death God Forest. Each day, Jerry undertook solitary training, grappling with the dichotomy of life and death, accepting his trials without a word of complaint. Over the years, his skills flourished, and the aura of menace surrounding him intensified. Dare, observing this transformation, felt a profound sorrow throughout those 8 years. He had come to regard Jerry as his own grandson. At just 18 years of age, the boy's lethal presence surpassed even that of the most remorseless of murderers. Deer contemplated this. A deep sigh escaped his lips, and a sharp pain surged through his chest, prompting an involuntary cough. Jerry, startled by the sound, hastily set down the wolf meat and rushed over, exclaiming, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Deer, suppressing the agony, replied, "I'm fine, it'll be all right soon." Deep within his thoughts, Deer mused, "My time is running short. I must find a way to arrange for Jerry's future." Although over the past 5 years, through the crucible of life and death, Jerry's strength had significantly increased, reaching the levels of a sky warrior and a mage, he was still but a mere 15-year-old boy. Alas, I must ponder this carefully. Half a year past. One fateful night, Jerry was jolted awake by Deer's violent coughing. Upon rising, he witnessed Deer spitting out a pool of blood before sinking into unconsciousness. In a panic, Jerry supported Deer, placing his hands on Deer's back and channeling his vital energy into him. Gradually, Deer regained consciousness, feeling the flow of energy, and uttered weakly, "Jerry, do not waste your energy on me. I am beyond saving." Jerry could not hold back his tears, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you cannot leave me all alone. You cannot die." Deer chuckled softly, "Silly child, death is a part of life. Both life and death are predetermined. Do not mourn. Instead, open the cabinet and retrieve the letter within. There are matters I need you to attend to." Jerry opened the cabinet to find a letter nestled inside, accompanied by a small pouch. He took the letter and returned to Deer's side. Deer instructed, "After you bury me, take this letter to the capital of the Antonio Kingdom on the snowy continent and seek out the dean of the Royal Magic Academy, Vilius Dennis. He is my dearest friend, and upon your arrival, present him with this letter. He will look after you. Although your strength is formidable, you must also excel in other areas beyond martial arts and magic, so study diligently at the academy. Remember to take good care of yourself. As long as you thrive, I shall rest in peace." With that, his head tilted, and he passed away. Jerry wept for a long while before burying Deer. Days later, he recalled his grandfather's words and began to gather his belongings in preparation for his journey to the Royal Magic Academy in Antonio. In his preparations, Jerry discovered that the small pouch contained gold coins and the crystal cores of the beast he had slain, along with a note that read, "Jerry, these coins are for your journey. Handle them carefully and do not lose them. Grandfather." As he read the note, tears streamed down his face once more. After a heartfelt cry, Jerry dried his tears, shouldered his pack, and set forth on the path to the academy. Jerry departed from the forest of death, journeying through the elements, and enduring the elements for 10 days, until he finally arrived at the small village of Aguda, the nearest settlement to the ominous forest. As he approached the village entrance, he noticed a gathering of people, their voices filled with shouts and cries. Slowly, he drew nearer to discern the scene. The crowd was divided into two factions, one consisting of the village farmers and the other composed of soldiers clad in leather armor. At the forefront of the soldiers was a knight mounted upon a horse, seemingly their leader. The two sides were engaged in a heated exchange of insults. Jerry listened intently, his previously stoic expression darkening with dismay. It became apparent that these soldiers hailed from the nearby city of Aya, and they had come to collect land taxes. The farmers, unable to pay the demanded tribute, were threatened with the abduction of their women as a substitute for their debts. This was not an isolated incident. It was revealed that the village chief's granddaughter was the latest victim. The villagers, unable to contain their outrage, had gathered to confront the soldiers, only to find themselves met with violence, resulting in numerous injuries among them. Jerry arrived amidst the chaos, witnessing the brewing conflict. After leaving the small village, Jerry set forth in the direction indicated by the elder. Half an hour later, he arrived at the gates of a modest city, raising his gaze to ponder that this must indeed be Aya. A long queue of individuals awaited entry, each subjected to scrutiny by two soldiers. As the line gradually diminished, Jerry found himself drawing closer to the gates. It soon became evident that the soldiers were not merely inspecting for threats, they were extorting those wishing to enter. They groped at the women of notable beauty, their actions not crossing the line into outright transgression. Yet their inappropriate advances were frequent and unsettling. Observing this, Jerry felt no hesitation whatsoever in contemplating the demise of these men. Jerry turned away from the group, making his way to a secluded spot beneath the city walls, from which he leapt into the heart of Aya City. Upon entering, he found himself in a modest tavern, where he ordered a few dishes and attentively listened to the conversation surrounding him. Besides Jerry, the tavern was populated by several individuals who appeared to possess some martial prowess, alongside a few ordinary citizens enjoying their meals. Among the more capable patrons, one boisterous man exclaimed, Damn it, I haven't earned a single copper coin in this wretched city. The tasks at the Mercenary Guild are nothing but morally reprehensible. We cannot remain here any longer. Let us depart for another city tomorrow in hopes of better fortune. Beside him, another chimed in. Indeed, the common folk in this city are truly suffering under the tyrannical rule of the Lord. Tomorrow, we shall leave. After a while, the group settled their bill and exited the tavern. Approaching the tavern owner to pay his tab, Jerry casually inquired, what manner of people were those just now, speaking so loudly? The tavern owner, an unremarkable middle-aged man in his 40s, collected the payment and replied, Oh, they are mercenaries. They've been here for over 10 days, drinking away their time, but judging by their conversation today, they're likely to leave soon. Jerry pressed further. What was that about the Lord they mentioned? The owner glanced at Jerry and remarked, You're not from this city, are you? Jerry nodded. The owner continued, That would explain it. Casting a discreet glance around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice. The lord of this city is Duke Dar. Karu, a man of treachery and malice. Ever since he assumed power, the taxes have multiplied several times over, and he has been notorious for abducting young and beautiful maidens. In 3 years, countless virtuous girls have fallen victim to his depravity. Jerry inquired, Is there no one who opposes him? The owner offered a bitter smile. Of course, there are those who wish to see Dar. Karu dead. Just last month, a few young men attempted to assassinate him, but they failed, and those unfortunate souls are to be executed tomorrow. Rumor has it they will be burned alive. Were it not for the beasts under Dar Karu's command, he would have been slain countless times by now. With this revelation, Jerry felt a sense of clarity and asked one final question. Beasts? Do you mean the soldiers? Is there not a single one among them who possesses virtue? The owner sighed. Those soldiers are all thoroughly corrupt. Those with any semblance of conscience have long since left. What remains are nothing but heartless brutes. After hearing this, Jerry nodded and departed from the tavern. The owner, returning to his senses, reflected on his earlier boldness in speaking so freely. Should this man choose to betray him, his family would surely face dire consequences. Yet, he sensed that Jerry did not possess such malicious intent. Perhaps it would be better to perish. Enduring another day in this life was a torment in itself. Unbeknownst to him, his words had unwittingly sealed the fates of 5,000 soldiers and the Lord, Dar Karu, with Jerry as the executioner. Jerry walked along the street as dusk descended, with few pedestrians remaining. After inquiring about the direction to the military camp from a passerby, he made his way to the camp's exterior. Locating the tallest tree, he leapt up and settled on a branch, resting while observing the happenings within the camp. This habit had been cultivated during his battles with monsters in the Forest of Death prior to combat. He would meticulously survey the terrain to optimize his advantage. From his vantage point, Jerry noted that the military camp was situated beneath the western city wall, encircled by wooden barriers standing twice the height of a man. A wide opening served as the entrance, while approximately 100 tents stood haphazardly within. Soldiers gathered in the central training grounds, their raucous shouts filling the air. By channeling his inner strength and straining to listen, Jerry discerned a cacophony of insults, gambling cries, and screams, starkly contrasting with his preconceived notions of military decorum. The soldiers, clad in disheveled attire, bore no semblance of discipline, resembling a band of ruffians more than trained warriors. A cold smile crept across Jerry's lips as he mused, In 2 hours, I shall send you to the depths of hell. As midnight approached, Jerry stealthily descended from the tree and cautiously infiltrated the camp from behind. That a few soldiers on night watch, gathered around a fire, were drowsily dozing. Jerry approached them with utmost silence, swiftly severing the throats of 4 soldiers with a single stroke of his sword, while simultaneously delivering a crushing blow to the chest of the last soldier. The men's eyes widened in terror as they beheld Jerry, and in an instant, 4 of them collapsed lifelessly to the ground, while the last fell without a sound, his insides ruptured. Having dispatched the sentinels, Jerry turned and entered a nearby tent, where approximately 50 soldiers resided. One by one, he eliminated them, each falling to his blade. Half an hour later, Jerry emerged from the 21st tent, having claimed the lives of no fewer than 1,000 soldiers. At that moment, 5 soldiers emerged from an adjacent tent, preparing to change shifts. Upon spotting Jerry, they were taken aback, one shouting, "Who are you?" followed by a frantic cry, "We are being attacked. Someone help." Noting their commotion would awaken the still sleeping soldiers, Jerry refrained from hastening their demise. After all, he had no intention of sparing such scum. From the remaining tents emerged disheveled soldiers, bleary-eyed and bewildered. They beheld Jerry, clad in black and radiating an aura of death, standing before them with a long sword in hand. Despite his solitary presence, The soldiers felt as though they were confronting a well-trained and invincible army. Jerry, exuding an air of menace, appeared as though he had risen from the very depths of hell. From among the soldiers emerged an individual who appeared to hold authority. He swallowed hard and, in a voice he believed to be formidable though it was quite feeble, spoke up. "Who are you? Why have you come to disturb the military camp? Do you wish to meet your demise?" Jerry replied coldly, "Scum, perish." And no sooner had the words left his lips than he darted forward, a glimmer of sword light following his swift movement, sweeping towards the soldiers. The soldiers raised their weapons, charging at Jerry. A torrent of blood erupted, severed limbs and heads flying amidst the anguished cries that filled the air. The soldiers behind were paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle. Despite their own bloodied hands, they could only watch in horror as their comrades fell one by one. Jerry continued to wield his sword with relentless precision, each strike claiming 5 or 6 lives. This man was no mere mortal, he was a reaper from the depths of hell. The soldiers, overcome with terror, turned to flee. The soldier at the forefront suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his neck, followed by an eerie lightness, then oblivion. Those behind watched in horror as the heads of their leading comrades abruptly soared into the air, their collapsing bodies revealing Jerry, drenched in blood. Gripping his long sword with an aura of relentless vengeance burning in his eyes. Step by deliberate step, he advanced upon the trembling soldiers, who recoiled with sweat-slicked palms, their terror mounting to a fever pitch. Fear, when pushed to its limits, breeds madness, and madness drove these men to charge recklessly at Jerry, who met their assault head-on. Meanwhile, 6 or 7 shadowy figures slipped to the outskirts of the camp, scaling the very tree Jerry had once used to survey the barracks. These were the mercenaries from the tavern, now whispering among themselves. The loudmouth from earlier, his voice hushed, muttered to their leader, "Damn. Who knew that kid in the tavern was this skilled? He cutting through them like nothing. I've wanted to do this myself for ages. Boss, should we jump in?" The leader shook his head. "No need. He more than capable of handling these soldiers." But since when did the continent produce such a formidable fighter without us knowing? An hour later, the camp lay silent, every soldier slain. The loudmouth exhaled in awe. Incredible. So fast. Standing amidst the carnage, Jerry, drenched in crimson, closed his eyes briefly before snapping them open, fixing his gaze directly on the mercenaries' tree. A wave of palpable killing intent crashed over them, sending shivers down their spines. "Shit, he spotted us," the loudmouth muttered. The leader sighed inwardly. Obviously. But what unsettled him more was the sheer weight of that murderous aura. Jerry, however, sheathed his sword. With a single bound, he leapt atop the camp's flagpole, scanning the city before hurtling toward a distant destination. The leader's eyes narrowed. That's the direction of the Lord's estate. Looks like the Lord 1T lived to see dawn. The loudmouth piped up again. "Should we follow?" "No. He already sensed us, clearly knew it was us, and chose not to engage. With skills like his, he doesn't need our help. Let us get some rest." Jerry's swordsmanship and footwork, cultivated through the proud divine technique, adhered to no rigid patterns but were governed by 3 cardinal principles: swiftness, ferocity, and precision. Ornate techniques yielded little lethality, and flamboyant movements proved scarcely useful. Only the simplest, most pragmatic strikes held true efficacy. Every slash and every stance Jerry executed was meticulously tailored to the immediate circumstances, delivering maximally efficient assaults devoid of superfluous motion. Thus, each technique manifested astonishing destructive power. Jerry swiftly dashed toward the Lord's residence, his agile movements propelled by an inner surge of energy as he silently circulated his chi to replenish what had been depleted. In the previous battle, to swiftly eliminate the soldiers and then confront Lord Da, Jerry had channeled chi into every sword strike, depleting nearly 60% of his reserves. Now, as he raced forward, he converted his abundant magical energy into chi, ensuring he wouldn't be left vulnerable against potential elite guards at the Lord's manor. This necessity arose because Deer possessed only rudimentary spells, illumination, fireballs, and the like, leaving Jerry, despite his near-archmage-level magical prowess, bereft of advanced incantations. Had he known large-scale offensive magic earlier, such a drain on his chi could have been avoided. Fortunately, the Ao Shun technique cultivated both chi and magic in tandem, allowing mutual conversion between the two. Thus, Jerry could swiftly restore most of his chi reserves within a brief span. Jerry arrived outside the Lord's manor, quietly assessing the internal flow of his chi. After practicing the proud divine determination technique during this period, his chi had mostly recovered, reaching about 80% of his usual capacity. Closing his eyes, he listened intently. The Lord's estate was vast, its buildings opulent and extravagant, clear evidence of the Lord's exploitation of the people. Apart from the night patrols, everyone else in the manor was asleep. The estate was quite distant from the military barracks, so the sounds of combat there had gone unnoticed. Jerry silently eliminated the patrolling guards one by one. The manor's security was even tighter than the barracks, likely because Lord Duh, burdened by his misdeeds, feared retribution. After dispatching all 5 patrol groups, Jerry slipped into a lavishly decorated chamber. On the grand bed lay a middle-aged man in his 40s, short in stature, but with smooth skin and delicate hands. Clearly someone accustomed to luxury rather than labor. Pressing his sword against the man's throat, Jerry woke him with a sharp slap. The man's eyes flew open in terror, his mouth gaping to scream, but Jerry clamped a hand over it and whispered coldly in his ear, "Stay silent if you wish to live. Not if you understand." Trembling, the man nodded cautiously, afraid even the slightest movement might slit his throat. Withdrawing his hand, Jerry demanded, "Your name and role in this household?" I'm Kid. Just a cook here," the man stammered. Jerry smirked. "Lies don't suit you. A cook wouldn't live in such luxury. You look more like a steward." Kid flinched, forcing a nervous chuckle. "Me? A steward? That villain does all the wicked deeds. I'm nothing like him." Jerry pressed the blade harder. "Enough games. Where does Dakaru reside?" Shrinking back, Kid blurted, "The Lord. He's in the largest chamber in the rear courtyard." A swift strike from the sword's hilt rendered Kid unconscious. Stepping out, Jerry surveyed the rear courtyard, only to find no grand chamber, just a structure resembling a prison. Jerry pushed the door open, and a foul stench wafted out as someone demanded, "Who goes there?" In a flash, Jerry dashed inside, replying coldly, "Your doom." Inside the dimly lit cell, 2 soldiers were just rising from their chairs when one was cleaved in half by Jerry's blade. The other found the jagged edge of the sword pressed against his throat, freezing him in place. Jerry scanned the cramped prison, no more than a dozen cells, only one of which held 2 youths, roughly his age, suspended by ropes. Their eyes met his, a golden-haired figure clad in black, standing tall at 6 feet, drenched in blood, his chipped sword gleaming ominously. His gaze was as frigid as if he were staring at corpses. The 2 captives, hope flaring in their chests, hastily pleaded, "Friend, help us, get us out of here." "Silence," Jerry commanded, his voice so icy it snapped them back to reality. They clamped their mouths shut, realizing they knew nothing of this stranger's intentions, and any noise might rouse the guards outside. Jerry turned back to the trembling soldier. "Where's the Lord's chamber?" "The Lord. He sleeps in an ordinary room at the heart of the manor," the soldier stammered. "He fears assassins, so he has his steward occupy his own quarters while he retreats there each night." A nod. Jerry understood now. That man, Kid, must have been the steward. With a swift motion, he drove his blade deep into the soldier's throat. Blood sprayed, and the man crumpled lifeless. Without another word, Jerry severed the ropes binding the youths. "Go, now." He strode out, leaving no room for gratitude. The 2 exchanged glances. Lingering would serve no purpose. They slipped away unnoticed, vanishing into the night. Neither they nor Jerry yet knew that fate would intertwine their paths for years to come, that these very youths would rise as his most loyal and legendary generals, their names etched into history beside his own. Jerry emerged from the prison cell and hastened toward the small cottage at the heart of the estate. About 30 meters away, he abruptly halted as an ominous premonition arose within him. In the forest of death, whenever this foreboding sensation surfaced, it invariably heralded an encounter with higher-tier magical beasts. Each time, he had slain the creatures while bearing numerous wounds, both major and minor. Thus, whenever this intuition stirred, Jerry would redouble his usual vigilance, a habit that would later save his life countless times in the blood-soaked chapters of his existence. Jerry stood motionless in place, surveying his surroundings. The house, though not ostentatious, was far from shabby, occupying a considerable expanse of land. Its solitary presence amidst the estate felt rather abrupt. After scrutinizing the area without detecting anything suspicious, Jerry concluded the anomaly must lie within the cottage itself. Closing his eyes, Jerry channeled his inner energy, focusing intently on the sounds emanating from within. 1, 2, 7, he counted silently. 7 individuals occupied the dwelling, one with labored, rapid breathing indicative of limited martial prowess, likely the city lord, Dakaru. Among the remaining 6, for exhibited breathing patterns twice as light as the lord's. while another demonstrated exceptionally refined and measured respiration, marking him as the most skilled warrior present. The seventh occupant proved most perplexing. Jerry detected no breath at all, only a distinct magical resonance that pulsed when he attuned his senses. This confirmed the presence of a mage of no small power. Opening his eyes with a furrowed brow, Jerry's mind raced. Apart from Dakaru, all occupants possessed either martial or magical abilities. He recalled Dyer's constant admonition when facing enemies accompanied by mages. Neutralizing the spellcaster must take precedence, lest their threat multiply exponentially once combat ensues. The occupants already seemed alert, while a frontal assault remained feasible. Eliminating the mage first would require careful strategizing. Jerry gathered his strength and gracefully alighted upon the rooftop, channeling all his energy. He hurled a pebble he had just picked up toward the cottage door with his left hand. The resounding thud startled the occupants inside, diverting their full attention to the entrance. At that precise moment, a thunderous crash erupted from above as Jerry shattered through the roof. Like a blazing comet descending headfirst, he plunged downward with a brilliant flash of his sword. The blade pierced clean through the magician's torso, pinning the 50-something man to the ground. The mage's eyes widened in disbelief as he exhaled his final breath. The remaining men snapped out of their shock and charged forward with weapons drawn. Having committed his full strength to impale the magician, Jerry found himself momentarily unable to withdraw his embedded sword. Releasing his grip, he fluidly retreated before darting through their formation like a phantom. His hand closed around the neck of the portly, opulently dressed figure at the rear, none other than Lord Dakaru, Jerry's primary target. Only the most skilled warrior among them caught the faintest glimpse of Jerry's movement. Before the others could react, a sickening crack echoed behind them as Jerry snapped the Lord's neck, leaving the head lolling lifelessly. As rage and horror gripped the remaining men, Jerry hurled Dakaru's corpse at the most formidable fighter, momentarily obstructing him. By the time the warrior batted the body aside, Jerry had already dispatched the other four, their heart meridians severed or necks twisted with lethal precision. Like a vengeful specter, Jerry then glided toward the remaining warrior. When the man swung his blade horizontally, Jerry advanced unexpectedly, deflecting the hilt with his left hand, while his right palm lightly connected with the warrior's left ribs. The burly fighter staggered back several paces before collapsing, his hate-filled eyes locking onto Jerry as he coughed up a fountain of blood mingled with pulverized organ fragments, Jerry's palm strike having reduced his internal organs to pulp. Exhaling softly, Jerry surveyed his handiwork. This embodied his philosophy: either commit fully or not at all. Having chosen to rescue the villagers by eliminating these soldiers, he saw the mission through to its absolute conclusion. No further threats would trouble that village now. Unbeknownst to Jerry, his first act beyond the Death God's forest had already earned him a new epithet, one that would follow him like a shadow: the Reaper. Jerry returned to the room where he had knocked out Kid, only to find him already gone. Noticing dawn was approaching, he quietly slipped out of the Lord's manor. Little did Jerry know, this very Kid would later bring him significant trouble. Jerry left the city lord's manor, changed into fresh clothes, and found a well to wash away the bloodstains. As dawn's first light crept across the sky, he arrived at the post station by the city gates and boarded the earliest carriage bound for Antonio. Once aboard, he immediately fell asleep, exhausted from the previous night's ordeal. His vital energy nearly depleted, and his sword broken. A proper rest was the least he deserved. Besides, Jerry had little inclination for conversation. The carriage was filled with merchants exchanging pleasantries and boasts, and by feigning sleep, he avoided their chatter, leaving him undisturbed. Unbeknownst to the passengers, after their departure, the city awoke to a grim discovery. The military barracks held no survivors save for a few dozen patrolling soldiers who had been absent that night. The widely despised city lord was also found dead in his residence. The townspeople erupted in jubilant celebration, while the remaining soldiers scrambled to report to the king. Over the following fortnight, rumors spread from farmers and mercenaries in nearby villages, recounting an unbelievable truth: the deaths of Aya City's 5,000 soldiers and its lord were the work of a golden-haired youth, no older than 15 or 16, who had emerged from the forest of death. As subsequent events unfolded, people bestowed upon this young man a chilling epithet: Reaper. Though his methods were ruthless, the Reaper only claimed lives that had no place in this world. Those undeserving of death never felt his blade. Of this, Jerry remained unaware. Now, he slept soundly in the carriage bound for Antonio, yet the Reaper's scythe would soon rise once more. 8 days had passed since leaving Aya City. Throughout the journey, Jerry spoke to no one, dividing his time between meals and sleep. Though the others found him peculiar, none disturbed his solitude. At midday, as the carriage wound its way along a mountain path, it came to an abrupt halt. A band of brigands blocked the road. The hired mercenaries encircled the carriage defensively, their leaders stepping forward to negotiate. These bandits, numbering over 500, hailed from the nearby mountains and were led by 3 chieftains. Today, the first and second leaders had brought 400 men to plunder. The mercenary captain attempted to bargain, offering payment for safe passage, but as he approached, the first leader struck without warning, cutting him down with a single slash. "Brothers, attack!" The bandit chief roared. "Leave none alive. Take everything." The second leader quickly interjected, "Elder brother, why take their lives? The gold is enough." The first leader scoffed, "I kill because I enjoy it. Stand aside if you lack the stomach for it. Don't interfere with my spoils." With a resigned sigh, the second leader withdrew with his 100 men, while the remaining 300 bandits surged forward. The mercenaries, though skilled, were vastly outnumbered. In the first clash, 4 fell, and the rest suffered wounds. At that moment, both sides suddenly felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping them. The mercenaries and bandits instinctively separated, stepping back warily as cold sweat broke out on their brows, their eyes darting around in alarm. Then, the carriage door swung open, and Jerry stepped out, advancing toward the bandits with each step intensifying the suffocating bloodlust. The bandit leader swallowed hard and forced out the words, "Friend, what business do you have with us?" Jerry responded with a cold snort before charging into their midst. His fists and feet struck like lightning, sending bandits flying from the crowd. None who fell could rise again. Seeing the carnage, the second-in-command paled and shouted, "Friend, show mercy." But Jerry ignored him, continuing his ruthless slaughter. The second-in-command rallied his remaining men and charged, yet within 10 minutes, only 300 bandits, including their leader, lay dead. Strangely, the second-in-command and his subordinates remained unharmed. Staring at the sea of corpses, the second-in-command's face twisted in fury. "Friend," he spat, "your methods are too cruel." Jerry regarded him coldly. "Had they only sought wealth and not lives, I would have spared them. You still have some conscience. Today, I spare you." With that, he turned to return to the carriage. Knowing he stood no chance, the second-in-command still called out bitterly, "May I know your name?" Jerry glanced back. "You need not know my name. Only this. I emerged from the forest of death." The man shuddered violently. The forest of death, a forbidden land from which no one had ever returned. Jerry nodded and boarded the carriage, resuming his slumber as if nothing had happened. The other passengers dared not even glance his way, terrified that displeasing him might invite the same fate. The journey resumed, but unlike the previous day's clamor, an oppressive silence now filled the carriages. Word of the incident spread, and soon, the title reaper was irrevocably tied to Jerry. 17 days later, the carriage rolled into Anthony City. Before it even came to a full stop, the merchants scrambled out as if their backsides were on fire, clutching their belongings as they fled in panic. Jerry descended slowly, shouldering his small bundle before turning to leave. Then, an aged mercenary, likely in his 50s, his face weathered by years of hardship yet still sharp-eyed, spoke up from beside the carriage. "Thank you for saving us." Jerry studied him briefly before nodding and walking away. As soon as he was out of earshot, the younger mercenaries swarmed around the old man. "Kira, how could you dare speak to him? Aren't you afraid? Just remembering how he killed those men gives me nightmares." Kira shook his head at their fearful whispers. "Look beyond his exterior. Yes, his methods were brutal, but did you not notice? He only slaughtered those bandits who sought both our gold and our lives. The rest, he spared. This indicates he possesses his own moral boundaries regarding killing. As long as those boundaries remain unviolated, he likely wouldn't resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, I harbor an intuition that our paths shall cross again in the future." The young mercenaries were stunned by Kira's words. Meeting this bloodthirsty murderer again? Preposterous. Yet Kira wasn't mistaken. Though Jerry's methods were brutal, a sense of justice still resided within him. Having survived countless life-or-death struggles against the beasts of the forest of death, he had long learned that excessive mercy toward enemies was folly. Thus, when he struck, it was with lethal finality. Furthermore, the world teemed with hypocrites. In the days to come, many who perished by Jerry's hand would be those who wore benevolent masks while committing atrocities in secret. Yet the masses, blinded by superficial appearances, failed to comprehend his actions, instead exaggerating his brutality. Unaware of these perceptions, Jerry, having learned the location of the Royal Magic Academy from a passerby, now strode purposefully toward its gates. Jerry arrived at the entrance of the Royal Academy of Magic. The academy was situated in the southeastern part of Antonio City, surrounded by lush greenery that instilled a profound sense of tranquility. The grand gate exuded an aura of dignified simplicity, devoid of ostentatious embellishments. Adorned only by a golden plaque bearing the academy's name, the gate stood wide open, with robed mages and armored warriors bustling in and out. Peering inside, one could behold the immaculate grounds, meticulously maintained and dotted with verdant trees. 3 majestic 3-story buildings towered at the center, while clusters of modest cottages sprawled behind them. The entire academy thrived with an air of scholarly prosperity. Jerry stepped into the academy when suddenly an aged voice sounded beside him. "Greetings, young student. I don't believe I've seen you before. Are you newly arrived?" Startled, Jerry turned abruptly to find a silver-haired elder standing nearby, gazing at him with a gentle smile. A shiver ran down his spine. How had this old man appeared so silently by his side without his notice? Truly, this academy concealed dragons among its ranks. Moreover, Jerry couldn't discern the man's age or the depth of his magical prowess. Though Jerry, under Dill's tutelage, seldom sought company, he still held reverence for the elderly. With a courteous bow, he replied, "Good day, venerable sir. I seek the headmaster of the Royal Magic Academy, Vague Dennis. Might you direct me to him?" The elder gestured forward. The central building, 3rd floor. Then, turning away, he ambled toward the gatekeeper's lodge by the academy entrance. Yet inwardly, he was astonished. When Jerry had sensed an unexpected presence, the surge of his aura, laced with an unmistakable killing intent, had startled the old man. Such formidable power in one so young. A wry thought crossed his mind. It seems the academy shall soon stir with excitement once more. How intriguing. Jerry watched until the elder vanished into the lodge before withdrawing his gaze. That such a master of magic should serve as a mere gatekeeper was beyond belief. But no matter, his priority now was to meet the headmaster. Jerry ascended to the top floor of the 3-story building. Stepping out of the stairwell to encounter a man of about 60 years, his face alight with a warm smile. The moment the elder laid eyes on Jerry, he spoke. "I'd just heard that a rather extraordinary young man was seeking me out. It seems you're the one. I am Weiju. Come, let's continue this inside." With that, he ushered Jerry into his study. Upon entering, Jerry found the room brimming with books, save for a solitary desk and a few chairs. Weiju settled into the chair behind his desk and gestured for Jerry to take a seat. "Greetings," he began. "What brings you to me?" Jerry retrieved Deer's letter and handed it to Weiju. "Headmaster, greetings. My grandfather asked me to deliver this to you." Weiju unfolded the letter and swiftly perused its contents. As he finished, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice thick with sorrow. "To think that of the 10 of us back then, only I remain. Even Deer is gone." He wiped his eyes and lifted his gaze to Jerry. "You must be Jerry. From now on, call me Grandfather Weiju. First, tell me of your grandfather and how the 2 of you have lived these years." As Jerry recounted their shared past, his voice remained cool and detached. Yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of grief, subtle but unmistakable. Weiju understood then why Deer had emphasized in his letter that Jerry was a soul of ice on the surface, yet fire beneath, one who seldom let others glimpse his true heart. Just as Jerry concluded his tale, speaking of how he had slain the Lord of Aya City and the bandits along the road, Weiju suddenly stiffened, his voice sharp with urgency. "What did you say? You killed the Lord of Aya City and his soldiers? I should have realized sooner," the golden-haired youth in black emerging from the forest of death. "It was you." Jerry cast a puzzled glance at Weiju, who responded with a bitter smile. "Jerry, do you realize you've been dubbed the Grim Reaper? Rumors say you emerged from the forest of death, meting out brutal justice upon the wicked with a heart of ice. Alas, Dyer mentioned in his letter that your aura of slaughter is too intense, urging me to temper it. Yet before you even arrived, you've already." Jerry remained silent. Though inwardly he mused, "Grim Reaper, perhaps this epithet suits me well. After all, I was raised in the forest of death." Observing Jerry's indifferent demeanor, Weiju grew concerned that he might descend into bloodlust. He swiftly interjected, "Jerry, did Dyer instruct you to obey me as you would him?" Jerry replied, "Grandfather did." Weiju declared, "Then heed this. Henceforth, you are forbidden from harming or killing without cause." Jerry countered, "What if they deserve death?" Weiju faltered, knowing full well the nobility of the Frostwind continent regarded commoners as mere ants. In his youth, he too had chastised such arrogance, but age had tempered his idealism. Recognizing the futility of policing the world, he reluctantly conceded, "Very well, you may execute those who warrant it, but never reveal your true identity. Never disclose your origins in the forest of death. Here, take this trinket to conceal yourself when necessary, and change out of those black garments at once, lest you be recognized. With a swift gesture and an incantation, alternate dimension, a circular rift materialized in the air. From its depths, Weiju retrieved a silver mask and a mage's robe, handing them to Jerry. This mask was a memento from Dyer a decade ago. I never imagined it would serve you now. Donning the robe, oversized but serviceable, Jerry prepared to stow his black attire. Weiju interjected, "Ah, Dyer also wrote of your formidable mana. Though no mage himself, he shared what spells he knew. Let me teach you alternate dimension, ideal for concealing such belongings. The space scales with your power, and none but you may access it. The incantation, O great God of time and space, heed your faithful servant's plea. Unveil the gate to my dimensional realm. With practice, you may shorten it." Jerry traced an arcane sigil identical to Weiju's, and before them materialized a void. Weiju's jaw dropped in speechless astonishment. Though Dimensional Pocket wasn't among the most formidable offensive spells, its successful casting was no trivial feat. It typically required at least the mana reserves of an advanced mage. Yet here was Jerry, executing it flawlessly on his first attempt without even uttering an incantation, merely by sketching the sigil. This unprecedented display suggested Jerry's magical prowess already surpassed that of a senior mage. Compounded with his existing mastery as a Sky Knight-level warrior, his only limitation being the lack of magical tutelage preventing true spells' word duality, Weiju couldn't help but thrill at imagining what heights Jerry might reach with proper magical training. By now, Jerry had already stored all the items within his extra-dimensional space and stood awaiting Weiju's next instruction. With a hearty laugh, Weiju declared, "Jerry, first I'll take you home for lunch. Then we'll stop to purchase some new attire along the way. Let's be off." Jerry followed Weiju onto the bustling streets of Antonio, the capital city where vendors hawked their wares and shops teemed with customers. Weiju led Jerry directly to a tailor's shop and said to the proprietor, "Bring me 2 sets of fine warrior attire." The shopkeeper, recognizing their distinguished air, promptly replied, "Right away, sir. Please follow me." He presented a blue warrior outfit and a white one, explaining, "These are our latest creations, crafted from the finest fabrics with impeccable workmanship. What do you think?" Weiju examined them and turned to Jerry. "Try on the white one, Jerry. Let's see how it fits." Nodding silently, Jerry felt a warmth in his heart. Weiju's care reminded him of Dier's gentle attentiveness. Taking the garment, he followed the shopkeeper into the inner chamber. Moments later, the curtain parted, revealing a strikingly handsome youth. Jerry, naturally fair-skinned from years without sunlight in the Death Forest, had always carried an air of icy detachment in his black attire. Yet now, clad in white, his cold demeanor transformed into an aura of noble pride, not the arrogance of spoiled nobles that invited disdain, but an innate, unshakable dignity. Without a single haughty gesture, his mere presence commanded respect, compelling others to instinctively defer to him. Weiju couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Turning to the shopkeeper, he asked, "How much for this set?" Beaming, the shopkeeper replied, 2 gold coins, sir. Does it meet your satisfaction? Note, in the Frostwind continent, 1 gold coin 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin 100 copper coins. For common folk, 2 gold coins could sustain a family of 4 for a month. Excellent. I'll take this one. Plus 3 more in white, Weiju declared. Jerry quickly interjected, "Grandfather Weiju, I have my own money. Let me pay." Weiju fixed him with a stern look. "Consider it a welcoming gift from your grandfather. No arguments." A surge of warmth flooded Jerry's heart, thawing the cold numbness left by Dier's passing. After Weiju paid, Jerry stored the garments in his dimensional space. "Now, let's head home for dinner," Weiju said. "If we're late, your little sister will throw a fit." Puzzled, Jerry asked, "My sister?" Weiju chuckled. "Isn't my granddaughter your sister now?" "Ha. She's 18, a year younger than you, and studies at the academy. Quite talented in magic, already at the intermediate mage level. You'll need to look out for her." Jerry nodded. "Understood. I will." Weiju said, "Understood. Let us make haste. My granddaughter is quite comely in appearance, with a forthright and unpretentious disposition. She harbors no deceit in her heart and takes genuine pleasure in caring for others. However, she utterly despises tardiness at mealtimes. Even I, her own grandfather, dare not return late when supper is served. Hence, we must hurry back." Quickening their pace, the two soon arrived at the academy. At the end of a street adjacent to the institution, Jerry found himself before the dwelling where he would reside for the next 3 years, Weiju's home. as they walked along the street bordering the Magic Academy. Weiju explained that this thoroughfare differed from others, being predominantly inhabited by the Academy's faculty, while the campus buildings housed the students. Nevertheless, it was preferable for Jerry to lodge with him. To think of letting the god of death dwell among the students, Weiju mused inwardly. Who knows when some fool might provoke his wrath? The Academy could well be left without a living soul, especially considering how some noble-born youths perpetually mock their commoner peers, occasionally escalating to minor altercations. His unease mounting, Weiju felt compelled to reiterate, Jerry, remember your promise to me to kill as sparingly as possible. Can you abide by that? Detecting Weiju's apprehension and unwilling to distress this second person who had shown him genuine kindness, Jerry replied solemnly, I remember. Within the Academy walls, I shall not employ martial arts. I come as a mage seeking arcane knowledge. Observing Weiju's relieved exhalation, Jerry added pointedly, though should certain unworthy lives be reaped by the god of death under cover of darkness, that would hardly be my concern. Weiju's heart clenched anew until Jerry continued earnestly. Grandfather Weiju, set your mind at ease. I shall not bring you difficulties. With a resigned sigh, Weiju acknowledged this was the best assurance he could hope for, praying only that none would be foolish enough to antagonize the living embodiment of death before them. Arriving at Weiju's modest abode, Jerry noted the surrounding trees and vegetable patch with curiosity. My granddaughter has adored cooking since childhood, Weiju explained with a smile, gesturing toward the garden. In her leisure, she cultivates these greens. Yet her culinary artistry is universally praised. You shall taste it presently. Upon entering, Jerry found himself captivated by the dwelling's arrangement. The 5-room structure comprised a kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and this central space serving as both parlor and dining area, though furnished simply with only essential items. Each object occupied its perfect place in immaculate order. The entire house exuded such warmth that one instinctively shed worldly burdens upon crossing its threshold. At the room's center, a table already bore several vibrant dishes whose rich aromas stirred Jerry's appetite, despite his previous lack of hunger. Fengling, Weiju called heartily. Your grandfather has returned. Let us dine. Today, grandfather brought home a guest. Come out and meet them, called Weiju. From the kitchen emerged a strikingly beautiful maiden clad in white, balancing a dish in her hands as she replied, Coming. Who is it? True to her name, her voice chimed like a bell in the wind, clear and melodious. As Fengling lifted her gaze, she found herself locking eyes with a handsome young man. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she murmured softly, Hello, I'm Fengling. Hello, I'm Jerry, he responded. Weiju chuckled heartily. Now that you two are acquainted, Jerry will be staying with us from now on. Fengling, you may call him Brother Jerry, since you're a year younger. Come, let's continue over dinner. Fengling swiftly set an extra place at the table, and the 3 of them dined together. Though conversation flowed, it was mostly Weiju who carried it, while Jerry remained reticent, and Fengling, gentle and shy by nature, said little in the presence of someone unfamiliar. After the meal, Weiju led Jerry into his study. I'm uncertain of your training methods, he admitted, but judging by how effortlessly you cast dimensional shift at the Academy earlier, I can't gauge the extent of your magical prowess. Now, I shall test you. Jerry nodded in understanding. Good, Weiju said approvingly. Now, relax and meet my gaze. Complying. Jerry steadied himself as Weiju extended his own consciousness to press against Jerry's. Magical power, after all, was the fusion of a mage's spirit with elemental forces. Generally, the higher a mage's rank, the stronger their spiritual resilience and affinity with magic, allowing greater absorption and retention of elemental energy. Weiju, a magus, possessed a mind dozens of times more formidable than an ordinary person's. Yet legend spoke of an even loftier tier, the archmagus, said to wield forbidden incantations across all schools of magic without restraint. None, however, had ever ascended to such heights, leaving magus as the pinnacle of recognized mastery. The test concluded, and Weiju withdrew his presence. Whatever that pride god method of yours is, he mused, your magical capacity has reached the preliminary stage of a magister. Yet you cast without incantations, most peculiar. Can magic truly be invoked without words? In this, you surpass all mages, for your speed eclipses theirs by multiples. A sharp intake of breath sounded at the door. Come in, Weiju called. Did you truly think we wouldn't notice you eavesdropping? Fengling entered, cheeks flushed. Grandfather. I didn't mean to. I was just curious what you were doing. Never mind. With the Academy's next term a month away, you shall teach Jerry all the spells you know. When enrollment begins, the 2 of you will attend together. Jerry nodded in agreement. With a gentle chime of the wind bell, he retreated to his chamber. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he pondered the dilemmas ahead. Having pledged to Weiju to conceal death's true visage, and having received the exquisite mask gifted by Deer, he resolved not to burden Weiju further. Henceforth, he would tread more cautiously, meddling less in others' affairs, or if necessity demanded, only under the veil of night with his mask donned. Yet complications lingered. His countenance had already been glimpsed by mercenaries in Aya City and fellow travelers during his carriage journey. The most unmistakable identifier, however, remained the aura of slaughter that clung to him. To obscure this, he delved into the teachings of the Ao Shinju. This formidable technique thrived in life or death crucibles, each brush with mortality amplifying one's power. The forest of death had been the ideal proving ground. Beyond its shadows, his progress had stagnated. His recent skirmishes, though numerous, involved foes too feeble to spur growth. A revelation struck him. Perhaps the bloodlust permeating his presence stemmed from the Ao Shinju's nature, honed in mortal peril. Suppressing his chi within the academy might veil this aura. His theory held partial truth. The Ao Shinju was meant to harmonize martial and arcane arts, yet Deer, inept in magic, had imparted only rudimentary spells like fireballs and illumination. Deeper incantations eluded Jerry, leaving his slaughterous energy unrestrained. Mastery of magic would temper this ferocity, weaving it into his essence rather than erasing it entirely. Moreover, Jerry's cultivation remained incomplete. The Ao Shinju comprised 9 tiers. He had mastered only 7. The final layers demanded the fusion of martial and magical currents, a feat impossible without command over his latent mana. Only then could the pinnacle of this art be attained. After Jerry came to his realization, he gradually circulated his magical energy throughout his entire body while withdrawing his true chi back to the Dantian. From then on, even if someone deliberately attempted to probe him, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect the murderous intent deeply concealed within Jerry's heart. However, should one succeed in provoking that hidden bloodlust, the consequences would be far beyond what an ordinary person could possibly endure. Jerry opened his eyes to find the morning light already streaming in. He hadn't realized an entire night had passed while he was immersed in his studies. Rising from bed, he freshened up casually before stepping out of his room. As he opened the door, he saw Feng Ling alone in the courtyard, watering the vegetables she had planted. The early morning sunlight bathed her flawless, jade-like face, and for a moment, Jerry was utterly transfixed. Sensing his gaze, Feng Ling looked up and smiled warmly. "Jerry, you're awake," she said, then tilted her head slightly in puzzlement. "You seem different today." Before Jerry could respond, another voice chimed in. "Feng Ling, is breakfast ready yet? Your grandfather is starving." Jerry turned to see Elder Weiju standing beside him and greeted him sheepishly. "Good morning, Elder Weiju." Feng Ling set down her watering pail. "It's been ready for a while. I'll bring it out," she said before heading to the kitchen. Elder Weiju studied Jerry for a moment and nodded approvingly. "Feng Ling is right. Your aura has changed from yesterday. Before, there was something unsettling about you, something that made people wary. Today, though your expression remains serious, that dangerous edge is gone." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Weiju," Jerry replied. After breakfast, Elder Weiju left for the academy, reminding Jerry to learn magic diligently from Feng Ling. Once the dishes were cleared, the two stepped into the courtyard, where Feng Ling began her lesson. "Jerry, magic is divided into 7 elements: wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, and space," she explained. "I specialize in wind and water magic, with only basic knowledge of healing and illumination spells from the light element." Jerry shook his head. "I don't know which elements I can wield. Can't one learn them all?" Feng Ling chuckled. "That's impossible. Each person's constitution determines their affinity with magical elements. Most can master only 2 or 3. Some elements oppose each other: fire and water, light and darkness. Even archmages, who can cast 5 or 6 types, excel in only 2 or 3. Jerry considered this. "Then I'm not sure where I stand. The only spells I know are Fireball, Illumination, and Dimensional Pocket." Feng Ling's eyes widened. "You can perform Dimensional Pocket? That's extraordinary. Spatial magic is usually beyond ordinary mages. Only advanced practitioners can manage it. Could you demonstrate it for me?" With a mere gesture, Jerry conjured a void before him. Feng Ling clapped her hands in delight upon witnessing this, exclaiming with laughter, "Jerry, just as I overheard yesterday. You can manipulate interdimensional space without incantations. How extraordinary." Observing Feng Ling's joy, Jerry suddenly recalled the magic cores he had collected from the beasts he slew in the Forest of Death. These creatures were all high-tier, lower-grade magical beasts, classified into high, middle, and low tiers, with high tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. High-tier middle-grade beasts already possessed intelligence, while upper-grade ones were formidable enough that even Jerry could only flee at the sight of them. Only high-tier beasts bore magic cores within them, each imbued with distinct elemental affinities. According to Dill, these cores could be crafted into enchanted ornaments or staves, augmenting the power of mages aligned with their respective elements. Such cores were exceedingly rare in the market, often priceless despite wealth. Dill had always meticulously gathered them, and this time, he entrusted them all to Jerry along with the gold coins. Retrieving the small pouch containing the cores, Jerry selected one infused with wind and water attributes, matching Feng Ling's affinity, and handed it to her. I didn't present you with a greeting gift yesterday. Consider this a belated offering. Feng Ling froze, astonished that this seemingly aloof brother would gift her anything. Unbeknownst to her, Jerry cherished friends and family above all else. Having few of either, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to those who earned his genuine trust. Over the course of a single day, Jerry had come to regard both Weiju and Feng Ling as family, hence his decision to bestow this token upon her. Upon examining the core, Feng Ling gasped. A magic core, and a dual-element one at that. This was no small wonder, for magic cores were scarce to begin with. A single-element core could fetch hundreds of thousands of gold coins, let alone a dual-element one, which was virtually unobtainable regardless of wealth. Jerry's pouch contained only 3 dual-element cores, the remaining 8 being single-element. This gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Feng Ling protested. Extending the core back to him, Jerry returned the pouch to his interdimensional space and replied, "Didn't grandfather Weiju declare me your brother yesterday? Between siblings, the value of a gift is irrelevant." Left with no further argument, Feng Ling beamed and said, "Thank you, brother," as she accepted it. Oh, how swiftly titles change when treasures are involved. Truly, where the milk flows, so does kinship. Between a rock and a hard place shuddered as an icy draft brushed his neck. Promptly correcting himself, "No, rather, courtesy invites reciprocity." The chill receded, and wiping his brow, between a rock and a hard place resumed his writing. In the hours that followed, Feng Ling imparted all her magical knowledge to Jerry. Only then did she grasp the true meaning of genius. I had always been regarded as a magical prodigy among my peers. Yet Jerry's prowess utterly eclipsed my own. He could replicate any spell after merely hearing it once, though his precision and control still needed refinement. Within 4 hours, he mastered all the magic I had painstakingly learned since childhood. My grandfather had often remarked that my abilities already rivaled those of an advanced mage. Yet Jerry's talent was even more extraordinary, a revelation that dealt a severe blow to my confidence. For the following fortnight, Jerry not only honed his magical precision, but also immersed himself in the tomes of magic in Weiju's study, mastering spells from various elemental schools. Spurred by his progress, I too threw myself into rigorous training. One morning, as Jerry emerged from his studies, the absence of wind outside signaled the end of my practice session. Ever since that humbling day when he absorbed my entire repertoire in mere hours, I had redoubled my efforts. Sighing, he decided to invite me for an afternoon stroll through town. Over the past 2 weeks, he had genuinely come to regard me as a younger sister, and traces of warmth had begun to soften his expression, though such tenderness was reserved solely for me and Weiju. Stepping outside, he called out to me as I prepared lunch. "Feng Ling, would you accompany me into town this afternoon? I've been here half a month and haven't yet explored." Startled, I flushed with embarrassment and stuck out my tongue. "Oh, brother, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Let's go this afternoon. The crystal core you gave me was sent to the jeweler by grandfather, and the necklace should be ready by now." Jerry shook his head with a faint smile. "No need for apologies between us. If anything, I should apologize for interrupting your training." "Not at all," I chirped before darting back into the kitchen to finish cooking. When Weiju returned for lunch, Jerry mentioned our plans. The old man heartily approved, pressing a pouch of coins into Jerry's hands despite his protests. "Take it," Weiju insisted, invoking his authority as the elder. After the meal, we ventured into the bustling streets, drawing admiring glances from passers-by. Clad in matching white attire, him, poised and striking, me, lively and bright, we might have been mistaken for a couple. Oblivious to the attention, we arrived at the jeweler's, where 2 young noblewomen and their male companions were perusing trinkets. Their opulent attire and haughty demeanor marked them as aristocracy. Presenting the receipt, I watched as the jeweler retrieved the finished necklace. This magic crystal core is exceptionally rare, miss, he remarked. Might I ask where you acquired it? Beaming. I replied, my brother gifted it to me. At the mention of a magic crystal core, the noble's gazes snapped toward us. When the jeweler handed me the necklace, avarice flickered in their eyes. One of the noblewomen stepped forward imperiously. Shopkeeper, I'll purchase this necklace. Name your price. Apologies, my lady, the jeweler demurred. This piece was commissioned by the young miss here. It isn't for sale. If you wish to purchase it, you should ask this young lady. The maiden glanced at Feng Ling, who promptly shook her head. I apologize, but this necklace is not for sale. At that moment, the other three individuals gathered around. One of the noble youths spoke up. Miss, name your price. We can pay any amount. We are from the Hui family, and this is Lady He Yun Hui, the eldest daughter of the House of Hui. He Yun Hui cast a disdainful glance at Feng Ling, certain that the girl would no longer dare to refuse. To her astonishment, Feng Ling shook her head once more and replied, I'm sorry, but no amount of money will persuade me to sell it. He Yun was infuriated, her face paling with rage. Do not mistake my generosity for weakness, she hissed. That I even deign to admire your necklace is an honor you scarcely deserve. Jerry, who had been silent until then, interjected, forgive us, but this necklace was a gift to my sister. No one could compel us to part with it. Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be going. Taking Feng Ling's hand, he led her out of the shop. He watched their retreating figures with a cold smirk before whispering a few words to the two young men beside her. With a nod, they swiftly departed, one trailing after Jerry and Feng Ling, the other hastening in the opposite direction. Jerry strolled down the street with Feng Ling, his peripheral vision catching the furtive figure of a youth trailing behind them. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Here he was, deliberately avoiding trouble. Yet some foolhardy soul dared to shadow his steps. Did they have a death wish? But he had promised Weiju to refrain from unnecessary bloodshed. Perhaps he would simply observe their intentions and mete out a lesson if they overstepped, while also testing the potency of the magic he had mastered. Glancing at Feng Ling beside him, her innocence and kindness untouched by the world's cruelties, Jerry decided it best to shield her from any impending ugliness. As she turned toward a quieter alleyway, he gently tugged her back. Feng Ling, let South take the main road home. Fewer people in the alley might invite trouble. She paused, considered his words, then nodded, following him onto the bustling thoroughfare. The trailing youth soon rendezvoused with a dozen thugs. But the crowded street offered no opportune moment for an ambush. Frustrated, they dogged Jerry and Feng Ling all the way home, only to slink away empty-handed when no opening presented itself. Back at her estate, Heiyun awaited the triumphant return of her lackeys with the stolen necklace. Instead, they arrived empty-handed, igniting her fury. Useless fools. Can't even handle such a trivial task? Worthless. The youth who had followed them ventured cautiously, my lady. The girl appears to be the granddaughter of Weiju, the dean of the Magic Academy. Perhaps we should let this go? Heiyun's rage flared. A mere academy dean? Some senile old man. Tonight, gather more men. Kill Weiju and those two, retrieve the necklace, and stage it as an accidental fire. The youth hesitated. Should we inform the family head? Heiyun scoffed. No need. Father would side with me anyway. Those lowborn wretches don't deserve magic cores. Now go, prepare everything. As the lackeys dispersed, Jerry, concealed atop the roof, let out a silent, mirthless laugh. Murder and arson. Heiyun truly had no limits. Very well. Let nightfall come. Jerry utilized spatial teleportation to return home directly from the rooftop. The moment Feng Ling saw him, she anxiously inquired, Brother, where have you been? You left through the back door as soon as we got home, without telling me what you were doing. Jerry smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing. I just want to check if those people following us had left. By the way, what is this Hui family they mentioned? Are they very influential? Feng Ling furrowed her brows and explained, The Hui family is one of the 4 great noble houses in Antonio City. The 4 families are Fees, Hui, Toka, and Manbu. Each patriarch holds significant power as ministers in the imperial court. Among them, only the Fees and Manbu families maintain decent reputations, while the Hui and Toka families are often rumored to oppress commoners. However, due to their overwhelming influence, those who resist them mysteriously perish under various circumstances. Some say the Hui and Toka families orchestrate these deaths, though no one has ever witnessed it firsthand. She then reassured him, Brother, don't worry. The Huis wouldn't dare harm us, especially since grandfather is the dean of the Magic Academy. Jerry gently patted her head and said, Exactly. There's nothing to fear. And don't mention this to grandfather when he returns. No need to trouble him with unnecessary worry. Feng Ling nodded in agreement. Jerry then pressed further. Feng Ling, you mentioned the Hoi and Toka family's tyranny. Has no one intervened? Doesn't the city's Nine-Gate commander oversee public order? Feng Ling sighed. The Nine-Gate commander dares not act. Even if he wished to, the victims remain silent, fearing retaliation. Occasionally, the other two noble houses step in, but their patriarchs, wary of provoking conflict, have ordered their subordinates to minimize interference. Jerry nodded in understanding, a dark thought crossing his mind. No wonder that arrogant Hiron Hoi behaves so brazenly. But whoever dares harm my family will find their efforts futile. After dinner, Wei Ju chatted briefly with Jerry and Feng Ling, examining the necklace Feng Ling had brought home. True to Jerry's request, she refrained from mentioning the day's events. Soon after, the three retired to their respective chambers for the night. Jerry returned to his chamber and invoked the dimensional magic, opening his personal subspace to retrieve the mask and black garments stored within. After donning the dark attire and securing the mask upon his visage, he employed spatial translocation to materialize directly upon the rooftop where he had eavesdropped on He-Yun's conversation that afternoon. Though spatial transference proved remarkably convenient, its limitations became apparent. Unable to access unvisited locations and constrained by the caster's magical potency. Listening intently below, Jerry discerned He-Yun's absence. Only a dozen individuals occupied the chamber, including the two youths from earlier. One of the young men addressed the gathering. Are the objectives for tonight's mission clear to all? If so, we shall commence. A voice interjected, perhaps I should be exempt tonight. After all, I am but a thief, not a mercenary. My presence would bear little significance. The youth responded, what troubles you? Kid, should the family conceal their valuables, your expertise in retrieval remains indispensable. Do not forget, you have yet to fulfill one final obligation. Complete this task, and you shall be free to depart the Hoi household. With a resigned sigh, the one called Kid fell silent. Observing no further dissent, the youth commanded, let us depart. Jerry followed them to the small grove beside the house, where they stopped. The youth said, let's rest here first. Once everyone in the house is sound asleep, we'll make our move. We'll take care of the old and the young first, but keep the girl alive. We'll have some fun with her before finishing her off. She's quite a looker. The others chuckled lewdly, except for Kid, who muttered under his breath, a bunch of beasts. Unexpectedly, the youth heard him. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes before he smiled and said, Kid, I know you have grievances against the Hoi family, but don't forget you still owe them a great debt. If you don't want to play with the girl, you can leave as soon as we get the necklace. At this moment, the killing intent in Jerry's heart could no longer be suppressed. These vile creatures dared to entertain such thoughts about Feng Ling. They deserved nothing but death. With that thought, Jerry released his murderous aura and emerged from the foliage. The first to notice Jerry was the thief named Kid. He was also the first to sense the overwhelming bloodlust, the first to look up, and the first to freeze under its weight. The others fared even worse, their limbs trembling as they watched a golden-haired figure clad in black, his face concealed behind a silver mask, descend from the tree, radiating death. Kid's heart sank. The Grim Reaper, the most infamous figure on the continent lately. No way. How could I be this unlucky? He had thought this would be his final task for the Hoi family, severing all ties afterward. Yet now, he stood face to face with death itself. Jerry glanced at Kid. The man was dressed in black, appearing to be in his 30s with an unremarkable face, though his martial prowess surpassed the rest. From their earlier exchange, it seemed he still had some conscience, likely coerced into this. Then Jerry turned his gaze to the remaining scum, his killing intent surging. The group, clad in black stealth attire, shuddered under his stare. The youth stammered, friend, who are you? What do you want? Jerry replied icily, scum. Die. In a blur, the youth felt his sword vanish from his waist before Jerry's figure split into a dozen shadows, a flash of cold steel slicing through the air. Everyone except Kid felt a chilling sensation. Their manhoods had been severed in a single stroke. Two fainted instantly from the pain, while the rest collapsed, howling in agony. Kid stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The Grim Reaper's methods are ruthless, but undeniably masterful. A single strike to castrate a dozen men. I didn't even see how he did it. Dallin led Jerry to the foot of Tianxiang Tower. The first floor was bustling with patrons feasting and drinking, the establishment thriving with business. The moment they entered, a waiter approached with a welcoming smile. Gentlemen, my lady, welcome to Tianxiang Tower. Have you made a reservation? Dallin replied, no. Is there a private room available on the second floor? The waiter promptly answered, Indeed, sir. There happens to be one left. Right this way. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind Jerry and the others. My good man. I shall take the private booth. Jerry and the others turned around to find Iyun standing there, followed by 7 or 8 young nobles. Upon recognizing Jerry and his companions, including the princess among them, Iyun realized her words had already slipped out and couldn't be taken back. She hastily bowed to Feishua, who, fearing her identity might be exposed, quickly steadied Iyun and addressed the noble youths with a smile. Dear classmates, there's no need for such formalities among us. Seizing the opportunity, Iyun straightened up without genuine intent to bow. Meanwhile, patrons on the first floor of Tianxiang Tower began curiously eyeing the group gathered at the entrance. In a dimly lit corner, a middle-aged man paled at the sight of Jerry, hurriedly lowering his head. His companion, puzzled, whispered a question, only to receive a hushed reply that drained his own color. Both now feigned deep interest in their meal, avoiding any further glances toward Jerry. Unbeknownst to him, this man was Kid, the steward who had once escaped in Aya City, a mischance for justice. Iyun, having yielded the private rooms upstairs to Dallin and the princess's party, reluctantly settled on the first floor. Dallin, Jerry, and the others ascended to a lavishly adorned chamber on the second floor. The walls boasted a masterfully carved golden dragon, its scales glinting and eyes piercingly lifelike, a testament to the legendary sculptor Divine Carver, whose work alone was worth a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Yami and Mingfeng gasped at such extravagance, while Dallin gracefully ushered everyone to their seats to dine. Downstairs, Iyun and her companions fidgeted uncomfortably in the common hall, unaccustomed to such humble seating. Just as irritation peaked, Kid's associate approached, whispering urgently into Iyun's ear. Her eyes lit up with revelation. Rising abruptly, she excused herself to the baffled nobles. Forgive me, but an urgent matter calls me home. I must take my leave. With that, she hastened out of Tianxiang Tower, leaving behind a room of bewildered faces. By the time anyone thought to question the messenger, he too had vanished. Half running, Iyun rushed home and burst into the study, interrupting Heli and Kuhan's discussion. Breathless with excitement, she declared, We've uncovered Jerry's true identity. He is the god of death. Heli, poised to reprimand her, swallowed his words and demanded, How do you know this? Is the source reliable? Smugly, Iyun replied, The Toka family's spies confirmed it. Jerry is dining at Tianxiang Tower as we speak. Hearing this, Heli calmed down and glanced at Kuhan, who nodded and said, It seems our alliance with the Toka family is bearing fruit. This is also a genuine move by the Tokas to show their sincerity in cooperation. Heli nodded as well and turned to Iyun, saying, Sit down and recount the events in detail. Iyun plopped onto a nearby chair and began chattering away, narrating the incident. Meanwhile, Kid and the spy had returned to the Toka residence and now stood before Xingba, reporting the same events. Xinggan, dressed in official robes, sat nearby, lost in thought. Noticing his brother's absent-mindedness, Xingba, who had always held deep respect for Xinggan's wisdom and consulted him on all family matters, spoke up. Xinggan, what should we do about Jerry? A glimmer of intelligence flashed in Xinggan's eyes. After dismissing Kid and the others, he voiced his thoughts. Master, we mustn't act hastily. Let's first observe the Hai family's movements. Our spies have already alerted them at the first sign of Death God, as we previously arranged. I believe Heli of the He family won't remain idle. We should wait and see. Xingba slammed the table and roared, Xinggan, you must remember, my Sunchurin was killed by that bastard Jerry. Unfazed by his brother's rage, Xinggan picked up the teacup, lifted the lid, blew on it gently, and took a slow sip. He had never feared Xingba, knowing full well that his elder brother was simply struggling to accept that his daughter's murderer was within reach, yet beyond vengeance. Once the outburst passed, he would calm down. Sure enough, after venting his anger, Xingba deflated upon seeing Xinggan's composed demeanor and sank back into his seat. Observing that Xingba had regained his composure, Xinggan set down the cup and said, Master, Princess Feishua has been staying close to Jerry. We don't yet understand the nature of their relationship. If we act rashly, we may not be able to conceal it from her. Should Feishua harbor affection for that boy, it could jeopardize our grand plans. At this, Xinggan's expression darkened slightly as he continued, and if we disrupt the greater scheme, who knows how he might retaliate against us? Xingba fell silent, his face paling. With a heavy sigh, he muttered despondently, When will we ever break free from this wretched existence? Seeing his brother's despair, Xinggan offered reassurance, Master. Most of our preparations are nearly complete. We only await his command. Soon, power will be within our grasp. Xingba sighed again and said, "Do you think I don't know that? But have you considered, even if we succeed, we'll be branded as traitors to humanity. And if he betrays us then, we'll have nowhere left to bury our bones." Xingjian also heaved a sigh and remarked, "Yet we have no retreat now, having come this far. Moreover, given his stature, it's unlikely he would renege on his word when the time comes." After these words, both fell into a contemplative silence. The identity of this enigmatic he, who could command the Toka family, one of the four great houses, and why Xingba would label himself a traitor to humanity, shall all be unraveled in due course. Now, to elucidate why Kid appeared within the Toka household, initially, Jerry had spared Kid's life in Aya City. After deceiving Jerry into leaving, Kid hastily gathered some valuables and fled the city lord's residence, taking refuge in a modest dwelling. The following day, rumors swirled through the streets that only a handful of night patrol soldiers remained alive in Aya City, while the rest had perished gruesomely in the barracks. The city lord, too, lay dead in his mansion, and the city erupted in jubilation. Knowing his own past transgressions as the city lord's steward, Kid realized that recognition would spell his immediate demise. Thus, disguised in an altered attire, he escaped to a remote village, only daring to resurface after the emperor dispatched a new city lord in garrison. Yet, lingering in Aya City was no longer an option. The fear of encountering Jerry again, which would mean certain death, haunted him. Moreover, the riches he had smuggled out were now exhausted, leaving him wretchedly unaccustomed to a life devoid of luxury. It was then that Kid recalled a distant relative rumored to serve as a steward in the Toka family's estate within the capital, Anthony City. Venturing there, he sought out this kin, omitting any mention of his encounter with death, and merely claimed to have fallen out of favor in Aya City. Fortunately, his relative, wielding considerable influence, secured him a lucrative post, tasked daily with gathering intelligence at the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion alongside a rotating informant. The Celestial Fragrance Pavilion catered exclusively to the elite, and amidst their revelry, many secrets slipped unwittingly from their lips. Hence, the Toka family stationed agents there under the guise of patrons. Though the role typically rotated, Kid's relative assigned him permanently to the pavilion, with only his partner changing daily. Though murmurs of dissent arose, none dared oppose the steward's authority. Thus, for months, Kid frequented the Celestial Fragrance Pavilion. Had Jerry ever visited, their paths might have crossed sooner. But it was only due to Darren's impulsive whim that fate finally intertwined their destinies, and with it, the unraveling of Jerry's concealed identity. As for Kid, he remained unaware of Jerry's involvement in the murder of the Taka family's young heir, Taryn, as Xingba had suppressed the information, and even the steward dared not disclose anything to Kid. Thus, when Kid encountered Jerry, he was merely astonished. When questioned by a nearby spy, he unwittingly divulged information, unaware that this particular spy was one of those who had witnessed Taryn's tragic death alongside Xingba. This spy, a trusted confidant of Xingba, was also privy to the alliance between the Taka family and the Hoi family in their dealings with the Grim Reaper. Xingba had instructed that any news regarding the Grim Reaper should simultaneously be reported to the Hoi family, prompting the spy to relay the information to Heiyun without hesitation. Within the Hoi family, after listening to Heiyun's account, Kahan spoke with a solemn expression, addressing Heili, Patriarch, "This matter has arisen with alarming suddenness, and its veracity remains uncertain." According to Heiyun, Princess Feishue harbors deep feelings for Jerry. If the Taka family deliberately disseminated this information to provoke us into action against Jerry, it could lead to Princess Feishue directing her wrath upon us. Moreover, we have no significant grievances with Jerry. I propose we exercise caution for the time being, refraining from any direct confrontation with him. Let us first observe the Taka family's movements before deciding our course of action. Simultaneously, we could widely circulate tales of the Grim Reaper's past slaying of the Lord of Ayak City, inciting fear among the nobility. Ultimately, whether Jerry's identity is revealed will depend on the Taka family's actions. Should they expose him, the nobles in the court will undoubtedly demand the emperor to execute Jerry. In this manner, we can act without becoming the primary targets. If the princess seeks trouble, she will naturally turn her ire towards the Taka family. While we can claim to be addressing the situation with Jerry, Heili slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent idea. Let us proceed with this plan." Heiyun chimed in. "This notion is truly commendable. Once Jerry is dead, that necklace belonging to his sister will be easily within our grasp." Heiyun remained preoccupied with thoughts of that necklace. Meanwhile, on the Taka family side, Xingba and Xingan conferred and decided to refrain from immediate action against Jerry, opting instead to observe the Hoy family's movements before proceeding. Regarding Kid's knowledge of Jerry, they summoned him for a thorough interrogation. Ultimately, Kid was promoted to the position of second steward in the household. Though he was advised to remain indoors to avoid a chance encounter with Jerry that might lead to violent repercussions. Jerry and his companions indulged in a sumptuous feast at Tianxiang Tower, thoroughly impressed by the culinary artistry displayed there. Although Fengling and Fei Xue possessed commendable culinary skills themselves, after a prolonged indulgence, one tends to lose the ability to appreciate flavors fully. A change in palate led them to savor the exquisite dishes of Tianxiang Tower, leaving them in awe of its delightful tastes. During the gathering, Dalin's refined demeanor and elegant discourse left a profound impression on Fengling, Yami, and Mingfeng. In stark contrast, Jerry, whose earlier enthusiasm for Dalin in the arena seemed to have dissipated, maintained a rather aloof demeanor, responding to Dalin's inquiries with only sparse words, which surprised the others. Jerry was acutely aware that his somewhat heightened enthusiasm towards Darien stemmed from a sense of guilt, a subconscious reaction as he prepared to confront Fei Xue in the arena. However, this fleeting warmth dissipated once Jerry reflected upon it, and he returned to his customary demeanor towards others. After finishing their meal, Jerry and his companions exited the Tianxiang building. Upon stepping outside, they were immediately surrounded by a group of emaciated little beggars, appearing no older than 6 or 7 years, clad in tattered, filthy garments. Their faces bore the marks of neglect, unwashed for days, and they gazed up with humble smiles, pleading, "Esteemed young masters and mistresses, may you extend your kindness and grant us a little something." As Jerry gazed upon the group of young beggars, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time before he encountered Deer, when he too subsisted on the streets, begging for alms. Reluctant to voice his needs, he often returned home with the least amount of food, frequently enduring hunger. During those days, the small beggars around him would generously share their meager finds. Yet kind-hearted souls were a rarity. The little beggars themselves garnered only a scant amount each day, leaving little to spare for Jerry. In those times, Jerry observed the disdainful expressions of the aristocrats, who looked down upon the impoverished commoners. Yet, amidst the hungry populace, many had offered assistance to the beggars, including Jerry. Although the contributions were minimal, the compassion displayed by the common folk profoundly moved him. In his childhood, Jerry harbored a desire to master formidable skills, to vanquish those hypocritical nobles, and to seize their gold to distribute among the needy. His animosity towards the aristocracy was palpable. This sentiment was one of the reasons for Jerry's reluctance to accept Fei Xue's kindness. However, upon Deer's arrival, he was taken away and taught the unique techniques of the proud god decision, as well as how to perceive the inequities of society. Subsequently, encounters with Wei Jue and Fengling revealed to him that not all nobles were devoid of virtue. He simply had not crossed paths with any worthy individuals in his youth. This realization gradually shifted Jerry's perspective on the aristocracy. Now, witnessing the group of little beggars rekindled memories of his own childhood. Fengling nudged him twice, pulling him from his reverie. Turning to see the astonished faces of those around him, he realized that his peculiar expression was due to his fixation on the beggars. An icy aura emanated from him, a manifestation of the murderous intent that arose when he recalled those detestable nobles. Fengling called out to him twice, and when he failed to respond, she could not help but nudge him again. Once he regained his composure, she curiously inquired, "Brother, what were you thinking? You seemed lost in thought." Jerry shook his head at Fengling, refraining from responding to her inquiry, and directly asked, "Fengling, do you have any money with you?" "I have none." Fengling was taken aback. Money? What could Jerry possibly need it for? Though her mind was brimming with questions, she nonetheless retrieved her purse and handed it to Jerry. Fei Xue, Yami, Mingfeng, and Dalin observed Jerry's every move with astonishment. Could it be that Jerry intended to bestow charity upon these little beggars? It was well known that the city harbored no fewer than 800 such souls. Jerry opened the purse and extracted the silver coins within, bestowing 2 coins upon each individual. By the time he reached the 6th, the purse was empty. Fei Xue hastily produced her own purse and extended it towards Jerry. He lifted his gaze, casting a cool glance at Fei Xue. A chill coursed through her heart. The tenderness she had perceived in Jerry's eyes earlier that afternoon in the arena was now absent, replaced by an imperturbable calm devoid of any warmth. Fei Xue felt a profound coldness settle within her, realizing that her hopes of unlocking Jerry's heart had been in vain. She remained firmly rooted in place. Jerry cast a glance at Yaming Feng beside him, and they both shook their heads, jesting that they were merely two impoverished students, unable to produce even a few silver coins at once. They had scarcely a handful of copper coins, knowing well that 5 silver coins could sustain an entire family for more than a month. Observing Feishue's face grow pale as death, Dallin, standing nearby, noticed her head gradually bowing and her body trembling. He hastily retrieved his purse and said to Jerry, "Jerry, please use mine." Jerry maintained a serene countenance, seemingly oblivious to the tears brimming in Feishue's eyes. He accepted the pouch from Dallin, extracting 4 silver coins to distribute among the remaining beggar children. Afterward, he tossed the pouch back to Dallin, stating coolly, "I shall return it to you tomorrow." With that, he took the lead and departed, making his way home. A wave of sorrow washed over Feishue, and the tears she had been valiantly holding back finally cascaded down her cheeks, each drop falling to the ground, covering her face. Feishue turned and fled, her heart heavy with grief. Fengling and Dallin called out to her, but she did not pause. Jerry's body tensed momentarily, and he halted, yet he did not turn around. Dallin glanced back at Jerry's silhouette and said, "Jerry, you." Jerry coldly interrupted Dallin, saying, "Aren't you going to follow the princess? What will happen if something befalls her?" Dallin's body trembled, and he hurriedly dashed in the direction where Feishue had departed. The little beggars nearby watched this scene, utterly bewildered. What was happening? They had received so much food, yet had never witnessed someone so generous. Nor had they seen a parting between a man and a woman taken so gravely. Among the little beggars, an older child summoned his courage to approach Jerry and said, "Sir, you have given too much. Was that sister just now weeping because she felt overwhelmed by your generosity? If so, shall we return the money to you? Please, go and comfort that beautiful sister." Jerry turned around, a subtle smile gracing his face as he addressed the young beggar. "My dear child, I am no gentleman. I am merely an ordinary citizen. In my youth, I too had to struggle for food, so please refrain from calling me a gentleman. As for the reason behind that sister's tears, it is of no concern to you. Worry not, for in a few days, she shall be well again." Fengling, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Brother, you know very well." Jerry rose to interrupt Fengling's words, the smile on his face vanishing as he gravely stated, "Fengling, let us return home. Although Ming Feng's injuries have largely healed, he still requires a few days of proper rest." After speaking, he gently patted the little beggar's shoulder and slowly turned to walk away. Fengling, Yami, and Ming Feng exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation as they followed behind. The Jerrys gradually receded into the distance, while the little beggars joyfully gathered in the dim corner beside the Tianxiang Tower, excitedly discussing where to enjoy a hearty meal that day. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of greedy eyes had been fixated on them for quite some time. Several figures obscured the meager sunlight that had been filtering down upon the little beggars. When they noticed the sudden darkness, they looked up to find 5 unscrupulous ruffians looming nearby. All in their 20s, one of the ruffians, distinguished by his red hair, appeared to take the lead as he spoke. "Little beggars, hand over your protection fees, or else." At this point, he shared a sinister chuckle with his 4 accomplices. The little beggars huddled together, and the one who had just spoken to Jerry trembled as he asked, "Why must we pay a protection fee? We have been here for so long without ever paying such fees." In response, the red-haired ruffian delivered a sharp slap, causing the little beggars to cry out in shock. The speaking beggar's face swelled on one side, with a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. The red-haired ruffian bellowed, "In the past, I spared you out of pity, allowing you to go without payment for so long. Now you dare to retort? Are you itching for a beating?" Jerry drew his long sword and approached the unconscious figure, piercing the leg of the fallen individual, rousing both him and his companion from their stupor. Subsequently, Jerry approached the leader of the group. As Jerry neared, the youth sprang to his feet and struck out at him, while others simultaneously attacked from behind. With a deft motion, Jerry severed the boy's arm and, using his left hand to unleash a gust of energy, he countered the oncoming assault. The feeble strength of these individuals, mere pretenders to the might of true warriors, posed no threat to him. A resounding crash echoed as several assailants were sent sprawling. The leader landed heavily on the ground, and Jerry advanced, thrusting his sword into the boy's mouth and twisting it, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. With an icy tone, Jerry remarked, "Since you wretches have lost your conscience, your hearts are no longer needed." The brutality of Jerry's actions instilled fear in the remaining assailants, who scrambled to escape. With a swift kick, Jerry sent a flurry of stones hurtling towards them, each striking a knee and toppling them to the ground. Beside them, Cheetah watched in revulsion, unable to contain his stomach. And he retched violently until he felt a semblance of relief. Lifting his head, he found Jerry standing before him, observing intently. Panic surged through Cheetah, prompting him to spring up defensively, though his legs trembled beneath him. A chill gripped his heart, and his teeth chattered involuntarily. Jerry, unfazed, merely stated, "You still possess a shred of conscience. Do not let me witness your misdeeds again, lest you contemplate your own fate." With that, he vanished in an instant. As Cheetah saw Jerry depart, his body went limp, and he collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the scene before him. A wave of dread washed over him. Had he not spoken out, he might have joined the lifeless bodies around him. With that thought, Cheetah scrambled to his feet and fled without a backward glance. Jerry returned to his room, changing out of his clothes and stowing away his mask into the dimensional space. He then collapsed onto his bed, contemplating, "Tonight, I shall not visit the Hoy family." From what Feng Ling mentioned, it seems there are formidable individuals within that household. After all, a prominent family cannot consist solely of mere pawns. If my true identity were to be revealed, it could bring considerable trouble for Wei Ju. Perhaps it is best to allow that He-Yun to live a few more years. With that thought, he turned over and fell asleep. The following morning, Jerry awoke early to practice magic with Feng Ling, who remained blissfully unaware of the events from the previous night. As they joyfully engaged in their magical exercises, Wei Ju hurriedly returned, cautioning Feng Ling to be wary of anyone approaching, before swiftly pulling Jerry into his own room. Once inside, Wei Ju whispered to Jerry, "Did you go out last night?" Jerry nodded in affirmation. Wei Ju pressed further, "Did you kill someone again?" Jerry nodded once more, prompting Wei Ju to pace anxiously within the confines of the room, muttering, "You reckless child, why do you have such a propensity for violence?" This morning, as I stepped outside, I noticed a group of soldiers surrounding the nearby woods. Upon inquiry, I discovered that several youths had perished within. I rushed back to inquire about you, and to my dismay, it turned out to be your doing. What shall we do now?" Jerry reassured him, "Grandfather Wei Ju, do not worry. I am not a bloodthirsty individual. Those I have slain were deserving of their fate. The individuals last night had been driven by greed upon seeing Feng Ling's necklace. They refrained from acting during the day, but planned to eliminate us under the cover of night to seize it. Even more egregiously, they intended to violate Feng Ling." At this point, Jerry's fury reignited. Those who dare to lay a hand on Feng Ling had it coming. Upon hearing this, Wei Ju understood the situation. He had observed Jerry's behavior over the past few days and recognized that Jerry regarded Feng Ling as his sister, which explained his actions against those men. Wei Ju quietly inquired, "Feng Ling does not know you were out last night, does she?" Jerry responded softly, "No, I did not tell her, and I instructed her not to mention the day's events to you." Wei Ju asked, "Was there anyone who saw you last night?" Jerry replied, "No, I wore a mask, and I utilized spatial displacement to return home." Wei Ju remarked, "Clever boy, you have even mastered spatial displacement. Let this matter slide for now, but be more cautious in the future. By the way, do you know who the deceased were?" Jerry answered, "They were from the Hoy family." Wei Ju responded, "From the Hoy family, no wonder. The members of the Hoy family are notoriously ruthless. Let us not dwell on it further. I must return to the academy. Make sure you venture out less frequently." Jerry nodded in agreement. As the two exited the room, Feng Ling, eyeing them suspiciously, inquired, "What were you two whispering about in there? Why didn't you let me in on it?" Jerry and Wei Ju exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously replied, "Such matters are for adults. Children should not concern themselves with them." Feng Ling's face flushed with indignation as she embraced Jerry, playfully pleading, "Brother Jerry, will you please tell me? I'm already 18, not a child anymore. Please, do tell me." Jerry gently patted Feng Ling's head, saying, "Feng Ling, do not make a fuss. There are certain things you are not meant to know. Be obedient and refrain from asking." Feng Ling pouted and ignored the two, retreating to practice magic elsewhere. Wei Ju and Jerry exchanged glances, each silently resolving not to inform Feng Ling about the matter, lest it cast a negative shadow in her mind. Meanwhile, in the Hee estate, several prominent figures of the Hee family were gathered in the main hall early in the morning, discussing the incidents arising from the woods, including He-Yun. At the head of the table sat He Li, the patriarch of the Hee family. He Li spoke, "Regarding the corpse discovered this morning in the grove near the Magic Academy, which has been confirmed to belong to our household, He-Yun, I have heard that these individuals were dispatched by you. Is that correct?" He-Yun candidly replied, "Yes, I sent them to assassinate Wei Ju, the head of the Magic Academy, and his granddaughter, with the intention of seizing a magic crystal necklace. Healy slammed his hand on the table, fuming. You fool. To contemplate the murder of the head of the Magic Academy for a mere necklace, do you possess no sense? Though he wields little real power. The Royal Magic Academy produces countless talents who serve in the kingdom's military each year. Are you aware of this? Moreover, he is a mage. One of the top 10 experts of your. To attempt his assassination is sheer folly. Hiyun was taken aback. Astonished that the old man he had always looked down upon was, in fact, a mage, rendering him speechless. At this moment, the strategist of the He family, Kuhan, seated beneath He Li, interjected, Patriarch, do not be angry. This incident does not appear to bear the hallmark of Wei Ju's handiwork. Intrigued, He Li turned to his most trusted brother and asked, Why do you hold such a belief? Please elaborate. Kuhan explained. Firstly, Wei Ju does not strike me as the type to eviscerate someone and crush their heart. Secondly, it is evident that Wei Ju is a mage, while our men were all slain by a blade. Thirdly, the method employed by the assailant bears resemblance to the infamous techniques attributed to the Grim Reaper, noted for their brutality. However, it remains uncertain whether there is any connection between the Grim Reaper and Wei Ju. It is unlikely they are one and the same, as Wei Ju has never left Antonio City. Moreover, one of our men is missing. His name is Cheetah, and I believe he possesses knowledge of the events that transpired last night. But alas, he has vanished. Healy remarked, the clever hand Cheetah. Is he not the one who has long harbored discontent with us and yearned to escape? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Hiyun, who quickly affirmed, Indeed. It is the clever hand Cheetah. I initially planned to eliminate him after this affair, but regrettably, he has fled. Healy cast a glance at Kahan, who understood the unspoken message and shook his head. The clever hand Cheetah, while adept at disarming traps and picking locks, does not possess formidable martial skills. 3 years ago, he was pursued by enemies and rescued by us, agreeing to perform 5 tasks in gratitude. He has completed 4, and I had intended to utilize him once more before silencing him. He is unlikely to have killed anyone else. Healy pondered briefly and concluded, Very well. We shall leave this matter as it is. Issue orders to thoroughly investigate Cheetah's whereabouts. Furthermore, Hiyun, you are forbidden from provoking Wei Ju and his granddaughter again. Do you understand? Hiyun protested, but that necklace. With a fierce glare, Healy exclaimed, How can you still speak? Because of you. Over 10 lives have been lost within the estate, and we may have even provoked the Grim Reaper and Wei Ju. What more do you have to say? You should consider yourself fortunate that you have not faced punishment. Do not dare to mention it again. Leave, and reflect on your actions. Hiyun, pale with anger, fled the hall. Healy shook his head at Hiyun's retreating figure and turned to Kuhan, saying, Do your utmost to investigate the identity of the Grim Reaper. See if there is any possibility of bringing him to our side. With that, everyone departed the hall, each attending to their own duties. Without delving into how the He family sought information about the Grim Reaper, Jerry and Feng Ling did not step outside for the subsequent half-month, dedicating their time to practicing magic at home. Thus, time passed until the moment they entered the academy. In the Frost and Snow continent, there exist 2 nations, Antonio and the Clint Empire. Each nation boasts 2 academies, with the Royal Magic Academy of Antonio being the most renowned. Although it is termed a magic academy, it also offers martial arts classes. Each year, graduates from the Royal Magic Academy are highly sought after by the armies of both nations. Other academies may harbor resentment, yet their own graduates do not match the caliber of those from the Royal Magic Academy. Hence, when admissions open each year, the enrollment office is inundated with applicants, predominantly commoners. This is because only at the Royal Magic Academy can common students enjoy the same privileges as noble students. Among the principles proposed by Wei Ju for the academy, the foremost is equality. Although noble students may dismiss this notion, the education and treatment afforded to all students are indeed identical. The annual enrollment for the Royal Magic Academy is set to commence once more, lasting for 7 days. During this period, the top 500 students with exceptional qualifications will be selected from the applicants. Each year, several tests are administered, and only those who pass will have a chance to enter the academy. Even the Emperor's son would not be exempt from this requirement. Thus, despite Feng Ling being the granddaughter of the principal, she too must pass the tests to gain admission. It is precisely because of such regulations that the students entering the Royal Magic Academy are the elite, and those who graduate are truly the cream of the crop. Jerry and Feng Ling arrived early at the academy's registration office, where they completed their enrollment. A teacher directed them to the testing area for their assessments. As they departed from the registration office, Jerry sensed an unfriendly gaze fixed upon him, and Feng Ling maintaining his composure. He discreetly led Feng Ling toward the testing grounds. When he felt the scrutiny retract, Jerry swiftly cast a glance back and recognized a somewhat familiar figure in the crowd. Oh, it was He Yun and Hoi. What an unfortunate twist of fate. It seemed today as testing would indeed be a spectacle. Jerry and Feng Ling arrived at the testing grounds. Discovering that despite their early arrival, they were not the first, many had already commenced testing. The entrance of Jerry and Feng Ling drew the attention of everyone present. With Feng Ling clad in a flowing white mage robe, her cheeks flushed under the gaze of onlookers, evoking a sense of awe, she was a stunning beauty, reminiscent of an angel descended from the heavens. Beside her, Jerry also donned white attire, his expression cold and composed, exuding an air of dignified elegance. Suddenly, he leaned closer to whisper a playful remark in Feng Ling's ear, prompting her to stifle a giggle, her laughter enchanting the male participants, while Jerry's smile wielded an even greater allure over the female attendees. Yet, when he turned to face the crowd, his smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor, causing onlookers to question if they had merely imagined that fleeting moment of warmth. Noticing the collective gaze upon them, Jerry felt at ease, though Feng Ling appeared somewhat flustered. He gently teased her, eliciting a playful scold that helped her relax. At that moment, He Yun had finished his registration and approached Jerry and Feng Ling, joining a throng of individuals. Upon seeing them at the entrance, He Yun shot a sharp glare at Feng Ling, but upon encountering Jerry, memories of the investigations conducted by the Soul Repository resurfaced. According to the intelligence gathered by the repository, the youth residing in the Wei family was highly suspected to be the Grim Reaper. However, the Grim Reaper was known for his martial prowess, which was exceptionally high, while the boy from the Wei family seemed merely to be a mage, with no witnesses having seen him display any martial abilities. In the Frost and Snow continent, there were individuals who practiced both magic and martial arts, yet none had achieved significant results. Their skill levels were notably inferior to those who focused solely on one discipline. Therefore, the Soul Repository could not definitively conclude that Jerry was indeed the Grim Reaper. Consequently, upon receiving reports of Jerry and Feng Ling's arrival at the academy, He Yun hastened to register, seizing the opportunity to observe Jerry's every move. Though Jerry sensed that he was being watched, he chose to disregard the observers in order to protect his identity. Noticing that the number of individuals at the magic testing ground had diminished somewhat, Jerry beckoned to Wenling and made his way towards the arena. As they approached, the students in front parted willingly, while behind them trailed a group of noble students, all fixated on Wenling, their faces alight with admiration. The magic testing ground featured merely 3 small tents, each flanked by 3 individuals resembling mages. One of the instructors, responsible for reception, approached Jerry and Wenling as they surveyed the tents and inquired, "Are you 2 here to participate in the magic test?" Wenling, with her melodious voice, responded, "Yes, sir. May I ask how the magic test is conducted?" The noble students behind them began to murmur, "What a lovely voice. You must be the muse of my dreams." "Dream on." "She mine," another countered. "Enough of your quarrels. This enchanting lady shall surely be my wife," declared a third. Jerry, overhearing the banter of the pretentious suitors, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Were it not for He Yun's vigilant presence, he might have unleashed his ire to jolt these fellows back to reality. At this moment, the reception instructor clarified. The magic test involves entering any one of the 3 tents. The left tent tests wind and water magic. The right tent assesses fire and earth magic, while the middle tent evaluates light and dark magic. You need only cast 1 spell within the duration of a single incense stick to pass. Both Wenling and Jerry were taken aback, and Wenling, incredulous, asked, "Is it truly that simple?" The instructor chuckled, "Indeed, nearly 200 have entered thus far, yet only 3 have succeeded." Exchanging glances, Jerry and Wenling understood that there must be some peculiar challenges within those tents. Nevertheless, given their capabilities, they felt confident. Jerry whispered to Wenling, "Be cautious." She nodded in response, "You too, brother." They then proceeded to enter separate tents, with Wenling stepping into the one designated for wind and water testing, while Jerry entered the tent for fire and earth testing. As Jerry stepped into the tent, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, as though the space within the tent differed from that outside in a peculiar manner. Though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the dissimilarity, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to dismiss his concerns for the time being and proceed. Glancing at the instructor inside the tent, he realized, with a start, that this was the same elderly gatekeeper who had silently appeared beside him during his last visit to the academy in search of Wei Ju. Was it possible that he was not merely a gatekeeper, but also an instructor at the academy? With this thought in mind, Jerry courteously addressed the old man. "Greetings, sir. I am Jerry, here to partake in the assessment. May I inquire when the test is set to commence?" To his surprise, there was no response. Jerry paused, bewildered. And upon closer inspection, he discovered that the old man was dozing off. Realizing this, Jerry contemplated casting a fireball spell to expedite his exit. Beginning to doubt whether the academy was short-staffed and had resorted to employing this elderly gentleman as a mere placeholder, Jerry recited the incantation for the fireball spell. But to his astonishment, the expected fireball did not materialize. Closing his eyes to attune himself to the surrounding energy, he soon comprehended the source of the discomfort he had felt upon entry. This tent was a specially crafted space where the magical elements were diminished to approximately 1/10 of their usual abundance. It was no wonder that the magical assessment required candidates to demonstrate at least the elemental gathering capacity of a novice mage within this tent. He had refrained from exerting his full strength to avoid revealing his capabilities, only to discover the unique configuration of the tent. Simultaneously, Jerry's curiosity was piqued regarding the cause of this peculiar environment, prompting him to unleash his magical energy in an exploratory endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, the elderly man in the corner had opened his eyes and was now observing Jerry with keen interest. Upon releasing his magical energy, Jerry was taken aback. It was evident that this space was artificially constructed. However, the creation of such a space was extraordinarily challenging. Once a barrier was formed externally to obstruct the flow of magical elements, one must simultaneously absorb 7 types of elements from within the enclosed space. Failing to do so would disrupt the elemental composition, resulting in chaotic magical energies and ultimately leading to an elemental explosion. In the external realm, the magical elements could freely circulate, ensuring that their absorption would not provoke any adverse consequences. It was clear that only an extraordinary individual could accomplish such a feat. Having discerned this, Jerry retracted his magical energy. The arrangements here were beneficial only to those below the rank of high-level sorcerers. For himself and Wendling, they were of no use. Jerry had attained the rank of a magic tutor, and after more than a month of rigorous magical training with Jerry, Wendling had also reached the level of a high sorcerer. With the power of a high sorcerer, her magical capacity far exceeded that of intermediate and novice sorcerers, both in terms of the quantity of magical elements absorbed into her being and her ability to attract them from the surrounding space. Had he not initially suppressed his power to that of a novice sorcerer to avoid drawing too much attention, he would have unleashed his magic long ago. It appeared that the old man was casting his magical elements within the tent to supplement the elements attracted by the students, thus maintaining the elemental equilibrium within. Time was of the essence. It was imperative to commence swiftly, as Wendling should have completed her testing by now. Taking a deep breath, Jerry began to absorb the fire element, preparing to cast the fire spell Fireball. At that moment, the old man seemed to stir, although Jerry did not notice. Suddenly, a troubling realization dawned upon him. The fire elements in this space were rapidly diminishing. No, someone was drawing the fire elements, and it was the old man. Jerry glared at him, but the old man remained in a lethargic state, seemingly oblivious. This was untenable. The magical elements within the tent were descending into chaos. If this continued, the tent would surely explode. What was this old man thinking? Did he intend to take Jerry down with him? Regardless, Wendling was outside. An explosion could endanger her. Jerry summoned all his strength to absorb the remaining 6 types of magical elements within the tent. The old man was absorbing them at an astonishing pace, focusing on just one element, far surpassing Jerry's speed. In a panic, Jerry activated all his vital energy. As the operation of the Proud God technique inherently absorbed energy from the surroundings, including magical elements, this allowed Jerry to barely keep pace with the old man's absorption speed. Fortunately, the quantity of magical elements within the tent was limited. However, as time passed, Jerry found it increasingly difficult to maintain his efforts. Before long, not a single magical element remained in the tent. Jerry collapsed, utterly exhausted. He glared furiously at the old man, who, in turn, regarded Jerry with astonishment. The old man had sensed the high level of magical energy emanating from this youth, and had intended to jest and gauge the boy's abilities. To his surprise, Jerry managed to absorb magical elements at a rate comparable to his own. Although the duration was short and Jerry was utterly fatigued, This level of competence was far beyond the old man's expectations. At this moment, Jerry caught his breath and glared fiercely at the old man before turning to exit the tent. The old man, regaining his senses, called out, "Youngster, wait." Jerry received a token tossed his way by the old man, who then said, "All right, just take this token to the teacher outside, and you will have passed the test." Without looking back, Jerry walked away, prompting the old man to exclaim in frustration, "What? You ungrateful little rascal, not even a word of thanks. Here I am, left to tidy up the mess and restore the magical elements in the tent." Yet, the old man failed to realize that had he not sought to test Jerry's abilities, the magical elements within the tent would not have been reduced to their current state, utterly depleted. Jerry emerged from the tent, only to find a throng of noble young gentlemen swarming around Feng Ling like a swarm of flies, incessantly proclaiming their undying affection for her, boasting of their wealth, and flaunting their prestigious parentage. Feng Ling, caught in their midst, wore an expression of helplessness. Upon seeing Jerry, she quickly broke free from the crowd and embraced him, exclaiming, "Brother, you're out. Why did it take you so long? How did you fare?" Jerry patted Feng Ling on the shoulder and handed the jade tablet to the approaching teacher, remarking, "I had no choice. I encountered an old madman. By the way, what is the situation with these people?" He gestured towards the swarm. Feng Ling, hiding behind Jerry, replied, "I have no idea. As soon as I finished the exam, they surrounded me. It's so annoying." Just then, the teacher who received the jade tablet exclaimed in surprise, "Red, the highest score." Both Feng Ling and Jerry turned around, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. The noble young men were equally astonished. A red jade tablet was a result unseen in a decade of entrance examinations at the Royal Academy of Magic, signifying an incomprehensible level of power. Typically, even the best results yielded only yellow jade tablets. Just moments ago, this beautiful girl had received a yellow one, leading everyone to believe her allure was simply too potent, perhaps even aided by the teacher's leniency. Yet now, her brother had astonishingly achieved a red tablet. Goodness, who were these siblings, endowed with such remarkable prowess? Jerry felt a surge of frustration. He had aimed to conceal his strength and remain inconspicuous. But the antics of that mad old man had inadvertently thrust him into the spotlight. Yun, observing the scene from behind, couldn't help but waver in his previous assumptions about Kuhan. To attain a red jade tablet, a feat never before accomplished, spoke volumes about one's magical prowess. The likelihood of Jerry being a harbinger of death seemed to diminish further, a realization Jerry had never anticipated. As the wind picked up, Jerry hurriedly made his way home. Remaining any longer could lead him to impulsively storm into the tent and confront the old man, Feng Ling. Under the impression that Jerry wished to shield her from the advances of the noble youths, grasped his hand and urged him to return home. Upon arriving, Jerry informed Feng Ling that he needed to meditate and requested not to be disturbed before retreating to his room. Once inside, Jerry settled cross-legged on his bed, channeling his energy to dissipate the excess magical elements he had absorbed. As he practiced, he noticed a slight enhancement in his abilities, a modest but welcome improvement. Suppressing his elation, he released the surplus magical energy from his body. After concluding his meditation, Jerry pondered the sudden surge in his power. It seemed to stem from the peril he had sensed in the tent. The intense focus he had exerted had yielded results. The pride of the gods technique operated on this principle. Without the stimulus of danger, one's abilities could not advance. The greater the peril, the swifter the enhancement. In the early years within the Death God Forest, he often battled ferocious beasts, teetering on the brink of death, which had resulted in rapid growth in his power. However, as the years passed and his strength increased, the threats from the beasts diminished, leading to a gradual stagnation in his progress. Ultimately, he found himself at an impasse, unable to advance further. It appeared that the pride of the gods could only awaken the body's latent potential in moments of life and death. Now, he found himself troubled, pondering where he might seek such life-threatening experiences in the future. Jerry glanced at the sky, noting that darkness was swiftly approaching, signaling the time for dinner. He realized that he had been cultivating for an entire day, and Wendling must be anxiously waiting for him outside. As Jerry exited his room, he found Wei Ju had already returned, engaged in conversation with Wendling in the living room. Upon seeing Jerry emerge, Wendling hurriedly asked, "Brother, are you all right? You've been in there for so long." Wei Ju also cast a concerned glance at Jerry. Jerry smiled at Wendling and reassured her, "I'm fine, just a minor issue. However, if you don't prepare dinner soon, I might face a serious predicament, starvation." Wendling playfully stuck out her little pink tongue and cheerfully replied, "Let you starve. You mischievous brother. The dishes have long been prepared, and I was just waiting for you. They are already cold." With that, she went to reheat the food. Jerry inquired of Weijue, "Grandpa, today I encountered an elderly man at the magical testing grounds, who seemed to be the school's gatekeeper." Weijue interrupted Jerry's discourse, asking, "Did you undergo testing at his hands today?" Jerry nodded, and Weijue continued, "Are you aware of the current top 10 masters?" Jerry shook his head, replying, "I do not know." Weijue elucidated, "The foremost among the top 10 masters is your grandfather, Deer. Over a decade ago, following the Demon-Human War, your grandfather secured the first position. I rank second, while the third and fourth are the Light Priest Beishing and the King of Thieves Ban Mengbu, both of whom were among the original 18 masters and did not partake in that battle. My injuries were mended by Beishing's forceful application of the light recovery forbidden spell, Divine Light. Alas, Beishing suffered grave injuries in return and required 3 years for recuperation. By the time we sought Deer, he had become elusive, ultimately residing within the Forest of Death. The remaining 6 masters emerged in recent years: Mad Lion Luan, Blazing Fire Jitai, Silver Serpent Zhangchong, King of Ice and Snow Hongyun, Assassin Dar, and Shadow Alu. Notably, Blazing Fire and King of Ice and Snow are both magicians. As for the elderly man you mentioned, he is none other than my senior brother, Yusher Katten. Were it not for his aversion to fame, he might have claimed the title of the foremost master back then. He relishes in teasing others, and it seems you have fallen victim to his tricks." Jerry nodded, pondering the formidable nature of the man. At that moment, Foling brought forth their meal, and the trio commenced their dinner. Upon finishing, Weijue informed Jerry and Foling that they had been accepted into the academy and were to report in 7 days. He encouraged them to take it easy during the intervening days. Reflecting on the day's events, Foling couldn't help but chuckle, while Weijue cast a concerned glance at Jerry. This Jerry was notably protective of Foling, and Weijue hoped that the noble youths would refrain from provoking the wrath of the Grim Reaper, a fury that none could withstand. In the subsequent 6 days, Jerry and Foling explored every corner of Antonio City. Despite being followed by a persistent group of flies, they remained indifferent, rendering the flies disinterested, leading to their eventual disappearance. One day, while strolling through the streets, Jerry suddenly noticed 2 young boys approaching him. Dressed modestly, it was evident they were commoners. Yet Jerry found them strikingly familiar. Indeed, they were the 2 boys he had liberated from the prison within the Lord of Aya's estate. As the boys reached Jerry, they bent their knees, preparing to kneel and jest on the bustling street. A crowd began to gather, and when these 2 lads proclaimed themselves as the Grim Reaper, Jerry felt his extensive efforts might be rendered futile. Jerry lifted the 2 individuals effortlessly, emanating a surge of energy that prevented them from kneeling. He whispered in their ears, urging them to remain silent and suggesting they discuss matters elsewhere. Turning to Foling, who looked on in confusion, he stated, "2 friends, let us return home." Complying without further protest, Foling accompanied the group back to their residence. The 2 youths trailed behind Jerry as they arrived at Weiju's home. Along the way, they observed a significant transformation in Jerry. He no longer exuded the menacing aura they had first encountered. The cold, deadly demeanor that had initially kept them at bay seemed to have dissipated. Although Jerry still bore a serious expression, the icy detachment was absent. Unbeknownst to them, the Jerry they had previously met had just emerged from the Forest of Death, grappling with the recent loss of Deer, and had felt utterly alone. His heart encased in ice. His actions in the small village stemmed from the sense of justice instilled in him by Deer since childhood, while his harrowing experiences in the forest had nurtured a ruthless disposition. Thus, he had become a complex amalgamation of fierce justice and lethal resolve. Upon arriving in Antonio City, Jerry began to sense the familial warmth from Foling and Weiju, which thawed his heart and diminished his former aloofness. His lethal intent lay buried beneath the surface. Consequently, the 2 youths did not perceive any threat emanating from him. Once inside, Jerry exchanged a glance with Foling, who pouted and remarked, "Are you going to send me away again to keep watch? I wonder what you and Grandpa are always up to." Nonetheless, she obediently retreated to the living room, scanning for any suspicious figures. At that moment, the 2 youths knelt before Jerry, expressing their gratitude. "I, Yami, and my companion, Ming Feng, wish to thank our benefactor for saving our lives and avenging our families." Jerry grasped their wrists gently, lifting them effortlessly to their feet. "I merely aided you in passing. There is no need for such gratitude. However, What do you mean by speaking of family? Yami, appearing slightly older, seized the opportunity to explain. Benefactor, we are but children of humble families, unable to pay taxes. Our parents were slain by the Lord of Aya's city, duh. We escaped and became companions, vowing to assassinate duh in retribution for our parents' deaths. Yet, we found ourselves captured before we could fulfill our quest for vengeance. We believed our fate sealed, but to our astonishment, you not only vanquished Lord Duh, avenging our fathers and mothers, but also rescued us. We thought we would never see you again. Just the other day, we glimpsed you in the city and initially doubted our eyes. We have followed you these past few days, confirming it was indeed you, which is why we sought to express our gratitude today. Upon hearing their words and witnessing the pallor on Yami and Mingfeng's faces, Jerry inquired, "What brings you to Antonio City? How have you fared these past days?" Mingfeng replied, "We intended to enroll in the Royal Academy of Magic. However, our funds have been depleted, and we have been unable to find work. We were prepared to return home when we unexpectedly encountered our benefactor on the street, which is why we stayed. In recent days, we have ventured outside the city to hunt, but the game here is scarce, leaving us hungry each day. We have decided that after expressing our gratitude to our benefactor today, we shall return." Jerry nodded, recognizing the potential in these two youths. Their countenance suggested they were honest individuals, and he contemplated the implications if word of their identity spread upon their return home. Thus, Jerry spoke, "I am Jerry Stanford. From now on, you both should stay here. Remember, do not disclose my identity to anyone. To my sister, simply say we are childhood friends. And refrain from mentioning the past. By the way, just call me Jerry. The title of benefactor is rather uncomfortable to hear." Yami and Mingfeng promptly replied, "Yes, master." Jerry frowned, expressing his displeasure. "Do not call me master. Just Jerry will suffice." Upon seeing Jerry's furrowed brow, the two quickly acquiesced, understood. Jerry called out, "Fengling, come in quickly. My two friends are starving. Please prepare something for them to eat." Fengling entered, glanced at Yami and Mingfeng, and Jerry introduced them as his long-lost friends. Fengling wrinkled her delicate nose, exhaling a playful huff. "So you remember me only when you're hungry?" She then smiled at Yami and Mingfeng. "Hello? Please don't mind me. I'm merely jesting with my brother. My name is Fengling. You must be famished. I will whip something up for you shortly." Yami and Mingfeng were momentarily taken aback, captivated by Fengling's beauty and her demeanor towards Jerry. They realized she was unaware of Jerry's true identity, which explained his request for them to keep it a secret. Being the elder, Yami quickly regained composure, standing to bow. "Thank you very much." Fengling smiled. "No need for thanks. Now, I shall prepare your meal." With that, she headed to the kitchen. Jerry turned to the two. "Regarding your aspirations to attend the Royal Academy of Magic, do you feel confident?" Yami answered, "To be honest, we lack certainty. However, we often hunted in the mountains back home and feel our skills are decent, so we wish to give it a try." Jerry nodded thoughtfully, falling into silence. As Yami and Mingfeng observed Jerry lost in contemplation, they felt hesitant to disturb him and remained quietly seated. Fengling soon emerged with 2 plates of food. Noticing the three lost in their thoughts, she chuckled at the sight of Jerry deep in thought, placing the dishes on the table before leaning close to his ear and calling out, "Brother." Startled, Jerry jumped, and upon realizing it was Fengling, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Seeing that the meal was ready, Jerry invited Yami and Mingfeng to eat, first while he pulled Fengling outside. "Fengling, I wish to keep 2 friends here. Do you think grandfather will agree?" Fengling pondered for a moment and replied, "It should be fine. But our home lacks sufficient space unless 2 individuals share a bed." Jerry reassured her, saying, "You need not worry about accommodations. They will attend the academy and subsequently have housing provided there. However, our household may soon have 2 additional mouths to feed." Fengling responded, "In that case, there is no issue. Grandfather will surely consent." Jerry felt relieved as he and Fengling returned to their room, only to find that Yami and Mingfeng had already finished their meal. Fengling cleared the plates away, and Jerry remarked, "For the next few days, you shall stay here. Once you are accepted into the academy, arrangements will be made for your lodging there." As Yami and Mingfeng prepared to speak, Jerry understood their intentions and interrupted, saying, "I have the funds for your education, so there is no need for further discussion. Now, go and freshen up properly. Then rest in my room. I have tasks for you to attend to this evening." Complying with Jerry's directive, Yami and Mingfeng refreshed themselves and settled into Jerry's room, exhausted from their days of hardship, and fell asleep as soon as they lay down. Jerry and Fengling were engaged in conversation in the living room, awaiting Wei Ju's return. When Wei Ju arrived at noon, Jerry reiterated what Feng Ling had already known. After Feng Ling left, Jerry revealed the truth to Wei Ju, who agreed to allow the two of them to stay, assuring Jerry that he need not worry about tuition fees. However, Wei Ju emphasized that the college entrance examination must be taken based on one's actual capabilities, as he could not be the one to undermine the established rules. Jerry acknowledged this, expressing confidence that both of them would succeed in the assessment, and thus, the matter was settled. By the time Ami and Ming Feng awoke, night had already fallen. Wei Ju met with the two of them briefly before retiring for the evening. Noticing the weariness on Feng Ling's face, Jerry gently encouraged her to rest, and she obediently went to sleep. Jerry led Amy and Ming Feng into the courtyard and said to them, "Engage in a sparring match. I wish to observe your abilities." As they began to fight, Jerry watched with a shake of his head. For two individuals who had never received any training, their prowess was commendable, nearly approaching the level of a warrior. However, they had not yet attained even the basic warrior rank, rendering them unqualified for the test. The warrior rank is the most fundamental level of martial skill. Rising to his feet, Jerry summoned the two before him. "Your martial arts skills are severely lacking. With only 3 days remaining until registration closes, I can enhance your abilities during this time, but it will come with a risk to your lives. Are you willing to take that chance?" Upon hearing that Jerry was willing to teach them martial arts, Amy and Ming Feng were overjoyed and immediately considered kneeling to pay their respects as disciples. Jerry halted them, saying, "There is no need for haste in bowing to me. I will not accept you as my apprentices. The knowledge I impart will be limited to what you can absorb, and it may very well lead to your swift demise. You might not see tomorrow's sun. Therefore, do not thank me, for perhaps my teachings will merely hasten your end. Reflect on this before you respond." Exchanging glances, Amy smiled and said, "Master, the moment you rescued us, our lives were entrusted to you. We fear not death, as long as it is you who teaches us. We are willing to learn any martial skill." Jerry silently approved of their resolve. He had not misjudged them. "Very well," he replied. "But remember this, I am not your master, and I shall never be. If you survive after your training, then you may follow me." With that, he utilized spatial transfer to transport the two eager individuals to a small grove outside the city, setting them down and instructing them to wait a moment. Jerry then executed another spatial transfer and departed. Standing amidst the trees, Amy and Ming Feng surveyed their surroundings, the soft moonlight casting a gentle glow upon the ground, enveloping them in tranquility. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the stillness from behind them. "Listen carefully. This is the foundational technique of the first 6 layers of the Proud God decision." An overwhelming aura of icy killing intent enveloped them, causing them to shiver. Despite its intensity, it felt inexplicably familiar. Turning to look, they beheld a figure clad in black, wearing a silver mask. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the shadow of Jerry from the first encounter. "Jerry?" They gasped in astonishment. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Jerry's eyes as a frigid voice resonated through their bodies. "I am now the Grim Reaper." Amy and Ming Feng understood. Jerry did not wish to reveal his true identity to the world. This meant that whenever he donned the mask, he would embody the harbinger of judgment upon all evil. While unmasked, he remained merely a young man of profound magical prowess. Jerry observed the understanding flicker across the faces of the two individuals and, realizing they comprehended, employed the wind communication technique to impart the martial arts knowledge he had derived from the first 6 levels of the Proud God decision. Although they were incapable of wielding magic, this method would significantly accelerate their advancement in martial arts compared to the dual cultivation of both martial and magical disciplines. Furthermore, Jerry sought to enhance the principle that the Proud God decision required experiences of life and death to elevate one's power. He devised a means for the two to not only draw upon their prior experiences, but also to gradually enhance their strength through relentless practice. A modification that was of little utility to Jerry himself. Once he transmitted the mental techniques, Jerry instructed them to spend an hour grasping the first layer of the heart method, standing guard beside them. After the hour elapsed, he roused them, only to find they had comprehended merely a quarter of the first layer, with numerous aspects still shrouded in ambiguity. Jerry refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "Receive 3 of my strikes. Fail to do so, and you shall perish." At that moment, Yami and Ming Feng finally understood why Jerry had urged them to contemplate their readiness before teaching them martial arts. They harbored no doubts regarding Jerry's lack of mercy, for his murderous intent had intensified significantly, palpable in the air. As they assumed their stances, Jerry coldly remarked, I do not wish to have foolish friends who consider dying for glory as honorable. Instead of contemplating how to die beautifully, focus on how to vanquish your enemies and survive. Upon hearing Jerry's words, Yami and Mingfeng mustered their resolve and launched an attack against him. Jerry responded with a single punch that sent both reeling, blood spewing forth, their bodies hurtling through the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones resonating in their ears. Their final thought before slipping into unconsciousness was the grim realization that they might truly be facing death. After some time, they regained consciousness to find Jerry standing before them, his icy gaze fixed upon them. Noticing their awakening, Jerry coldly commanded, "Get up." There are still 2 strikes remaining. The 2 rose unsteadily, feeling pain in their chests yet relieved to discover their bones were unbroken. No wonder they had not shattered moments before. Just as they steadied themselves, Jerry launched a swift kick that sent them flying once more, leading them to blackout again. Now certain they felt the unmistakable sensation of their spinal bones fracturing. Upon awakening once again, Jerry's cold gaze met theirs. Yami and Mingfeng sensed that their bones had somehow healed, albeit painfully, without impairing their movements. Mingfeng muttered, "What the hell? How did the injury heal so quickly?" As he lifted his head, he saw Jerry charging at them once more, and they were once again struck, blood escaping their lips as they succumbed to unconsciousness. When they awoke this time, they found Jerry seated beside them. He instructed, meditate and comprehend the heart method. Obediently, they sat cross-legged and began to circulate the heart method. To their astonishment, they discovered that the areas they had previously struggled to understand were now becoming clearer, and a faint current of energy began to flow through their bodies, indicating they had begun to cultivate genuine energy. Jerry gazed at the 2 individuals before him, a satisfied expression illuminating his countenance as he observed their commendable aptitude. They had begun to grasp the rudimentary principles of the proud god technique. Thus, the night passed, with Yami and Mingfeng engaged in meditation, absorbing the essence of the technique, only to be mercilessly beaten, then returning to meditation, and once more enduring the same fate. When dawn broke, Jerry utilized spatial displacement magic to transport them back to their room, where they collapsed onto their beds, succumbing to slumber. After changing his attire, Jerry stepped outside. And when Wendling caught sight of his weary demeanor, she could not resist teasing him, exclaiming, "Oh, lazy bones, still not awake, are we?" Jerry chuckled softly, choosing silence. Inwardly reflecting, "Do try staying awake all night while incessantly casting high-level healing spells on 2 individuals. I dare say you would be utterly exhausted." Nonetheless, the results of one night's training were commendable. Both had significantly advanced in strength, attaining a warrior S level. With a little more effort today, they might ascend to the 2nd tier of warriors. This is indeed the pinnacle of their rapid progress, as their bodies cannot be compared to mine. After 2 days of this regimen, their physical limits would likely be reached, but they should be able to pass the assessment. Yami and Mingfeng slumbered until noon, awakening to find Jerry's body still trembling involuntarily, a natural response to the previous night's exertions. In the afternoon, Jerry instructed them to meditate and practice in his room, while he and Wendling ventured out to refine their magical skills. Under Jerry's guidance, Wendling had made remarkable progress over the past month. Her casting speed significantly improved, and the incantations required for spell casting considerably shortened, resulting in augmented magical potency. Time sped by, and on the 3rd day, the final day for enrollment at the Royal Magic Academy, Yami and Mingfeng arrived at the examination venue, their bodies adorned with bruises, yet successfully passed the assessment, earning their rightful place in the academy. A couple of days later, the academy announced the names of the 500 students who had excelled in the test, set to commence their studies in 3 days. During this time, Jerry, Yami, Mingfeng, and Wendling wandered aimlessly through the city. By nightfall, Yami and Mingfeng found no respite for sleep. Their slumber was stripped away by Jerry, who insisted they replace rest with meditation. In Jerry's words, "If you wish to remain by my side, you must master at least 4 layers of the proud god technique within 3 years. Once accomplished, your strength will elevate you to Earth Warriors, enabling you to endure a little longer in my company." Hence, Yami and Mingfeng found themselves devoid of any time for sleep. However, neither of the 2 expressed a single complaint, diligently practicing the techniques imparted by Jerry. It was precisely due to this dedication that the twin guardians of death, who never strayed far from the Grim Reaper, came into existence. On the day of enrollment, Jerry, Feng Ling, Yami, and Mingfeng arrived at the academy together. Jerry and Feng Ling attended the magic class in the left building, while Yami and Mingfeng enrolled in the martial arts class in the right building. Both classes offered courses in military strategy and geography. Consequently, Yami and Ming Feng vacated the Weiju residence and took up residence in the row of bungalows behind the classroom buildings. Once the four entered the academy, they parted ways. Yami and Ming Feng proceeded to their martial arts class, while Jerry and Feng Ling attended their magic class. The latter comprised approximately 30 students, with a greater male presence of about 20, while the female contingent, including Feng Ling, numbered only 10. Among them was also the notable He Yun. The Royal Magic Academy organizes its classes based on the students' abilities, and Jerry and Feng Ling found themselves among those of higher caliber, most of whom were scions of nobility. Only 5 students, dressed modestly in a corner of the classroom, were of commoner origin. This discrepancy arose from the fact that noble students had already received an education in magical knowledge at home, unlike their commoner counterparts, who seldom had access to quality education, resulting in a lower representation of common students in this class. As Jerry and Feng Ling stepped through the doorway, an immediate hush fell over the classroom. All eyes drawn to the strikingly handsome siblings entering. Jerry surveyed the surroundings, noting that the early arrivals had already secured their seats. The positions behind the 5 commoner students remained vacant, indicating that the noble students were reluctant to sit alongside those of lower status. Jerry guided Feng Ling to a seat behind the commoners, prompting hushed whispers among the noble students, who speculated why these seemingly aristocratic individuals would choose to associate with commoners. A flamboyantly dressed young nobleman rose, a self-satisfied smile adorning his face as he addressed Feng Ling. "My dear classmate, how can you possibly sit with these lowly pigs? Given your status, you ought to be among us. I am Terran from the Toka family. My uncle is the esteemed commander of the 9 Gates. There is an empty seat beside me. Do come over." With that, he reached out with a lecherous intent to grasp Feng Ling's hand. The 5 commoner students glared at Terran, their faces aflame with indignation, yet they remained silent, acutely aware of the Toka family's immense influence. Disgusted, Feng Ling recoiled into Jerry's embrace. He deftly swatted Terran's hand away while gently holding Feng Ling, coldly stating, "I apologize, Terran, but my sister and I prefer our seats here. Your concern is unnecessary." Terran, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "Who do you think you are to interfere in my affairs?" Jerry replied, "My identity is of no concern to you. My sister will not move to your side, so you should leave." Enraged, Terran bellowed, "You've got some nerve speaking to me like that. Someone, teach this brat a lesson and escort this young lady to my side." 2 individuals emerged from behind Terran and advanced toward Jerry, with a reassuring pat on Feng Ling's shoulder to quell her urge to retaliate. Jerry pointed at the 2 attackers and uttered, "Freeze." A thick layer of ice enveloped them, rendering them immobile. Terran, witnessing Jerry's display of magic, realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. After all, entry into the Royal Magic Academy required genuine skill. Though Jerry had cast a basic water spell, its potency was undeniable, especially as he had invoked it with merely 3 words, a feat only a magic tutor could achieve. At this moment, Hesian, who had been standing behind Terran, spoke up with a mocking tone. "Well, looks like you've hit a brick wall, haven't you? You may not know, but this classmate here is the first in over a decade to earn a red jade token during the testing. The rest of the class, having not witnessed Jerry's achievement firsthand, but having heard tales of it, began to murmur in surprise, realizing that the aloof and refined Jerry was indeed the one who had scored the highest. Terran gazed at Jerry in disbelief as Jerry coldly admonished him, "Please refrain from disturbing us further." After speaking, he cast a fireball spell, shattering the ice, encasing the 2 individuals and thoroughly drying their garments. This remarkable display left the entire class in awe. The skillful application of the fireball spell to dissolve the ice encapsulation was executed with such precision that it neither inflicted harm upon the encased nor failed to dry their clothes. Jerry's mastery of magical control revealed to the class that his prowess as the top performer in the magical examination was truly exceptional. Turin, somewhat disgruntled, led the now conscious pair back to their seats. Windling, puzzled, whispered, "Brother, why did you dry their clothes? Wouldn't it have been better for them to suffer in wet garments as a punishment?" Jerry leaned closer to her and replied softly, "Silly sister, you fail to comprehend. Being drenched 1T caused them to catch a cold in this sweltering weather. Even without magic, they wouldn't fall ill. However, by rapidly melting the ice and forcing the chill into their core, I guarantee they will be bedridden with illness upon their return." Upon hearing this, Windling chuckled and playfully punched Jerry on the shoulder, teasing, "You naughty brother." Turin, who had been fixated on Windling, noticed her smile. Known for his mischief in Antonio City, Turin often flirted with beautiful maidens. Windling, having been cautioned by her friend not to venture outdoors, had rarely encountered him, and during this period, Turin was preoccupied with intense magical training at home for the Academy's test, thus never crossing paths with her. Upon seeing Windling for the first time, Turin felt a flurry of emotions akin to a dozen tiny mice scurrying within his heart, yearning to embrace her and indulge in frivolous flirtation. Captivated by her smile, he felt an unquenchable desire ignite within him, resolving to do whatever it took to win Windling's affection. Jerry sensed that Turin's gaze was fixated on Windling, prompting him to shoot Turin a sharp glance. Yet, at that moment, Turin's focus remained solely on Windling, oblivious to Jerry's stare. The classroom buzzed with activity. Aristocratic students engaged in lively discussions, while commoners conversed in hushed tones. Jerry conversed with Windling, refraining from speaking with the common students. Though Jerry held no disdain for the distinctions between social classes, he harbored contempt for those who accepted insults without resistance. Thus, he and Windling continued their dialogue. After a while, the teacher arrived, a mage in his 40s. Following a brief introduction, he commenced the lesson. As Jerry listened, he found the material rather uninteresting, almost inducing slumber. This was not a reflection of the teacher's capabilities, but rather a consequence of Jerry having perused the entirety of the magical tomes in Weijia's residence. While there were few low-level spells, he had mastered nearly all of the intermediate and advanced ones. Consequently, he felt a sense of boredom regarding the lesson. Windling, observing Jerry dozing off, nudged him awake. He shook his head, roused slightly, and glanced at her. Windling pouted and shot him an admonishing look, signaling him to resist the urge to sleep. Jerry managed a wry smile and struggled to keep his eyes open for the remainder of the morning. At noon, Jerry, Windling, Yami, and Mingfeng returned home. Windling prepared a meal, and upon Weijia's return, she recounted Jerry's morning escapade over lunch. Weijia glanced at Jerry with a knowing smile, saying, "I understand that such a basic lesson is beneath you. From now on, feel free to study independently in the library, which is located in the central building on the first and second floors. Aside from a few military strategy classes, attend whatever you wish. If not, it's perfectly fine to skip." Jerry was elated, but he uneasily recounted the incident involving Turin. Weijia frowned slightly, and Windling, noticing the concern etched on their faces, reassured them, "You needn't worry about me. I am quite capable of taking care of myself. Brother, just focus on your studies. After class, I can either find you in the library, or you can come to fetch me. That Turin in class likely won't dare to overstep his bounds. Even if he does, you can reach me in the library in no time." Jerry and Weijia had little to add, and thus the matter was settled. In the afternoon, Windling, Yami, and Mingfeng headed off to their respective classes, while Jerry ventured alone to the library, where he encountered the senior brother, Yu Shi, as mentioned by Weijia. As Cadden busied himself with tidying the library, Jerry recalled Weiju's words about his mischievous senior, who relished in playing pranks. Wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jerry took a detour towards another bookshelf. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the direction of Yu Shi, prompting him to glance over his shoulder. To his surprise, Yu Shi had vanished, and an unfamiliar figure appeared before him. Jerry collided with this individual, who promptly fell to the ground. Upon turning back, Jerry discovered it was indeed Yu Shi. Motionless on the floor, clutching a broom, his eyes tightly shut, appearing as though he had been dazed by the impact. Jerry deduced that Yu Shi had intentionally made the noise to draw his attention, then used spatial displacement to position himself directly in front of Jerry, orchestrating the collision and feigning unconsciousness to see how Jerry would react. A sense of childlike mischief, long dormant within him, stirred as he bent down, feigning an intention to assist Yu Shi. However, just as his hand approached, Jerry unleashed a powerful freezing spell, encasing Yu Shi in a thick layer of ice, twice as formidable as the ice he had previously conjured to immobilize two of Rin's subordinates. Although Yu Shi had not truly been knocked unconscious, he was caught off guard by Jerry's unexpected move, leaving him trapped in the ice. With a playful grin, Jerry gazed at the icy figure before him and remarked, "Apologies, Teacher Yu Shi, for knocking you down. It seems you've sustained quite the injury. I shall fetch a doctor, but fearing your condition might worsen, I can only encase you in ice for now. Please rest well. I will return promptly with assistance." With that, he prepared to exit the library, acutely aware of Yu Shi's connection to Weiju, the most renowned sorcerer on the continent. Weiju had once claimed that Yu Shi's prowess was on par with his own, and Jerry knew that his magical abilities could not bind Yu Shi for long. Thus, he hurried towards the library entrance. Just as he reached the threshold, a resounding crash erupted behind him as the ice shattered and Yushir vanished. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jerry attempted to use spatial displacement to escape, only to hear Yushir's voice call from behind, "Absolute binding." Instantly, Jerry found himself ensnared by a net of wind elements, rendering him immobile and unable to channel his magic. Panic surged within him as he thought, "This is it." With a grin, Yushir stepped from behind Jerry and approached him, saying, "Well done, young lad. You dared to encase me in ice. Now, let me ponder how to deal with you." Jerry closed his eyes, concentrating intently to discern the elemental composition of the binding net. Observing Jerry's closed eyes, Yushir chuckled, "Don't even think about breaking absolute binding. This is a spell of my own design, crafted specifically to ensnare individuals like you who can manipulate spatial displacement. Save your energy, it will be in vain." At that moment, Jerry had already deduced the elements comprising absolute binding and understood that escape was futile. Upon hearing Yushir's taunt, he opened his eyes and replied, "Indeed, your absolute binding lives up to its name. It's quite impressive. You've managed to fuse water, wind, and spatial elements to create a vast net. No wonder I was unable to employ spatial magic to evade." Upon hearing the words, Yushir was taken aback, his expression devoid of a smile. He gazed at Jerry in astonishment and remarked, "Jerry, you are truly remarkable. I have heard from Wei Ju of your immense potential and your keen sensitivity to the elements. I never expected that within such a brief period you could articulate my absolute restraint so clearly. Ha ha ha, it has been a long time since I have encountered such an impressive young talent." After saying this, he waved his hand, lifting the restraints on Jerry. Understanding that Yushir no longer held a grudge against him for his earlier actions, Jerry expressed his keen interest in absolute restraint and humbly sought Yushir's guidance. Finding Jerry quite agreeable, Yushir willingly imparted his knowledge of absolute restraint to him. Henceforth, the two often spent time together, and Jerry learned a great deal of magical knowledge from Yushir. Meanwhile, in Fengling's classroom, the noble students noticed Jerry's absence and found only the beautiful Fengling attending class. They surrounded her like mice drawn to a delectable morsel, incessantly attempting to engage her in conversation. However, Fengling paid them no heed, with Tayrin being the most persistent among them. The more he observed Fengling, the more enamored he became. After a month, Tayrin could no longer restrain himself. One day after class, he intercepted Fengling as she was about to leave and declared, "Miss Fengling, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. I cannot live without you. Will you marry me?" Fengling coldly replied, "Tayrin, please refrain from such declarations. I will not marry you. Kindly step aside, for I must return home." Tayrin, taken aback by her abrupt rejection, felt his face flush with embarrassment. He retorted, "Today, your brother is not present. Whether you agree or not, you must comply." With that, he suddenly sprinkled a narcotic from his hand onto Fengling's face. In her haste to escape, she was caught off guard and fainted. Tayrin swiftly scooped her up and warned those nearby, "No one is to speak of this. Anyone who does should beware of the Tokar family's wrath." With that, he carried Fengling away from the academy. Tayrin brought Fengling back to his home, intending to consummate their union before proposing to her family, believing that once they were together, she would have no choice but to acquiesce. Little did he know, he was cradling a spark capable of incinerating his family into mere ashes, a spark that would ignite the inferno of death itself. The classroom was stunned by Tayrin's audacity. They could hardly believe he would dare to abduct someone in broad daylight within the academy. Yet, due to Tayrin's status as the heir of the Tokar family, they refrained from speaking out, dispersing quietly. A few commoner students conferred and decided that since Fengling had always treated them kindly, they could not allow her to be mistreated by Tayrin. They hurriedly sought out Jerry to inform him that his sister had been taken. One commoner student found Jerry in the library, engrossed in a book. Upon relaying the news, he noticed Jerry's expression remained unchanged, yet the temperature around him suddenly plummeted. Jerry coldly replied, "Thank you for informing me. You may return now." Upon finishing his words, his figure abruptly vanished. In the next moment, Jerry had changed his attire and donned a mask, emerging within the grand hall of the Toka family. The servants, startled by the sudden appearance of a menacing figure clad in black, cried out, "Help! Intruder!" As they rushed forward, Jerry swiftly crushed one servant's skull with a single punch and seized another, demanding, "Where is Tayrin's room?" Trembling with fear, the servant stammered, "It's in the courtyard to the left behind the hall." Without hesitation, Jerry shattered his heart with a single blow and dashed towards the courtyard as indicated. Upon entering, Jerry spotted two youths, companions of Terran from the academy, standing outside. As they prepared to unleash their magic upon his approach, they were abruptly silenced by a swift snap at their necks. Without a moment's pause, Jerry kicked open the door, revealing Terran, completely unclothed, sprawled upon Fengling, who was equally bare. Terran, raising his head to shout, "Who goes there?" was abruptly seized by the throat and hurled against the wall. Jerry then embraced Fengling and whispered urgently in her ear, "Fengling, wake up." On the ground, Terran moaned in pain and suddenly recognized the familiar voice, exclaiming, "Jerry." Jerry turned sharply, his masked visage obscuring his expression, yet his icy gaze bore into Terran with unyielding intensity. Terran felt as though he was ensnared by a chilling aura of death, akin to a serpent frozen in fear. He hastily pleaded, "Brother Jerry, I haven't harmed Fengling. Please, spare me." Though a wave of relief washed over Jerry, the intensity of his murderous intent only deepened. He let out a piercing howl, infused with an extreme rage, and then spoke in a voice as frigid as that from an ancient ice cavern. "Terran, do you not know my moniker?" Terran trembled involuntarily, feeling Jerry's words slice through him like a frozen blade. He swallowed hard, responding hoarsely, "No." Jerry coldly declared, "I am known as the Grim Reaper." Terran was struck dumb. For tales of the Grim Reaper who had slaughtered 5,000 soldiers of Ayat City had long circulated. The head of the Toka family, Terran's own father, had specifically warned the family to avoid trouble, lest the Grim Reaper come calling. Little did he know that the Grim Reaper had been lurking so close all along. Jerry gently laid Fengling down and covered her with a quilt. Rising to his feet, a wave of murderous intent surged forth. With a chilling tone, he spoke, "Terran, how dare you harm my beloved sister? How do you wish to meet your demise?" Startled, Terran leaped up in fright and attempted to flee. With a swift motion, Jerry cast absolute binding, ensnaring Terran in an invisible net. Approaching the wall, Jerry drew a sword from its resting place and advanced towards Terran. Outside, a commotion erupted as the servants of the Toka household gathered at the door. Upon witnessing Terran ensnared by Jerry, none dared to rush in, though they shouted curses from the threshold. Terran opened his mouth to scream, but Jerry's eyes flickered dangerously, and with a swift thrust, he drove the sword into Terran's mouth. The servants, horrified to see their young master wounded, surged inside, but Jerry had transformed from the naive boy in Aya City who lacked knowledge of advanced attack magic. Now, consumed by rage, he disregarded his principle of refraining from magic after changing attire. With a fierce incantation, he unleashed the advanced fire magic, Flame Dragon, summoning a colossal dragon of fire elements that charged towards the servants, enveloping them in flames. Their anguished cries filled the air as they were consumed, a foul stench of charred flesh wafting forth. Terran watched in terror, trembling like leaves in autumn. Overwhelmed, he could not fathom how Jerry would deal with him next. Jerry turned to Terran, and with a flash of the sword, Terran cried out in pain, cold sweat pouring from him. Jerry, his voice steeped in malice, assured him, "Do not worry. You shall not perish before I have dismembered you. You need not fear an untimely death from blood loss. I have cast a fireball spell to staunch your bleeding." With his tongue severed, Terran could only gaze at Jerry with wide, fearful eyes, emitting muffled cries. In excruciating agony, he writhed, as various individuals attempted to rescue him. Yet each was ruthlessly slain by Jerry. This was compounded by the absence of the household's masters, who had accompanied the lord to court, leaving behind no formidable adversaries to challenge Jerry. In a final, decisive stroke, Jerry impaled Terran against the wall, subsequently lifting the binding spell that had ensnared him. This precaution was taken to prevent any potential tracing back to Yushur through the magic. With Terran's blood, he inscribed upon the wall the ominous phrase, "The Slayer shall know no shame, death." He then gathered Fengling in his arms, retrieved her garments, and utilized spatial displacement magic to return home. Upon arrival, he found Wei Ju, Ami, and Ming Feng already present. Ami and Ming Feng were eager to rush out and assist, but Wei Ju restrained them. Understanding that Terran's fate was sealed with Jerry's intervention, he recognized that Ami and Ming Feng lacked the requisite skills to be of aid, and, despite his own yearning to rescue his granddaughter, he refrained from leaving. Instead, he continually urged Ami and Ming Feng to remain calm, assuring them that Jerry would undoubtedly bring Fengling back. Although they found solace in the knowledge that Jerry was the harbinger of death, they remained restless, pacing anxiously. As Jerry appeared before Wei Ju and the others, cradling Feng Ling in his arms. Their initial joy swiftly transformed into alarm upon noticing her bare shoulders. Jerry hastily reassured them. I arrived just in time. Nothing untoward has transpired. Merely her garments were stripped away by that beast. Do not fret. With that, Wei Ju, Yami, and Ming Feng felt a wave of relief wash over them. Jerry carried Feng Ling back to her chamber, and Wei Ju advised. Sprinkle some water on her face. She will awaken. We shall step outside while you explain everything to her and help her overcome any trauma. Jerry nodded. And as the trio exited, he took a glass of cold water and splashed it gently on Feng Ling's face. She stirred awake, only to find a figure clad in black with a silver mask intently gazing at her, her modesty barely protected by a blanket, although she felt no immediate discomfort. Panic surged within her as she exclaimed, Who are you? What do you want? Instinctively clutching the blanket and curling up. Jerry, momentarily taken aback, recalled that he had yet to remove his mask. It's me, Jerry, he quickly clarified, lifting the mask away. Upon recognizing him, Feng Ling collapsed into his embrace, weeping bitterly. Jerry consoled her, gently stroking her hair. Feng Ling, it's all right. Nothing has happened. You are home now. Please, do not cry. Feng Ling looked up at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did nothing really happen? That person didn't do anything to me? Jerry softly tapped her nose, assuring her, No, I arrived just in time. He had barely begun before I dealt with him. A tremor coursed through Feng Ling's body. Brother, you killed him? What now? He was from the Toka family. I've implicated you. Tears welled up anew as she spoke. Jerry replied earnestly, That scoundrel deserved his fate, especially for daring to harm my sister. Rest assured, I am unharmed. There's something I have longed to tell you, something I haven't shared until now. Would you like to hear it? Feng Ling nodded eagerly. I am the Reaper spoken of in whispers, he declared. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face. Jerry recognized that this revelation might overwhelm her. Understanding that such a truth was not easily borne. Concerned, he feared she might reject him as her brother, a pang of sorrow tugging at his heart. Suppressing his sadness, he reassured her, Feng Ling, regardless of your thoughts, you will always be my sister in my heart. Anyone who dares to threaten you will face my wrath. I will step outside now. Please tidy your clothes and rest well. After uttering these words, he rose and exited. Feng Ling gazed at Jerry's retreating figure, a sense of melancholy enveloping her as she recalled his unwavering care. She called out to him, Brother, whether or not you are the Reaper, you are my kin. My most beloved brother. Jerry's body trembled with excitement as he turned around, revealing a radiant smile to Feng Ling. Hurry, put on your clothes and come out. Grandfather Yami and Ming Feng have been anxiously waiting outside for you. With that, he exited the room. Once Feng Ling donned her attire and emerged, a wave of sorrow washed over her upon seeing Wei Jue. She rushed into his embrace, weeping once more. Wei Jue, supporting her, shed tears alongside her. After a moment, he wiped his eyes and said to Feng Ling, Do not cry any longer. It is thanks to Jerry that you are safe. You must be more cautious next time. Feng Ling, managing to stifle her sobs, replied, Yes, grandfather. At this moment, Jerry, Yami, and Ming Feng approached to console the two, and gradually, Wei Jue and Feng Ling's spirits calmed. The five of them sat in a circle, deliberating on how to handle the events of the day. They discussed until the late hours of the night, yet reached no conclusive outcome. Wei Jue suggested that Jerry and Feng Ling should lay low for a while, a notion both declined. Jerry proposed they eradicate the Taka family entirely, which Wei Jue and Feng Ling opposed, deeming such an act excessively brutal, while Yami and Ming Feng remained neutral. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to remain in the city and assess the situation. If it worsened, they would leave Antonio City. Meanwhile, the head of the Taka family, Xingba Taka, returned home from court only to discover that, apart from those who had gone out for errands and a few elderly women, everyone in the household was dead. His son, Teirin Taka, had met a particularly gruesome fate. Enraged, Xingba howled at the heavens, Who dared to kill my son? Later, upon noticing a message left by Jerry on the wall, he regained his composure and instructed his subordinates to investigate what Teirin had been up to today and whom he had offended recently. By evening, his subordinates reported that Teirin had brought back a dazed girl, identified as the granddaughter of Wei Jue, the esteemed headmaster of the Royal Academy of Magic. It was noted that Wei Jue and two other young men had returned directly home, and these young men had recently arrived at Wei Jue's residence, having not ventured out, while Wei Jue's granddaughter, Feng Ling, was now safely at home. According to information relayed from the Hui family, Several of their own had been killed recently while attempting to target Wei Jue's granddaughter, presumed to be the work of the Grim Reaper. After pondering his subordinates' report in silence, Xing Ba remained contemplative. His brother, Admiral Xing Gantaka, remarked, "Brother, should I send someone to capture the Wei Jue family for questioning?" Xing Ba waved his hand. "No, that is unwise. Wei Jue holds a uniquely significant position. Any misstep could have far-reaching consequences. Furthermore, there is a mysterious Grim Reaper beside him. We must first ascertain the situation before taking action. My son shall not have died in vain." Thus, a new group of watchers gathered near the residence of Wei Ju. The next day, Jerry and Feng Ling attended classes at the academy. Despite Feng Ling's reluctance, Jerry insisted on accompanying her, citing his desire to prevent a recurrence of the tragic incident involving Tai Ren. With no alternative, Feng Ling acquiesced to Jerry's insistence. Upon entering the classroom, the students regarded Feng Ling with curiosity. The news of Tai Ren's demise had been suppressed by Xing Tian, leaving the general populace unaware. The classmates were informed only that Tai Ren had withdrawn from the academy, and Feng Ling appeared unchanged from her usual self. Jerry, who had only attended the first period of magic class, also joined the lesson, prompting further intrigue among the students. Ignoring the whispers, Jerry and Feng Ling proceeded with their studies as usual. After class, they quietly expressed their gratitude to the common students, who responded by saying no thanks were necessary. As Feng Ling was the kindest among the nobles, Jerry also apologized for his previous judgments, and the common students bore him no ill will, acknowledging their own circumstances that compelled them to endure. From that point on, Jerry and Feng Ling forged bonds with the common students, forming a distinct faction separate from the other noble students. As for the death of Tai Ren, the Toka family offered explanations to outsiders, citing study abroad as their reason for absence. Wei Ju and Jerry understood that the Toka family would not let the matter rest. They were merely biding their time due to the lack of evidence and Wei Ju's unique status. They knew that should an opportunity arise, the Toka family would seek retribution, a notion underscored by the sudden increase in surveillance around them. 1 week after Tai Ren's death, an exceptionally unique student arrived at the academy. The mere fact that this student gained admission after the enrollment period was nothing short of miraculous, breaking a long-standing precedent at the Royal Magic Academy. This mysterious newcomer piqued the curiosity of all students, who possessed such influence to warrant an exception from an institution that had never done so in a century. Feng Ling, feeling particularly intrigued, inquired several times with Wei Ju, who merely smiled wryly and refrained from divulging any information. Privately, he cautioned Jerry with seemingly cryptic words. "Jerry, you must be cautious. Although the news of Tai Ren's death has been suppressed, some may begin to take an interest in us." Jerry grasped part of the sentiment, but not the entirety of it. Just as he was about to seek clarification, Wei Ju deftly shifted the topic. Understanding that Wei Ju might have matters he could not share with him and Feng Ling, Jerry chose not to press further. Wei Ju offered Jerry an approving smile in return, which was met with a slight grin, though Jerry felt a lingering sense of confusion. As all students speculated about which class the mysterious newcomer would join, the student quietly entered Jerry's class after completing the necessary assessments. The following day, as the magic instructor entered the room, Jerry stifled a yawn, preparing to doze off, having spent the week in such a manner. Jerry was well acquainted with the words of the magic teacher, whose voice was akin to enchantment for him. Each time, within just a few sentences, the teacher could lull Jerry into a tranquil slumber. Hence, he was once again prepared to drift off to sleep. For this teacher had a penchant for brevity and would immediately delve into the lesson without superfluous chatter. Consequently, Jerry often slumbered from the commencement of class until its conclusion. However, today, the magic teacher did not commence the lesson right away, but instead spoke of other matters, which piqued the curiosity of the entire class. Jerry had a vague premonition that it might pertain to the mysterious new student. As anticipated, the teacher addressed the class. "Today, I would like to introduce a new student. Please extend a warm welcome." With that, the door swung open, revealing the enigmatic newcomer. The students eagerly rushed to the entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of this mysterious individual. The noble students in the class gasped in astonishment upon seeing the newcomer, their expressions filled with surprise. This exclamation drew even Jerry, who had previously shown little interest, to glance toward the doorway. There stood a girl of about 14 or 15, adorned in a sky-blue dress. Her golden hair cascaded down to her waist, complemented by delicate willow-leaf brows, a cherry-red mouth, and elegantly long legs. Her slender waist accentuated her graceful figure, her fair skin radiant, and her lips a vibrant red, truly a vision of beauty. At that moment, Feng Ling discreetly pinched Jerry's arm, exerting just enough pressure to nearly elicit a cry from him. Turning his head in confusion, Jerry silently mouthed, "Why did you pinch me?" Feng Ling pouted and turned her head away, ignoring Jerry's bewilderment, leaving him perplexed as to what had provoked her ire. The new student then spoke. "Hello, everyone. My name is Feishue Lucies. Some of you may recognize me, but here at the academy, I am merely an ordinary student. I hope you will kindly assist me. Thank you." As Feishue Lucies delivered her introduction, Jerry noticed the noble students wearing expressions of solemnity, their usual playful demeanor conspicuously absent. A flicker of understanding ignited within Jerry. This Feishue Lucies might be the daughter of some influential figure in the court, or perhaps a relative of royalty. Yet, he pondered why she had chosen to attend the academy at this juncture. Was it intentional? Could her aim be directed towards him? Or was it merely coincidental? If so, why had Feng Ling uttered such cryptic words to him? Why had Feishue Lucies fortuitously arrived at the Royal Magic Academy and ended up in his class? As Feishue Lucies concluded her introduction, the magic teacher interjected, "Feishue, please find a seat quickly. We are about to commence the lesson." The noble students in the front row promptly rose, eagerly offering their seats. Feishue, with a charming smile, graciously declined their gestures and made her way directly to where Jerry and Feng Ling sat, taking a seat behind Feng Ling. A spark of realization ignited within Jerry. He was now fairly certain that Feishue Lucies' intentions were directed toward either himself or Feng Ling. But just who was this Feishue Lucies? Why do those noble students eagerly strive to showcase themselves, yet refrain from boasting like Feng Ling? It seems that the noble students harbor a certain trepidation towards Feishue Lucies. As even Terran, a member of one of the four prominent families, finds some noble students indifferent to him. In contrast, every single one of them regards Feishue Lucies with a marked reverence. Upon this realization, Jerry is convinced that Feishue Lucies possesses an extraordinary identity. At that moment, the magic instructor commenced the lesson, and those typically boisterous noble students dutifully engaged in the class. This time, Jerry did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he became ensnared in profound contemplation. Simultaneously, he observed that Feishue Lucies had discreetly cast several glances in his direction, heightening his sense of vigilance. After class, Jerry greeted the common students seated in front of him, intending to take Feng Ling's hand to depart the classroom. Unexpectedly, Feishue Lucies, seated behind, preemptively addressed Feng Ling, saying, "This elder sister is exceedingly beautiful. May I inquire your name?" Upon hearing herself being called elder sister and praised for her beauty, especially by someone as enchanting as Feishue, Feng Ling's spirits lifted, and she beamed as she replied, "Hello, I am Feng Ling. You must be Feishue. You are truly stunning. Even my elder brother was captivated by your beauty just now." With that, she shot a sidelong glance at Jerry, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Jerry was taken aback, realizing that the blushing Feishue had lowered her gaze, understanding at last why Feng Ling had pinched him. It appeared that Feng Ling mistakenly thought he was enamored by Feishue's allure, prompting a mix of amusement and bewilderment within him. At that moment, Feishue, suppressing her shyness, raised her still-flushed face and softly addressed Jerry. "Hello, I am Feishue. You must be Feng Ling's brother, correct?" Jerry, disinclined to engage with this overtly friendly individual, merely nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Feng Ling. "Feng Ling, let us return home. Grandfather wishes us to come back early today, though I am uncertain why." Feng Ling paused, replying, "When did grandfather say we should return early?" Jerry subtly gestured and remarked, "He mentioned it while you were in the kitchen at noon. We should hurry back." Afterward, Jerry coolly informed Feishue, "Apologies, Feishue, but we have matters to attend to today. Let us converse another time." With that, he took Feng Ling's hand, guiding her out of the classroom without further ado. Feishue watched as Jerry and Feng Ling swiftly departed, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Jerry and Feng Ling returned home, and upon surveying the surroundings, Feng Ling noticed that only the two of them had come back. Yami, Mingfeng, and Grandpa Weijue were still absent. With her hands on her hips and a frown on her face, she exclaimed to Jerry, "Brother, are you afraid I might speak ill of you in front of your crush? Did you trick me into coming back?" "Humph, you were just staring at her during class. It's evident that you're not being honest." Jerry was both amused and bewildered, never having anticipated Feng Ling would regard him in such a light. Seeing the bemused expression on his face only fueled Feng Ling's ire, prompting her to add, "What's the matter? Did I hit the nail on the head? With that sneaky grin of yours, do you really think anyone would be interested in you?" Realizing that he needed to clarify his stance, Jerry hastily interrupted. Feng Ling. Let me explain. How could I possibly be infatuated with a girl I've just met? Am I that kind of person? Besides, I have such a beautiful sister like you. Even if Fei Shui is stunning, she pales in comparison to your beauty. I won't consider my own affairs until you are married. Upon hearing Jerry praise her beauty, Feng Ling's expression softened, her heart swelling with joy. However, when she caught wind of Jerry's comment about her future marriage, her demeanor shifted again, and she retorted angrily. I will never marry. You'll be a bachelor for life. Humph. Jerry stared at her in disbelief, perplexed by the girl's sudden change in attitude, wondering what had gotten into her today. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed from outside, and two figures entered, still chuckling. One of them remarked, Jerry, I never imagined you'd end up a lifelong bachelor. Ha ha ha. The other, who remained silent with a smile, was Wei Jue. Feng Ling, recalling her earlier words, flushed crimson and rushed into Wei Jue's embrace, affectionately calling out, Grandpa, too embarrassed to look up again. Observing her shyness, both Wei Jue and Yu Shi refrained from teasing her further. Wei Jue exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Ling and Jerry, choosing to remain silent. Yu Shi then addressed Jerry loudly, Hey, young man, I haven't seen you at the library lately. What have you been up to? Did you need me to come find you personally? Jerry offered an apologetic smile, responding, You sure? I've been tied up with some matters lately and couldn't make it to the library. Wei Jue's eyes nearly bulged in surprise, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, Feng Ling raised her head and admonished Jerry, How can you address Grandpa Yu Shi as old man? Don't you realize he is Grandpa's senior? Jerry chuckled but remained silent. Yu Shi, with a mischievous glint, added, Indeed, this rascal shows me no respect. Last time, he even dared to freeze me. If it weren't for my magnanimity, I shudder to think what would have become of him. And now he shows me such disrespect again. Wei Jue, you must teach this boy a lesson. As Wei Jue grew older and more astute, it became evident to him that Yu Shi was up to some mischief. From his understanding of his senior brother, it was clear that Yu Shi intended to tease Jerry, only to find himself outwitted by Jerry instead. His earlier remarks were largely in jest, and Wei Jue chuckled softly, opting to remain silent and observe the unfolding drama among the three individuals before him. Upon hearing Yu Shi's words, Feng Ling was taken aback. Fearing that Wei Jue might indeed punish Jerry, she quickly leapt from Wei Jue's embrace and grasped Yu Shi's hand in a plea, saying, Grandfather Yu Shi, please forgive him. Brother Jerry did not mean any harm. Let him off this time. She then turned to Jerry with an admonishing tone. Brother, you should apologize. Noticing Feng Ling's genuine concern, Jerry finally spoke up. Old man Yu Shi, have you had your fun? If this continues, I might not be so polite. Having known Yu Shi for over a month, Jerry had gleaned much about his character. While he had begun to treat Yu Shi with due respect, Yu Shi seemed indifferent to him, which only pleased Jerry further. Thus, he had spoken to Yu Shi in this manner all along. Feng Ling, seeing Jerry's lack of change and even escalation in his behavior, felt her eyes welling up with tears, nearly on the brink of crying. Observing her distress, Jerry's heart sank, and he hurriedly reassured her, Feng Ling, don't cry. I've known Yu Shi for a long time, and it's always been like this. P.S. Just joking, so don't take it to heart. Both Yu Shi and Wei Jue, witnessing Feng Ling's imminent tears, rushed to comfort her. Yu Shi quickly added to Jerry's words, Linger, please don't cry. I was truly just jesting with you. Did you not see your grandfather remain silent? He knows me best, and since he has not blamed Jerry, there is really nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling wiped away her tears and asked doubtfully, Is that really true? The three men nodded vigorously in unison, affirming, It is indeed. This reassured Feng Ling, and the three men felt a sense of relief. As the four of them settled down, Jerry inquired why Yu Shi had come to Wei Jue's home today, noting that he had been there for several months without seeing him. Feng Ling also curiously remarked, Grandfather Yu Shi, you haven't visited our home in years. Why is that? You used to come often when I was little. Yu Shi smiled at Feng Ling and replied, I was merely avoiding the discomfort of your excessive reverence towards me. This time, I came out of respect for young Jerry, who has been discussing magic with me daily and shows remarkable learning ability, making me feel for the first time the desire to take on a disciple. Upon hearing this, Wei Jue was overjoyed. His senior brother had always preferred to tease others and delve into the study of magic, refusing to take on apprentices. The thought of Yu Shi wanting to accept a disciple was unexpected. With this in mind, Wei Jue exchanged a knowing glance with Jerry, who understood their unspoken agreement. After a moment of thought, Jerry smiled and nodded to Wei Jue, then turned to Yu Shi, saying, If you want me to be your disciple, that is fine. But what benefits can you offer me? I want to engage in matters without advantages. Upon hearing this, Yushur could not help but become indignant, puffing out his cheeks in frustration. Many sought to be his disciples, yet he remained unwilling. However, this young man seemed to be asking him to become his mentor. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he realized he genuinely wished to accept this pupil, as he found little merit in others. With a deep sigh, he dejectedly inquired, "What benefits do you seek? Speak up." Wei Ju and Feng Ling observed this peculiar master-disciple duo and could not suppress their laughter. Feng Ling turned to Jerry and remarked, "Brother, please do not jest with Grandfather Yushur. There are many who wish to learn from him, yet he remains reluctant to accept them." Her tone revealed a hint of envy. Initially, Jerry intended to tease Yushur, but upon seeing the envious expression on Feng Ling's face, he had a sudden inspiration and said to Yushur, "My condition is that you must also accept Feng Ling as your disciple. Otherwise, our discussion is moot." Feng Ling gasped in surprise, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Jerry. Yushur, overjoyed, exclaimed, "That is an excellent condition." Jerry nodded, and Yushur, slapping the table in laughter, declared, "No problem. Accepting one more is trivial. I could take on 10 or 8 without issue." Wei Ju, Jerry, and Feng Ling all shared a knowing smile with Yushur. Traditionally, the ceremony of accepting a disciple is grand and elaborate. However, Yushur deemed it too troublesome and opted for simplicity. Under Wei Ju's witness, Jerry and Feng Ling offered a cup of tea, thus marking the official initiation into their roles as disciples. After the ceremony, Feng Ling hurried to the kitchen to prepare a feast for her master. Meanwhile, Yushur, Wei Ju, and Jerry engaged in casual conversation in the living room. When Feng Ling emerged with the dishes, Ami and Ming Feng returned as well. After greeting Yushur, the 6 of them gathered around the table to eat and converse. Feng Ling, with a hint of jealousy, recounted how Jerry had been eyeing a beautiful female student earlier that day. To her surprise, rather than ridicule Jerry, everyone else found the situation amusing, causing Feng Ling to blush deeply. In playful annoyance, she playfully hit Jerry, which only incited more laughter from the group. Once the laughter subsided, Wei Ju informed Jerry and Feng Ling that Fei Shui Lu Shixi was, in fact, the daughter of the current sovereign of Antonio, Kai Lu Shixi, and thus a princess. He further elaborated that this princess was renowned in Antonio City for her intelligence, kindness, and beauty. Remarkably, she was permitted to enter the academy even after the enrollment period. Under pressure from the current sovereign, Wei Ju, considering the multitude of recent events, feared that damaging relations with the royal family could jeopardize their survival in Antonio. Thus, he reluctantly made an exception for Princess Fei Shui Lu Shixi, also assuring the sovereign that should she fail the entrance examination, she would not be granted admission. To his astonishment, the sovereign readily agreed, and Princess Fei Shui Lu Shixi indeed passed the test, her abilities nearly matching those of Feng Ling after her training with Jerry. Consequently, she would be placed in the same class as Jerry and the others. Jerry expressed his doubts to Wei Jue, questioning the true reason why Fei Shui had come to the academy with Feng Ling. After all, the recent 2 major incidents in Antonio City were both connected to Feng Ling. At that moment, Feng Ling, who had been silently listening, curiously inquired why there were 2 incidents instead of just one involving Taryn, realizing they had inadvertently revealed too much. Jerry and Wei Jue quickly attempted to remedy the situation. However, Feng Ling was adamant in her disbelief of their excuses and insisted on the truth. Faced with Feng Ling's determination, Jerry and Wei Jue reluctantly recounted the first incident, revealing the lengths Jerry had gone to protect her from harm. Overwhelmed with emotion and shame upon recalling her earlier attitude toward Jerry, Feng Ling threw herself into his embrace, apologized, and began to weep. Yueshur and Wei Jue, seasoned in such matters, quickly took Ami and Ming Feng aside, allowing Jerry and Feng Ling some privacy. With everyone else gone, Jerry gently patted Feng Ling's back and softly reassured her, "Feng Ling, do not cry. Protecting you is a decision I shall never regret. As long as I am here, I will not allow any harm to come to you." I cherish the carefree Feng Ling who delights in playfully teasing her elder brother. Listening to Jerry's heartfelt words, a warm wave of emotion surged within Feng Ling. Having grown up without siblings, she had come to regard Jerry as her own brother. Yet, seeing him captivated by another beauty earlier had ignited an unexplainable pang of jealousy within her, prompting her to lash out at him. Realizing the depth of Jerry's concern for her, she felt a profound sense of remorse. After a while, as her tears subsided, Feng Ling suddenly remembered there were others in the hall. She abruptly lifted herself and glanced around, startling Jerry, who was unsure of her thoughts. When Fengling noticed that everyone else had left, her unease began to dissipate. She turned back to Jerry and quietly asked, "Where did they all go?" Jerry, captivated by her slightly reddened eyes and flushed cheeks from crying, found her youthful aura enchanting. It took him a moment to respond. "They left some time ago." Fengling lowered her head and timidly inquired, "Did they see me like that just now?" Amused by her bashfulness, Jerry reassured her, "No. As soon as they saw you were crying, they left. Do not worry, they will not mock you." Fengling lifted her flushed face, persistently arguing, "You say they won't laugh, but they must have seen it. You're deceiving me." Jerry, with a playful grin, teased, "So now you feel shy? Rest assured, no one will ridicule you. If they dare to, your brother will stand up for you." Only then did Fengling feel a sense of relief. Outside, upon seeing Fengling return to her usual self, everyone re-entered the room. Noticing her rosy complexion, they tacitly avoided mentioning the earlier incident, engaging in casual conversation before each returning to their classes at the academy. On the road, Jerry quietly advised Fengling to conceal any unusual expressions in the presence of Fateful Ruxus. If Fateful Ruxus were to take the opportunity to draw closer to Fengling, it would be acceptable to disclose everything except for his own identity and the events that transpired with Turin that day. Fengling understood Jerry's implication, recognizing the need to be cautious around Fateful Ruxus. She also realized that Jerry was merely observing Fateful Ruxus in the morning, unaffected by any enchantment from him, which alleviated her earlier anxieties. In the afternoon, during class, Fateful Ruxus continued to sit behind Fengling, engaging her in conversation. Consequently, the naive Fengling spent the entire afternoon being charmed by Fateful, treating him as her dearest friend. It appeared that the court's training in etiquette for princesses was exceptionally thorough. His conversational skills were impressively refined. Through a few exchanges, he discerned Fengling's preferences and spoke solely of what she enjoyed, swiftly capturing her heart. Were it not for the significant weight Jerry's words held in Fengling's mind, she might have divulged that her brother was the Grim Reaper and that Turin had perished at his hands. Jerry observed coldly from the side as Fateful extracted information from Fengling, silently mocking him. Regardless of whether Fateful was a prince or not, should he dare to bring harm to Fengling, even deities or demons would not be spared from his wrath. Fateful, with his back to Jerry, suddenly felt a chill envelop him, causing him to shudder. When he turned around, he found only Jerry, who had already averted his gaze, along with the scrutinizing eyes of the other nobles. After class, Fateful and Fengling strolled home together, arm in arm, resembling longtime close friends. Fengling insisted on having Fateful taste her culinary skills upon returning to her home. Fateful secretly rejoiced at the prospect of drawing closer to this enigmatic sibling duo. Although her brother maintained a frosty demeanor, the sister was exceedingly easy to manipulate. Despite her beauty and intelligence, her innocence rendered her vulnerable. It was no wonder she had been kidnapped by Turin previously, had it not been for some Grim Reaper rescuing her. Fengling might now be in a fate worse than death. As Fengling and Fateful laughed and conversed on their way home, Jerry scrutinized Fateful closely. He had only recently discovered her apparent intent to uncover Fengling's innermost secrets. However, upon realizing that there were matters being concealed from her, he ceased any probing actions and instead allowed Fengling and Fateful to enjoy their cheerful dialogue as they walked home. Yet Fateful felt Jerry's unwavering gaze upon her, as if every movement was under his scrutiny. His watchful presence gave her an uncanny sense of being exposed to the sun, with no refuge from his observation. While she chatted merrily with Fengling, thoughts danced in her mind. This brother of Fengling was certainly not an ordinary individual. Gradually, Fateful recalled the reason behind her assignment to the Royal Magic Academy by her father. On the night of Turin's assassination, Emperor Kale Ruxus received the news. After hearing the report from his spy, he dismissed the messenger and fell into deep contemplation alone in his chamber. The sovereign of the Kingdom of Antonio, merely 40 years of age, possesses a delicate frame that evokes an impression of fragility. However, his refined visage is graced with a pair of piercing eyes that exude an undeniable regal aura. Anyone who falls under the gaze of these eyes cannot help but feel the weight of his sovereign presence, compelled to prostrate themselves at his feet. This very man, under the watchful eye of the neighboring kingdom of Klins, diligently cultivates martial skills and magical prowess, enhancing the military strength of his nation. He meticulously selects an elite cadre to form the Royal Knights, who triumph over the skeletal knights of Klins, establishing themselves as the most formidable knights on the continent. Among the four prominent families that have significantly contributed to this military might, the Feis and Mengbu families have fared relatively well, while the Toka and Hui families are met with widespread discontent within the city. Nevertheless, the influence of the four families over the court is unparalleled, with the majority of the military under their control, leaving even the king, Kale, wary of confronting them directly. The recent audacity displayed by the Toka family, the most unruly of the four, raises questions, especially following the previous misfortune that befell the Hui family. Intelligence reports suggest a connection to the esteemed director of the Royal Magic Academy, Wei Ju, and his granddaughter. Contemplating this, Kale let out a deep sigh. Over the years, the Academy has produced numerous talents, most of whom have joined the Royal Knights. As the Knights grow increasingly powerful, they pose a greater threat to the four families, prompting Kale to consider diminishing their influence and reclaiming power from them. Might the Toka and Hui families be conspiring against him, seeking to overthrow his rule? Or perhaps aiming to eliminate the Royal Magic Academy, which they view as a thorn in their side, by targeting Wei Ju's family? With a headache, Kale pondered these matters deep into the night, and as dawn approached, he resolved to dispatch someone to the Academy to uncover the truths hidden behind recent events. With this decision, the furrowed brow he had worn all night finally relaxed. Thus, Fei Xue was sent to the Royal Magic Academy to study and to draw closer to Feng Ling, in hopes of uncovering any secrets she might harbor, while simultaneously applying pressure on the Toka family to deter any rash actions. Lost in her thoughts, Fei Xue was momentarily oblivious to Feng Ling's repeated calls. When Feng Ling playfully nudged her, Fei Xue responded, "I was contemplating my instant connection with my sister. I have no friends to converse with in the palace, and I would like to stay at my sister's home tonight for an in-depth discussion. I wonder if that would be agreeable?" Feng Ling, brimming with joy, replied, "Of course. What could be better? I feel an instant kinship with you, and tonight we shall share a bed and enjoy a delightful chat." Meanwhile, Jerry, walking behind them, cast a fleeting, sardonic glance at Fei Xue. Sensing something amiss, she turned to face him, yet found his expression unchanged, still rigid and unyielding. Noticing Fei Xue's gaze, Feng Ling leaned closer and whispered, "Fei Xue, you aren't developing feelings for my brother, are you?" Fei Xue suddenly turned around, her face flushed with embarrassment, and fervently protested, "No, Feng Ling. Do not speak recklessly." With Jerry's adeptness, coupled with Feng Ling's voice not being particularly subdued, he overheard her clearly, feeling both amused and exasperated. Just this morning, she had been the epitome of jealousy, and now she displayed an entirely different demeanor. He could not fathom what thoughts occupied his younger sister's mind. Observing Jerry's slightly awkward expression and Fei Xue's crimson cheeks, Feng Ling burst into hearty laughter. Upon returning home, Yami and Mingfeng had already arrived, engaged in a vigorous sparring session in the courtyard. These two brothers relentlessly practiced their skills whenever they had a moment, rapidly enhancing their abilities. Upon noticing Jerry and Feng Ling's return, accompanied by an unfamiliar beauty, both paused, momentarily taken aback, before greeting them. Feng Ling introduced Fei Xue, and they exchanged pleasantries. Realizing she was the enigmatic new student mentioned at noon, and a princess at that. Concerned about revealing any discernible reaction to Fei Xue, they ceased their training. Simultaneously, Fei Xue felt a twinge of curiosity. She had always possessed great confidence in her appearance, typically drawing admiration from those she encountered. However, upon entering the academy, aside from Jerry, her fellow students had been utterly captivated by her beauty. It was surprising that these two merely blinked in astonishment before regaining composure, indicating they were not ordinary individuals. Unbeknownst to her, Yami and Mingfeng had trained with an improved version of the Aoxing decision, which significantly honed their willpower. Without formidable determination, they could not endure Jerry's grueling training sessions, which often pushed them to the brink of life and death, although they understood Jerry would not truly endanger them. Each session conveyed an impression of impending doom, compelling them to give their utmost. This rigorous training not only unlocked their physical potential but also fortified their resolute spirits. Thus, their willpower had become remarkably resilient, allowing them to merely pause momentarily at Fei Xue's beauty before quickly regaining their composure. In contrast, when they first encountered Feng Ling, they had been utterly spellbound. Seeing that Yami and Mingfeng had ceased their practice, Fei Xue's eyes sparkled with an idea. With a pitiful expression, she turned to Feng Ling and said, "Sister Feng Ling, shall we compete in magic? I was just so envious of your earnest practice. In the palace, no one dares to truly compete with me. They always defer. Sister, please do not regard me as a princess. Let us have a proper contest, shall we? Fengling, with her innocent mind unclouded by thoughts, was moved by Fei Xue's forlorn demeanor and readily agreed. The two girls made their way to the courtyard, while Jerry, Yami, and Mingfeng gathered nearby to watch the unfolding contest. Fengling donned a flowing white garment, while Fei Xue was adorned in a sky-blue dress. Both possessed strikingly beautiful features. Fengling was delicate and vivacious, whereas Fei Xue was enchanting and alluring. As a gentle breeze wafted through, their dresses fluttered gracefully, resembling two celestial beings standing in the courtyard. Just as Jerry was captivated by the scene, the two began to engage in battle. Fengling intoned a phrase, "Wall of the Wind." A pale white barrier, composed of wind elements, materialized around her, encasing her within its protective embrace. Unwilling to be outdone, Fei Xue responded with, "Wall of Fire." A crimson barrier of flame arose to shield her as well. Jerry, standing nearby, nodded appreciatively. It was evident that under Fengling's meticulous training, her magical prowess had significantly advanced, and Fei Xue was no less formidable. Their casting speeds were comparable, and both understood the cardinal rule that a mage must first ensure their own protection before engaging in combat. Witnessing both execute advanced defensive spells from the wind and fire elements simultaneously, it seemed that today's contest would likely end without a clear victor. Note: in the wind and snow continent, mages below intermediate rank wield staves, as they rely on the crystals embedded in these staves to channel their mental energy for spellcasting. In contrast, advanced mages can cast spells with the aid of magical artifacts, while higher-ranked sorcerers and magisters can perform magic without any tools. Fengling relied on the magical crystal core necklace gifted by Jerry. Though it was unclear what item Fei Xue utilized, it was evident, however, that without the prowess of an advanced mage, one could not cast spells without a staff. As the two in the courtyard recognized that their defenses were established, Fei Xue launched the first offensive. 7 massive fireballs erupted from all directions, propelled toward Fengling with a swift incantation. A formidable intermediate fire spell known as Flame 7 Strikes, Jerry mused, noting that Fei Xue did not underestimate Fengling. Unfazed by the approaching fireballs, Fengling maintained her composure, reciting her incantation steadily. With the final syllable, Ice Magic Circle, an enormous ring of ice materialized, and the temperature, previously elevated by the fireballs, plummeted abruptly. Oddly, the ice ring did not target Fei Xue. Instead, it veered toward Fengling herself. Jerry chuckled, realizing that Fengling's control over magic had improved considerably, daring to employ a water-based attack spell on herself. As the ice ring collided with the fireballs just before impact, a thunderous crash echoed, and both spells dissipated simultaneously. Fei Xue could not help but exclaim, "Impressive." Seizing the moment of Fei Xue's praise, Fengling swiftly conjured Tornado Storm, an intermediate wind spell. 2 small tornadoes formed in her hands, causing Fei Xue's expression to shift. She thought to herself, "Remarkable. To conjure 2 tornadoes simultaneously. It seems today, victory is not guaranteed." Yet, with her own strength, she was determined that Fengling would not triumph easily. As she contemplated, Fei Xue uttered an incantation. "Earth Dragon," invoking earth magic. Suddenly, the entire courtyard trembled, causing Yami and Mingfeng, who were watching nearby, to stagger unsteadily. Jerry, standing aside, observed the two with a shake of his head, lightly gesturing to encase the trio in a protective light barrier. The moment Yami and Mingfeng were enveloped by the barrier, they felt the effects of the magic dissipate. At that moment, a massive fissure split the ground, and a colossal earth elemental dragon surged forth, roaring as it soared towards Fengling. With a push of her palm, Fengling directed 2 small tornadoes towards the earth dragon. As these tornadoes departed her grasp, they quickly intensified with distance, transforming into 2 gigantic whirlwinds that collided with the earth dragon in an instant. With a resounding crash, a cloud of dust erupted, painting the surroundings in hues of yellow, while the explosion generated a fierce gust that caused ripples in the defensive layers of Fengling and Fei Xue. Yami and Mingfeng remained unaffected within Jerry's protective light barrier, yet the plants and vegetables cultivated by Fengling were on the brink of devastation. Jerry sighed in frustration, casting another light barrier to shield the vegetables, silently cursing, "These 2 reckless girls. They disregard everything in their fervor. If these crops are destroyed, Fengling will undoubtedly blame me for not safeguarding them properly." The thought of having nothing to eat after indulging in Fengling's delectable dishes terrifies me. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the incantations of the 2 young ladies echoed incessantly. Crescent-shaped wind blades shot forth from Fengling's hands, targeting Fei Xue. While dodging Fengling's assault, Fei Xue retaliated with fireballs the size of her head. The three observers outside could barely discern the two combatants through the haze as the dust settled. Another bout of chaos ensued, with wind blades carving deep gashes into the ground and wooden railings, while fireballs left charred black holes in their wake. Yami and Mingfeng clung to Jerry's protection, visibly shaken by the fierce display. They had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Fengling and Fei Xue could unleash such ferocity, resembling two mother dragons in their wrath. From that day forth, Yami and Mingfeng resolved to avoid any confrontation with Fengling, leading them to maintain a respectful distance from beautiful women, unaware of the ramifications of this battle. Jerry couldn't help but chuckle at the frightened expressions of Yami and Mingfeng. If the combatants were aware of their thoughts, Yami and Mingfeng would likely remain in that state for a month. Meanwhile, the two fighters were oblivious to the musings of those nearby. Their minds were singularly focused on one objective: to defeat each other at all costs. They continuously repositioned themselves. With each new location Fengling occupied, the ground would erupt with a series of rock spikes, while fireballs rained down from above. Fei Xue mirrored her opponent's tactics, summoning a flurry of wind blades and ice arrows to surround her adversary. Both were compelled to remain in constant motion, attacking each other as they shifted positions. At that moment, Yami and Mingfeng inquired of Jerry with puzzled expressions. "Jerry, why are the two of them not utilizing more formidable magic, but rather resorting to elementary spells?" Jerry responded, "As you have observed, Fengling and Fei Xue initially exchanged intermediate spells, resulting in a stalemate. Furthermore, casting advanced magic requires more time than elementary spells, and the outcomes would ultimately cancel each other out. Thus, they both tacitly transitioned to a maneuvering strategy, seeking each other's vulnerabilities while continuously casting elementary spells. Though these are basic incantations, the sustained exertion is immensely taxing for the sorcerers, testing their endurance, judgment, and willpower." Yami and Mingfeng grasped the concept. The trio continued to observe the duel in the courtyard, where Fengling and Fei Xue were ceaselessly repositioning and attacking. Half an hour elapsed, and though their pace slowed, their assaults did not relent. Bored, Yami finally spoke. "Surely this must be nearing its conclusion. After such a lengthy engagement, they are merely running about casting spells. It has become quite tedious, though it was more captivating at the outset." To Jerry, Yami's words sounded as if she were comparing the duelists to two monkeys performing tricks. Jerry chuckled softly, noticing that the duelists had not overheard Yami's comment. He kindly cautioned, "Yami, you ought to consider the consequences if those two in the courtyard were to hear your remarks." A shiver ran down Yami's spine at the thought. If the two fierce women were to learn of her words, she knew she would face dire repercussions. Jerry glanced at the duelists again and added, "However, it seems that Fengling and Fei Xue are nearing the end, as their magical energy appears to be significantly depleted." No sooner had he spoken than both duelists came to a halt, panting as they faced one another. Yami and Mingfeng assumed they were about to cease their contest and were preparing to exit the protective barrier Jerry had established. However, Jerry noticed a glint of defiance in their eyes and felt a sudden tension in his chest, realizing that Fengling and Fei Xue were preparing to unleash a final, decisive attack. He quickly grasped Yami and Mingfeng, who looked back at him in confusion, startled by his serious demeanor. Jerry uttered gravely, "These two reckless girls are risking everything, even now. They dare to cast magic that surpasses their capabilities." As Yami and Mingfeng heard Jerry's tone, it seemed to suggest that Fengling and Fei Xue were prepared to fight with all their might. They quickly turned to observe the courtyard. In unison, the two individuals within recited lengthy incantations. Given Fengling and Fei Xue's prowess, they could typically cast basic spells merely by uttering their names. Even intermediate spells had seen a reduction in their incantation length. The necessity for the two to articulate the entire incantation indicated that they were attempting to cast advanced magic, a level beyond their current capabilities to abbreviate. Although casting advanced magic might not pose a challenge under normal circumstances, both were on the verge of exhausting their magical energy. Should they succeed in unleashing this advanced magic, it would undoubtedly deplete their reserves entirely. At that moment, any minor assault could prove catastrophic, which darkened Jerry's countenance. Just as Jerry shouted for them to halt, the incantations reached their conclusion. The advanced water magic tidal surge and the advanced fire magic meteor shower erupted from their hands. Upon casting the spells, Fengling and Fei Xue collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained and unable to move. These formidable spells enveloped the courtyard, and if they struck true, Even Yami and Mingfeng would find it difficult to escape severe injury. Hundreds of flaming meteors now streaked through the air, while waves cascaded down from Fengling's side, resembling a tsunami of immense proportions. Jerry, infuriated, exclaimed, "You two fools!" Before he could finish, he unleashed his utmost effort to cast the ultimate water defense spell water screen of heavenly flowers, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. With a swift motion, Jerry formed a series of intricate hand seals, his golden locks billowing around him. The afternoon sun, descending from the west, illuminated him, causing his hair to reflect a radiant golden glow. Coupled with Jerry's solemn expression, he resembled a majestic deity. Witnessing this, Fengling and Fei Xue felt an indescribable sensation ripple through their hearts. Typically, it required Jerry's full strength to cast an ultimate spell, let alone after sustaining the exertion of 2 defensive spells for over half an hour, which had consumed a tenth of his magical energy. Yet, at this moment, all that occupied Jerry's thoughts was the imperative to shield Fengling, Yami, and Mingfeng from harm. Drawing upon every ounce of his power, he conjured a semicircular, deep blue water barrier that enveloped the entire courtyard. Jerry's complexion turned pale, and he appeared on the verge of collapsing. Meanwhile, a stunned Yami regained her composure and hurriedly supported Jerry, asking in concern, "Jerry, are you all right?" Jerry shook his head and reassured Yami, "I am fine. I merely released too much magical energy at once, and my body is struggling to adjust." After speaking, he extricated himself from Yami's grasp and stood upright. Meteorites struck against the deep blue defensive barrier, while waves crashed upon the fortifications erected by Jerry. Ripples formed upon the surface of the barrier, expanding gradually before dissipating at the edges, reminiscent of a serene deep blue lake suddenly disturbed by countless pebbles, creating myriad concentric circles. As the meteorites and waves continuously collided, these ripples emerged and vanished, captivating the onlookers within the barrier. Even Jerry found himself entranced by this unexpected beauty, as none had anticipated that the ultimate water-based defensive magic would manifest in such a stunning manner when under attack. Before Fei Xue could inquire, Fengling interjected, eagerly asking Jerry, "Brother, it seems you hadn't mastered water screen Celestial Splendor before. How did you manage to cast it today? Who taught you?" Fei Xue, intrigued, turned her curious gaze towards Jerry, her expression resembling that of a child filled with wonder, leaving the others momentarily speechless. Jerry snapped back to reality and replied, "I learned it from my master, just recently." Fengling beamed and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I'll go find my master tomorrow. I must learn it too." Wei Jue chuckled, "Silly girl. Do you think the ultimate water magic can be learned so easily? Without the requisite magical prowess, knowing the incantation is futile." It appeared that Jerry had expended all his magical energy that afternoon, indicating he had sustained some internal injuries. Using water screen Celestial Splendor at this juncture was indeed premature for someone of Jerry's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Fengling gasped and, along with Yami and Mingfeng, cast worried glances at Jerry, while Fei Xue also looked at him with concern. Noticing their anxious expressions, Jerry shook his head and reassured them, "It's nothing serious. I'll be fine in a few days." Simultaneously, he cast a curious glance at Fei Xue, pondering why this princess, who had ostensibly come to gather information, exhibited such genuine concern for him. Fei Xue, caught off guard by Jerry's gaze, returned to her senses, internally questioning why she felt such concern upon hearing about Jerry's injury. Could it be? No, that was impossible. Seeing Jerry's attention fixed on Fei Xue, Fengling's face flushed with jealousy, and she pouted in displeasure, rising to her feet and huffing, "I'll go prepare dinner." With that, she stormed into the kitchen. Fei Xue, quick to respond, exclaimed, "I'll help you." The others were taken aback, astonished that the princess could cook. Noticing their incredulous expressions, Fei Xue smiled and explained, "I learned a little when I was bored in the palace." She then took Fengling's hand, and together they entered the kitchen. Before long, Fengling and Fei Xue emerged with an array of delectable dishes, delighting everyone at the table. Fengling revealed that half of the dishes were crafted by Fei Xue, which led the others to believe in her culinary skills, which rivaled Fengling's. After the meal, as Fei Xue prepared to take her leave, Fengling and Wei Jue stood up to see her off. However, Jerry stood up first, casually stating, "I'll escort her," before stepping outside. The others were taken aback. It was utterly unexpected for someone who had been so aloof towards Fei Xue to voluntarily offer to accompany her. As the crowd remained momentarily stunned, Fei Xue had already performed a courteous bow and exited. Fengling regained her composure, her expression turning urgent. She sprang to her feet intending to chase after Fei Xue, but was promptly restrained by Wei Jia, who sat by the door, grinning as he said, "Fengling, you shan't run off. I still need to discuss this afternoon's events with you thoroughly." Fengling, in a state of distress, pleaded, "Grandfather, I must step outside for a moment. Once I return, you may do as you please." Yet, Wei Jia stubbornly held on to her, his smile fading into a serious demeanor as he insisted, "No, we shall address this now. Do you dare disregard your grandfather's words?" However, he secretly chuckled to himself. Nearby, Yami and Mingfeng observed Fengling desperately attempting to free herself from Wei Jia's grip. Her face flushed with anxiety. They mischievously added fuel to the fire. "Indeed, Fengling, why the urgency to leave? Your dishes remain unwashed. Moreover, if you disturb Jerry while he confesses to Fei Xue, he may be displeased." Fengling, upon hearing this, grew even more frantic and implored Wei Jia, "Grandfather, I truly have an urgent matter to attend to. I will return promptly. Will you please let me go?" Wei Jia, inwardly amused, maintained a facade of seriousness, stating, "No. What could be so crucial? Speak. Unless it is of utmost importance, you are forbidden to leave today." Fengling's cheeks burned crimson, her lips moved. Yet she could not articulate the significance of her urgency. Wei Jia, Yami, and Mingfeng struggled to suppress their laughter, witnessing Fengling's distress nearly bring her to tears. Finally, Wei Jia relented, saying, "Very well, seeing your desperation, I shall grant you a reprieve today. Return, and then I shall teach you a lesson." He released his grip, and Fengling sprang towards the door in delight. At that moment, Yami called out, "Fengling, do not go out. Jerry and the others have long since departed. You won't catch up with them now." As the words fell, Fengling, having dashed out, froze in place and slowly turned around. Wei Jia, Yami, and Mingfeng erupted into laughter. Clutching their stomachs, Yami laughing so hard she cried out in mock pain, while Mingfeng's amusement brought tears to his eyes. Wei Jia, too, doubled over in laughter at Fengling's predicament. Blushing deeply, Fengling, feeling defeated, slowly retreated indoors. Wei Jia, stifling his laughter, reassured her, "Worry not, Fengling. Jerry is not off to propose. He must have other matters to discuss with Fei Xue. You needn't fret so." Yami and Mingfeng nodded in agreement, their laughter resuming. Embarrassed, Fengling recognized her overly obvious reactions. Burying her face in Wei Jia's embrace, pouting, "Grandfather, you all are teasing me. I shan't return." Their laughter echoed once more. Meanwhile, Jerry stood outside, observing as Fei Xue emerged. Just as she smiled and began to say that there was no need for trouble, Jerry interjected, calmly stating, "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Without waiting for Fei Xue's response, he turned and strode toward the nearby woods. The smile on Fei Xue's face was frozen, while her heart seethed with frustration. This blockhead, who had never regarded her as a person, was acting so unusually today. In the past, there had been those who feigned indifference, attempting to provoke her attention with their contrived eccentricity. Yet this Jerry, in his heart, was oblivious to her beauty, regarding her with the same indifference as one would a mere piece of wood, while his gaze towards Fengling was entirely different. Fei Xue silently cursed Jerry in her heart, yet her footsteps followed him nonetheless. Jerry walked ahead, while Fei Xue followed closely behind as they entered the small grove. After traversing a short distance into the woods, Jerry halted, remaining silent and facing away from her. Fei Xue, perplexed, inquired, "Why did you bring me here? Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me?" Internally, she mused. Could it be that he has developed feelings for me, wishing to confess in this secluded spot? With my beauty, who could resist my charm? I never anticipated that this seemingly cold individual would succumb to my allure in just a day. But should I accept him? Fei Xue felt no trepidation regarding any potential danger from Jerry. Her father had deployed skilled protectors around her when she left the palace, though she did not know their identities. She was certain someone was there to safeguard her. As Fei Xue was lost in her thoughts, Jerry finally spoke, his ethereal voice piercing her heart like an icy needle. "What is your true purpose in approaching us siblings?" The unexpected question stunned Fei Xue, leaving her momentarily speechless, her mind racing with thoughts of how he discovered her intentions. Surely, only her father and she were privy to this knowledge. Even her protectors remained unaware of her motives for attending the academy. Jerry swiftly turned to face her, his cold gaze fixed on Fei Xue like an archer targeting a prey on the brink of death. His chilling voice resonated once more. "Why are you not answering my question?" Fei Xue managed a strained smile, yet it lacked its usual sweetness. Though still astonished, she responded, "Jerry, I do not understand what you were saying." Just as she was about to continue, Jerry's frigid voice interrupted her. I do not care what your motives may be for approaching us, but you must not harm Foling. If she is even slightly injured, the consequences you will face are beyond your imagination. With that, without waiting for Fei Shui to reply, Jerry strode past her, making his way towards the grove's exit. Fei Shui gasped for breath, a surge of anger rising within her, intertwined with emotions she could not fully comprehend. Suddenly, she turned to Jerry, who was nearing the edge of the woods, and called out, Why do you say such things? On what grounds do you speak to me like this, Jerry? Fengling is not your biological sister. You have no connection to her. Unless you have engaged in something unspeakable, why are you so protective of her? For Fengling's sake, would you kill those who offend her, including Tai Ren, the He family, and even me? The words reached Jerry's ears, causing him to halt abruptly, a surge of anger rising from the depths of his being. This woman truly did not grasp the gravity of her situation. Despite having warned her, she audaciously accused him of engaging in indecent acts with Fengling. Jerry spun around sharply, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Fei Shui found herself ensnared by his gaze, a chill creeping up her spine, making her tremble involuntarily, feeling akin to a frog, while Jerry resembled a venomous serpent poised to strike. Although she was aware that help would come from nearby when danger loomed, a sense of insecurity gnawed at her. Jerry's presence gave her the impression that she was on the brink of being torn apart. Jerry fixed a fierce stare on Fei Shui, a torrent of murderous intent surging within him, the urge to kill battering against his consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the overwhelming desire to end her life. And with a voice laden with menace, he uttered each word deliberately. Woman, do not overstep your bounds. He then glanced at a large tree to his right, scoffing. Do not think that because someone is protecting you, you can speak recklessly. Beware, for words can summon calamity. Suddenly, a massive blade of wind materialized, howling as it hurtled toward the lush treetop. A shadow leapt from the tree, narrowly evading the onslaught, while the wind blade struck the trunk where the shadow had hidden, snapping it in two with a resounding crash. The shadow landed gracefully before Fei Shui, adopting a defensive stance, and declared, You audacious fool dare to offend the princess. Kneel and apologize at once. Jerry scrutinized the shadow, revealing a youth of about 18 or 19, clad in dark attire, a striking emblem embroidered on his chest. Recognizing it as the emblem of the Mengbu family, Jerry dismissed the boy's words with a scoff, turning to exit the woods. The youth, incensed by Jerry's disregard, summoned all his strength, preparing to call out for him to stay, warning of his impending wrath, but Fei Shui interjected. Who are you? What brings you here? The youth, realizing Jerry had vanished from sight, reluctantly retracted his power and fell to his knees, proclaiming, I am Dallin of the Mengbu family. I apologize for my tardiness, princess, and regret that you have been frightened. Fei Shui waved her hand dismissively, saying, Arise. You are the second martial genius of the Mengbu family. Aside from the esteemed Bain, I have heard you're already a sky warrior. Dallin rose, responding, That is merely an exaggeration. I cannot compare myself to Uncle Bain, who has always been my aspiration. Fei Shui smiled faintly, remaining silent, while Dallin was captivated by her smile, which resembled an angel's, making him willing to do anything to earn the favor of such a beauty. Observing Dallin's infatuation, Fei Shui realized she had gained yet another devoted servant enchanted by her appearance. As she contemplated this, Fei Shui could not help but gaze dreamily in the direction Jerry had departed, his graceful silhouette lingering in her mind, accompanied by an unforgettable aura. Dallong, observing Fei Shui's dazed fixation on the path Jerry had taken, felt a twinge of discontent. He cleared his throat gently and inquired, Princess, who was that individual just now? Shall I? Fei Shui turned her head, subtly shaking it, and replied, Never mind, let us return. With that, she took the lead, departing from the spot. Dallong, sensing Fei Shui's reluctance to pursue the topic, felt a pang of jealousy in his heart, but dared not voice it. Instead, he obediently followed her out of the woods. Upon returning home, Jerry found Wei Ju, Fengling, Yami, and Ming Feng anxiously awaiting him in the living room. Initially unconcerned, their worries began to mount as time dragged on, with Fengling, who had been fretting from the start, resembling an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. When Jerry finally arrived, a collective sigh of relief filled the room. However, Fengling, her face flushed, quickly declared, It's late. I shall retire to my room, and swiftly departed, leaving Jerry momentarily taken aback. Why was Fengling not questioning him as she usually would? Typically, she was far more inquisitive. The other three, aware of the reason behind her sudden shyness due to the earlier scene, stifled their laughter, knowing she felt embarrassed to face Jerry. As Wei Ju opened his mouth to speak, he caught sight of Jerry's face, and his expression shifted dramatically. He seized Jerry's hand, channeling a potent surge of magical energy into him. The previously cheerful Yami and Ming Feng were startled by Wei Ju's serious demeanor, their smiles fading instantly. Wei Ju's magic coursed through Jerry, and after a moment, he released Jerry's hand, immediately casting a high-level healing spell, enveloping Jerry in a radiant halo of sacred light. Jerry felt his wounds gradually healing. While not instantly cured, he found considerable relief. After a while, noticing Jerry appeared somewhat better, Wei Ju dismissed the healing spell, the halo dissipating slowly. With a grave tone, he addressed Jerry, "This is reckless. I noticed your injuries this afternoon, but I never expected them to worsen after your outing. Speak. What transpired out there? Did you engage in conflict again?" Jerry realized he could not conceal his injuries from Wei Ju any longer and recounted the evening's events in detail. Upon hearing this, Wei Ju's temper flared, his voice rising as he admonished, "Have you lost your mind? You dare provoke a Sky Knight while bearing such severe injuries? Do you understand that another person, with your condition, would be better than by now? And yet, you persist in using magic. Were it not for the suppression of your wounds by the god's judgment, you might not have returned at all. If you do not treat your injuries properly, you may find yourself unable to use magic in the future." Despite Wei Ju's harsh words, Jerry felt a warm sensation in his heart. From Wei Ju's reprimands and the concerned expressions of Yami and Ming Feng, he sensed a familial warmth enveloping him. "There is no need for concern. My injuries are not grave. A period of rest will suffice," Jerry reassured them. Wei Ju scoffed at this, retorting, "You should focus on healing instead of talking nonsense. I shall fetch Yushur immediately to see if he can assist with your injuries." Without another word, he vanished using spatial transfer magic. Jerry, touched by Wei Ju's concern, felt a surge of emotion and, acknowledging the severity of his condition, complied and settled into a meditative position. Although they were at home, Yami and Mingfeng promptly took on the role of guardians for Jerry. This unspoken concern, though not articulated, deeply touched Jerry's heart. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, the number of individuals who cared for him had been steadily increasing. This revelation brought a flicker of warmth to Jerry's eyes, a boy who once lived as a beggar and had come to understand the fickle nature of human relationships. Yet, this fleeting emotion was quickly obscured by his heavy eyelids as he focused intently on healing his wounds. As Jerry settled into a state of calm, he soon recognized that the tumult he had experienced on his journey back had aggravated his injuries. The magical elements that should have been contained within his meridians had now escaped, rampaging throughout his body. The 6 elemental forces, fire, water, earth, wind, light, and darkness, were at odds with one another, clashing relentlessly within him. Each element, equal in strength, could not overcome the others, leading to a continuous cycle of conflict. The resulting tumult only served to inflict further damage upon his internal organs, which were already considerably harmed. If this persisted, his innards would soon become incapable of sustaining him. Jerry perceived the magical elements as treating his body as a battlefield, each vying to vanquish the others and claim sole ownership of his form. A vague sensation stirred within him, hinting that something had eluded his attention. After pondering for a moment without clarity, he noticed the chaos among the magical elements intensifying. Setting aside other thoughts, Jerry began to slowly channel his true energy from his dantian, navigating through his meridians. To his surprise, the flow of true energy was remarkably smooth, even more so than usual. This struck him as peculiar, as he remembered forcibly casting water curtain, celestial splendor in the afternoon. Feeling an overwhelming surge of uncontrollable water elements flooding into his meridians, he had anticipated that such a powerful influx would damage his meridians. Yet it seemed that the force had merely displaced the magical elements from within the meridians to the outside, without harming them. Contemplating this, Jerry instinctively slowed the pace of his true energy, observing the changes in his meridians. In this moment of reflection, the source of his earlier confusion became clear. He had overlooked the spatial magical elements. Lacking offensive capability, he had dismissed them. Yet spatial magic is among the most challenging to master in the realm of magic. Some exceptionally talented mages may swiftly learn other forms of magic, but may never wield spatial magic throughout their lifetimes due to its unique characteristics. Now, the spatial magical elements enveloped the sides of his meridians, segregating his true energy from the magical elements into 2 distinct realms, forever unable to meet. Jerry couldn't help but ponder. Since the magical elements had detached from the meridians, it could be understood that they were beyond his control. How then could his wind blade, unleashed in anger amidst the woods at night, and the subsequent spatial transfer succeed? With this thought, Jerry opened his eyes and attempted to cast the spell Fireball. A fireball materialized in midair, and as he meticulously observed, he discovered that the fire magic elements were released from certain meridians that were otherwise inaccessible to his vital energy. Ami and Mingfeng looked at Jerry in astonishment, unable to comprehend why he still had the leisure to play with magic. As Jerry released the fire elements from the fireball, he suddenly felt a chaotic surge of magical elements within him, colliding with a ferocity that was double that of before, exacerbating the injuries he had sustained. At that moment, Jerry, Ami, and Mingfeng sensed a subtle magical fluctuation in the living room. Although they suspected that Wei Jue had returned, they stood up tensely, gathering their full strength. Jerry reassured them, saying, "No need to be anxious. It is grandfather Wei Jue and my master." No sooner had he spoken than the space in the living room rippled, and Wei Jue and Yuesher appeared in the center, their faces etched with urgency. Upon seeing Yuesher's worried expression, Jerry felt a warmth in his heart. Not wishing to see Yuesher distressed, he suppressed his pain and jokingly remarked, "Master, why the rush? Even a simple spell like spatial transfer causes such a commotion. This is unlike you. Your skills seem to have diminished. How can you continue to be my master?" Indeed, typically, a mage capable of employing spatial transfer would consciously minimize the magical fluctuations produced during the spell's execution. For mages of Wei Jue and Yuesher's caliber, using spatial transfer would not generate even the slightest ripple of magic. This clearly indicated their urgency in returning. Yuesher's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback that Jerry's first words upon seeing him were such. Ami and Mingfeng, standing by, wished to laugh but refrained, their faces contorted in suppressed mirth. Yuesher's gaze scanned Jerry, and noticing that aside from his pallor, he appeared unscathed, he felt a slight relief. He then playfully delivered a sharp knock to Jerry's head, his expression sour, and said, "Isn't it because Wei Jue told me you were about to meet your end? He rushed to find me, dragging me back here without a moment's pause. I didn't expect this cheeky rascal to still have the energy to tease me. Perhaps I should put in more effort and ensure you truly meet your fate." Jerry smiled, choosing not to retort. Although he may not have shown proper respect for his master in words, he held a deep respect for Yuesher in his heart. Aware that Yuesher preferred students who were unconventional, he understood that Yuesher harbored a genuine affection for him. Seeing Jerry silent, Yuesher adopted a gleeful demeanor and said, "I must say, my disciple, you truly embody the spirit of my teachings, daring to undertake what others would not. Even attempting to forcefully cast a forbidden spell is a perilous endeavor. Good, you have courage. Next time such an incident occurs, remember to notify your master in advance, so I can be there to document it. This way, your future junior brothers and sisters will know what a bold elder brother they have." Jerry chuckled, while Wei Jue anxiously interjected, "What is the matter? Can you two, master and disciple, refrain from arguing until the injury is treated? Let's first assess the condition, shall we?" Upon witnessing Wei Jue's urgency, both Yuesher and Jerry felt a twinge of embarrassment and ceased their banter. Yuesher, genuinely concerned for Jerry, without further ado, placed his hand upon Jerry's crown. A surge of magical energy flowed from Yuesher directly into Jerry's being, causing his expression to change abruptly. Previously, Wei Jue had performed a similar act, but at that time, Jerry had not noticed the alterations brought about by Wei Jue's magic. Subsequently, Wei Jue, preoccupied with worries over Jerry's injuries, failed to elucidate the results of the magical probing. This time, Jerry calmed his mind and meticulously observed the changes instigated by Yuesher's magic within himself. Yuesher's magic was predominantly composed of the elements of water, wind, light, and space, with fire and earth being significantly less represented, while dark elements were nearly absent. Upon entering Jerry's body, the magical elements within Yuesher's power swiftly assimilated with those present in Jerry, igniting a more intense internal struggle. The dark elements, lacking reinforcements, began to falter, while Jerry felt a severe pain radiate through his insides, his complexion paling as he stifled any cries of anguish. Yuesher soon recognized the predicament and promptly withdrew his magic, supporting Jerry as the jovial demeanor vanished from his face, replaced by a serious and concerned expression. "Jerry, are you all right?" he inquired. Jerry, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, gritted his teeth and managed a pained smile, replying, "I'm fine." Wei Jue, standing nearby, asked with concern, "Senior brother, how is Jerry's condition? Do you have a way to heal him?" Yuesher straightened up, gazing at Jerry, who returned a knowing smile. Yuesher, with a wry smile of his own, addressed Wei Jue, Ami, and Ming Feng. It is a miracle that this lad survived after recklessly casting a supreme spell. I initially thought it was due to Jerry's dual mastery of magic and martial arts, but it turns out he has sustained severe injuries, and the magical elements within him are in chaos. Moreover, he forcefully cast magic again, exacerbating his wounds. At this moment, I find myself at a loss. Jerry muttered softly. I didn't want to either. Hearing this, Yu Shi, in a fit of anger, playfully delivered a light smack to Jerry's head, exclaiming, While I can understand the incident from this afternoon, what happened later? Why did you cast magic again? Speak. Jerry, feigning lightheartedness, cradled his head and winced, attempting to evade the question. At that moment, Feng Ling burst from the room, her eyes red and brimming with tears, as she threw herself into Jerry's embrace, sobbing, Brother, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me this afternoon, you wouldn't be hurt like this. Taken aback, Jerry tenderly stroked Feng Ling's soft hair and spoke gently. Feng Ling, do not cry. It is not your fault. I am fine. In a few days, Master will heal me. Feng Ling looked up at Yu Shi with tear-filled eyes, and upon seeing her sorrowful visage, Jerry gestured urgently from behind. Sighing, Yu Shi reassured Feng Ling, I will have your grandfather heal Jerry. Rest assured, Feng Ling. Upon hearing Yu Ji's assurance, finally ceased her tears. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired of Jerry, Brother, did you just engage in a scuffle with Fei Shui? Did she compel you to act? At this, Wei Ju, Yu Shi, Yumi, and Ming Feng were engulfed with indignation. The woman, whom Jerry had rescued just that afternoon, had the audacity to repay his kindness with malice. Regardless of her status as a princess, they vowed not to let her escape unscathed. Jerry, sensing the gravity of the situation, recognized that Feng Ling's words had ignited a murderous intent among the group. If he failed to clarify, these four might rush to the palace to confront Fei Shui, and while he was indifferent to her fate, he certainly did not wish for any trouble to befall them in the heavily guarded palace. Thus, he hastily provided a brief explanation of the evening's events, omitting certain details. After all, if he divulged everything, these individuals would undoubtedly wreak havoc at the palace. Once Jerry completed his explanation, the others grasped the situation, and as the night grew late, the conversation shifted back to Jerry's injuries. Yumi and Ming Feng showed no inclination to return to their dormitory, wishing to devise a plan alongside him. However, Wei Ju and Yu Ji insisted that their lack of magical abilities rendered their presence futile, thus persuading the two to retreat to Jerry's room for rest. Feng Ling, however, stubbornly refused to leave, and despite their futile attempts at persuasion, she remained resolute. Ultimately, she nestled in Jerry's embrace, unwilling to rise. Following the recent events, Feng Ling had released her inhibitions. She genuinely harbored feelings for Jerry, a sentiment that had become evident to all, and thus she chose to no longer conceal it, comfortably settling in his arms. Jerry, not overthinking the situation, simply embraced her with a tender affection. Wei Ju and Yu Ji, the cunning old foxes, pretended to be oblivious to the burgeoning romance, instead engrossed in their own discussion regarding healing methods, allowing the naive Jerry and the budding romantic Feng Ling the freedom to explore their feelings. Unfortunately, while the flowers yearned for the rain, the stream remained unaware of their affection. When would Jerry come to understand the heart of a young girl? Meanwhile, in a secret chamber within the palace, Emperor Kyle of the Kingdom of Antonio sat comfortably in a large chair, alongside the recently returned Fei Shui and Delon. Mengbu stood before Kyle, head bowed and hands clasped. Kyle leisurely sipped from a glass of wine, slowly processing the report he had just received. As Fei Shui gazed at her father, her thoughts inadvertently drifted to Jerry's fierce gaze and his strikingly handsome figure, embodying the essence of a man willing to protect his family at all costs. The thought of having someone like that care for her caused her cheeks to flush. Having digested the information in his mind, Kyle intended to further inquire about Fei Shui's perception of Jerry as the Grim Reaper. But he was taken aback to find his daughter lost in thought, her face flushed and eyes dazed, a quintessential image of a lovesick girl. Kyle glanced at Delon, who was staring blankly at Fei Shui, and shook his head inwardly. Although the young man possessed talent, his emotional maturity was clearly insufficient. Such susceptibility to distraction could lead to significant consequences in the future. Kyle gently cleared his throat, rousing the two distracted individuals from their reverie. Upon regaining her senses, Fei Shui realized she had been daydreaming about Jerry, and as she caught sight of Kyle's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, leaving Dallin, who had also snapped back to reality, momentarily speechless. Observing this, Kyle could not help but shake his head in dismay. As the playful glimmer in Kyle's eyes faded, Fei Xue's mood gradually settled. She cast an annoyed glance at Dallin, who was still staring at her in a daze. This finally jolted Dallin into action. He quickly lowered his head, too timid to meet Fei Xue's gaze again. With both of them now alert, Kyle seized the moment to pose his question. Fei Xue, do you believe that Jerry is the one who killed Turin? After a moment of contemplation, Fei Xue responded, from a martial arts perspective, it seems unlikely. The Reaper has consistently exhibited the prowess of a sky warrior, and there are only about 30 individuals on the continent with such strength. However, Jerry displayed magical abilities this afternoon at the level of a magus. If Jerry were indeed the Reaper, this would generally be impossible. Yet, according to intelligence from the Toka family, there were faint traces of fire magic elements detected at the site of Turin's death, signals imperceptible to ordinary people, suggesting that someone had cast a spell and subsequently concealed it through other means. This implies a strong possibility that Jerry is connected to Turin's demise, perhaps even associated with the Reaper. As she spoke, Fei Xue pondered deeply, questioning if Jerry truly was not the Reaper. Why did she continually feel that he had killed Turin? Based on Jerry's words from that evening, her feminine intuition insisted that Jerry was indeed the Reaper, exacting punishment on Turin for his disrespect towards her sister. Kyle, who had been closely observing Fei Xue, noticed her contemplative demeanor. Without making a fuss, he signaled for Dallin to take his leave and rest. Once Dallin had departed, a sharp gleam flickered in Kyle's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Fei Xue and inquired, Fei Xue, is there something more you wish to share? Startled by Kyle's serious demeanor, Fei Xue sighed, I merely have a feeling. Kyle pressed on, what kind of feeling? I just sense that Jerry is the Reaper. Moreover, there seems to be an odd sensation towards him that I cannot quite articulate, she confessed. Upon hearing this, Kyle's stern expression softened into a kind smile. Without uttering a word, he gently patted Fei Xue's shoulder and remarked, my dear, you have grown. After a moment of reflection, he continued, you should refrain from pursuing this matter any further and focus on your studies at the academy. Did you not mention that you have a good rapport with Fengling? Why not cultivate a genuine friendship with her? Since you turned 10, I have not witnessed your sincere smile. Alas, had you been born into a common family, you might have been far happier. You have endured much over the years. Feeling the warmth of a father's concern, Fei Xue embraced Kyle and softly replied, I am not suffering. Father, I feel no hardship by your side. This is simply what I am meant to do. Kyle gently stroked Fei Xue's hair and said, child, it is time for you to forge sincere friendships. A person cannot thrive in solitude. Heed my words, and for this period, cast aside your identity as a princess. Engage with Fengling as a fellow student of the academy. Tears welled up in Fei Xue's eyes as she embraced Kyle tightly, nodding earnestly in agreement. In the Weijia household, as time passed, one plan after another was dismissed, and the spirits of Yushur, Weijia, and Fengling grew increasingly somber. Such a predicament had never before occurred, and discovering an effective treatment proved to be quite a challenge. By dawn, the group deliberated and presented two viable treatment options. The first involved dispatching someone to seek the light priest Beishing, one of the top 10 experts, whose mastery of light magic could potentially heal Jerry's wounds. However, Beishing had been traversing the continent for years, assisting the ailing, and his precise whereabouts remained unknown, rendering this promising solution infeasible. The second option entailed Weijia and Yushur exerting all their efforts to protect Jerry's internal organs from damage, while Jerry attempted to regain control over the magical elements. Although this method did not guarantee success, it stood as the most hopeful alternative at present. Tears brimmed in Fengling's eyes, her anxiety palpable. Jerry offered her a broad smile, assuring, Fengling, trust me, I will surely regain control over the magical elements. With tears in her eyes, Fengling nodded vigorously, as if the intensity of her belief could bolster Jerry's chances of success. Upon awakening Ami and Mingfeng, who had been unable to sleep due to their worries, they emerged from their room, immediately inquiring, have you devised a solution? Is there a way to heal Jerry? Weijia recounted the proposed plans to them, explaining that he, Jerry, and Yushur would head to Yushur's residence to test their feasibility. He instructed Ami and Mingfeng to stay close to Fengling, ensuring nothing untoward occurred during this time. Although they yearned to accompany him, they suppressed their desire, recognizing that Fengling needed protection. Hearing this, Fengling adamantly insisted on joining Jerry, prompting Weijia to raise his voice in admonishment. How dare you cause such a commotion? Were it not for your actions, Jerry would not be in this state. We are not going to play. We are going to treat his injuries. You must reflect on your behavior. Feng Ling gazed at Wei Jia in shock throughout her memories. He had never scolded her before. This was the first time he had raised his voice, and a wave of grievance washed over her, mingled with guilt for Jerry's condition. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, falling to the ground as she turned and threw herself into Jerry's embrace, murmuring, "Jerry, I'm so sorry. My willfulness has brought this upon you. I only wanted to care for you." Jerry, pained, gently patted Feng Ling's back, softly reassuring her, "Feng Ling, I understand. I will not hold it against you. Yesterday's events were not solely your fault. However, it is precisely because grandfather is concerned for me that he speaks to you in such a loud voice. Please do not hold it against him. For there is a reason behind his reluctance for you to accompany us." Feng Ling slowly wiped away her tears, rising from Jerry's embrace, and inquired, "What is that reason?" Jerry glanced at Wei Ju, who looked remorseful after having scolded Feng Ling to tears, and replied, "You must understand that our healing process cannot be disturbed by external factors. Your presence would not be of assistance and could potentially cause complications, which is why your grandfather prefers that you do not come along." After hearing Jerry's explanation, Feng Ling nodded silently. Wei Ju, noticing Feng Ling's lingering sadness, felt a pang of heartache for his granddaughter, whom he had raised since childhood. With a sigh, he spoke. "Feng Ling, my tone was too harsh just now. Please do not blame your grandfather." Feng Ling looked up, forcing a smile, and replied, "Grandfather, I do not hold any resentment. It is I who has erred and deserves the scolding. Please do not take it to heart." At that moment, "You sure?" Growing impatient with their prolonged conversation, interjected, "You are all rather troublesome. Have you finished? If so, let us be on our way. Ami, Ming Feng." And Feng Ling bid farewell to Jerry and Wei Ju, wishing them well before Yushur abruptly used space displacement magic to whisk Jerry away. Wei Ju then urged the remaining three to take care before following suit. Feng Ling, Ami, and Ming Feng were all consumed with concern for Jerry, their spirits dampened, and they had little appetite for breakfast. After a hasty meal, they made their way to the academy. Ami and Ming Feng exchanged greetings with Feng Ling, promising to return for her after class before parting ways. Feng Ling wandered alone, lost in her thoughts, towards the magic classroom. Inside, Fei Shui had already arrived. Surrounded by noble students who were lavishing her with flattery, to which she responded with a cool yet courteous demeanor. Upon noticing Feng Ling's entrance, Fei Shui's eyes brightened, and she swiftly parted from the group to approach her. Feng Ling, lost in her melancholic reflections, realized that she usually entered the classroom alongside Jerry, occupying their customary seats. Today, however, she was entirely alone, and an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over her. Fei Shui reached Feng Ling's side, grasping her arm with a beaming smile, and exclaimed, "Feng Ling, why have you arrived so late? I have been waiting for you." After a moment, she discreetly glanced behind Feng Ling, failing to spot Jerry, and felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Curiously, she asked, "Where is your brother? I heard others say he usually accompanies you." Feng Ling numbly approached her seat, responding in a monotone, "My brother is not attending class today." Fei Shui exhaled a sigh of relief, her heart settling back into place. Had Jerry been present, she was uncertain how she would face him. However, something felt amiss. Feng Ling's voice sounded peculiar. Upon closer inspection, Fei Shui noticed Feng Ling's downcast expression and the redness around her eyes, unmistakably indicating that she had been crying. Alarmed, Fei Shui quickly asked, "Feng Ling, what is wrong? You appear quite unwell." With a sudden flush in her eyes, Feng Ling spoke with a quavering voice, "My brother sustained grave injuries while rescuing us yesterday afternoon. Last night, his condition inexplicably worsened, and he may be in a perilous state. My grandfather is currently attending to him." Fei Shui was suddenly seized by an overwhelming sensation, her heart racing. Without a moment's thought, she sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "What? He is in danger? We must hurry back and summon the palace healer at once." The others in the class were taken aback, unsure of what Feng Ling had disclosed to Fei Shui that prompted such a fervent reaction. Feng Ling was equally startled. She had not anticipated Fei Shui's sudden outburst. She quickly grasped Fei Shui's arm, urging her, "Fei Shui, please do not rush. Right now, my grandfather and my brother's master are working together to find a way to heal him, but I do not know their whereabouts." Upon hearing Feng Ling's words, Fei Shui gradually regained her composure. Noticing the puzzled expressions of her classmates, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What had come over her? Why had she reacted so anxiously upon learning of Jerry's severe injuries? It was indeed quite an embarrassing display. Jerry and Wei Ju arrived at the residence of Yushur. Together, Wei Ju and Yushur cast a protective barrier, within which individuals are shielded from any external attacks and are unable to hear sounds from the outside world. Only a force possessing magical power exceeding that of Wei Ju and Yushur combined could potentially breach this barrier. Furthermore, those within the barrier cannot launch attacks outward, rendering it a sanctuary of safety, devoid of any risk of damaging external surroundings. Once everything was arranged, Jerry settled cross-legged at the center of the barrier, with Wei Ju positioned in front of him and Yushur behind. Both placed their hands upon Jerry, channeling their collective magical energy. Wei Ju glanced at Jerry, who appeared unusually tranquil, took a deep breath, and declared, "It begins." Upon uttering this, they directed their magical energy into Jerry's body. However, the energy did not circulate within him, but instead formed a protective layer around his internal organs, safeguarding his vital systems. Jerry sensed the magical elements within him absorbing the energies from Wei Ju and Yushur, gradually expanding. He quickly focused his mind, attempting to tame the chaotic magical elements swirling inside him. To control the magical elements, one must merge their consciousness with the magic, the greater the mental strength, the higher the degree of integration, resulting in more potent spells and greater command over magical energy. This is also a standard for categorizing the ranks of mages. With Jerry's prowess as a magic master, his mental strength was already formidable, achieving an 80% fusion with the magical elements. However, Jerry's considerable strength also meant he would endure greater suffering. Upon merging his consciousness with a particular magical element, he experienced intense pain as it collided with other magical elements, sending sharp jolts to his head. This sudden agony caused his focus to waver, disrupting the connection between his mind and the magical elements, leading him to moan in distress. Wei Ju, alarmed, opened his eyes and anxiously inquired, "Jerry, are you all right?" This chaotic uprising of magical elements within the body was unprecedented, leaving both Wei Ju and Yushur uncertain of the outcome. Typically, mages would integrate a portion of their mental strength with a fraction of the magical elements within them, subsequently attracting a multitude of external magical elements to cast spells. Thus, the magnitude of a mage's mental strength directly influences their rank and the scale of spells they can perform, as the completion of magic relies on external magical elements. The connection to one's consciousness is not particularly strong. In contrast, Jerry was dedicating all his mental energy to merging with the magical elements within, meaning he would also experience the shocks endured by those elements. Should Jerry manage to regain control over the magical elements within him, his injuries would heal without the need for remedies, an endeavor that risked his very life. Taking a few deep breaths, Jerry reassured Wei Ju, "It's fine, let us proceed." Upon concluding his words, Jerry began to close his eyes in deep concentration. For the first time, he merged with the fire element, the most dynamic among the 7 elemental forces. If left undisturbed, it would still seek to provoke others. Thus, as soon as Jerry successfully integrated it, he was met with a violent backlash. This time, he chose to merge with the dark element, currently the weakest of the 7 within his being, lurking in a corner. As Jerry fused with the dark magic, he endured several intense shocks, waves of excruciating pain relentlessly battering his nervous system. His entire body involuntarily trembled, his complexion paling significantly until it was devoid of color. His teeth ground together audibly, and beads of sweat cascaded down from his hairline. Witnessing Jerry's distressing state, Wei Ju opened his eyes and, filled with empathy, gently urged, "Jerry, perhaps you should take a break and try again later." Jerry did not open his eyes. He merely gritted his teeth and shook his head, sweat dripping down his body with emotion. Wei Ju sighed, then focused his energy on safeguarding Jerry's form. The dark element sensed Jerry's spirit attempting to assert control and resisted vehemently. Yet, Jerry, despite the overwhelming pain, persevered in striving to master the dark element. An hour passed, then another, and half an hour more, until Jerry finally succeeded in commanding the dark element. Just as he exhaled in relief, he encountered a new dilemma. Although he had subdued the dark element, he found that his spirit could not simultaneously manage other magical elements alongside it. If he allocated only a fraction of his spirit to govern the dark element, it might remain subdued, yet he would be vulnerable to assaults from the other elements. It was akin to an army deprived of its supreme commander, continuously besieged by opposing forces. What was he to do? Finding himself at an impasse, Jerry endeavored to minimize the dark element, reducing its profile to lessen the target for the other element's attacks while he sought a solution. After much contemplation, his mind nearly bursting with frustration, he decided to take a brief respite. Redirecting his focus back to the dark element under his control, he suddenly realized that in his instinctive attempt to evade the collisions from the other elements, the dark element had shrunk further. Surprisingly, as it diminished, it became increasingly resilient to impact, with the assaults from the other elements losing their potency. A spark of inspiration ignited within Jerry. Could the elements indeed condense? The concentrated element appeared more formidable than before. If he could solidify the dark element to withstand the impacts, he would be free to manage the other magical elements. With this thought, Jerry eagerly intensified his control over the dark element, hastening its condensation. Ultimately, he succeeded in transforming the dark element into a solid sphere, compacted to its maximum extent. At this moment, the other elements began to steer clear of the dark sphere. Jerry was overwhelmed with joy, realizing he had discovered a method to quell the chaotic movements of the magical elements. Jerry left a small fragment of his spirit within the dark elemental sphere, while the majority surged toward his next target, the water elemental. The control over the water element had been relatively straightforward. However, upon mastering it, Jerry encountered an unforeseen dilemma. He had intended to bring the controlled water element close to the dark elemental sphere, hoping to merge the two and deter other elements from approaching. To his dismay, the convergence of these elements led to a conflict, and the dark sphere suddenly released a surge of dark energy, throwing the water magic into disarray. Had it not been for the resilience he developed from enduring the impacts while subduing the dark and water elements, this blow might have rendered him unconscious, causing the carefully controlled water element to escape once again. Frustration washed over Jerry as he realized his efforts had been in vain. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "If you want to allow me to nest beside you, I shall find another place." Once more, he managed to regain control over the water element, this time placing it in a different corner of his being. With immense effort, he condensed the water magic into a sphere and then charged towards the other magical elements. Meanwhile, Feng Ling had returned home with Yami and Ming Feng, their expressions dismal as they sat in the living room, despondently clouded by worry. To their side sat Fei Shui, equally troubled, all concerned for Jerry's well-being. Upon hearing from Feng Ling about Jerry's severe injuries, Fei Shui had insisted on following her home after school, eager for news. If Jerry was not healed by Wei Lu, Fei Shui was determined to take him to the palace to implore Kale to summon the nation's best to find the light priest Beixing to rescue him. Seeing Fei Shui's genuine concern, Feng Ling took her home with her. 3 days passed, and Jerry finally managed to bring all the tumultuous magical elements under control. The condensed magical orb within him formed a perfect hexagram, and his spirit grew significantly amidst the relentless pain. Additionally, during the merging of magics, he absorbed a portion of Wei Lu and Yushi's mana, surpassing both in magical power. Yet, Jerry remained oblivious to this change. Meanwhile, Wei Lu and Yushi, exhausted from their continuous exertion of magic over the past 3 days, barely registered Jerry's claim of recovery. Without pausing to check further, they opened the barrier, found the bed, and collapsed onto it, shoes still on, quickly succumbing to sleep. Aware of the toll their efforts had taken on the two elders, Jerry gently removed their shoes, adjusted their positions, and tucked them in with a blanket. After accomplishing all of this, Jerry once again settled into a meditative posture, calmly absorbing the magical elements present in the surrounding space. He discovered that his capacity to absorb and store these elements had significantly increased, and his affinity with the magical elements seemed to have deepened as well. However, at that moment, Jerry was oblivious to the fact that he had already attained the status of a mage. This was due to the long-standing belief that his martial prowess had always progressed alongside his magical abilities, with his martial skills initially surpassing his magical ones. Consequently, Jerry harbored a persistent illusion that his martial capabilities could only reach a level commensurate with his magical prowess. He attributed the enhancement of his magical energy solely to the successful condensation of the magical elements into spheres. Once Jerry replenished the magical elements within him, he noticed that the 6 magical spheres were rotating rapidly, akin to the flow of vital energy. The previous phenomenon of mutual repulsion among the elements had vanished. Observing the absence of repulsion between the magical spheres, Jerry set the matter aside and, when Wei Ju and Yushi awoke, he chose not to share this revelation with them. Jerry rose to his feet, noticing that Wei Ju and Yushi would not awaken anytime soon. Concerned about Feng Ling's well-being, he contemplated for a moment before lifting the shoes of Wei Ju and Yushi. He approached the bedside, and with a swirl of the spatial magic orb within him, A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, causing both the bed and its occupant to vanish. Oh, what a grand display of spatial transference magic, bringing the bed along back to Wei Ju's residence. In the living room, Feng Ling and others were seated, their silence palpable as they gazed towards the wide-open door. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy resonated through the space, and Jerry reappeared, bed in tow. Upon sighting him, Feng Ling and the others sprang to their feet in unison. Overjoyed, Feng Ling exclaimed, "Brother," and lunged at Jerry, wrapping her arms around his neck and spinning him around. Jerry embraced Feng Ling's waist, halting her exuberance. He cast a glance at the excited, trembling-lipped Ami and Ming Feng, who had followed closely behind, and softly urged Feng Ling. "Feng Ling, your brother is fine now. Please assist grandfather and the others into their rooms to rest. They have exhausted themselves for my sake." He then turned to Ami and Ming Feng, smiling, "I have returned. All is well." At that moment, upon seeing Jerry's return, Fei Shue's heart swelled with joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. However, when she noticed Feng Ling had thrown herself into Jerry's embrace, and Jerry naturally reciprocated, her expression soured. It pained her to see that Jerry's attention was solely on Feng Ling, Ami, and Ming Feng, leaving her feeling desolate. Swallowing her tears, Fei Shue forced a smile and addressed Jerry. "Jerry, congratulations on your recovery." Only then did Jerry notice Fei Shue standing nearby, his brow furrowing slightly as his smile faded. He offered a polite nod, replying, "Thank you for your concern, princess." Seeing Jerry's distant demeanor pierced Fei Shue's heart. She wore a genuine smile for Feng Ling and the others, yet her expression towards herself was one of cold formality. Fei Shue sighed softly, "Since you have recovered, I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your conversation." With that, her eyes glistened with tears, and fearing Jerry's notice, she swiftly turned to depart. Feng Ling, witnessing Fei Shue's sorrowful demeanor, felt a wave of sympathy wash over her. The past few days, Fei Shue's despondency had not gone unnoticed by Feng Ling, Ami, and Ming Feng, all of whom understood Fei Shue's affections for Jerry. Touched by Fei Shue's plight, Feng Ling set aside her previous biases, embracing Fei Shue as a dear friend and sister. Observing Fei Shue's heartache from Jerry's indifference, Feng Ling glared at Jerry and scolded, "Humph, brother. Why must you be so unkind to Sister Fei Shue?" With that, she broke free from Jerry's grasp and hurried after Fei Shue, grasping her arm. "Sister Fei Shue, please don't go. You have been worried about Jerry alongside us these past few days. Why must you leave now that he has returned?" Jerry stood in stunned silence, while Fei Shue, her innermost feelings laid bare by Feng Ling, felt a rush of crimson bloom upon her fair cheeks. She wished to flee, yet her feet remained rooted to the spot, unresponsive to her command. Jerry opened his mouth but uttered no sound before closing it again, a wave of amusement washing over him. Just a few days prior, Feng Ling had been consumed by jealousy at a mere glance he cast towards Fei Shue. Yet today she donned the guise of a matchmaker. After reflecting on Fei Shue's angry words from a few days ago, he had spent considerable time contemplating his true feelings. Beyond the ordinary bond of brother and sister, it seemed he had developed sentiments for Feng Ling that transcended familial affection. Although he was uncertain if Feng Ling could reciprocate these feelings, her unintentional displays in recent days suggested she too harbored something special for him. However, Feng Ling's current matchmaking demeanor left him perplexed. It seemed her thoughts had shifted in the 3 days they had not seen each other. Feng Ling pulled Fei Shue back, looking at Jerry with an expression of confusion, and said, "Brother, Fei Shue and I have become very close friends. You must not bully her." Jerry felt a bitter smile forming. It appeared Feng Ling was once again bringing trouble upon him. Since he had come to terms with his feelings for her, he had also discerned Fei Shue's intentions. His earlier attempt to maintain a cold demeanor towards Fei Shue had been to deter her, but Feng Ling's intervention had rendered that effort futile. After assisting Wei Jun and Yushi back to their room, Jerry returned to bed. Feng Ling and Fei Shue cheerfully prepared some dishes, and they all gathered around to share a meal. Jerry looked at the few of them, their faces drawn and weary, feeling a surge of emotion, particularly for Fei Shue, who had also lost considerable weight. Her once round chin had taken on a sharper form. It was truly moving to have such a beautiful girl concerned for him. To deny his feelings would be disingenuous. Yet his heart belonged solely to Feng Ling. It seemed imperative to clarify matters with Fei Shue sooner rather than later, lest she mistakenly cast her affections upon him. In the ensuing days, the group became inseparable. Fei Shue would arrive early at Wei Jun's home each day, accompanying Feng Ling and Jerry to the academy. Eventually, she even began to stay over, sharing a bed with Fengling. Jerry, deliberately or not, continued to avoid Fei Xue. Although he was aware of her fiery gaze occasionally drifting towards him, his heart had already acknowledged his feelings for Fengling, and he wished to steer clear of any further emotional entanglements. Unfortunately, Fengling frequently teased him about Fei Xue, which only added to his frustration. Initially, the Academy's populace was astonished by Fengling and Fei Xue's constant companionship with Jerry, but over time, it became a familiar sight. Rumors began to swirl, claiming that the two most beautiful girls in the Academy, Fengling and Fei Xue, were both enamored with Jerry. Meanwhile, the animosity from the Toka and Hai families towards the Wei Jun household deepened, and the spies lurking near Wei Jun's home were dispatched. For if Princess Fei Xue truly had feelings for Jerry, she would undoubtedly intervene in any plot against Wei Jun and Fengling. Consequently, they buried their intentions against Wei Jun. Yet such thoughts would not vanish easily, especially for the Toka family, for the death of Tairin was an everlasting wound. And the vendetta against Xing Ba for the loss of his son must be avenged. Within the Academy, other noble students began to exhibit varying degrees of interest towards Jerry, particularly the male students. Upon learning of the princess's presence at the Academy, they all aspired to win her affection, believing that capturing her heart would elevate their status. However, to their dismay, Fei Xue showed no interest in any male student apart from Jerry. Furthermore, Fengling, one of the Academy's beauties, had always been utterly devoted to Jerry, inciting jealousy among all the male students towards him. Jerry, who already harbored disdain for the noble students, became even more indifferent to their presence, regarding them as trivial distractions. As days passed, Fei Xue's affections for Jerry grew increasingly evident, leading the noble male students to a breaking point, prompting them to challenge Jerry to a pointless duel. On that fateful day, Jerry followed Fengling and Fei Xue into the Academy, a routine that had become customary. With Fengling and Fei Xue walking ahead, Jerry trailed behind, while Yami and Ming Feng, who resided at the Academy, stubbornly refused to return to the Weiju residence, claiming that they needed to rest after the effort they expended to protect Fengling during Jerry's recovery. Jerry, witnessing their smug expressions, felt an overwhelming urge to confront them, yet their obstinacy left him with no recourse. Upon entering the classroom, a letter suddenly soared towards him. Jerry extended his hand to catch it and glanced in the direction from which it came. Ah, a familiar face, Dallin. Montbu, seeing Jerry receive the letter, arrogantly remarked, "Kid, remember not to disappoint." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Jerry bewildered. Fengling and Fei Xue turned back, inquiring about the commotion. Upon opening the letter, Jerry discovered that Dallin and 9 other students had summoned him to the training grounds at noon for a duel. Should Jerry lose, he would be compelled to distance himself from Fei Xue and cease his pursuit of her. With a resigned expression, Jerry pondered the absurdity of the situation. Who was truly harassing whom? He had never sought to approach Fei Xue. It was always she who used Fengling as an excuse to draw near him. It was hard to believe that a princess would ever pursue him. After reading the letter, Fengling looked at Jerry with a beaming smile, while Fei Xue blushed, casting a fleeting glance at him. Noticing Jerry's helpless demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle, which only intensified the resentment of the noble students lurking nearby. They knew that Fei Xue had never smiled at any other noble student like this, yet Jerry remained oblivious, blissfully unaware of his fortune. The noble students collectively resolved to defeat Jerry before the princess, aiming to separate her from what they deemed a foul nuisance. As noon approached, Jerry felt an intense reluctance to honor this challenge, yet he recognized that refusing would only lead to greater complications in the future. Alas, why was it that his desire for a simple, unobtrusive existence seemed perpetually out of reach? With a deep sigh, Jerry made his way towards the training grounds. While Fengling and Fei Xue stifled their laughter behind him, Jerry was acutely aware of their amusement, yet felt compelled to proceed. The Academy had constructed a training ground adjacent to the teaching building to provide students with a venue to hone their martial skills and magical prowess. This expansive arena could accommodate 200 martial arts students and an equal number of magic practitioners simultaneously, equipped with an array of high-end facilities. The training grounds were divided into martial and magical arenas, with several designated areas for students to engage in friendly duels and exchanges. Typically, whenever disputes arose among students, they would convene at the central dueling arena, leaving the surrounding areas for less formal practice matches. Consequently, the central arena remained largely unoccupied, reserved for official contests that garnered the attention of the entire academy, where the defeated would face considerable embarrassment. Today, however, The noble students had chosen the central arena for their contest, arriving early to await their opponents. Most students, upon witnessing activity in the central arena, were drawn to observe, especially since the formidable Darien was among them. By the time Jerry arrived, several hundred students had gathered, and as Fengling, Feishue, and others ascended the arena, whispers circulated among the crowd. The match was to be between Darien and Jerry, the latter having recently garnered significant attention. It was common knowledge that Darien harbored feelings for Feishue and had publicly declared his intent to pursue her. Seeing her show interest in Jerry was likely to provoke his jealousy, as he sought to assert his dominance over Jerry. Fengling, well aware of Jerry's capabilities, did not express any concern, while Feishue believed that with Jerry's proficiency as a mage, he could at least protect himself, even if he might not triumph over Darien. Especially given Jerry's previous demonstration of the advanced water magic, water curtain of celestial splendor. Thus, Fengling and Feishue stood at the sidelines, eagerly anticipating how Jerry would handle Darien. At that moment, two other young men hastily ascended the arena to stand behind Jerry. These were Yami and Mingfeng, who had learned of Jerry's duel through their fellow classmates and rushed over. While their stated concern for Jerry was somewhat disingenuous, as their recent prowess had vastly improved, they found it difficult to find opponents for practice. They were keen to engage Jerry, hoping to spar and relieve some pent-up energy. Upon seeing the excited expressions on Yami and Mingfeng's faces, Jerry couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Their presence meant he could avoid direct confrontation. With this thought, Jerry boldly addressed Darien. "Did you not have over 10 people eager to challenge me? As long as one among you can defeat my two friends, I shall engage in combat with you. However, should you fail to overcome them, I shall withdraw from this encounter." Dallin remained silent. Having witnessed Jerry wield magic in the woods, he recognized Jerry's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, the noble students around him could no longer contain themselves, erupting in loud insults. Jerry cast a cold glance at the group opposite him. Apart from Dallin, none of them had attained the level of Earth Warrior, while Yami and Mingfeng had already reached that status. Hearing the noble students' taunts, Yami and Mingfeng felt compelled to retaliate with their own insults. Jerry raised a hand to restrain both of them and addressed them in a voice audible to all. "Do not let your tempers flare. Have you ever encountered a rabid dog barking aimlessly by the roadside? Do you know how to deal with such mad dogs? A swift kick is all it takes to silence them. They will scurry away with their tails between their legs." Yami and Mingfeng understood Jerry's intent and deliberately turned towards the noisy nobles, laughing loudly. The noble students fell silent, and Fengling and Feishue, witnessing their furious expressions, stifled their laughter, causing the surrounding students to erupt in mirth. Seeing the noble students rendered speechless, Dallin felt compelled to speak sincerely to Jerry. "Jerry, today we merely wish to exchange insights on our studies, with no ulterior motives. Since you mentioned that we must defeat your two friends to challenge you, let us each send one representative to spar, keeping our exchanges light and ensuring no one is harmed. If anyone were to sustain injuries, it would be something none of us would wish to witness. Should your friends truly prevail against my companions, I hope to face you myself. How does that sound?" Jerry discerned that Yami and Mingfeng were not Dallin's equals, and he felt a flicker of admiration for Dallin. Curious about the disparity between the gentlemanly demeanor he displayed and the tone of the letter he had received, Jerry nodded in agreement to Dallin's proposal. The noble students beside Dallin were a group of inept individuals, emboldened by Dallin's backing to challenge Jerry. They had intended for Dallin to take the lead, but now they found themselves compelled to participate, unable to retreat. Gritting their teeth, they stepped into the fray. The outcome was predictable. None of the noble students could withstand even 10 moves from Yami and Mingfeng. The latter, growing disinterested, easily dispatched their opponents, their nonchalance further infuriating the noble students. After the last noble student was defeated by Mingfeng, he turned to Jerry, intending to caution him to be wary during his upcoming match with Dallin. Suddenly, the fallen noble student drew a dagger and lunged at him. Jerry, disheartened by the low caliber of the noble students, who were no match for Yami and Mingfeng, let down his guard. To his astonishment, the last noble student, in a fit of rage, attempted to ambush Mingfeng. By the time Jerry and Yami shouted a warning, "Mingfeng, be careful," it was too late. Mingfeng, still smiling, felt a sudden pain in his side as a dagger pierced his right waist, blood gushing forth like a spring, instantly staining his clothes crimson. Yami and Fengling rushed forward, their hearts aching with fury. The noble student, having struck, turned to flee. But a massive fireball was already hurtling towards him, cast by Jerry, who had been the first to reach Mingfeng's side, supporting his faltering form. The sight of Mingfeng's grievous state sent a chill radiating from Jerry, who witnessed the noble student attempting to escape amidst the chaos. With a swift motion, Jerry conjured a fireball the size of a basin aimed at the noble student, devoid of any pity, only consumed by boundless rage and a murderous intent. If that fireball struck the noble student, given Jerry's magical prowess, survival would be impossible. As the fireball closed in, the noble student felt a searing heat at his back. Suddenly, a long sword appeared, piercing the heart of the fireball, dispersing it with a resounding crack, sparks flying in all directions. A figure wielding the sword emerged behind the noble student, Dallin. Indeed, it was Dallin who, at the critical moment, intervened to save the noble student on the brink of death. Jerry's expression hardened like ice, his gaze as cold as stars, glaring at Dallin as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. Dallin, is this what you call restraint? Dallin, sensing Jerry's rising murderous intent, felt a chill of trepidation within. He understood his own predicament. He had no deep ties with these noble students, merely exchanging pleasantries in passing. Yesterday, this group of noble students had sought him out, claiming that Jerry had been persistently pursuing Princess Fateful and wanted him to join in challenging Jerry. Although Dallin suspected the truth was not as simple, he saw an opportunity to impress Princess Fateful and to witness Jerry's true strength. Recalling how Jerry had once forced him down from a tree with a single wind blade, he had naively agreed, not foreseeing the aftermath of their defeat. However, if Jerry were to kill the noble student before him, it would not only bring shame upon Dallin, but also leave him unable to explain himself to the noble student's family. With Jerry now targeting him, Dallin realized that he was trapped in a predicament he could not extricate himself from, and a wry smile crept across his face. As Jerry noticed that Dallin remained silent and was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his arm, which startled him. Turning to look at Mingfeng, whom he had been supporting, he realized that Mingfeng had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Jerry couldn't help but curse himself for neglecting to tend to Mingfeng's wound before seeking trouble with others. He relinquished his support of Mingfeng to Yami and closely examined the injury. The wound was located on Mingfeng's right side, and although the dagger had penetrated deeply, it appeared that no vital organs had been harmed. However, the blood continued to flow profusely. Jerry spoke to Yami in a hushed tone. Yami, steady Mingfeng. I must extract the dagger. Yami understood that without removing the dagger, healing magic could not be cast upon the wound. With a serious expression, she nodded in acknowledgement. Jerry then turned to the pale-faced Foling and Feishue, who were visibly shaken by the sight of blood, and instructed, as soon as you see me draw the dagger, both of you must exert every ounce of your strength to cast healing spells. We must staunch the flow of blood, understood? The two, still looking wan, nodded in agreement and began to gather their magical energy. Jerry bent down, grasping the dagger firmly, took a deep breath, and with a swift motion, he pulled it free. Mingfeng let out a pained groan, his body convulsed, and a torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound. Yami pressed down on Mingfeng's body, preventing him from moving in order to avert further blood loss. Simultaneously, Fengling and Feishue began to chant holy light, and two radiant halos enveloped Mingfeng's injury. Under the healing influence of their magic, the bleeding quickly subsided, and the wound began to heal gradually. Standing upright, Jerry joined Fengling and Feishue in casting holy light to heal Mingfeng. With their combined efforts, the wound closed, yet Mingfeng appeared pallid due to the significant blood loss. Jerry retracted his magical prowess, and in the fleeting instant from Mingfeng's descent to the completion of the healing, the radiance dissipated, revealing that Mingfeng's wounds had vanished. Dallin, in his heart, could not afford to underestimate Jerry. Observing that Jerry had concluded the treatment, he discreetly activated the family's treasured skill, the glacial true chi, throughout his being. However, the noble students behind Dallin began to retreat slowly from the arena. Suddenly, Jerry pivoted sharply, his icy gaze locking onto the assailant student, a sardonic smirk escaping his lips. You think you can escape after injuring someone? He scoffed. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing beside the student who had inflicted harm. With a swift motion, he grasped the student's neck. Before those around him could fully comprehend the situation, Jerry vanished once more, materializing opposite Dallin while still holding the assailant. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Spatial displacement, they murmured, astonished by the lack of incantation or magical fluctuations that heralded Jerry's formidable prowess. The atmosphere amongst the noble students grew tumultuous, cries erupting. Release him, you low-born. How dare you harm a noble? Let him go at once. Dallin, sensing the chaos escalating and noting Jerry's increasingly grim demeanor, shouted, "Silence." The noble students fell silent, their eyes fixed upon Dallin, awaiting his words. He addressed them with authority. "A warrior has been vanquished, yet you resort to a cowardly ambush from behind. Such actions betray the very essence of a warrior's spirit. Look at yourselves. You exhibit none of the grace expected of nobility, resembling a band of ruffians instead. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, I sever all ties with you. Do not claim to know me any longer. Your affairs are no longer of my concern." Upon witnessing Dallin's righteous fury, the noble students bowed their heads, silenced by the weight of his words. Dallin turned earnestly to Jerry. "Jerry, I sincerely apologize for today's events. Please believe me. This was all an unfortunate accident. I implore you, for my sake, to release the student in your grasp." Jerry disregarded Dallin's plea, his cold gaze penetrating the eyes of the student he held captive. The noble, ensnared by Jerry's unwavering stare, perceived his own demise reflected within those depths. In a frantic struggle, he flailed and kicked, his blows landing against Jerry with futile intensity. Jerry remained unmoved, as if the assaults were not directed at him. Gradually tightening his grip, he lifted the student off the ground, inciting even greater desperation in the noble's struggles. "Do you presume that the lives of common students are so trivial?" Jerry intoned icily. "Do you believe that being a noble grants you the license to trample upon human life? Do you think you can evade retribution simply because you have inflicted harm? I assure you, if the heavens do not punish you, then I shall take it upon myself to do so." As the noble student's struggles waned, his complexion deepened to a purplish hue, and the whites of his eyes began to show. Dallin, perceiving the dire turn of events, realized that inaction might lead to a fatal outcome. Reluctantly, he uttered, "I apologize." A sword sliced toward Jerry's wrist, yet he, accompanied by a noble, swiftly vanished to another corner of the arena, his grip unwavering. Darian hastily pursued him, only for Jerry to reappear at yet another angle. The two engaged in a relentless chase across the field. Fengling and Fei Shui grew anxious. Should Jerry take a life, the situation would spiral out of control. Despite their frantic shouts, Jerry remained indifferent. Yami, witnessing the turmoil, felt helpless. All three understood that Jerry harbored an intense disdain for those who harmed his friends, as evidenced by Fengling's predicament. Anyone daring to injure his companions would invoke Jerry's merciless retribution. With Ming Feng still unconscious, Yami suddenly had an idea. If Ming Feng awakened, perhaps Jerry's fury would lessen. With this thought, Yami silently implored Ming Feng, "Brother, I am sorry." He grasped firmly at the flesh of Ming Feng's thigh, eliciting a painful groan from him. Upon hearing his friend's distress, Fengling and Fei Shui rushed to Ming Feng's side, joyfully urging him to call out to Jerry. "Ming Feng, please stop Jerry. He is on the verge of madness over your injury, and he may kill the noble responsible." Ming Feng, deeply moved, quickly raised his voice. "Jerry, enough. I'm fine. Do not take his life. It will only bring you harm, and I could never forgive myself for that." His words reached Jerry's ears, causing him to halt momentarily. And Darian did the same. At this moment, the noble under Jerry's grip lay motionless, foam bubbling at his lips, his breath shallow and labored, close to death. Jerry glanced at Ming Feng, who nodded in affirmation. Jerry's voice, deep and resonant, broke the tense silence. "The death penalty may be avoided, but the consequences of your actions are inescapable. Today, you shall lose a hand for your misdeeds. Should you offend again under my watch, it shall not be so lenient." With that, he struck the noble's right scapula with his left hand, a flash of white light illuminating the arena. The noble let out a wretched scream as his right hand's meridians were completely severed by Jerry's magical force. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Darian understood it was too late to intervene. Fengling and Fei Shui's protests barely escaped their lips before Jerry completed his act. He tossed the incapacitated noble to Darian, who caught him instinctively, looking up to find Jerry already back at Ming Feng's side. Darian handed over the injured noble to the other noble students, addressing them sternly. "You may leave now. I never wish to see your faces again." The noble students, filled with rage, retorted, "Darian, did you not witness that he harmed us? Shouldn't you confront him? You are a noble too." Darian's expression darkened. "This matter is between him and me. You need not concern yourselves, nor can you interfere. Did you not hear what I said? I do not wish to see you again. Is that clear?" The noble students fell silent under Darian's reprimand, retreating in shame with their injured comrade. Once outside the arena, they began to murmur amongst themselves. So what if he has an uncle among the top 10 masters? What is there to be proud of? If it weren't for his skills, who would choose to befriend him? Truly, He is full of himself. Upon hearing this, Dalin's expression shifted dramatically. The noble students, upon witnessing the scene, hastily fled. Dalin, wielding his sword, strode to the center of the arena and proclaimed loudly to Jerry, Dalin Mont, challenged Jerry Stanford in the name of a warrior. In the Frost and Snow continent, when a warrior issues a challenge invoking their own honor, the challenged party must inevitably accept. This is the most sacred duel among brave souls. Should the challenged refuse, they would face scorn from fellow warriors and find no place to stand upon the continent. Conversely, acceptance of the challenge affirms that both parties are noble warriors, and no underhanded tactics may be employed during the contest. Upon hearing Dalin's audacious challenge, a surge of fervor coursed through Jerry's veins. He straightened his posture and declared with conviction, I, Jerry Stanford, accept the challenge of warrior Dalin Mont. Fengling, Feishue, Yami, Mingfeng, and all the students in attendance were left in stunned silence. It had been long since anyone had invoked the sacred battle of warriors, and today, both Dalin and Jerry had chosen to engage in such a revered contest. Jerry smiled gently at the worried Fengling and reassured her, do not worry, everything will be fine. Dalin is undoubtedly a true warrior, and I have complete confidence in him. Feishue took a couple of steps forward, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, softly uttering, Jerry, you must be cautious. Dalin's strength has already reached that of a sky warrior. Seeing Feishue express her feelings in front of so many people touched Jerry's heart. He realized that if he did not reciprocate her sentiments, it would leave her in an awkward position. With this thought, Jerry smiled back at Feishue and said, oh, I will be careful. Upon hearing Jerry speak to her in a tone he had never used before, Feishue looked up in surprise, only to find him offering her his first genuine smile. Her face flushed deeper, and even the nape of her neck turned rosy. Jerry and Dalin stood at the center of the arena. Dalin, clad in silver attire, with his light blue hair dancing in the breeze, presented a tall and striking figure. His long sword angled downward, his countenance grave, and his eyes fixed intently on Jerry. Opposite him, Jerry stood casually, equally tall, draped in flowing white garments. His golden hair cascading behind him, exuding an air of tranquility, much like a mountain standing resolute. The juxtaposition of Dalin's seriousness and Jerry's ethereal composure captivated the female spectators. Yet Jerry appeared to possess an edge over Dalin, stirring a tumult of emotions within Feishue. Noticing Jerry's seemingly unprepared demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the typical image of a magician, Dalin could not resist speaking. Jerry, I am about to make my move. Jerry replied with a calm assurance. Dalin, I have been prepared for some time. You may act at your discretion. Dalin responded with a firm, very well. As soon as his words fell, Dalin lunged forward, flicking his wrist, unleashing a flurry of sword light known as starry points. Under the sun's radiance, the sword reflected dazzling lights, leaving the onlookers bewildered as they struggled to discern the number of strikes Dalin had executed. Just as it seemed Jerry would be engulfed in the brilliance of the swordplay, his gaze shifted, and a protective barrier of wind elements materialized around him. The swordlight clashed against the barrier, but every strike was deflected by the gusts of wind, none penetrating Jerry's protective sphere. Cheers erupted from the audience below. Wind's guardian, an advanced wind magic. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The revelation of Jerry's prowess exceeded their expectations. Prior to the duel, none had anticipated his capabilities would reach such heights, believing he would falter under Dalin's assault. Yet he handled the situation with remarkable ease. Seeing his attack fail to land on Jerry, Dalin withdrew to regroup for a subsequent strike. In an instant, Jerry flicked his fingers, and a colossal flame dragon surged forth, charging toward Dalin. Realizing the imminent threat, Dalin swiftly dodged to the right, narrowly escaping the dragon's fiery onslaught. As Jerry approached, he deftly evaded Dalin's counterattack and gestured for the flame dragon to return, diving from above toward Dalin. Once again, Dalin evaded by leaping to the left, narrowly escaping the dragon's wrath. Jerry commanded the dragon to continue its relentless assault, forcing Dalin to maneuver defensively. The spectators gasped in awe. Flame Tyrant, an advanced fire magic, flawlessly controlled. Jerry's prowess was indeed extraordinary, prompting concern for Dalin's safety among the onlookers. In the realm, it was understood that sorcerers and warriors of the same level possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages. In their confrontations, sorcerers needed to maintain distance from warriors due to their lower physical defenses, while warriors sought to close the gap. Generally, if they were in close proximity, victory favored the warrior. However, upon reaching the rank of magus, sorcerers shed the typical vulnerabilities of their kind, as they could cast spells without incantations and with minimal intervals, significantly narrowing the gap between them and warriors. However, the number of sorcerers across the continent is quite limited. Thus, in most duels, warriors typically prevail over mages, while the chances of mages defeating warriors are exceedingly rare. Feishua's eyes, filled with admiration, closely followed Jerry's graceful figure, her emotions oscillating with each of his movements. Her sweat-drenched hands firmly grasped Fengling's, who, in turn, gazed anxiously at Jerry, her grip tightening around Feishua's hand. Dallin darted around the arena, attempting to close the distance to Jerry. Yet, as Jerry commanded the fiery dragon, he simultaneously unleashed basic spells such as Windblade, Earth Spike, and Fireball to thwart Dallin's maneuvers. Realizing that this approach was futile, Dallin retreated to the center of the arena, channeling his icy true energy, concentrating it entirely on his sword. He then swung it fiercely towards the fire dragon. Jerry, witnessing Dallin's determination to confront him directly, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If his magic could be so easily overcome, then the flame tyrant would hardly deserve the title of advanced magic, nor could it be truly called a tyrant. As Dallin's sword, glowing with true energy, made contact with the fiery dragon, it erupted violently. Dallin, sensing the impending disaster, gathered all his energy to shield himself and retreated with all his might. Unfortunately, the explosion's force was overwhelming. Despite having shielded himself and retreating in time, the residual blast left his clothing tattered, his face smeared with soot, and a significant portion of his hair singed. As the chaos subsided, Dallin stood before the crowd, prompting laughter from all who beheld him. The stark contrast between his current appearance and his earlier suave demeanor was unmistakable. Fengling and Feishua joined in the laughter, while Dallin, mortified by his disheveled state, particularly in front of the princess he admired, let out a furious roar and charged forward, though his swordplay had devolved into chaos. In the wake of the explosion, a massive crater approximately 3 feet deep and 2 feet wide formed in the ground. The laughter of the spectators faded as they beheld the gaping hole. After 2 prior shocks, the onlookers had begun to grasp Jerry's formidable prowess, initially believing that no matter what he did next, it would not astonish them further. Yet, the outcome of Jerry's actions still left everyone in awe. The arena's floor was crafted from the continent's hardest black granite, designed to withstand the rigors of combat without sustaining damage. Even the most formidable weapons left no trace upon its surface. It was said that 5 great earth warriors struck the stone simultaneously, leaving it utterly unscathed. When the arena was constructed, the headmaster had gone to great lengths to acquire the dwarven clan's treasured artifact, the Earth Shaker, to ensure its durability. Little did anyone expect that Jerry's single strike would create such a substantial pit, leaving all present with mouths agape in disbelief. Jerry observed that Dallin had become increasingly disoriented. Yet he did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he circled around Dallin's radiant sword light. As Dallin's repeated assaults proved futile, his spirits gradually lifted, and his swordplay began to regain a semblance of discipline. Consequently, the flaws within his sword light diminished, making it increasingly challenging for Jerry to evade. Jerry gazed at Dallin as he slowly began to speak. "You have regained your senses. I apologize for my earlier actions. I did not foresee this outcome." Dallin, now fully composed, ceased his aggression and replied, "Thank you for refraining from attacking me just now. I did not misjudge you. You are a worthy adversary." Jerry smiled faintly and remarked, "Had I struck you while your emotions were in turmoil, your defeat would have been unsatisfying, and it would have tarnished the honor of this valiant contest." Dallin felt a surge of emotion, astonished by Jerry's magnanimity. He performed a formal knightly salute and, with a tone of respect, declared, "Jerry, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I shall consider you a true friend." Jerry chuckled softly, choosing not to address the matter directly, but instead said, "Let us unleash our full potential and witness one another's true prowess. I am aware that you have yet to exert your full strength." Dallin was taken aback, realizing that he had concealed his abilities for so long without anyone noticing. Jerry, however, disowned it upon their very first encounter. His gaze swept over the substantial crater in the ground, and he was further astonished. Knowing well the formidable hardness of the black stone, it appeared that Jerry, too, had not revealed his true capabilities. A fire ignited within him as he boisterously declared, "Very well, prepare to witness my ultimate technique, Starry Radiance. Jerry, you must also reveal your strength. Do not let me down." Jerry laughed heartily, feeling an overwhelming desire for battle coursing through him, and he no longer wished to conceal his own power. He called out to Dallin, "All right. I shall respond with my ultimate technique, Water Veil Radiance, to meet your challenge." At this, Fengling and Fei Xue gasped in alarm, their expressions shifting dramatically. The last time Jerry employed this technique, he sustained injuries. How could he dare to use it again? Yami and Mingfeng also grew anxious, worrying for Jerry's safety. Fengling and Fei Xue hurried a few steps forward, urging Jerry in unison. "Jerry, please don't take such risks. You were hurt last time." Yami added, "Jerry, don't overexert yourself." Jerry turned to them with a reassuring smile and said, "It's all right. Since my injuries have healed, I have discovered a significant increase in my magical power. Using Water Veil Radiance should pose no danger now." With that, he turned back to Dallin and said, "Dallin, you may attack now. Show me your ultimate move." The students in the audience exchanged glances, incredulous at what they had just heard. A newcomer to the academy was claiming the audacity to unleash the advanced water magic, Water Veil Radiance. It was simply astounding. Dallin, however, harbored no doubts. He had already heard of it when Fei Xue informed Emperor Kyle. Although Fei Xue had mentioned that Jerry had sustained injuries from forcibly exerting himself, witnessing Jerry's confident demeanor now led Dallin to believe that Jerry would not speak without foundation. The very fact that he dared to make such a claim indicated that he possessed the requisite strength. Taking a deep breath, Dallin summoned all his internal energy, causing a faint blue luminescence to emanate from his entire being. As time passed, the azure glow intensified, and the long sword in his grasp began to vibrate, emitting a low hum as the energy flowed into it. Dallin's hair started to stand on end, defying the wind, culminating in a magnificent display with his long locks standing upright. His tattered garments billowed around him, creating an ethereal spectacle. In that moment, Dallin resembled a descending deity of chaos. As his energy coalesced, he gradually raised the sword above his head, grasping the hilt with both hands. With a resounding roar that echoed like the brilliance of countless stars, Dallin leaped into the air with lightning speed. The sword, accompanied by a thunderous roar, cleaved through the air towards Jerry, the tip releasing a surge of energy that extended as if the sword had lengthened. In the blink of an eye, the blue hue of the blade transformed into a blinding white light, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Long before Jerry confronted Dallin, he had already gathered all his magical energy, fully mobilizing the water elements within his body. He merged them with the water elements in the surrounding space, drawing them closer to himself. A radiant blue light began to emanate from Jerry, as Dallin wielded water attribute True Energy and Jerry employed water magic. Thus, both of them glimmered with a blue aura. As Dallin leapt into the air, Jerry shouted, "Water Curtain, Celestial Splendor." Being a supreme magic, Jerry dared not take it lightly and recited the incantation for precaution. With his proclamation, a magnificent blue luminescent curtain enveloped him, captivating the attention of all present. Even Fengling and Fei Xue, who had experienced it firsthand, were momentarily spellbound. Dallin, with all his true energy, struck fiercely at the luminous shield formed by Water Curtain Celestial Splendor. A tremendous ripple emanated from the point of impact. Yet Dallin's full-force strike, akin to that of a sky warrior, failed to disturb the foundations of the protective barrier. It merely created a ripple, and the attack was deflected by the shield. The spectators were left in awe, unable to fathom that the ultimate water defense magic had been successfully cast by Jerry. And even Dallin, a sky warrior, could not breach its integrity. Truly, it was a remarkable testament to the prowess of ultimate water magic. As the realization dawned upon the onlookers, cheers erupted. Incredible! What a beautiful defensive spell! Upon landing, Dallin looked at Jerry in disbelief, his mouth agape as he gasped for air, his heart heavy with despondency. Once a favored son of heaven, he was long praised as a martial prodigy destined for greatness as a sword saint. Having undergone rigorous training since childhood under the guidance of one of the top 10 masters, by Yin Mingbu, for 10 years, he had become a renowned young warrior on the continent, achieving the rank of Sky Warrior. He had thought himself unparalleled among his peers. Yet today he faced an unexpected and crushing defeat, realizing that his full-force strike had been utterly impotent against his opponent's defense. Meanwhile, Jerry retracted the luminous curtain, and Fengling and Fei Xue, unable to contain their excitement, leaped into his embrace, laughing and cheering in delight. Fengling was accustomed to such closeness, but when Fei Xue embraced him, he felt an unexpected tension, a disquieting discomfort. Though he had begun to feel a stir of affection for Fei Xue, her sudden embrace startled him. Noticing Jerry's awkwardness, Fei Xue abruptly regained her composure, mortified by her unrestrained joy in front of so many witnesses. She wished to vanish into the ground, while Feng Ling, seeing Fei Shue's blushing visage, felt her own cheeks flush. Nevertheless, she bravely suggested to Jerry, "Brother, let us wait for you outside," and led Fei Shue off the stage. Jerry observed Darien standing there in a daze, his expression shifting tumultuously. He understood that Darien was struggling to accept the harsh reality of failure. Jerry harbored a genuine admiration for this upright young nobleman. From the moment he first laid eyes on Darien, he noticed that there was none of the typical arrogance one might expect from nobility. Instead, he perceived a profound integrity. Furthermore, Darien's recent declaration of severance from his fellow noble students revealed much about his character. While others might dismiss Darien's words as mere posturing for the sake of appearances, Jerry felt differently, for he sensed the sincerity behind Darien's sentiments. Jerry stepped forward, positioning himself beside Darien. He placed a hand upon Darien's shoulder, locking eyes with him, and spoke softly, "Darien, awaken. Do you comprehend the reason for your defeat?" Darien trembled, his gaze intensifying as he grasped Jerry's arm and inquired, "Why?" Jerry gently patted Darien's shoulder and replied, "You place too much weight on victory and defeat. You have forgotten the essence of the stars. Your swordsmanship, after all, is derived from the celestial bodies above. Reflect upon what the stars truly represent." Darien's mind was engulfed in confusion as he murmured, "Stars, stars." His thoughts gradually drifted back 3 years to when he was 13, recalling his uncle, Bain. Before departing, his uncle had imparted a significant piece of wisdom, "Little Darien, your skills have improved considerably. If you persist with your training, you shall ascend to the rank of Sky Warrior within 3 years. However, should you aspire to progress even further, you must grasp the true essence of glacial chi and the starlit sword technique. Only when you truly comprehend what glaciers and stars signify will you be able to transcend the formidable barrier of the Sky Warrior and ascend to the level of Sword Sage. Remember, while glaciers may appear serene and undisturbed on the surface, tumultuous currents surge beneath. Similarly, while stars may not rival the sun and moon in brilliance, the latter cannot obscure the light of the stars." At the time, Darien did not fully grasp these words, but upon reflection, he began to discern their meaning, albeit incompletely. Jerry noticed that Dalin's expression was gradually brightening, realizing that he had untangled his mental knots. Dalin hastily lifted his head, opening his mouth to inquire about the aspects he did not comprehend. However, Jerry preemptively interrupted his question, "Do not ask me any further. I shall not disclose anything. It is only when you come to understand it yourself that it will hold true significance. My words would be of no avail." Dalin reflected on this and agreed. Yet another question surfaced in his mind. He asked, "Jerry, how did you come to know the secrets of our family swordsmanship? That is a closely guarded secret of our lineage. Indeed, if the family sword techniques were known to outsiders, it would indicate that someone within the family had betrayed their trust, a transgression that the family could never condone." Jerry smiled faintly and leisurely remarked, "You just informed me of that yourself, don't you recall?" Dalon was taken aback, bewildered as to when he had divulged such information to Jerry, as he had no recollection of it. Jerry found amusement in Dalon's astonishment, replying, "It pertains to the techniques you employed a moment ago." Upon hearing this, Dalon was left in a daze. The fact that Jerry could discern the essence of a swordplay he had merely demonstrated once left him in shock. He had fancied himself a martial arts prodigy, yet now he realized he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Indeed, the adage that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people rang true. He had not anticipated Jerry's exceptional talent. Able to assess the merits of a technique after just a single viewing, Dalon's spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Jerry observed Dalon and shook his head inwardly, recognizing the instability of his resolve. It seemed that his strength would struggle to advance significantly. Oddly, he found himself caring for Dalon, a sentiment quite foreign to his usual indifference. Pondering this, he suddenly realized that he had begun to entertain the notion of accepting Fei Shue's affections. Dalon's feelings for Fei Shue were evident to all. If Dalon were merely a frivolous noble youth, it would be one thing, but he was not, which instilled in Jerry a sense of guilt towards Dalon. Thus, he instinctively acted in ways that were uncharacteristic of him, suppressing his gloomy emotions. Dalon looked up to see Jerry lost in thought, momentarily taken aback. "Jerry, are you all right?" he inquired. Jerry snapped back to reality, his expression returning to its usual cold demeanor as he replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine." With that, he turned to leave, causing Dalon to pause in confusion. "Moments ago, Everything had seemed fine, and now his attitude had shifted dramatically. Dallin quickly caught up to him and said, "Jerry, today we have forged a bond through our contest. I promised that regardless of the outcome, we would remain friends. Come, let me treat you to lunch at Tianxiang Tower." Jerry was about to decline when Feng Ling, who had returned after waiting for Jerry, overheard and exclaimed, "Great. Someone's treating. We should definitely go, especially since it's Tianxiang Tower." Noticing Jerry's displeasure, Feng Ling playfully stuck out her tongue and hid behind Fei Xue. Fei Xue gently urged Jerry, "We all fought hard and must be hungry. Let us go eat together." Seeing that Feng Ling had already agreed and considering Fei Xue's affectionate gestures earlier, Jerry hesitated. Although he had yet to formally accept Fei Xue, outright rejecting her now could inflict significant emotional harm. He cast a reproachful glance at Feng Ling and then turned his inquiring gaze towards Ming Feng. It dawned on Feng Ling and Fei Xue that Ming Feng had been injured earlier. Though he was now recovering, he had lost considerable blood and needed rest. Both felt a pang of guilt as they glanced at him. Just as Feng Ling was about to suggest canceling their plans, Ming Feng spoke up, "I'm fine now. Thanks to the treatment from you both, I've recovered significantly. It's the perfect time to head to Tianxiang Tower and replenish the energy I lost." Jerry sighed in resignation, shoulders slumping as he conceded. Feng Ling approached him and whispered, "I'm sorry, I forgot." Fei Xue echoed her apology softly. Upon witnessing Fei Xue's tender concern for Jerry, Dallin felt a pang of bitterness and proclaimed loudly, "All right. Let us go to the illustrious Tianxiang Tower in Antonio City for our meal." With that, he led the way out. Jerry watched Dallin's retreating figure, noting the glimmer of sorrow in his eyes, which had not escaped his notice. It seemed that his decision regarding Fei Xue required further contemplation. Jerry, Feng Ling, Fei Xue, Yami, and Ming Feng followed Dallin to the renowned Tianxiang Tower, the most illustrious dining establishment in Antonio City. Its exquisite dishes are widely celebrated. Yet the prices are astonishingly steep. An ordinary meal would scarcely be settled for less than 10 gold coins, and even a simple dish commands half a gold coin. Consequently, Tianxiang Tower is a favored haunt of high officials and nobles, while common folk can only dream of setting foot within its doors once in their lifetime. Situated on the city's south busiest street, the entrance of Tianxiang Tower directly faces the thoroughfare. Embodying the spirit of welcoming guests from all corners of the world, the entire edifice is constructed from the finest timber, and it spans 3 levels. The first floor serves as the grand hall, where affluent patrons typically congregate. The second floor boasts decor that is twice as opulent, adorned in resplendent gold and rich embellishments, with dining utensils of superior quality. This level is partitioned into 10 distinct private rooms, each showcasing a unique style, primarily catering to esteemed guests such as dignitaries and noble science. The third floor, in stark contrast, contains only 2 rooms, furnished in a modest manner, accented by floral arrangements and a few pieces of calligraphy and paintings. Unlike the second floor's grandeur, the third floor emanates an atmosphere of serene elegance, and it is generally not open to the public. Access is reserved for the most distinguished individuals, such as the reigning emperor, the 10 greatest masters, and the heads of the 4 prominent families. As for the prices, they escalate with each ascending level, significantly influencing the quality of the culinary offerings. Dallin escorted Jerry to the entrance of Tianxiang Tower, where the first floor was nearly filled with patrons indulging in their meals, the establishment bustling with activity. Upon entering, a server approached with a warm smile, welcoming them. "Esteemed guests, welcome to Tianxiang Tower. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" Dallin replied, "No." "Are there any private rooms available on the second floor?" The server promptly responded, "Indeed, sir, there is 1 private room remaining. Please follow me." Just then, a voice called out from behind Jerry and his companions, "Server, I shall take that private room." Turning around, they found it was He-Yun, accompanied by 7 or 8 noble youngsters. Upon recognizing Jerry and the presence of the princess among them, He-Yun, who had unwittingly spoken before realizing their identities, could only bow slightly to Fei Xue. Fearing that He-Yun might inadvertently reveal her status, Fei Xue quickly supported He-Yun and addressed the noble youths, "Dear classmates, there is no need for such formality upon our meeting." He-Yun had not genuinely intended to bow and seized the opportunity to rise. Meanwhile, the patrons on the first floor of Tianxiang Tower, intrigued by the commotion at the entrance, began to scrutinize the group of young individuals. Among them, a middle-aged man seated in a corner recognized Jerry and, alarmed, hastily averted his gaze, lowering his head. His companion, curious, glanced at him. prompting the middle-aged man to mutter a few words, causing his companion's expression to shift dramatically as he too quickly lowered his head, pretending to focus on his meal, too intimidated to glance in Jerry's direction again. Jerry was oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. Had he been aware, he would have recognized the middle-aged man as Kid, the butler who had previously escaped in Aya City. Alas, Jerry's lack of attention allowed Kid to evade capture once more. Heralding found himself relegated to the first floor as Dalong hosted the princess, thus ceding the private rooms on the second floor to Dalong and his companions. Following a servant, Dalong and Jerry ascended to the second floor, arriving at a private chamber on the left. Upon entering, they beheld a table accompanied by 10 chairs, meticulously arranged. The walls were adorned with a magnificent dragon, intricately carved in gold, coiling through clouds, its scales shimmering, and its eyes exuding a fierce intensity. What exquisite craftsmanship! Fei Xue remarked softly. Dalong replied, "This is the work of the renowned sculptor of the continent. For this piece alone, the price is a staggering 100,000 gold coins." Yami and Mingfeng gasped in astonishment. To spend such an amount on a single wall sculpture in a private room was truly extravagant for the owner of Tianxiang Tower. Dalong beckoned everyone to sit and order the meal. Meanwhile, Heralding and his companions sat uncomfortably in the lobby below, feeling out of place. They had never dined on the first floor before. It was always the second floor for them, and today was particularly vexing. At that moment, a companion of Kid approached and whispered something into Heralding's ear. Upon hearing it, Heralding's eyes brightened, and he hastily informed the group of noble youths, "I apologize, but I must return home urgently." With that, he hurriedly departed from Tianxiang Tower, leaving the group bewildered, staring at his retreating figure. When they finally considered inquiring about what had transpired, the person who had spoken vanished. Heralding rushed home, half walking, half running, and burst into the study where Heli and Kohan were engaged in conversation. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "I have uncovered Jerry's true identity. He is the Grim Reaper." Heli, who was about to unleash a tirade upon Heralding, swallowed his words and quickly asked, "How do you know? Is your source reliable?" Heralding, brimming with pride, replied, "It was a spy from the Toka family who informed me Jerry was dining at Tianxiang Tower." Heli composed himself, glancing at Kohan, who nodded in agreement. "It seems our alliance with the Toka family has borne fruit. This is also a significant step in showcasing their genuine intentions," Heli acknowledged. He then instructed Heralding, "Please, sit down and recount the events in detail." Heralding plopped into a nearby chair and excitedly recounted the events. Meanwhile, Kid and the spy had returned to the Toka family, now standing before Xingba, reporting the same information. Xinggan, clad in official attire, sat contemplatively beside them. Xingba noticed that Xinggan seemed distracted. He had always held deep respect for his younger brother, who had recently ascended to the position of the Nine Gates commander, admiring his intelligence. In matters concerning the family, Xingba always consulted with Xinggan. He inquired, "Xinggan, what should we do about Jerry?" A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Xinggan's eyes. After instructing Kid and the others to withdraw, he articulated his thoughts. "Master, let us not rush into this matter. We should first observe the movements of the He family. The spies have been directed as per our previous instructions. They will notify us immediately upon discovering the Grim Reaper. I believe that He of the He family will not remain idle. Let us bide our time." Xingba slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed loudly, "Xinggan, you must understand that my son, Tairin, fell victim to that little scoundrel, Jerry." Xinggan remained unfazed by Xingba's fury. He picked up a teacup from the table, lifted the lid, blew gently on the contents, and took a slow sip. He had never feared this elder brother of his. Understanding Xingba's temperament, he knew that after an initial outburst of rage at the sight of his son's murderer, he would eventually calm down. Indeed, after venting his anger, Xingba, noticing Xinggan's nonchalant demeanor, slumped down in defeat. Once he had regained his composure, Xinggan set down the teacup and addressed him. "Master, Princess Fei Xue has been staying close to Jerry. We are uncertain of the nature of their relationship. If we act, it may not escape her notice. Should Fei Xue develop feelings for that boy, it could jeopardize our grand ambitions." At this point, a shadow crossed Xinggan's face as he continued, "If our plans falter, I shudder to think of how he might retaliate against us." Xingba fell silent, his expression darkening as he sighed heavily. "When shall we escape from this plight?" Observing his brother's despondent mood, Xinggan offered words of comfort. "Master, our preparations are nearly complete. We await only his command. I believe that soon we shall grasp great power." Xingba sighed again and replied, "Do you think I am unaware?" But have you considered that even if we succeed, we would be traitors to our own kind? If he were to renege on our agreement, we would find ourselves without a grave. Shingon also sighed, yet we have no path of retreat. We have come this far. Besides, given his status, it is unlikely he would breach his word. After exchanging these words, both fell into a contemplative silence. The identity of he remains shrouded in mystery. Who possesses the power to command one of the four great families, the Toka family? Why does Xingba regard himself as a traitor to humankind? These questions will be addressed in due course, and the true nature of he will soon be revealed. Let me elucidate the circumstances surrounding Kid's presence within the Taka family. Initially, Jerry spared Kid's life in the city of Aya. After deceiving Jerry and escaping the Lord's manor with a modest amount of gold and silver, Kid concealed himself in a small dwelling in the city. The following day, he overheard the townsfolk discussing the grim news. Only a handful of night watchmen remained alive in Aya, while the rest had perished in the barracks. And the Lord himself had fallen within his own estate. The city was engulfed in a celebratory uproar. Aware of the heinous deeds he had committed while serving as the steward of the Lord's manor, Kid realized that should he reveal himself, he would undoubtedly be recognized and met with a swift demise. Thus, he disguised himself and retreated to a secluded village. It was only after the emperor dispatched a new lord and soldiers that he dared to emerge, albeit with trepidation of returning to Aya, fearing that a chance encounter with Jerry would spell his doom. Moreover, the riches he had clandestinely brought with him had long been exhausted, leaving Kid unaccustomed to a life devoid of luxury. At that moment, he recalled a distant relative who was said to serve as a steward for the Taka family in the capital, Antonio City. He hastened to the city, locating his relative but refraining from mentioning his brush with death. Instead, he claimed he could no longer survive in Aya and sought refuge with his kin. This relative, having considerable influence within the household, secured Kid a lucrative position. Each day, he was tasked with gathering intelligence at the Tianxiang Tower alongside a spy. Those who frequented the establishment were not insignificant figures. During their conversations, many secrets would inadvertently emerge. Consequently, the Taka family routinely dispatched individuals to the tower disguised as patrons to gather information. Although it was customary to rotate the operatives daily, Kid's relative designated him as a permanent fixture at Tianxiang Tower, while another associate was changed daily. While others harbored unspoken grievances about this arrangement, they dared not voice their concerns due to Kid's relative's authority. Thus, for several months, Kid frequented Tianxiang Tower in Antonio City. However, since Jerry had never visited the establishment, their paths had not crossed. Had it not been for Dallin's impulsive decision today, Kid and Jerry would have continued to elude one another, and Jerry's true identity would remain undisclosed. As for Kid, he remained oblivious to Jerry's involvement in the demise of the Toka family as formidable youth, Terran. This ignorance stemmed from Xingba's efforts to suppress the information. Even the butler refrained from disclosing any details to Kid. Thus, upon encountering Jerry, Kid was merely astonished and, when questioned by a nearby scout, he responded without contemplation. This scout happened to be one of those who had accompanied Xingba back to the estate and witnessed the gruesome scene of Terran's death. A trusted confidant of Xingba. He was also aware that the Toka family was currently collaborating with the Hoi family in their endeavors against the Grim Reaper. Xingba had previously instructed that any news regarding the Grim Reaper should be simultaneously communicated to the Hoi family, prompting the scout to promptly relay the information to Heiyun. Within the Hoi family, after listening to Heiyun's account, Kahan addressed Helii with a solemn demeanor, stating, "Patriarch, this matter has arisen too abruptly, and its veracity remains uncertain." According to Heiyun, Princess Feishua harbors deep affections for Jerry. If the Toka family has deliberately disseminated this information to incite us against Jerry, it would be unfortunate if Princess Feishua's wrath were to be directed at us. Furthermore, we hold no profound animosities with Jerry. I suggest we refrain from taking any immediate actions against him, observing the Toka family's movements before proceeding. Simultaneously, we can widely disseminate the tale of the Grim Reaper's slaying of Lord Aya within the city to instigate fear among the nobility. Ultimately, whether Jerry's identity is revealed shall depend on the Toka family. Should they expose him, the nobles at court would undoubtedly demand Jerry's execution from the emperor. In this way, we can act without becoming the primary targets. Should the princess seek trouble, she will naturally turn her ire towards the Toka family, while we can assert our own efforts against Jerry. Helii, slapping his thigh in agreement, exclaimed, "A splendid idea, let us proceed thus." Heiyun concurred from the side, "Indeed. This plan is excellent. Once Jerry meets his demise, that necklace belonging to his sister shall be easily within our grasp. Heian remained preoccupied with thoughts of that necklace. Meanwhile, on the Toka family's side, Xingba and Xingan deliberated on the decision to temporarily refrain from confronting Jerry, opting instead to observe the Hui family's movements before taking action. They also summoned Kid for a thorough interrogation regarding his acquaintance with Jerry. Ultimately, Kid was promoted to the position of second butler within the estate. Though he was instructed to remain indoors to avoid a chance encounter with Jerry that could lead to silencing him. Jerry and his companions indulged in a sumptuous feast at the Tianxiang Tower, profoundly impressed by the culinary artistry on display. Though Fengling and Fei Xue possessed considerable skills themselves, the monotony of their own fare rendered their palates somewhat dulled. A change of taste led them to savor the exquisite dishes at Tianxiang Tower, which they found to be utterly delightful. Throughout the meal, Dalin's refined demeanor and graceful discourse left a remarkable impression on Fengling, Yami, and Mingfeng. In contrast, Jerry's previous enthusiasm towards Dalin, which had flourished in the arena, seemed to have dissipated, as he responded to Dalin's inquiries with a cold indifference that surprised the group. Jerry was acutely aware that this was due to a lingering sense of guilt he felt towards Dalin, stemming from his subconscious preparation to accept Fei Xue's advances during their match. However, once this realization struck him, the warmth he initially exhibited vanished, and he reverted to his usual demeanor. Upon finishing their meal, Jerry and his companions exited the Tianxiang Tower, only to be greeted by a throng of emaciated, pale-faced beggar children, no older than 6 or 7, clad in tattered, filthy garments and bearing faces that had not seen water for days. They approached with humble smiles, pleading for alms. "Kind young ladies and gentlemen, please help us." The sight of these little beggars transported Jerry back to a time before he had met Deer, when he too had roamed the streets in search of sustenance. Reluctant to beg, he often returned home with scant provisions, frequently enduring hunger. During that time, the few kind-hearted souls among the beggar children would share their meager finds with him, though such generosity was rare, as their own daily haul was limited. Jerry vividly recalled the disdainful expressions of the highborn towards the impoverished populace. However, it was the common folk who, despite their own struggles, had often extended a hand to him and other beggars. Although the assistance they provided was minimal, the heartfelt compassion displayed by these ordinary citizens moved Jerry profoundly. In his youth, he harbored a fervent desire to master formidable skills, with the intent of vanquishing the hypocritical nobility and redistributing their wealth among the destitute. His animosity towards the aristocracy was palpable. This animus was one of the reasons he hesitated to accept Fei Xue's affections. However, after Deer's arrival, which ushered him into a new realm of understanding, teaching him the unique art of the proud god decision and how to perceive the inequities of society, along with subsequent encounters with Wei Jue and Fengling, Jerry gradually recognized that not all nobles were devoid of virtue. Some were indeed benevolent, a realization he had been blind to in his youth. Thus, his perspective on the aristocracy began to shift. Now, upon seeing this group of little beggars, Jerry was transported back to his childhood. He was nudged by Wind Ling, and upon regaining his composure, he turned to find everyone gazing at him in astonishment. It turned out that when the little beggars surrounded him, Jerry had been staring blankly at them, his expression peculiar, as a chill emanated from him, an instinctive response triggered by memories of those detestable nobles, invoking a murderous intent. Windling called out to him twice, and when she received no response, she could not help but nudge him again. Now that Jerry had returned to the present, Windling, curious, inquired, "Brother, what are you thinking? You seem lost in thought." Jerry shook his head in response, choosing not to answer her question, and instead asked directly, "Windling, do you have any money?" "I have none on me." Windling was taken aback. Money? What could Jerry possibly need money for? Though her mind brimmed with questions, she still retrieved her purse and handed it to Jerry. Fei Xue, Yumi, Mingfeng, and Delan observed Jerry's every move with astonishment. Could it be that Jerry intended to give charity to these little beggars? It was known that the city was rife with such beggars, numbering no less than 800. Jerry opened the purse and extracted the silver coins within, distributing 2 to each person. By the time he reached the 6th recipient, the purse was empty. Fei Xue hastily pulled out her own purse and extended it toward Jerry, who raised his head and cast a fleeting glance at her. A chill ran through Fei Xue. The tenderness that had flickered in Jerry's eyes earlier that afternoon at the martial arts arena was now replaced by an unsettling calm, devoid of any warmth. Fei Xue's heart sank. She had once thought she had glimpsed into Jerry's heart, only to realize that she remained stagnant in her affections. Jerry cast a glance at Yamming Feng beside him. The two exchanged shakes of their heads, jesting that they were merely two impoverished students. Incapable of producing a few silver coins on a whim, they possessed but a meager handful of copper coins, barely exceeding a dozen. It was worth noting that 5 silver coins could sustain an entire family for over a month. Darren, observing Fei Xue's complexion turn ashen and her head slowly bowing, felt a pang of urgency as her body began to tremble. She hastily retrieved her coin pouch and offered it to Jerry, saying, "Jerry, use mine." Jerry maintained a serene countenance, feigning ignorance to the tears welling in Fei Xue's eyes. Accepting Darren's pouch, he extracted 4 silver coins and distributed them among the remaining little beggars before tossing the pouch back to Darren, calmly stating, "I shall return this to you tomorrow." He then set off first, heading down the path towards home. A wave of sorrow washed over Fei Xue as the tears she had been holding back cascaded down her cheeks, each droplet splattering onto the ground. She turned away, covering her face, and fled in haste. Foling and Darren called out to her, but she did not halt. Jerry, feeling a jolt in his own spirit, paused but did not turn around. Darren looked back at Jerry's silhouette and said, "Jerry, you." But Jerry interrupted, coldly retorting, "Shouldn't you be following the princess? What if something happens to her?" Darren's body jolted, and he hurriedly dashed after the direction in which Fei Xue had departed. The little beggars nearby stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. They had never witnessed such generosity nor seen a parting so laden with sorrow. One older child among them, summoning his courage, approached Jerry and said, "Sir, you have given too much. Was that sister crying because you were too generous? If so, shall we return the money to you? Perhaps you could console the lovely sister." Jerry turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Dear child, I am no nobleman. I am but a commoner. In my youth, I too relied on alms, so kindly refrain from calling me sir. As for why that sister wept, it is of no concern to you. Worry not. In a few days, she will be well." Fengling, unable to contain herself, began to speak. "Brother, you know," but Jerry rose, interrupting her. The smile vanished from his face as he spoke with solemnity. "Fengling, let us return home. Though Mingfeng's injuries have largely healed, he still requires rest." With that, he patted the shoulder of the little beggar and slowly walked away. Fengling, Yamming, and Mingfeng exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation as they followed behind. The Jerry slowly receded into the distance while the little beggars joyfully congregated in the dim corner beside Tianxiang Tower, animatedly discussing where they might indulge in a hearty meal. Unbeknownst to them, several pairs of greedy eyes had long been fixated upon them. A few figures cast shadows over the scant sunlight that had previously illuminated the little beggars. As they sensed the encroaching darkness and looked up, they beheld 5 disreputable ruffians looming nearby. All were in their 20s, and among them, a red-haired scoundrel, appearing particularly menacing, spoke up, "Little beggars, hand over your protection fees, or else." He exchanged sinister glances with the 4 accomplices, eliciting a chilling laughter from them. The little beggars huddled together, and the one who had just been conversing with Jerry stammered, "Why must we pay protection fees? We have been here for so long and have never had to pay any." The red-haired ruffian swiftly delivered a slap, causing the little beggars to gasp in unison. The speaking beggar's face swelled on one side, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The ruffian bellowed, "Previously, I spared you out of pity, allowing you to go fee less for so long. Now you dare to retort? Are you itching for a fight?" Wiping the blood from his mouth, the little beggar replied indignantly, "You only want to rob us because you saw that gentleman generously giving us a little money." The red-haired ruffian narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Indeed, I intend to seize your money. What of it?" At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from behind. "Oh, is that so? I would very much like to see how you intend to take their money." Upon hearing the voice, the red-haired ruffian suddenly drew a dagger from his coat and spun around, lunging forward. Jerry and Fengling walked for a while until they reached the end of the street. Fengling, irate, engaged in a heated exchange with Yami, while Mingfeng trailed behind, ignoring Jerry. Suddenly, Jerry came to an abrupt halt. Fengling, her temper flaring, exclaimed, "Why have you stopped? Did you not say you wanted to hurry home? Be careful not to block the way, others might scold you." Jerry paid no heed to Fengling, remaining motionless as if he were intently listening to something. Fengling was about to hurl another sarcastic remark at Jerry when she, along with Yami and Mingfeng, suddenly sensed a menacing aura emanating from him. The words she had intended to utter caught in her throat as she pondered whether she had spoken too much and provoked Jerry's ire. At that moment, Jerry let out a disdainful grunt. TSK, scoundrels, not even sparing a little beggar. With that, he utilized a spatial shift and vanished from sight. Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng, puzzled by Jerry's sudden mention of a beggar, turned their gaze toward the direction of the Tianxiang building at the street's end, only to find Jerry reappearing in a shadowy corner by the entrance, standing behind a group of thugs. They rushed back, and before they could reach Jerry, a flash of white light caught their attention. Upon closer inspection, they realized that a young man with red hair, facing away from Jerry, had drawn a dagger and lunged at him. Alarmed, Feng Ling and the others hastened to Jerry's side, only to discover that the red-haired assailant had been frozen in mid-motion, his head twisting in fear as he gazed at Jerry. The other 4 thugs, each armed with a dagger, leaned against the wall, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. Feng Ling seized Jerry's arm, who was ready to retaliate, and urgently inquired, "What is happening?" It turned out that upon reaching the end of the street, Jerry had heard the terrified cries of the little beggars. He had paused to listen intently and overheard the final exchange between the red-haired thug and the beggar. Having once been a beggar himself, Jerry quickly grasped the situation at hand. He recalled a childhood incident where he witnessed a fellow little beggar being violently robbed of a generous offering. Unbeknownst to him, as he had just bestowed kindness upon a beggar, a thug had immediately encircled the child to carry out a robbery. Jerry had rushed back, but to his surprise, the red-haired thug, upon hearing him speak, had not turned around to see who it was before brandishing his dagger at him. Had it not been for the vigilance he had cultivated in the forest of death, Jerry might have found himself in disarray. Seeing that his dagger had failed to harm Jerry, the red-haired thug charged toward the little beggar, intending to take him hostage. Recognizing the thug's intent, an infuriated Jerry swiftly encased him in ice, rendering all but his head immobile. The remaining thugs, witnessing their leader being frozen in place, abandoned any nefarious thoughts, retreating against the wall with their daggers drawn, fixated on Jerry. This was the scene that Feng Ling had observed upon her arrival. Jerry explained the situation to Feng Ling, who, along with Yami and Ming Feng, felt a surge of righteous indignation upon hearing about the misdeeds of the rogues. Yami stepped forward and swiftly subdued the remaining 4 ruffians with ease. Feng Ling and Jerry, without a glance at the groaning miscreants on the ground, approached the small beggar with a swollen face. Jerry gazed at the boy's red and swollen features, a flicker of compassion appearing in his eyes. He bent down, flicking his finger, and a soft blue water orb followed by a white light orb struck the beggar's injured face in succession. The other beggars gasped in surprise, wondering if this benevolent young man intended to strike their leader again. Only Feng Ling was aware that Jerry was employing a highly concentrated form of magic. The soft blue water sphere served to cool the boy's inflamed skin, while the white light sphere was a concentrated version of the holy light spell. Typically, holy light would cover the entire body, but when a mage masters light magic to a high degree, they can target specific injuries. At that point, the mage can control the coverage of the holy light based on the size of the injury, and its efficacy varies according to the mage's power and mastery over light magic. The light sphere Jerry conjured contained more light elements than even the most skilled high-level mage's full-strength holy light spells, and because it was focused on the wound, the effect was significantly enhanced. The small beggar felt a refreshing coolness where his face had been scorching hot, followed by an indescribable comfort as the swelling gradually subsided. Once Jerry saw that the beggar's injury had healed, he stood up and turned his attention to the only remaining standing ruffian with red hair. Naturally, the ruffian couldn't fall down as he was frozen in place. Jerry's icy gaze bore into the red-haired rogue, causing him to feel an uncomfortable chill. Unable to contain himself, the ruffian shouted, "What are you staring at? Never seen someone as handsome as your grandpa? You want to offer your little lady to me to play with?" His stream of vulgarities was abruptly silenced by a resounding slap. Jerry withdrew his hand leisurely and remarked, "I was just pondering how to make you regret your actions. It seems unnecessary now, as you've committed a grave offense. You should not have insulted my kin before me, so you will never know regret. Moreover, given your habitual bullying of the weak, and your actions that have cost lives, you deserve death." At that moment, the healed small beggar spoke up sadly, "Big brother, they often bully us. A few of my friends have been beaten to death by them." Jerry's eyes darkened with a deeper murderous intent, fixating on the red-haired rogue as he gently said to the small beggar, "Little one, you should leave now. Remember to keep your money safe and avoid being robbed again." He then turned to Feng Ling and Yami, saying, "You two take Ming Feng home and wait for me. I will return once I have resolved this matter." Without waiting for Feng Ling to respond, he vanished with the 5 ruffians, leaving Feng Ling and Yami to share a resigned smile, fully aware that those rogues' fates had already been sealed by death, uncertain of how Jerry would deal with them. Feng Ling and Yami cautioned the young beggars to be vigilant in safeguarding their money, urging them not to fall victim to theft again. Before departing home with Ming Feng, this scene unfolded in a shadowy corner, drawing little attention from passers-by, save for a pair of violet eyes that silently observed the entire occurrence, remaining voiceless and unnoticed by Jerry and Feng Ling, who presumed they were unseen. Yet, even Jerry, with his formidable skills, failed to detect this individual, suggesting that their prowess was at least equal to his own. Once everyone had departed, a faint shadow materialized in the corner, accompanied by a whispering voice that remarked, "It has been a decade since I last beheld such humanity." With that, the shadow vanished once more. Who was this enigmatic figure? The forthcoming narrative shall reveal their identity. After a while, Jerry executed a spatial shift back to Wei Ju's residence. Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng eagerly pressed Jerry for details regarding the fate of the ruffians. Jerry replied coolly, "They have all become fertilizer." The trio was taken aback. 5 living souls had transformed into mere compost in the blink of an eye. Jerry's ruthlessness seemed excessive. He poured himself a glass of water from the jug on the table, took a sip, and placed the cup down, gazing at the 3 bewildered individuals. He gently articulated, "Consider this. Had they lived, with their nature, how many others would they have harmed? My principle regarding evildoers is to eradicate them thoroughly, ensuring their demise." With that, Jerry rose and retreated to his room, leaving Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng staring at his departing figure, their minds consumed by his words. Indeed, reflecting on the ruffians' earlier brutal actions, it was clear that if they had been spared, they would continue their malevolence. Recalling tales of Jerry single-handedly vanquishing 5 nefarious soldiers in a city, they felt a disquieting weight as they regarded the abrupt extinguishment of young lives in their 20s. The sensation was simply too much to bear. Upon reconciling their thoughts, Feng Ling and her companions suddenly wondered whether their earlier demeanor had inadvertently hurt Jerry, who had seemed rather displeased. During dinner that evening, as Jerry, Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng sat before Wei Ju, a curious consensus emerged. They spoke solely of the afternoon's martial contest, omitting any mention of the rascals. Even Feng Ling, typically inclined to share minor details, refrained from discussing the incident at Tianxiang Lu. After finishing his meal, Jerry remarked that he felt quite fatigued and wished to retire for the night, making his way back to his room alone, while Yami and Ming Feng also returned early to their dormitory at the academy. Wei Ju, observing Feng Ling's distracted demeanor, inquired with concern, "Feng Ling, has something happened today? You all seem rather out of sorts." Startled, Feng Ling quickly replied with a smile, "Nothing at all. It's merely that we were all exhausted from the martial arts competition at noon, so we decided to rest early." Wei Ju responded with an unbothered, "Ah, that's good to hear. However, Jerry appears to be burdened with thoughts, looking rather unhappy. I feared something had occurred." Upon finishing his words, Wei Ju observed the momentary daze in Feng Ling's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These young ones truly believed they could deceive him. Something must have transpired today, undoubtedly linked to Jerry. Nonetheless, this presented a splendid opportunity for Jerry and Feng Ling to clarify their relationship. Wei Ju hastily added, I too am weary today. I shall retire early. Feng Ling, I am heading to bed." Feng Ling, oblivious to the sly smile on Wei Ju's face, responded absent-mindedly while her thoughts lingered on his words. Jerry seemed burdened with unspoken troubles, his demeanor unusually somber. Indeed, he had scarcely uttered a word that evening. Although he was typically taciturn, his silence today felt more profound. Had she truly heard him this afternoon? Would he, like Fei Shui, treat her as a stranger henceforth? The thought sent a chill down her spine. No, she must clarify matters with Jerry. She couldn't allow him to misunderstand her or ignore her presence. Rising resolutely, Feng Ling approached Jerry's door, inhaled deeply to steady her racing heart, and knocked gently. Jerry opened the door with a calm expression, his eyes revealing a flicker of surprise upon seeing her. "Feng Ling, is something the matter?" he inquired serenely. A blush crept across Feng Ling's cheeks as she replied softly, "Jerry, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Would you accompany me for a walk outside?" Jerry glanced at the darkening sky, illuminated by a full moon casting a bright glow upon the ground. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of unease mixed with anticipation upon hearing Feng Ling's request. He nodded and stepped outside, saying, "Very well." They walked side by side out of the courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Ju observed from within, the door slightly ajar. Silently wishing for Feng Ling and Jerry to clarify their feelings tonight, whether as siblings or lovers. She must have formed her own thoughts by now. Their grandfather could no longer assist her. All he could do was wish her well in choosing her path. Feng Ling and Jerry strolled in silence, the echoes of their footsteps resonating on the stone path. The night around the academy was exceedingly tranquil, devoid of the bustling crowds typical of the city. They continued along the cobblestone road, listening to the rhythmic sounds of their steps. Before long, they found themselves in a nearby grove. Feng Ling realized that remaining silent would lead to an eternity of waiting for Jerry to speak. It was time for her to take the initiative. She paused, gazing up at the moon, gathering her courage, and addressed Jerry, who was also watching her intently. "Jerry, this afternoon, I reacted poorly alongside Yami and the others because we were overwhelmed. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us." Jerry shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I have never held anything against you. Everyone has a different perspective on life, and I want to impose my beliefs upon you. After all, we are merely friends." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling became anxious. She realized that, like Yami and Mingfeng, Jerry might no longer harbor feelings for her. This cannot happen. She must not allow it. Hastily interrupting Jerry, Feng Ling declared, "Brother Jerry, do you not know that I have liked you for a long time? Ever since you came to my home, I have gradually been drawn to you. Have you not noticed how I always want to be by your side? Initially, I thought it was merely because I regarded you as an older brother, but when you rescued me from Tehran, I realized, at the moment I awoke and saw you, that my feelings transcend that of a sibling. I have fallen in love with you, regardless of whether you accept this affection. I must confess, I like you, I love you." With that, Feng Ling's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jerry's eyes. And thus she failed to notice the joy etched across his face. Jerry's heart raced with excitement. She has confessed her feelings for him. Overwhelmed with happiness, he found himself rendered speechless. However, seeing Feng Ling's downcast demeanor and lack of response from him, her heart sank, and she wondered if he did not reciprocate her feelings. Had she wounded him too deeply earlier in the afternoon? As these thoughts consumed her, she began to tremble, tears welling in her eyes. Jerry, noticing her distress, quickly embraced her, lifting her chin to reveal the glistening tears in her bright eyes. With concern, he asked, "Feng Ling, what is the matter? Why are you crying?" Through her sobs, she replied, "Jerry, do you still resent me for how I treated you this afternoon? Do you not care for me?" Realizing the source of her sorrow, Jerry found her tear-streaked face both amusing and endearing. In a surge of emotion, he leaned down and pressed his lips against her soft, rosy ones. Feng Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Jerry kissed her. Her first kiss was bestowed upon him. In that moment, joy flooded her heart, and she gently closed her eyes, relishing the warmth of Jerry's kiss, her arms encircling his neck. Suddenly, a branch snapped in the thicket, prompting Jerry and Feng Ling to part, both blushing furiously. Jerry, irate, called out, "Who was there?" Laughter erupted from the shadows. "Haha, Wei Ju, you are in for it now. Feng Ling will resent you for this." Emerging from the woods were two elderly men with white hair. "Grandfather, Master," Jerry and Feng Ling exclaimed in unison. Wei Ju, looking somewhat awkward, explained, "I noticed you two were out so late and became concerned, so I came with my senior brother to check on you." Yusher interjected, concerned? "You were the one who said that tonight something would happen between Jerry and Feng Ling, and that's why I came with you. You certainly weren't expressing any concern then." Wei Ju swiftly covered Yusher's mouth, offering a forced chuckle to Jerry and Feng Ling. "It's nothing. We'll take our leave now. You two enjoy yourselves, and we shall return shortly." With that, they departed, leaving behind two blushing youngsters. Utilizing spatial displacement, they whisked Yusher away, while Feng Ling stomped her foot and lamented, "Grandfather, we can't even see Wei Ju anymore." She cast a shy glance towards Jerry, her cheeks aflame. Jerry chuckled softly, gently taking Feng Ling's delicate hand and reassuring her, "It matters not. We must inform grandfather of our whereabouts anyway. Whether they learn of it now or later makes no difference." Feng Ling nestled closer to Jerry, her voice a soft protest, "But they might mock us." Jerry wrapped his arms around her slender waist, whispering tenderly into her ear, "What is there to laugh about? Should they dare to jest? We shall unite against them and see if they still have the audacity to ridicule us." Feng Ling fell silent, closing her eyes to bask in the warmth of Jerry's affection. As they settled down, a sudden thought struck her, and she opened her eyes to inquire, "Jerry, why do you seem unhappy tonight?" Jerry rested his head gently atop hers, his chin brushing against her silky hair as he replied. I saw those little beggars today and was reminded of my childhood, which cast a shadow over my spirits. Feng Ling softly urged, would you share it with me? Jerry closed his eyes, slowly recounting his experiences as a young beggar taken in by dare. As he narrated his past, Feng Ling was moved by his childhood hardships, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon finishing, Jerry noticed her tear-streaked face and, with a pained heart, raised his sleeve to dry her tears, teasing lightly. Why are you so touched by my past? If I were to perish one day, would you weep for me? Feng Ling was startled, her body trembling as she playfully struck Jerry's chest twice, scolding, you mustn't speak of such ominous things. You shall not die before me. Jerry embraced her tightly, filled with warmth. Very well, I shall not pass before you. Let us grow old together as indomitable spirits. At this, Feng Ling began to playfully scratch him, and Jerry, not one to back down, retaliated, leading to laughter and merriment between the two in the woods. Meanwhile, in a dim chamber of the Toka family estate, Xing Ba and Xing Gan sat shrouded in darkness, eschewing the light. The ethereal voice that had emerged from the corner of Tianxiang building that afternoon echoed within the chamber. How fares the task assigned to you? Xing Ba and Xing Gan trembled. Although the voice was familiar, it sent chills through their bones each time they heard it. Xing Ba respectfully replied, most of the matters have been attended to, awaiting your further instructions. The disembodied voice responded, good. In a few days, news will arrive from the border. The Krin's empire will encroach upon our territory. You understand what must follow, do you not? Xing Gan promptly responded, understood. We will strive to secure military authority. This time, we plan to dispatch Feng Yi and Toka for battle. A distant voice inquired. Is it the same Feng Yi who is known as the bloodthirsty general? Xing Gan affirmed, indeed, it is he. He is our trusted confidant. And with an expected deployment of 150,000 troops, he will command a total of 200,000, which is highly advantageous for our plans. The ethereal voice continued, I care not how you arrange your strategies. Remember, there are only 3 years left to accomplish great deeds. Do not alter any significant matters. With that, the voice declared its departure. Xing Ba and Xing Gan hastily rose, clasping their hands in respect, and said, we bid farewell to the envoy. After a while, as silence enveloped the room, Xing Gan sank back into his seat and lit the lamp. Xing Ba followed suit, and the two faced each other, beads of sweat dotting their visages. They exchanged a wry smile, and Xing Ba remarked, Xing Gan. It seems there are ministers in the Krin's empire who are similarly under control. To which Xing Gan replied, that is assuredly the case. Otherwise, he would not succeed in his endeavors. Xing Ba sighed. I wonder what the entire continent will look like in 3 years, and whether we shall even survive to witness it. Xing Gan also exhaled deeply. Remaining silent, the two sat in quiet contemplation, gazing at the flickering light of the lamp. As its glow dimmed, their expressions of concern gradually engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Jerry and Feng Ling returned home hand in hand, with a radiant smile illuminating Feng Ling's face, making her appear even more beautiful. Indeed, it is often said that a woman in love is the most enchanting. Jerry, too, exuded a vibrant charm, suggesting that a man in love possesses a certain allure. One might even say he is handsome and dashing. In the hall, the two elderly gentlemen, Wei Ju and Yu Shi, were engrossed in a game of chess, barely acknowledging the arrival of Jerry, and Feng Ling released Jerry's hand and rushed to embrace Wei Ju, exclaiming, Grandfather. We are back. Caught off guard by her affectionate gesture, Wei Ju found himself unable to continue the game, tossing the chess pieces into the box. Turning to Jerry with a serious demeanor, he declared, Jerry, I hereby entrust you with my granddaughter. You must take good care of her. She can be a bit headstrong at times, but for the most part, she is quite wonderful, as I am sure you have come to understand. I understand. Jerry replied earnestly. I will take good care of Feng Ling. Wei Ju then turned to Feng Ling with a stern expression, stating, You must not behave as you did when you were under my care. You need to heed Jerry's words. Do you hear me? With tears glistening in her eyes, Feng Ling tightly embraced Wei Ju and promised, Grandfather, I will listen to Jerry. Wei Ju nodded in satisfaction, gently stroking her hair, his own eyes misting with emotion. Meanwhile, Fei Shui ran back to the palace in tears, bursting into her room and collapsing onto her bed, sobbing uncontrollably. The attendant, alarmed, had never witnessed the princess in such deep sorrow. Her instances of crying could be counted on one hand throughout her life. Concerned, the maid cautiously inquired a few times, but Fei Shui paid her no heed. Fearing for the princess's well-being, the maid hastily informed Emperor Kyle. Kyle was in his study, reviewing documents. When he received the report about Fei Shue's distress, he quickly set aside his work and hurried to her chamber. Upon entering, he found Fei Shue buried in her pillow, her cries resonating through the fabric. He gestured for the maid to leave, and she understood, retreating quietly. Kyle gently approached Fei Shue, sitting beside her and stroking her long hair. Fei Shue, my dear, do not weep. Tell your father who has upset you, and I shall see to it that they face the consequences. However, instead of calming, her sobs intensified, her shoulders shaking with emotion. Kyle's brow furrowed, irritation creeping into his voice as he asked, "Is it that Jerry? I shall send someone to apprehend him." At the mention of Jerry's name, Fei Shue froze. Her crying ceased abruptly as she quickly raised her head, pleading, "Father, no. It is not his fault. Do not send anyone after him." Kyle's expression turned grave. "Who else could cause you such sorrow? It cannot possibly be DeLon. He lacks the audacity for such a thing. I must bring Jerry back and interrogate him thoroughly." Tears had yet to be wiped from Fei Shue's face when she urgently grasped Kyle's arm, exclaiming, "Father, please do not seize Jerry. He did not mean to cause any harm." A glimmer of cunning danced in Kyle's eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he replied languidly, "It seems Jerry has indeed brought you to tears. Pray tell, how has he treated you?" Upon catching sight of the smile on Kyle's lips and the expression in his eyes, Fei Shue suddenly understood, her face flushing crimson. "Father, how could you?" she protested. "I shall ignore you." However, the commotion created by Kyle managed to quell her tears, lifting her spirits considerably. Noticing Fei Shue's calmness, Kyle inquired with a serious tone, "Fei Shue, what transpired? Do share with me." Lowering her head, Fei Shue spoke softly. "Father, could you refrain from questioning me? All I can say is that Jerry does not harbor any affection for me." With this, her eyes began to glisten anew. Seeing her sadness return, Kyle abruptly rose in anger, exclaiming, "What is that scoundrel Jerry thinking? You, a noble princess, have feelings for him, and he dares to disregard your affections and bring you to tears? This cannot stand. I must teach him a lesson." Fei Shue quickly grasped Kyle's arm once more, declaring loudly, "Father, it truly is not his fault. I arrived too late. He already has a beautiful sister by his side, and he seems to hold a disdain for nobility." Upon noticing Kyle's silence, Fei Shue released her grip, casting her gaze downwards as she murmured, "In truth, I have long observed his indifference towards nobility. Yet just days ago, he began to warm to me, smiling this morning. However, after his sparring match with the nobles at the academy, his demeanor reverted to its previous coolness towards me, which is why I felt disheartened." Kyle turned to look at Fei Shue, sighing deeply. "I cannot fathom what you find so appealing in that boy. When I heard this news from Dallin, I could scarcely believe my ears. Countless noble suitors have sought your affection, yet you dismissed them all. Why then? Do you favor Jerry so?" Fei Shue pondered for a moment before lifting her gaze, confusion etched on her face. "I do not know why I am so fond of Jerry. Though he has always been somewhat aloof, when I see the brightness in his clear eyes and the gentle smile he offers when speaking to Feng Ling, my heart races, and I cannot help but be drawn to him. Sometimes, I even find myself reminiscing about him at night." As Kyle observed the bewilderment in Fei Shue's eyes, his expression shifted, understanding dawning upon him. Sighing inwardly, he realized that his daughter was indeed quite taken with Jerry. It seemed prudent to devise a plan, especially given the peculiar atmosphere in the capital and the odd behavior of the Toka family in distant lands. With this thought, Kyle addressed Fei Shue, "My dear daughter, I have a proposal that may afford you more opportunities to be with Jerry. However, it may entail some hardship and even danger. Are you willing to consider it?" Upon hearing this, Fei Shue suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling momentarily before dimming once more. With a hint of despondency, she remarked, "What is the point of staying together? Jerry will never develop feelings for me." Kyle gazed at his dejected daughter with a wry smile and exclaimed, "Look at you. Are you truly my daughter, Kale Rubens? If he does not accept you this time, then you must strive to treat him better in the future and win his heart. After all, you are the princess of Antonio." Fei Shue regarded Kyle, absent-mindedly muttering, "Treat him better in the future, win his heart." Gradually, a spark ignited in her eyes, and she excitedly leapt from her bed, declaring, "Yes, if he doesn't like me, I will be kind to him and follow him until he accepts me." With that, she dashed into Kyle's embrace and exclaimed, "Thank you, Father." Then, she spun around joyfully in his arms. The next day, early in the morning, Kyle summoned Wei Jue to the palace. In the imperial study, Kyle and Weijue sat side by side, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Kyle held Weijue in high regard, recognizing the latter's significant contributions to Antonio by nurturing countless talented individuals each year. After a light-hearted exchange, Kyle could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Director Weijue, I've heard that a remarkably talented magician has joined the Royal Academy recently. Someone named Jerry, I believe." Weijue's heart stirred. The matter at hand had arrived. He set down his teacup and replied earnestly, "Indeed, Your Majesty, there is such a student." Observing Weijue feigning ignorance, Kyle furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is your assessment of this student? I keep hearing that he is pursuing Feishue." Weijue secretly chuckled, realizing that it was Feishue who frequently lingered around Jerry. Yet the narrative had shifted to depict Jerry as the one chasing after Feishue. He feigned surprise and responded, "Is that so? I must investigate further. If Jerry is indeed that audacious, I shall teach him a lesson." Seeing Weijue's demeanor, Kyle felt at a loss and candidly stated, "It's not quite like that. While Jerry may be persistently pursuing Feishue, she does hold a favorable impression of him. Is there any way you could assist them?" Weijue regarded Kyle and replied, "In matters of the heart, it ultimately depends on the individuals involved. However, I can certainly create favorable external conditions." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and Weijue silently mused about Jerry, thinking that the old man wasn't merely speaking out of turn. If Jerry were to marry the princess, he would have nothing to lose, and perhaps he could finally enjoy some peace of mind. Meanwhile, Jerry was in class when he suddenly felt a chill wash over him. Looking around, he noticed no one was watching him, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of impending danger, as if someone were plotting against him. In the Imperial study, Kyle informed Weijue that the Toka family's military activities had been unusually frequent, raising his suspicions of their potential rebellion. However, lacking concrete evidence, he could not take action against the Toka family. Hence, he proposed sending Feishue out to explore. This would allow her to avoid potential dangers in the capital while also enabling her to get to know Jerry better. Weijue readily agreed, and they devised a plan to send several students on a journey under the guise of studying abroad, ensuring that both Jerry and Feishue would be among them. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Jerry was sold by Weijue. In the following days, Weijue made all the necessary preparations, and on the morning of the third day, he summoned Jerry, Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng to the dean's office. He addressed the four, stating, "Jerry, due to your exceptional prowess, you have outgrown the educational offerings of our academy. The faculty has collectively decided to send you on a study tour." Puzzled, Jerry and the others inquired, "A study tour?" None were familiar with this new term. Weijue, with a proud smile, replied, "This is a term I devised myself, signifying a journey for both travel and study, lasting for 2 years. While study tours are common among the nobility, this is the first instance within our academy." He winked at Jerry and whispered, "You can take Feng Ling on a delightful adventure." He then resumed a serious demeanor, saying, "You will also be accompanied by another individual, making you among the first cohort to embark on this journey. The Academy will evaluate your results to determine if this approach will be adopted in the future. Since this method has not yet been introduced on the continent, we will keep it confidential until your return." Feng Ling asked, "Who is the other person?" Weijue responded, "You will find out tomorrow when you depart." He added, "You leave tomorrow, so you have only today to prepare. Hurry along." Feng Ling pouted, "Grandfather, why didn't you inform us sooner? It would have allowed us to prepare in advance." "And who is the other person? Do we know them?" Jerry pulled Feng Ling aside, casting a glance at the smug Weijue, and said, "Let us go. Your grandfather is intentionally withholding that information. He won't tell you. We should focus on our preparations." With that, he took Feng Ling by the hand and led her out of the dean's office. Once the four had departed, Weijue sat down with a grin, savoring a cup of tea from the table. "Delicious," he mused. "Truly a splendid offering of dragon tongue tea." It turned out that a few days prior, Weijue had tasted this rare tea in the royal study with Kyle and found it exquisite. Seizing the opportunity, he had extorted 2 pounds from Kyle. This tea, sourced from the Dragon clan, fetched an exorbitant price of 20,000 gold coins per pound on the black market. With an annual yield of only a handful of pounds, approximately 5 in the entire palace, Kyle, with a heavy heart and tears streaming down his face, lamented that it was all for his daughter, reluctantly procuring 2 pounds from the treasury to present to Weijue, all the while cursing inwardly. "Weijue, that crafty old merchant. You should have gone into trade. You would undoubtedly succeed." Jerry, Feng Ling, Ami, and Ming Feng exited the dean's office. After a brief discussion, They decided to shop together, as there were items they could share, thus avoiding the wastefulness of individual purchases. Feng Ling, holding Jerry's hand, remarked as they walked, "I wonder who will join us for the study tour tomorrow. Fei Shui hasn't been to school for several days. Could it possibly be her?" A tremor coursed through Jerry, and he replied mildly, "I doubt it. As a princess, the emperor wouldn't permit her to travel far." Feng Ling tilted her head to observe Jerry's expression and, with a playful smile, said, "Jerry, Fei Shui has been quite kind to you. Why don't you accept her? I actually quite like her, and if she were my sister, I wouldn't feel jealous." Jerry found her comment both amusing and exasperating, while Ami and Ming Feng stifled their laughter behind him. Feng Ling shot them a disapproving glance and chose to ignore them. The four of them finished their shopping for the trip and returned home to rest. The following day, Jerry and the others arrived at the academy's entrance, where Wei Ju and Yu Shi were already waiting for them. Wei Ju had left before Jerry and the others. Feng Ling, unable to contain her impatience, asked, "Where's the fifth person? If they don't arrive soon, we'll have to set off without them." A melodious voice chimed from behind her. "Feng Ling, are you so eager to leave me behind?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Feng Ling turned around in surprise and joyfully rushed to embrace the newcomer, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you, Fei Shui." The person approaching was indeed Fei Shui, dressed in plain attire, resembling an ordinary maiden, with a small bundle slung over her shoulder. Fei Shui cast a fleeting, wistful glance at Jerry, who remained unmoved, stirring an uncomfortable feeling within her. Quickly shifting to a smile, she addressed Feng Ling, "Indeed, I am the fifth member. Are you not pleased to see me?" Feng Ling cheerfully responded, "Of course. I was worried when you didn't come to the academy these past few days. I thought I might not see you again, and it saddened me." Wei Ju cleared his throat nearby and said to them, "As you five embark on this journey, Jerry will take the lead. You must heed his guidance." The group nodded in agreement. Wei Ju then turned to Jerry and advised, "You each have only around 100 gold coins. If you spend wisely, it may suffice for your sustenance for 2 years. However, if you wish for a more comfortable experience, you must find ways to earn your own money. This will also help develop your abilities in that regard. Now, I shall say no more. It is time for you to depart." Yu Shi added with a smile, "Jerry. Feng Ling, don't embarrass your master. Be sure to return safely." Jerry and Feng Ling agreed, and together with Ami and Ming Feng, they shouldered their bundles and set off with Fei Shui, leaving the academy behind. The first part concludes. Jerry and his companions arrived at the heart of the royal capital, Antonio. Jerry paused, addressing the group. "Let us consolidate all our funds and entrust them to Feng Ling, who shall manage our expenses henceforth." Both Yami and Ming Feng handed their coin pouches to Feng Ling, revealing a meager total of merely 4 silver coins. Fei Shui also presented her pouch, and upon inspection, Feng Ling gasped in astonishment, 50 gold coins. Fei Shui shrugged, stating, "Indeed, this is all I possess. My father instructed me to take only this amount, and to forego my identity as a princess for the next 2 years, living as an ordinary person." Feng Ling replied, "I too have only the 50 gold coins gifted by my grandfather last night. I had presumed you would have a substantial fortune. But it seems my grandfather's prediction holds true. Collectively, we possess a mere 100 gold coins." A sense of unease washed over Jerry. The entire situation seemed peculiar. How could Wei Ju be so aware of Fei Shui's finances? Had he conspired with the emperor? Such a notion seemed implausible. The disparity in funds was not a matter of great significance. Why would they have conferred about it beforehand? Something felt amiss. Feng Ling stowed the gold coins into her satchel and turned to Jerry, asking, "What shall we do next?" After a moment of contemplation, Jerry suggested, "Let us find a place to sit and deliberate on our training for the next 2 years." Fei Shui nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us seek a tea house to discuss this." The group soon located a nearby tea house and settled in, with the attendants serving tea. Jerry initiated the conversation. "Over the next 2 years, we must devise a reliable source of income. Otherwise, this modest sum will dissipate rapidly." Yami chimed in. "What can we do? Perhaps we could hunt magical beasts. I've heard their hides can be quite valuable. This would not only hone our skills but also yield some profit." Both Fei Shui and Feng Ling opposed vehemently at the thought of battling repugnant magical beasts and skinning them, causing them to shudder at the mere idea. Faced with the strong objections from the 2 ladies, Jerry, Yami, and Ming Feng reluctantly abandoned this proposal. At that moment, Ming Feng suggested, "What if we engage in trading local specialties? We could purchase goods here and sell them elsewhere, thereby gaining experience while earning money." However, Feng Ling interjected, "That won't do. Business requires capital. If our first venture leads to losses, we shall be left with nothing. Yami, Mingfeng, and Fei Xue pondered several other ideas, but none seemed viable. Noticing Jerry's silence and his pensive demeanor, Fei Xue gently nudged Feng Ling's arm, and when Feng Ling glanced over, Fei Xue subtly gestured towards Jerry. Feng Ling, having recognized Jerry's contemplative state, leaned closer and whispered playfully to Fei Xue, "You seem quite attentive to Jerry." Instantly, Fei Xue's cheeks flushed crimson as she reached to pinch Feng Ling, who laughed and leaped away. Feng Ling then approached Jerry, clasping his hand, and inquired excitedly, "Jerry, what have you thought of? Please, share your thoughts with us." Awakened from his reverie, Jerry addressed the group. "I believe that joining the Mercenary Guild could provide us with an opportunity to earn money while honing our skills. It is said that the tasks assigned by the Mercenary Guild range from simple to complex, perfectly aligning with our training needs while also offering financial rewards, a truly harmonious situation." Upon hearing this, the others erupted in enthusiastic applause. Jerry glanced at Fei Xue, hesitating to speak, but Feng Ling, ever observant, noticed and remarked, "Jerry, do you have something to convey to Fei Xue? Please, do not hold back." Fei Xue's cheeks flushed, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jerry. After clearing his throat, Jerry gently expressed, "I was merely considering your status, Fei Xue, and feared that if word got out, it might cause repercussions." Fei Xue interjected, "Jerry, there is no need for concern. My father assured me that for these 2 years, I would simply be an ordinary person, so it matters not. Moreover, I am curious to experience what it is like to be a mercenary." Jerry nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Let us first visit the Mercenary Guild in the city to ascertain the necessary procedures and, perhaps, discover some tasks to undertake." Upon hearing this, the others promptly gathered their belongings and rose to follow. Feng Ling led Jerry and the group to the entrance of the Mercenary Guild, where a grand sign hung prominently, emblazoned with 2 crossed swords. Feng Ling pointed to the sign and declared, "I have heard that every city has a branch of the Mercenary Guild, and each branch is marked by such a sign, which serves as the guild's emblem." Jerry nodded in acknowledgement as they entered the Mercenary Guild, with the others hastily following suit. Upon entering the Mercenary Guild, Jerry discovered that apart from 2 windowsills, the space was sparsely furnished with only a few tables and some chairs. At that moment, several casually dressed, burly middle-aged men were seated on the chairs, laughing boisterously. Upon noticing Jerry and his companion's arrival, these men merely cast a glance their way before turning back to their raucous merriment. Jerry discovered 2 lovely maidens seated at the windowsills, curiously observing him and his companions. He turned to Feng Ling and said, "Feng Ling, could you inquire about the procedure for joining the guild? What are the necessary steps?" Obediently, Feng Ling approached the left windowsill and addressed the maiden within, "Greetings, elder sister. I seek to understand how one might join the Mercenary Guild." The maiden had been gazing at their group ever since they entered, and among the 5, the leading man was strikingly handsome, with an icy visage, golden hair, and clad in pure white attire, exuding an aura of cool detachment. The 2 young women among the 5 were exceptionally beautiful, while the other 2 youths appeared rather ordinary. The maiden who was now being questioned presented herself with remarkable poise, providing a refreshing contrast to the rough and tumble demeanor typically exhibited by mercenaries. She smiled warmly and replied, "Little sister, it is quite simple to join the Mercenary Guild. You merely need to fill out a form and submit 10 gold coins." Feng Ling promptly asked, "Since we are 5 individuals joining together, must we fill out 5 forms and pay 50 gold coins?" The maiden chuckled and explained, "No. 5 individuals can form a small mercenary group. You need only complete 1 group application and pay 30 gold coins." Feng Ling responded with delight, "I see. Where do I go to accept tasks, and where do I collect my rewards after completing them?" The maiden patiently elaborated, "You may accept tasks at the mercenary guilds in various cities, but remember, you can only undertake tasks that are appropriate for your rank." Noticing Feng Ling's puzzled expression, mirrored by the other youths, she continued to clarify, "The mercenary ranks are divided into 7 tiers, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with F being the lowest. Upon your entry, you will be classified as F rank and can only accept F rank tasks. Each completed task will be recorded on your crystal ledger. After successfully completing 10 F rank tasks, you may advance to E rank at a nearby guild. However, if you fail to complete a task, points will be deducted, requiring you to complete an additional 5 tasks to earn a promotion." She elaborated, "Following that, you must complete 10 E rank tasks to progress further, and so forth, ascending to the highest S rank. Yet, it is worth noting that no individual or mercenary group has ever attained S rank across the continent. There are only a few A-rank mercenary groups, as A-rank tasks are exceedingly rare, and S-rank tasks have scarcely ever been issued. The last known occurrence was over a decade ago during the Great War between humans and demons, when an assassination task targeting the Demon King was classified as S-rank, offering an exceptionally high reward. Since there are no S-rank mercenaries or groups, this task was open to all mercenaries, yet none succeeded. Many perished instead. Since then, there have been no reports of S-rank tasks. At that moment, Jerry, Fei Xue, Yami, Mingfeng, and Fo Ling were all rendered speechless, captivated by the words of the young girl. The others in the room were equally drawn in, leaning in to listen intently. After she finished speaking, the girl noticed everyone staring at her in astonishment. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head and retrieved a form, addressing Fo Ling. "Little sister, are you not looking to join? Please fill out this form and proceed to the window on the right to submit your payment. Moreover, remember that all task assignments will be handled by me, while rewards will be collected at the right side. Do you understand?" Fo Ling nodded, taking the form and replied, "I understand. Thank you, elder sister. You are truly kind." With that, she, along with Jerry and the others, took a seat at an empty table nearby. Jerry picked up the form and noticed that the first row bore the mercenary group's name. The second row indicated the leader's title, profession, and level, while the third row listed the vice leader, profession, and level. From the fourth row onward, the names, professions, and levels of the group members were recorded. Jerry gazed at everyone, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, "What should we name our mercenary group?" As he glanced at Fo Ling and Fei Xue, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "What do you think about naming our mercenary group the Feng Shui Mercenary Course?" The others immediately cheered in agreement, thus solidifying the name of their group. As for the position of leader, everyone recommended Jerry, who graciously accepted and inscribed his name. When it came to the profession, he paused for a moment before writing mage, but he was at a loss for what to fill in for the level. Fei Xue, noticing Jerry's hesitation, curiously inquired, "Jerry, why have you stopped writing? Aren't you a magus?" The nearby middle-aged mercenary, who had previously paid little attention to the group of young men and women, turned his head in surprise, now captivated by the notion of a teenage magus. Truly, this young man was a gem hidden in plain sight. Jerry awkwardly remarked, "I am uncertain about my current level." Fei Xue, puzzled, inquired, "Have you never attempted to assess your rank at the Magic Guild?" Jerry retorted, "Assess my rank?" Fei Xue rolled her eyes dramatically, feigning faintness while placing a hand on her forehead. "It's right in the city. Generally, wizards periodically go to the Magic Guild for assessments. Haven't you ever heard of it?" Jerry smiled sheepishly, realizing he had never paid attention to such matters. Moreover, even if he had been aware, his fear of notoriety would have deterred him from participating. Fo Ling, Yami, and Mingfeng, aware of Jerry's thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment of contemplation, Fo Ling suggested, "Let's just write down that you are a novice wizard. Once you're enrolled in the academy, you automatically gain the qualification without needing to take the exam." Jerry looked at Fo Ling, his eyes filled with confusion. "Is that truly the case?" Fo Ling playfully chided, "You fool. This is common knowledge across the continent. The entrance examination for the Royal Academy is exceedingly rigorous. Thus, the Magic Guild grants novice wizard status to those who pass the entrance test without requiring them to take an additional exam." Oh, it dawned on Jerry then. And noticing Yami and Mingfeng's calm expressions, he realized just how uninformed he truly was. It seemed that Deer had only shared with Jerry information that was less known on the continent, neglecting to mention such universally acknowledged facts, resulting in Jerry's current predicament of embarrassment. After completing Jerry's designation, the group debated who should be the vice captain, but no consensus was reached. Fei Xue suggested Fo Ling, while Fo Ling proposed Fei Xue. Yami and Mingfeng remained silent, and ultimately, both Fo Ling and Fei Xue declined the position, as did Yami and Mingfeng, leaving the vice captain role of the Fei Xue mercenary group unfilled. Fei Xue, a high-level fire, earth, and light magician. Fo Ling, a high-level wind, water, and light magician. Yami, a warrior of earth. Mingfeng, an archer of earth. The mercenaries nearby were astonished when the girl at the window read aloud the impressive roster compiled by the group of teenagers. Who were these remarkable youths? If all claims were true, such a formidable assembly of mercenaries would be rare on the continent, surpassed only by a few A-rank mercenary groups. After her initial surprise, the girl at the window cast a complex glance at Jerry and his companions, accepted the gold coins offered by Fo Ling, stamped the form, and presented a black crystal card along with a black notebook to Fengling. The girl explained, "This is your record book for completed and incomplete tasks, along with the crystal card. The crystal card serves as a universal credit card across the continent, allowing you to make purchases, and the rewards for completed tasks will be automatically deposited. You can also store your money within this card, which is compatible with all major banks." Fengling joyfully exclaimed, "This crystal card is incredibly convenient. Thank you, sister." Afterward, she pulled Jerry back to the left window, addressing the girl inside, "Sister, we have completed our paperwork. What tasks can we undertake?" The young girl inside the window lowered her head to check, murmuring, "Currently, there are only 3 tasks of F rank. The first is to find an uncle's lost chicken in the village on the right within 3 days, with a reward of 2 copper coins. The second is to deliver a letter to a town 100 miles away within 5 days, with a reward of 20 copper coins. The third task involves locating a cow that has gone missing from the village on the left within 2 days, with a reward of 50 copper coins." Upon finishing her reading, she looked up to see Fengling gazing at her with a dejected expression, while the several young men behind her wore looks of astonishment. Unable to contain herself, the girl chuckled and inquired, "Little sister, what troubles you? Do you find the rewards insufficient?" Fengling nodded. Her face contorted in distress as she replied, "Sister, are all F-rank tasks like this? They seem a bit too simple." The middle-aged mercenaries nearby erupted in laughter. A burly man with a thick beard remarked, "Little girl, F-rank tasks are always of this nature. We have all come through similar experiences. Do not underestimate these tasks. Be careful not to fail in finding the cow, or you might lose points and have to complete 5 more of such tasks." "Ha ha." Fengling's face flushed crimson from the bearded man's laughter, and she shot him a fierce glare before turning to Jerry with a playful pout. "Jerry, you are the captain. What do you suggest we do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jerry replied, "Then let us undertake the letter delivery task." The girl behind the window smiled and said, "Very well. Please hand me your record book so I can register your task." Fengling passed the black record book through the window, and the girl noted down the task's objectives, destination, time frame, and reward. She then handed the letter back to Fengling, smiling as she wished, "Little sister, may you successfully complete your task." Fengling accepted the letter and record book, storing them away, and smiled in return. "Thank you, big sister." With that, she departed the mercenary guild along with Jerry and the others. After Jerry and his companions set off to complete their task, the city of Antonio remained tranquil. However, 5 days later, this serenity was shattered when an urgent document from the border arrived in the hands of King Kyle. Upon reading the contents, Kyle's expression darkened, and he hastily summoned all his ministers for an emergency meeting, which included Xingba and Xingan, seated in the Grand Hall. Kyle surveyed the officials arrayed in 2 lines before him. Leading the left side were the Prime Minister and the heads of the Mingbu and Faisi families, while the right side was led by the heads of the Toka and Hoi families, along with the 9 Gates Admiral, Xingan. The remaining officials stood behind them, underscoring the preeminent status of the 4 great families within the court. Kyle cast a stern glance over the assembly and spoke gravely, "Just now, you all heard the urgent report from the border, revealing that the Krin's empire has resumed its invasion, and the border situation is becoming precarious. What are your thoughts, esteemed ministers?" Upon hearing this, the officials clamored to voice their opinions, some advocating for immediate war while others called for peace. Ultimately, through the combined influence of the Toka and Hoi families, it was resolved to dispatch Feng Yi, under the leadership of Toka, accompanied by his contingent of 50,000 soldiers and an additional 150,000 troops dispatched by the Central Authority. A formidable force of 200,000 was mobilized to defend the borders and repel the invading armies of the Klin's empire. As the deliberations concluded, a burly general stepped forward, his physique reminiscent of a lion, to accept Kale's command and lead the expedition. After the court session, Kale, seated upon the dragon throne, observed the departing ministers. The triumphant figures of Xingba and Feng Yi stirred discomfort within him, despite his exalted status as sovereign. Military power remained firmly in the hands of these nobles. Kale was particularly reluctant to send members of the Toka family into battle, especially Feng Yi, as doing so would not only augment the Toka family's influence, but also significantly bolster their arrogance. Moreover, Feng Yi was known for his ruthless nature and bloodthirsty tendencies. It was rumored that during confrontations, he would dispatch soldiers to seize nearby civilians, subjecting them to brutal executions. His troops, fierce as wolves, often ravaged the villages surrounding their encampments. Nevertheless, Feng Yi's soldiers were second only to the royal knights in combat prowess, and he himself was a remarkably strategic commander. Apart from the royal knight's esteemed leader, Kale found it difficult to identify a more suitable general. Alas, the burdens of kingship weighed heavily on him. It is worth noting that within the four prominent families, members of the Toka and He families had consistently served in the military, while the talents from the Feis and Mengbu families had taken up positions within the royal knights. This was not due to a lack of desire from the Toka and He families to join the royal knights. Rather, the royal knights had always been tasked with safeguarding the royal city and the imperial family. Only those members of the Feis and Mengbu families, who had remained steadfastly loyal to the royal family, were eligible for leadership positions within the royal knights. Furthermore, Kale had explicitly stipulated that the members of the royal knights were to be recruited directly by the commander and vice commander, free from military jurisdiction, thus preventing the Toka and He families from extending their influence into the royal knights. After giving Feng Yi a few instructions, Xingba and Xinggan proceeded to the Nine Gates commander's office, taking a seat. Once they ensured they were alone, Xingba quietly remarked to Xinggan that he was surprised by the swift actions of the Cleanse Empire, indicating that their connections were quite robust. Xinggan exchanged a glance with Xingba and whispered in response that it would be wise to keep such matters to themselves, lest there be ears listening through the walls. Xingba nodded but could not resist adding that today, the emperor had no choice but to heed their counsel, appointing Feng Yi as the commander of the expedition. It seemed that an alliance with the He family had its advantages. Xinggan nodded in agreement, deeply empathizing with this sentiment. Due to the urgent military situation, the following day, Feng Yi set forth with his 200,000 troops, departing from the royal capital and heading directly to the frontiers. Meanwhile, Jerry and his companions had successfully completed their first mission as mercenaries, delivering a letter into the hands of an elderly man. Currently, I am at the Mercenary Guild, receiving my payment and accepting a second task. This guild within the city bears a similar layout to that of Antonio's. However, the individual behind the counter is different. An elderly gentleman, whose advanced age is evident, rummaged through his records for quite a while before finally locating the section for F-class tasks. With a smile directed at Feng Ling, who was growing increasingly impatient outside the window, he said, "My dear young lady, there's no need to rush. With age, my eyesight has diminished." "Ah, but here it is." Feng Ling, unable to contain her annoyance, raised her voice. "If you've found it, then do speak quickly." It is only natural for her to exhibit such impatience. Anyone would feel exasperated after witnessing this elderly man spend nearly half an hour perusing the task records, followed by an additional half hour before handing over a mere 20 copper coins. After such an extensive wait, even the most temperate disposition would falter. Furthermore, it is worth noting that the old man is somewhat hard of hearing, requiring a louder voice to ensure he comprehends. Jerry, Feishua, Yami, and Mingfeng had long been dozing off to the side. Mingfeng, nodding off, accidentally bumped his head against the table, startling everyone awake. Rubbing the sore spot on his head, he helplessly inquired, "Feng Ling, is it ready yet?" Feng Ling turned around, slightly annoyed, and retorted, "What's the rush? It's already quite fast. Why don't you come and do it?" Mingfeng shrank back. "Forget it. If it were me, I would have been infuriated by that old man's sluggishness long ago." Feishua stood up and approached Feng Ling, gently patting her shoulder and softly suggesting, "Feng Ling, must you be so irritable? Would you like me to take over while you rest?" Observing Feishua's weathered skin from days spent in the wind, Feng Ling shook her head and replied, "Feishua, it's all right. I'll handle it. You've already endured so much. You've never experienced such hardship, yet you've accompanied us in the wilderness for 4 days. Your skin has suffered greatly." Feishua embraced Feng Ling's shoulders and said, "It's nothing. I consider these past few days to be the happiest of my life. A little hardship is inconsequential. Besides, your skin isn't much different from mine." At that moment, the old man loudly recited the F-grade tasks from the record book. First, find a cow, time limit 3 days, reward 70 copper coins. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling collapsed in disbelief. "What? Another cow search? Why does it always come back to cows these days?" The old man, noticing Feng Ling's reaction, smiled apologetically and added, "My apologies, I grabbed the wrong one. That was the record of completed F-grade tasks." Even Feishua could no longer contain herself. After all this time, the old man had found an old record book. Seeing Feng Ling on the verge of an outburst, he quickly pulled out a new book and read aloud with haste. F-grade tasks. 1. Deliver a crate of wine to the village chief at Minga village on the border. Time limit 1 month. Reward 5 silver coins. 2. Deliver a cat to the 3rd house on the left side of the city gate in King Antonio's city. Time limit 7 days. Reward 65 copper coins. These are the only 2 tasks available. Fengling looked at the old man in disbelief. So all this time, you were just fooling me. Fei Xue, seeing that Fengling was too furious, swiftly intervened to prevent her from using magic on the old man, exclaiming, "Jerry, hurry up. You go ahead. I'll take Fengling out for a moment." With that, she dragged Fengling out of the mercenary guild. Jerry stood up and approached the window. Addressing the old man, "We'll take the wine delivery task." Upon seeing Fengling being pulled out, the old man adopted a pitiful demeanor, saying, "Oh, why not choose the cat delivery task? That one is much easier." Jerry shot the old man a cold glance and firmly stated, "The wine." The old man replied, All right, wine it is." As he scribbled the task down, he muttered to himself, "That girl from earlier was far more entertaining." Ignoring him, Jerry took the record book, lifted the crate of wine, and turned to leave the mercenary guild. Yami and Mingfeng hurried out after him, with Mingfeng taking the wine from Jerry's hands. Once they had all departed, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in the old man's eyes as he stretched and sighed. It's been quite a while since I've played. Today was truly lacking in excitement. Perhaps I should seek out Jitai for some amusement." Jitai? One of the 10 supreme masters known as Fiery Blaze. Who is this old man? As Jerry stepped out of the mercenary guild, he spotted Fengling, visibly upset, kicking a nearby pillar in frustration. Fei Xue was softly attempting to console her. When Fei Xue noticed Jerry approaching, she visibly relaxed, exchanged a knowing glance with him, and discreetly departed. Jerry observed Fei Xue. Since her recent outing, she seemed considerably more reserved, yet the tenderness in her eyes appeared to have intensified. Had she not yet given up hope? How troublesome. At that moment, Fengling, hearing the sound of Fei Xue's retreat, turned around and saw Jerry lost in thought, gazing at Fei Xue's departing figure. She couldn't help but smirk quietly and tiptoed up behind Jerry, intending to startle him. However, as she drew near, Jerry turned around with a smile and said, "What's this? Trying to scare me?" Seeing that Jerry had noticed her, Fengling pouted playfully. "How annoying. You shouldn't trick me." She then wrapped her arms around Jerry's, whispering, "Jerry, do you perhaps have a bit of a liking for Fei Xue?" Startled, Jerry quickly replied, "No." Fengling interrupted him. "Don't lie to me. You were staring at her just now." She added, "Honestly, if you like Fei Xue, I want to be jealous. She genuinely cares for you." Embarrassed, Jerry swiftly changed the subject. "Fengling, we've accepted a mission. Let us go." Fengling understood his intention to divert the conversation, but chose not to press further. Recalling the infuriating old man, she remarked, "Jerry, haven't you taught that old man a lesson? He is quite detestable." Jerry replied earnestly, "Fengling, that old man is not an ordinary person. I cannot see through his abilities." Fengling gasped, "Really? He looks so frail, and he is just a member of the mercenary guild." Jerry interjected, "Indeed. I wouldn't mistake that. You needn't dwell on it. He doesn't seem to harbor any malice, merely teasing you." Fengling fell silent and rushed over to Fei Xue, whispering something to her. After listening, Fei Xue turned to Jerry, her face flushed. Jerry's heart skipped a beat. He wondered what Fengling was up to this time. Faced with Fei Xue's fiery gaze, he quickly turned to evade it, yet the warmth lingered behind him. He called for Ami and Mingfeng to join him as they began searching for an inn. Truth be told, during these past few days, the absence of inns on their journey had forced them to camp outdoors, which was rather uncomfortable. Now that their task was complete, it was time to find a place to rest properly. Moreover, this was the first mission accomplished by the Feng Xue mercenary group. Although it was merely a simple delivery task, it certainly warranted a celebration. Jerry and his companions took a day's respite in the small town before embarking on their journey to the next mission destination, Minga village, situated near the border. Meanwhile, Fanny's team was also advancing towards the same locale. The weather that day was sweltering, and as Jerry and his group trudged along, even the usually talkative Fengling fell silent to conserve her bodily moisture. The heavy crate of wine was alternately carried by Jerry, Yami, and Mingfeng. Do not inquire why Jerry refrained from using spatial transfer magic. It is not a panacea. The destination of such magic must be a place the caster has previously visited, and the distance of the transfer is contingent upon the caster's magical strength. Moreover, Fengling had initially conveyed to Jerry the essence of their journey, a true exploration. If they resorted to spatial transfer, they would miss the scenic wonders along the way. Consequently, Jerry was compelled to promise not to employ spatial transfer throughout their travels. After a morning of travel, the group finally arrived at a small grove by noon. Beyond this grove lay towering mountains, suggesting that they would be traversing the mountainous terrain for the foreseeable future. As soon as they entered the grove, everyone collapsed onto the ground. Yami produced a water flask and began to distribute it amongst them. Mingfeng set down the crate of wine, surveyed the imposing mountains behind them, and could not help but exclaim, "Jerry, with a proper road to follow, why must you lead us down this path? Although it is considerably shorter, it is also far more arduous." Jerry raised an eyebrow in response, yet before he could speak, Feishue interjected, "Mingfeng, Jerry believes that this route will benefit our training. Additionally, with the heat upon us, traveling through the forest offers more shade, making our journey less arduous." Jerry cast a surprised glance at Feishue, taken aback by her perceptiveness. He had expected Fengling or Yami to be the first to grasp his intentions. Noticing Jerry's gaze, Feishue smiled softly at him, causing Jerry to momentarily falter and turn his head away awkwardly. Feishue sighed inwardly, while Fengling, who was nearby, gently patted her. Feishue turned to her, and Fengling whispered, "Do not worry, Jerry still harbors thoughts of you in his heart. Moreover, you should be able to see that he does not feel entirely indifferent towards you. If he were, he wouldn't be so deliberately evasive. His heart remains bound by an unresolved knot. Remember what I told you? If you persist, you will surely unlock Jerry's heart. I will always be here to support you." Touched, Feishue replied quietly, "Fengling, why are you so kind to me? And do you not also have feelings for Jerry?" Fengling smiled and softly replied, "I do have affection for Jerry, but I also regard you as a sister. If you are unhappy, I must certainly assist you. Besides, I wish for the three of us, you, Jerry, and I, to live together." Upon finishing her words, Fengling's cheeks flushed. Mingfeng, observing this, blurted out clumsily, "Fengling, what are you and Feishue whispering about? Your faces are so red." Fengling shot Mingfeng an exasperated glance and retorted, "Mind your own business. We are discussing matters pertinent to girls." At that moment, Jerry suddenly heard the sound of rustling in the woods. He sprang up, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Yami and Mingfeng also leapt to their feet, with Yami positioning herself protectively in front of Fengling and Feishue, prepared for any potential ambush against the two mages. Mingfeng swiftly ascended a nearby tree, drawing his bow with his right hand while gently knocking 3 arrows with his left. Fengling and Feishue readied themselves to cast spells. Jerry glanced at the others, feeling a sense of satisfaction. During their time together, they had developed a certain camaraderie. Despite not having faced any real dangers yet, they were beginning to function as a cohesive unit. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the woods, his unkempt white hair framing a pair of cloudy eyes. Dressed in plain garments, his face was etched with deep wrinkles, reminiscent of dried orange peel. Upon recognizing him, Fengling exclaimed, "Aren't you that old man from the mercenary guild in the small town? What are you doing here, you cantankerous old fool?" The old man waved his hands reassuringly at Jerry and the others. "Please, remain calm. I harbor no ill intentions. It's simply that due to my advanced age, the mercenary guild has no use for me anymore. I had intended to visit some old friends at the border, and it seems fate has brought us together." Seeing the old man's demeanor, Jerry felt a wave of relief wash over him as he noted that Yami and Fengling had relaxed their guard, and Mingfeng had descended from the tree. Only Feishue remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the old man. Jerry shook his head, realizing that amidst his warnings about maintaining caution with strangers, only Feishue had heeded his advice. The others had seemingly disregarded his words entirely. Jerry turned to the old man and said, "Hello, sir. I'm not sure how to address you, but my name is Jerry." The old man nodded and, with an air of condescension, replied, "You may call me Night Ghost. I am aware that you are the leader of the Snowstorm Mercenary Corps. I have perused your records at the Mercenary Guild. However, your leadership leaves much to be desired. Among your mercenaries, only the girl in the light green attire appears competent. The rest exhibit a woeful lack of vigilance." Jerry's heart stirred as he realized that this elder, known as Night Ghost, had discerned that his team consisted primarily of novices. The girl in light green was indeed Feishue. Upon hearing Night Ghost's remark, Fengling was the first to voice her discontent, exclaiming, "What do you know? We are quite formidable. Individuals like Yami and Mingfeng are." Night Ghost interjected, "Earth warriors, are they not? Your records confirm this. However, there is no need to feel insulted. As a seasoned mercenary, I can tell that only Jerry, the leader, and that girl in green maintained their alertness upon encountering me. The rest of you relaxed your guard almost instantaneously, which is indicative of your inexperience. With that, he turned his gaze to the girl in white. Do you still dispute this? Feng Ling fell silent momentarily, then stubbornly retorted, that is merely because we recognized you as a member of the mercenary guild. Had you been anyone else, we would undoubtedly have remained vigilant. Mingfeng nodded in agreement, while Yami appeared contemplative. Night Ghost chuckled, disregarding Feng Ling's objections, and merely glanced at Jerry, who felt a flush of embarrassment. He then addressed Feng Ling. Do not argue, Feng Ling. The elder Night Ghost speaks the truth. Regardless of familiarity, one must never let their guard down, for one cannot be certain that an acquaintance will not bring harm. Feng Ling ceased her protests and nodded in acceptance. However, Mingfeng, perplexed, inquired, why is that? Can we not trust those we know? Before Jerry could respond, Night Ghost interjected. Indeed, one must not trust anyone outside of their comrades, as one can never truly know what others are contemplating. It is possible that someone you know may have reasons to betray you. Many have perished at the hands of those they trusted, even by their closest friends. Conversely, if you do not place your trust in your comrades, your demise will come swifter still. Mifeng remained confused, asking, why can we not trust anyone? Yet must trust our comrades? Is this not contradictory? Noting Jerry's own bewilderment, Night Ghost cleared his throat and explained, if you do not trust your comrades, you will be preoccupied with concerns about your rear during battle, which will inevitably distract you. A distracted mind significantly increases your peril, hence the necessity of trusting your companions. This is the survival principle of a mercenary. At this point, Feng Ling was swayed by Night Ghost's words. Jerry then addressed Night Ghost, saying, Elder Night Ghost. To which he replied, do not call me Elder. Am I so old? You may refer to me as Uncle or Night Ghost. Jerry glanced at Night Ghost, who appeared nearly 70, yet insisted he was not old. Ultimately, he decided to call him Night Ghost, finding it difficult to address him as Uncle. Jerry remarked, Night Ghost, are you heading towards the border? It happens to be on the way. Let us journey together. Along the way, could you impart some wisdom to us new mercenaries? After a moment of contemplation, Night Ghost replied, very well. Jerry mused to himself, you are clearly following us, and I suspect if I hadn't invited you, you would have lingered regardless. Jerry's intuition was indeed correct. Thus, Night Ghost accompanied Jerry towards the border, sharing invaluable insights about the mercenary life, enabling Jerry and his companions to mature rapidly in their roles. Even Feng Ling, who had previously harbored a dislike for Night Ghost, now found herself seeking his company daily. Night Ghost devised a set of training methods to enhance the reflexes of Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yimi, Mingfeng, and the others. Though termed training, it consisted primarily of Night Ghost playfully tormenting them each day. For instance, while Feng Ling was walking, she suddenly found herself falling into a pit that Night Ghost had dug the previous night. Mingfeng, while attending to nature's call, was startled by a beehive plummeting from the treetops, causing him to flee without even securing his trousers. On another occasion, while Yumi was sleeping, a bucket of cold water was unexpectedly poured over her. Except for Jerry, each individual faced 2 to 3 such pranks from Night Ghost daily. Initially, Feng Ling and the others were infuriated. However, it wasn't long before they realized that their reactions to unforeseen circumstances had significantly improved. The catalyst for this transformation occurred one day when Mingfeng was bathing in a small pond. Bored and inspired by Night Ghost's antics, Yumi decided to play a trick of her own, sneaking up to steal Mingfeng's clothes. Unexpectedly, as she approached, Mingfeng shot an arrow in her direction, forcing Yumi to dodge swiftly to avoid being hit. This incident revealed to her that even during bathing, Mingfeng was never without his bow. Defeated, she retreated in embarrassment. Upon Mingfeng's return, a gathering of Yumi, Feng Ling, Fei Shui, and Mingfeng led them to discover that their reflexes had vastly improved. Previously, they had been akin to freshly graduated students from the academy, adhering strictly to the rules. Now, they had evolved into mercenaries capable of responding advantageously to various unexpected situations, all thanks to the inadvertent lessons learned amidst Night Ghost's playful pranks. Jerry had never once fallen prey to the Night Demon, a fact that perplexed Feng Ling and the others. How was it that Jerry could consistently evade the traps set by the Night Demon? This was due to Jerry's many years spent in the Forest of Death, where he had developed an instinctive response to various dangers. Whenever peril approached, his body would instinctively react, rendering the Night Demon powerless against him. Thus, he single-handedly transported the wine crate, After more than 20 days, the group arrived at Minga village, situated on the border. Upon entering the village, they noticed that only a handful of elderly and frail villagers remained. The rest were conspicuously absent. Jerry inquired of one villager about the location of the village chief, who responded that the chief resided in a house at the village's edge. Upon reaching the chief's home, they encountered the aged leader, who received the wine brought by Jerry and his companions without a hint of joy. Instead, he sighed deeply and remarked, "I never expected my brother would send this crate of wine, which has now become my farewell libation." Upon hearing this, the night demon urgently asked, "Chief, what has transpired in your village? Why are there only a few old men here? And where are the younger villagers?" The chief explained, "Recently, the kingdom of Anthony has been invaded by the kingdom of Clint's. Leading their forces is the vampire Green, notorious for his greed and brutality. Wherever his army marches, not even a chicken or dog is left unharmed. In contrast, our country has dispatched the bloodthirsty General Feng Yi, though he is not as avaricious as Green. He revels in the slaughter of civilians, indiscriminately killing whether they are citizens of Anthony or not. Countless innocents have perished at his hands during his campaigns. Thus, upon hearing news of the impending battle between these two figures, many fled, while we, being old and unable to escape, are left here to await our demise." Feng Ling and Fei Shui were taken aback, unable to comprehend the existence of such cruelty, especially towards their own countrymen. Jerry, however, calmly inquired, "Do you know when the battle will commence, Chief?" The chief replied, "It should be in the next few days. According to travelers passing by, Feng Yi's vanguard is not far from here. You are still young. It would be wise to flee." Feng Ling grasped Jerry's arm and implored, "Jerry, we must rescue these villagers. If we leave, they will surely be slaughtered." Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng also gazed at Jerry with pleading expressions, while the night demon quietly observed Jerry's reaction. Jerry's gaze slowly traversed the concerned faces of Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng. Noticing their solemn expressions, he smiled gently and replied, "Very well, we shall rescue the villagers here. Let us rest today and depart at dawn tomorrow." Several miles away, in the Antonio military camp, hundreds of tents were arranged in an orderly fashion. Some soldiers had already lain down within their tents, while others were stretching their limbs outside. Regardless, the soldiers were prepared for the impending battle against the invading forces of Clint's. As dusk approached, the soldiers responsible for rations had begun to set up cooking pots. At this moment, from an inconspicuous tent adjacent to the commander's quarters, anguished cries echoed intermittently. The soldiers stationed outside the tent wore sinister smiles, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if the agonizing screams stirred the brutal instincts within them. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed further away, upon hearing these wretched sounds, were struck with dismay and compassion. For they understood all too well that their commander, Feng Yi, was once again inflicting torment upon the captured civilians. Day after day, these soldiers were subjected to such horrifying cries, and although they felt a deep sense of pity, they dared not voice their indignation, for they were merely soldiers. Moreover, the fate of the deputy officer who had once bravely protested still lingered in their minds. That officer, filled with a sense of justice, had merely uttered a gentle admonition, only to be subjected to a gruesome execution by Feng Yi, who personally carried out the punishment. In front of all the soldiers, Feng Yi had worn a cruel smile as he methodically dismembered the officer before their eyes. After a prolonged period, a louder scream pierced the air, followed by a series of desperate pleas that eventually ceased. The soldiers surrounding the tent felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Yet another life had been extinguished. Suddenly, the fabric at the tent's entrance was flung aside, releasing a pungent odor of blood that wafted into the air. Soldiers stationed some distance away caught a whiff of this scent. Although they were seasoned veterans, desensitized to the cycle of life and death, they could not help but feel nauseated, nearly retching their midday meal. In stark contrast, the soldiers encircling the tent showed no reaction to the stench, instead appearing even more exhilarated. Peering through the gap in the tent's curtain, one could see the interior drenched in blood. An elderly man, white-haired and bearded, lay dismembered on the ground, his body marked with numerous wounds, a veritable embodiment of hell on earth. Feng Yi strode out of the tent, and his attendant, Marin, approached with a cloak in hand, draping it over Feng Yi's shoulders. Adjusting the cloak, Feng Yi, with a grim expression, remarked to Marin, "Why is it that all the captives we have taken this time are so feeble? The old are frail, and the young are weak. They perish far too quickly. It is utterly unsatisfying. Tonight, procure for me some sturdier specimens, I wish to indulge myself tomorrow morning. Marin, his face etched with concern, replied, My lord. The villagers in the vicinity have fled upon hearing of the impending conflict. Those remaining are primarily the infirm and the elderly. It will indeed be a challenge to find robust civilians. Phony snorted dismissively, I care not. I demand that by tomorrow morning, I see some strong playthings. Should my desires go unfulfilled, it is but a minor inconvenience. However, if it jeopardizes our army's resounding victory, your 10 heads would not suffice. Thus, he ordered, I do not care how you achieve this. If necessary, select a few from among the soldiers. Marin trembled at the command, hastily responding, Yes. I shall exert every effort to fulfill this task. Satisfied, Feng Yi nodded and returned to the main command tent. Marin barely had time to eat, as he dispatched 300 soldiers to leave the military camp in search of robust civilians. In Minga village, upon hearing that Jerry and his companions would find a way to assist the elderly villagers in their departure, the village chief was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately welcomed Jerry and his group into his home and summoned the remaining villagers, presenting them with the scant food they had. Jerry observed that the villagers appeared gaunt and emaciated, and the food offered consisted merely of some flour-based dishes and a few side items, insufficient for the number gathered. At this moment, Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng all took note of the scene. As the village chief awkwardly explained to Jerry that the supplies were dwindling and requested their understanding, Jerry suddenly rose, startling the chief, who feared he might be angered by the meager offerings. The chief's face paled at the thought that if Jerry and his companions left without aiding the villagers, their fate would be dire. Just as the chief racked his brain for a way to persuade Jerry to stay, Jerry spoke. Chief, let the villagers eat first. My friends, and I will step out for a moment and return shortly. Turning to Yami and Ming Feng, who were lost in thought, he said, Yami, Ming Feng, while it's not completely dark yet, let us venture out to see if there are any nearby game to hunt. Yami and Ming Feng sprang up in excitement, exclaiming, Great, let us go. Feng Ling and Fei Shui also stood, eager to join. However, Jerry shook his head at Feng Ling, saying, We cannot all leave if soldiers arrive. These people will need your protection. Jerry glanced at the elderly night ghost, who had already begun eating at the table. Noticing Jerry's gaze, Night Ghost raised his frail, chicken-like hands and declared loudly, I will stay. I am but an old man, lacking the vitality of you youngsters. Jerry nodded in agreement, replying, Very well, Night Ghost. Please look after Feng Ling and the others. Feng Ling interjected, What? He is to look after us? Shouldn't it be the other way around? If soldiers come, he would be the first to flee. Jerry smiled at Feng Ling, saying, Feng Ling, once we depart, please exercise utmost caution. Feng Ling replied, All right, it's just hunting. Why all this fuss? Go already. Jerry chuckled again and turned to leave. At that moment, Fei Shui gathered her courage and called out, Jerry. Hearing her voice, Jerry paused but did not turn around, responding calmly, What is it? Fei Shui found herself momentarily speechless in response to Jerry's demeanor. Feng Ling gently nudged her, prompting Fei Shui to glance at her, whereupon Feng Ling offered an encouraging smile. Feeling a measure of calm wash over her, Fei Shui took a deep breath and said, Jerry, please be careful while hunting. Jerry's demeanor remained calm and unruffled, yet within him stirred a profound realization. Fei Shui's feelings for him had become unmistakably clear, akin to a heartfelt confession. Though she had subtly expressed her affection before, never had it been so overt. To outright reject her would undoubtedly inflict a tremendous blow upon her. With a resigned sigh, Jerry thought to himself how challenging it is to bear the favor of a beautiful woman. He gently replied, Thank you, I will be cautious, and without looking back, he departed. Yami and Ming Feng exchanged approving glances with Fei Shui before following closely behind Jerry. The elderly villagers, having lived through the vicissitudes of life, were not oblivious to the unfolding scene. One among them initiated applause, and Fei Shui, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, sank into the embrace of Feng Ling beside her. Feng Ling tenderly wrapped her arms around Fei Shui and whispered, It seems Jerry did not reject you. It appears I must offer my congratulations. Fei Shui squirmed shyly in Feng Ling's embrace and replied softly, Feng Ling, thank you. If it weren't for your encouragement to openly confess my feelings for Jerry in front of everyone, I would never have dared to do such a thing. Yet, it is truly mortifying. Feng Ling chuckled softly. You see, if you hadn't approached him this way, that dense fellow Jerry would never have acknowledged your affection. Look how splendid this is. From now on, we shall be like sisters, a family united. Jerry stepped out of Minga village, his heart in disarray. He had already developed feelings for Fengling and had no intention of being swayed by anyone else. Unexpectedly, a thread of affection from Fei Xue ensnared him, refusing to let go. Fengling, too, was fanning the flames. Now, with Fei Xue openly expressing her feelings, he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of hurting such a gentle and charming girl. Yet, his own identity and status seemed so incompatible with hers. Oh, what a predicament. Yami and Mingfeng observed Jerry walking ahead, lost in thought, and realized he was preoccupied with Fei Xue and Fengling. Yami approached him, clapped him on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Jerry, why overthink it? It's merely two girls who have taken a liking to you. It's not a monumental issue. Consider how many would envy and covet your situation. Besides, Fengling and Fei Xue share such a close friendship. You should simply relax and relish the fortune of having two admirers." Reflecting on Yami's words, Jerry thought, indeed, why dwell on it? Whatever may happen in the future is a matter for another day. He resolved to return and share everything with Fei Xue. If she still wished to follow him after hearing the truth, then so be it. After all, he wouldn't be returning to Antonio City in the next 2 years. With clarity of thought, Jerry turned to Yami and said, "Yami, Mingfeng, let us hasten to catch some game. If Fengling waits too long, who knows what mischief she might concoct." In unison, Yami and Mingfeng replied, "Indeed, let us move quickly." The three accelerated their pace, heading towards the woods at the edge of the village. Meanwhile, Marlin, accompanied by 300 soldiers, scoured the vicinity of the camp for several miles. Unfortunately, every village they encountered was either deserted or had already fallen victim to Marlin's previous searches. Ultimately, with no alternatives left, Marlin decided to take his soldiers to the farthest village, Minga, in hopes of a stroke of luck. Jerry and his companions wandered through the forest for quite some time. The woods were neither overly expansive nor particularly small, spanning approximately 7 or 8 miles. Despite the dense foliage, which logically should have harbored numerous creatures, they had only managed to capture a few small birds, leaving the trio of hunters feeling somewhat disheartened. However, it was not due to their lack of skill. After all, both Yami and Mingfeng had been raised in the art of hunting, and Jerry had honed his skills in the Death God Forest. The absence of prey was not a reflection of their abilities, but rather an indication that aside from a few birds, no other game existed in the vicinity. Yami scratched his head and remarked, "Something doesn't add up. When we set out earlier, I inquired with an elder nearby about the presence of game, and he assured me there was plenty." Just as Jerry was about to respond, a sudden change came over him as he caught a whiff of an unusual scent in the air. "I believe I understand why there are no animals in the forest," he said. Yami and Mingfeng, filled with curiosity, asked, "Why?" Jerry pointed ahead, urging them to see for themselves. As they followed the path through the woods, the scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Instinctively, Yami drew his sword while Mingfeng readied his bow, heightening their vigilance. Jerry, calm and composed, followed closely behind, feeling a sense of certainty about what lay ahead. After a short while, they stumbled upon a clearing where a large circle of trees had been felled, creating an expansive open space. The ground was strewn with the remains of various animals, resembling a gruesome slaughterhouse. Yami and Mingfeng, having hunted for many years, had never encountered such a sight and were momentarily stunned. Jerry approached slowly and remarked, "It appears that all the creatures of this forest have met their end here." Yami, regaining his composure, inquired, "Jerry, do you know what happened?" Jerry surveyed the scattered bones and replied, "I found it peculiar that after spending so long in the woods, there was not a single trace of any animals. Later, I caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent in the wind, which felt oddly familiar. It was the scent of a magical beast. I can deduce that a magical beast has entered this forest and devoured all the animals within it." Yami and Mingfeng exchanged glances, their eyes wide with concern. A magical beast? Such creatures typically resided in the demon realm and were notoriously fierce. Most martial artists would find themselves outmatched by a magical beast. Consequently, areas where these creatures congregated were often deserted, with ordinary folk rarely returning if they ventured too close. The Death God Forest was renowned as a prime location for magical beasts, and lone beasts were often hunted down by humans or mercenaries. Thus, they were a rare sight. Jerry examined the surroundings once more and stated, "It seems that this magical beast is likely of a higher tier, having left not long ago, as its scent has not yet fully dissipated. Let us search for it." Ami and Mingfeng could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Slaying magical beasts was the perfect opportunity to test their skills. However, Jerry, fully aware of the burgeoning intelligence possessed by high-grade, low-tier magical beasts, regarded their enthusiasm with indifference. He understood that vanquishing such creatures was no trivial endeavor, and thus his demeanor grew considerably more somber. Observing Jerry's serious expression, Ami and Mingfeng also composed themselves, diligently scanning their surroundings as they proceeded cautiously. Jerry discovered an enormous set of claw prints on the ground and promptly summoned Yami and Mingfeng, urging them to follow the tracks. Shortly thereafter, they stumbled upon a fearsome beast on the other side, near the edge of the forest. This creature towered over them, standing twice the height of a man, with 3 robust claws hanging languidly at its sides, stained with blood. Its 4 massive claws were firmly planted on the ground, while 3 wolf heads adorned its neck, each facing a different direction. However, the head that faced Jerry and his companions had its eyes tightly shut. The creature's body was encased in a dense layer of black scales, and a thick tail thrashed mindlessly against the earth, each strike resonating with a thunderous boom that made the ground tremble. An overwhelming stench wafted through the evening breeze, suggesting that the beast was at rest. Having never encountered such a creature in the forest of death, Jerry feared the noxious odor might be toxic, and quickly motioned for Yami and Mingfeng to hold their breaths. At that moment, the beast seemed to sense something. The head directly facing Jerry suddenly opened its eyes, locking onto them. All 3 heads of the creature simultaneously gaped wide and let out an earth-shattering roar that sent nearby trees swaying and caused leaves to rain down. The sheer volume of the sound left Jerry, Yami, and Mingfeng disoriented, their minds momentarily clouded, and their bodies swayed involuntarily. After unleashing its roar, the beast charged towards them without hesitation. Jerry regained his composure first, while Yami and Mingfeng were still stabilizing themselves. He quickly glanced towards the direction of the beast, astonished to see it charging straight at Yami, who was still not fully aware of the situation and helpless against the oncoming threat. Jerry shouted, "Be careful," and with a swift motion, he pushed his palm towards Yami. Just as the beast was about to reach Yami, Jerry's shout jolted him awake, and he felt a surge of internal energy rushing to him. He quickly pivoted to the right, only to hear a hissing sound as he let out a pained groan. The sleeve of his left arm fluttered in the air, and a large gash opened on his arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. However, his life was spared. Mingfeng, having regained his senses, noticed that his dear friend Yami had been injured. As the beast continued to charge towards the fallen Yami, a sense of urgency surged within him. He hurriedly drew and released arrows from his bow, each arrow streaking through the air like a meteor, aimed at the beast. Yet, despite the barrage, the arrows merely clanged harmlessly off the beast's tough hide, failing to penetrate its defenses. Nevertheless, the creature's attention was diverted towards Mingfeng, who had successfully drawn it away. The beast tilted its head, observing Mingfeng with one of its eyes, as its 4 legs began to rush towards him. At this moment, Jerry reached Yami's side. Seeing that the beast was distracted, he let out a sigh of relief. He bent down to examine Yami's wound and noticed the blood was red, easing his worries. It seemed that Yami had not been poisoned. The beast's claws bore no venom. Jerry immediately performed a healing spell, staunching the bleeding before turning his attention to the combat between Mingfeng and the beast. Mingfeng, seeing the beast charging at him, quickly darted aside, continuing to fire arrows. However, each arrow that struck the beast was repelled by its armored scales. The beast, with its 3 heads, faced different directions, allowing it to charge towards Mingfeng without needing to turn. Jerry cast an ice spell, encasing the beast's feet in ice, and called out to Mingfeng, "Aim for its eyes." Typically, a beast's eyes are its weak point. The beast struggled, shattering the ice around it, and let out a furious roar from all 3 mouths, its claws trembling with rage. Steadying himself, Mingfeng drew his bow taut, aiming for the eye of the central head. To his dismay, the arrow, swift as a shooting star, was dodged when the beast tilted its head. Enraged, its 6 eyes glowed with ferocity, and suddenly, the middle head opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Mingfeng. Just as he knocked a second arrow, he sensed the impending danger and rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the beast's fiery onslaught. Jerry observed that the frost spell had little effect on the beast. Upon witnessing the creature spew flames, he realized that it possessed a certain degree of magical resistance and could also cast spells. Drawing his long sword from the dimensional space, he swiftly maneuvered into the beast's blind spot, approaching it from behind. The beast, suddenly aware that the human it had been watching had vanished from its right side, turned halfway only to find a glimmer of sword light slicing towards it. With a low growl, The beast chose not to evade but charged directly at Jerry, claws poised to strike. The sound of metal striking flesh echoed as Jerry's sword carved a deep gash into the beast's hide. In a fluid motion, he leapt over the creature's head, narrowly avoiding its retaliatory strike. The beast let out a pained roar, green blood gushing forth. Jerry landed gracefully, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, thinking, "Fool, did you underestimate my seemingly ordinary longsword?" In reality, Jerry had infused his sword with vital energy, significantly enhancing its sharpness, allowing him to pierce the beast's scales with ease. The creature glared at Jerry, panting heavily. Mingfeng, seizing the moment as the beast focused its attention on Jerry, loosed a swift arrow. The beast roared again, one of its eyes blinded by Mingfeng's shot, causing it to tremble in agony. Having suffered 2 blows, the beast gazed at the 3 diminutive humans before it, a surge of fear rising within, contemplating retreat. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in the beast's eyes, Jerry, well-versed in its nature, called out urgently to Mingfeng and Yami, "Be cautious, it intends to flee." Without hesitation, Jerry propelled himself off the ground, wielding his sword with all his might, striking at the beast. The creature suddenly raised its head, unleashing flames from its 3 mouths. Jerry swiftly dodged backward, shouting, "Mingfeng." Mingfeng immediately drew his bow, releasing several arrows aimed directly at the beast's remaining eye. Yami, closing in on the beast's body, slashed at its wounds. The creature attempted to evade Mingfeng's arrows while simultaneously enduring Yami's strikes, creating a chaotic scene. Jerry leaped into the air, driving his sword down towards the beast's head. In a sudden burst of strength, the beast hurled Yami away, raising its claws in an attempt to grasp Jerry. Seeing the beast's claws descending upon him, Jerry relinquished his grip on the sword, narrowly evading the attack and sidestepping to safety. Mingfeng seized the opportunity to blind the beast further, rendering it with only 1 functional eye. The beast abruptly froze in place, and both Mingfeng and Yami, relieved by its stillness, exhaled deeply. However, the creature soon emitted a chilling, mournful cry, its body writhing as the wound inflicted by Jerry began to heal gradually. It swelled ominously, increasing in size. Jerry's expression shifted to one of alarm. The beast was evolving. He shouted to Yami and Mingfeng, "Run. The beast has evolved." Confused, Yami and Mingfeng questioned how the beast could still be alive when it seemed close to death, yet they heeded Jerry's warning and began to flee. After a few paces, they realized Jerry was not following, causing them to stop in surprise and glance back. Jerry remained rooted to the spot, and just as Yami and Mingfeng were about to rush back, he shouted without turning his head, "Leave, do not return. The beasts now are beyond your capability to confront." A jolt of realization struck Yami and Mingfeng, their eyes brimming with emotion. They understood that Jerry intended to shield them from the increasingly formidable monsters, granting them a chance to escape. This selfless act of sacrifice deeply moved Yami and Mingfeng. Jerry observed the evolved beast with a calculating mind. This creature was unfamiliar to him, yet he had slain several beasts of even greater caliber in the forest of death. However, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to set traps, no matter how aesthetically pleasing they might be. Generally speaking, high-tier beasts possess an instinct for evolution. Thus, an evolved beast experiences a significant surge in strength and speed for a brief period. Yet, this enhancement is not sustainable. Once that fleeting moment passes, the beast will inevitably weaken. In essence, he merely needed to endure this interval, relying on the duration of the beast's evolutionary state. After careful consideration, Jerry suddenly realized that Amy and Mingfeng had positioned themselves behind him, ready to launch an attack. With a sigh, Jerry thought to himself, "These 2 fellows." He decided to speak. "Amy, Mingfeng, you must be cautious. After the evolution of the beast, both its speed and strength will increase significantly. Amy, step back a bit. Mingfeng, you too, find a larger tree for cover. Observe the beast's attack patterns closely and only assist me when I call for you." Just as Amy and Mingfeng were about to refuse, Jerry noticed that the beast had begun to stir. Panic surged within him, and he shouted, "Do as I say." With that, he thrust both of them away with a firm push. Realizing Jerry was serious, Amy and Mingfeng complied. Mingfeng climbed a sturdy tree, aiming his arrow at the beast, channeling his energy into it, prepared to assist at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Amy gathered her energy, gripping her sword tightly, ready to charge at any moment. Both resolved silently that should Jerry find himself in peril, they would intervene without hesitation, even at the cost of their own lives to ensure his safety. At that moment, the beast launched its attack with a swift dash. It appeared before Jerry at double the speed. Anticipating this, Jerry had already cast a high-level defensive spell to shield himself, while simultaneously circulating his energy to form a protective barrier. However, he was taken aback by the beast's accelerated speed and was struck by its claws, eliciting gasps from Amy and Mingfeng. Fortunately, although the beast's razor-sharp claws shattered his defensive magic, their force had diminished significantly, failing to breach Jerry's energy barrier. He staggered back a few steps. But as the beast charged again, Jerry could not afford to be hit a second time. He quickly evaded, engaging in a nimble dance around the creature. The beast relentlessly pursued him, slashing with its claws, but Jerry cleverly avoided direct confrontation, attacking from the beast's blind spots. Jerry engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast, while Yami and Mingfeng looked on in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the evolved creature would possess such formidable strength. Although Yami had sustained a minor injury earlier, he found it relatively simple to contend with the beast, leading him to believe that it was not as formidable as it seemed. Had it not been for Jerry insisting they remain in the background, it was likely that both would have suffered severe injuries or worse after a single encounter. However, observing Jerry's speed, it was evident that he surpassed the evolved beast by a slight margin, allowing him to evade its attacks while the wounds on the creature's back continued to multiply. At this moment, Jerry felt a sense of urgency within him. Although it appeared that he had the upper hand, the depletion of his vital energy was immense. Not only did he need to maintain his speed, but each strike aimed at inflicting damage upon the evolved beast required the full extent of his strength, which hastened the consumption of his energy. Calling upon Amy and Mingfeng for assistance was not an option, as their power was insufficient. They would not only fail to harm the beast, but might also provoke its retaliation, placing them in peril. Thus, Jerry could only rely on himself and the beast, awaiting which would falter first. After a brief period, Jerry's speed began to wane. However, the creature bore numerous wounds, each using green blood, and its movements had slowed considerably compared to Jerry's. While continuing its assaults, the beast gasped for breath. Jerry, too, found himself panting lightly as he inflicted a couple more cuts on the creature. To his astonishment, he noticed that the recoil from his sword strikes had diminished significantly. Joy surged within him. It seemed that the beast's time in its evolved state was nearing its end. The creature appeared to sense this as well, letting out a low growl, its movements hastening slightly, as if it intended to eliminate Jerry before its evolution faded. Jerry ceased his attacks, conserving his dwindling energy for a decisive blow, maneuvering around the beast to evade its strikes. After a short while, the creature's movements slowed even further. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry summoned the last remnants of his vital energy, waiting for a gap to slip behind the beast and deliver a horizontal slash. At that moment, the beast's final eye was directed towards Amy and Mingfeng, who were astonished to perceive a glimmer of cunning within its gaze. They shouted in alarm, "Jerry, be careful." Amy rushed forward, while Mingfeng loosed several arrows, hoping to vanquish the beast and save Jerry. Suddenly, the creature's speed surged, evading Jerry's strike, its three claws slicing through the air towards him with alarming speed. Hearing Amy and Mingfeng's warnings, Jerry realized too late that the claws were already descending upon him. Yet, his harrowing experiences in the Death Forest against the beast had equipped him with the reflexes needed for survival. Instead of retreating or leaping into the air, both of which would have been futile, he charged into the beast's embrace, thrusting his sword deep into its chest. The blade pierced through, while the creature's claws grazed his back, leaving 3 deep gashes. With its final eye wide open in defiance, the beast succumbed to death. Jerry collapsed to the ground, and Amy and Mingfeng rushed over, their faces etched with concern. "Jerry, are you all right? Are you badly injured?" Jerry managed a weak smile, suppressing the pain in his back, and replied, "It's nothing, just a minor wound." He attempted to rise, but staggered and fell back to the ground. Amy and Mingfeng quickly assisted him, but in her haste, Amy inadvertently brushed against Jerry's back wound, causing him to groan in pain. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Amy felt a dampness on her hand and, turning her head, was startled to see 3 deep gashes carved into Jerry's back, from which blue blood flowed. Stammering, she exclaimed, "Jerry, why is your blood blue?" Mingfeng, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback. After all, was not human blood universally red? Skeptically, he glanced over and was left speechless. "Despite the pain," Jerry explained, "in the forest of death, I had nothing else to consume, and I survived solely on the flesh of magical beasts. Over time, for reasons unknown, my blood transformed from red to blue." Both Amy and Mingfeng gasped in shock at the notion of feasting on the flesh of magical beasts. A glance at the lifeless creature nearby made them feel nauseous. Observing the pallor on their faces, Jerry sighed, aware that they were struggling to accept this grim reality. In the forest of death, survival necessitates consuming the flesh of magical beasts. It is an unavoidable circumstance, he lamented. Upon hearing Jerry's words, Amy and Mingfeng steadied themselves. They tore strips from their garments and hastily bandaged Jerry's wounds. Following Jerry's instructions, they extracted the magical crystal core from the beast, only to discover it was one of the fire attribute. Ultimately, they supported Jerry back to Minga village. One should not question why Jerry did not employ healing magic on himself. Such spells cannot be cast upon oneself but must be administered by another. Jerry, Yami, and Mingfeng returned to the village, their bodies stained with blood, startling Fengling, Feishue, and the others who were left bewildered by the sight. Yami recounted the trio's harrowing experience, and upon hearing that Jerry had been injured, Fengling and Feishue turned pale, tears welling in their eyes, ready to spill over. Jerry hastily urged, Fengling, please cast your healing magic. I am unable to do so myself. Forgetting their sorrow, Fengling and Feishue quickly supported Jerry, with Feishue fetching clean water to cleanse Jerry's wounds before promptly invoking healing magic to mend his injuries. Night Ghost, observing from the side, flashed a knowing smile at Jerry, who understood that Night Ghost had discerned his intent to divide the affections of the two girls, causing a blush to creep onto his cheeks as he turned away to avoid his gaze. After a while, the wounds had nearly healed, and Fengling and Feishue ceased their magic, silently retreating to a corner, seeing that the three were now safe. The village chief instructed the villagers to return home and prepare their belongings for an early departure the next day. One by one, the villagers dispersed, and the chief brought forth the food left for the trio, which they gratefully accepted and consumed. Having arranged accommodations for everyone, the chief eventually retired to rest. Jerry, Yami, Mingfeng, and Night Ghost sat unhappily beside each other, while Night Ghost discreetly signaled to Lami and Mingfeng. The three of them expressed their fatigue from the day and quietly slipped away, leaving Jerry alone with the two girls. Jerry found himself at a loss, standing before Fengling and Feishue, unsure of what to say, and thus began to pace restlessly within the room. Observing that the others had departed, Fengling and Feishue realized that everyone had intentionally left them an opportunity with Jerry, which brought them a secret delight. They decided to remain silent, curious as to how Jerry would respond. Initially ignoring him, the two eventually could no longer contain themselves. Fengling, unable to resist, coldly addressed Jerry. Jerry, why are you wandering about? If you wish to sleep, then do so. Jerry, taken aback, replied vacantly, Oh, then I shall go to sleep. With that, he turned to leave. Fengling and Feishue flushed with anger, thinking him utterly dense. As Jerry approached the door, he paused, suddenly realizing that if he left in such a manner, it would certainly provoke their thoughts, which he deemed inappropriate. He returned to them, inquiring, What troubles you both? Why do you appear so vexed? Fengling and Feishue exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison at Jerry's return. Fengling sprang to her feet and declared, I shall take my leave now. You two should have a proper discussion. Feishue attempted to catch Fengling, but she winked at her companion and dashed away like the wind. Jerry and Feishue faced each other, both at a loss for words, creating an awkward atmosphere. Jerry cleared his throat, summoning his courage to speak to Feishue. Feishue, I have something I wish to share with you. Feishue's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and softly murmured, Please, go ahead. Jerry swallowed hard and said, Feishue, I understand your feelings for me. In truth, I feel the same way about you, but there are certain matters you are unaware of. Thus, I hope you will hear me out before making a decision. Feishue looked up in surprise, her face still red, but her tone resolute as she declared, regardless of the circumstances, I like you, and this is my truth. Something I have long been afraid to voice. Today, I have expressed it, and no matter what has transpired or will unfold, I shall not regret it. Hearing Feishue's unwavering words, Jerry felt a surge of emotion. This girl had devoted herself to him completely, and it seemed he could not refuse her. Jerry sat beside Feishue, gently taking her delicate, porcelain-like hand, and gazing into her eyes, he recounted everything that had transpired in his life. As she listened to Jerry's tale, Feishue's emotions fluctuated between sorrow and joy. Tears streamed down her cheeks upon hearing of Jerry's hardships in childhood, and her expression turned to anger at the tyrannical Lord of Iacheng. However, when she learned of Jerry's triumph over the Lord and his 5,000 soldiers, She gasped in astonishment and applauded in delight. As the conversation flowed, Fei Xue found herself nestled in Jerry's embrace, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, captivated by the myriad of emotions that danced across her lovely face. Once Jerry finished his narrative, Fei Xue sighed softly, resting her head on his shoulder and tilting her chin up to say, "Jerry, you did the right thing. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly. In truth, my father has long been aware of the misconduct of certain nobles and their cruelty toward commoners. He wishes to punish them. But there are too many powerful nobles in court, and they are colluding with one another, rendering him powerless to act." Jerry held Fei Xue's soft waist gently and replied, "Then let us assist your father in dealing with these scoundrels as my betrothal gift." Fei Xue playfully tapped Jerry's chest, but a joyful smile blossomed on her face. When Jerry caught sight of her radiant smile, akin to a blooming hibiscus, he was rendered speechless. Fei Xue, noticing Jerry's dazed expression, couldn't help but giggle, further stirring Jerry's heart. He leaned down and kissed her cherry-like lips, causing Fei Xue to tremble. Her body melted into his embrace, enveloping the room in a warm and tender ambience. Suddenly, the door burst open with force, and Fengling rushed in, catching Jerry and Fei Xue off guard, causing them to awkwardly separate. Fengling flashed a smile at Fei Xue, who, with a flushed face, lowered her gaze. Jerry's cheeks also turned crimson as he inwardly scolded Fengling for her mischief. Fengling playfully stuck out her small tongue at Jerry and remarked, "Jerry, please don't blame me. We're in big trouble. A multitude of soldiers has arrived outside the village. If it weren't for my quick thinking, Yami and the others would have come along too." Upon hearing this, Fei Xue was startled, and Jerry quickly sprang to his feet and asked, "How can there be soldiers arriving at the village at night? Do you know how many there are?" Fengling shook her head and replied, "I'm not sure, perhaps a few hundred?" It was Ming Feng who discovered them. Jerry promptly joined Fengling and Fei Xue as they stepped outside. The villagers had awakened and gathered outside. The village chief, Yami, and Ming Feng, upon seeing Jerry emerge, quickly inquired, "What should we do? Soldiers are approaching. Are we doomed?" Jerry, maintaining his composure, replied, "Chief, do not panic. We will find a solution." He turned to Ming Feng and asked, "Ming Feng, how did you notice the soldiers approaching?" Ming Feng explained, "I couldn't sleep last night and was about to step out to find an empty house to practice my skills. Upon reaching the village entrance, I noticed distant torchlights and, upon closer inspection, heard the sound of hoofs. There hasn't been anyone around for ages, let alone horses. So I deduced that a troop of cavalry must be soldiers. Thus, I called everyone up." Jerry nodded, acknowledging the logic in Ming Feng's words. By then, the sound of hooves was growing nearer, and Jerry said to the village chief, "At this point, we cannot escape, so let us stay and see who is coming. Chief, you should remain here while the others find a place to hide." Jerry thought to himself that, judging by the sound of the hooves, there were no more than 300 approaching. Had he not exhausted his energy combating the magical beasts earlier, even if all 300 were elite soldiers, he would not have regarded them as a significant threat. The chief loudly instructed the elderly nearby to find hiding spots, with so few villagers remaining. It took mere moments for a dozen or so individuals to conceal themselves. Fei Xue stepped forward gently and asked, "Jerry, if they are soldiers from the kingdom of Antonio, should I command them to withdraw in my capacity as a princess?" Jerry smiled tenderly at Fei Xue and replied, "No need. Did you not say that you were presenting yourself as a commoner this time? It would be unwise to undermine your initial decision. Besides, you are beside me, and you will have to acclimate to whatever unfolds." Fei Xue nodded softly and stepped back to stand with Fengling, who grasped her hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. Jerry will handle this." The chief, having overheard Fei Xue, suddenly realized that the beautiful young woman was indeed the princess of their nation, and he hastily attempted to bow in respect. However, Fei Xue gently pulled the chief up and said, "Chief, I wish to keep my identity concealed. Please pretend you did not hear anything and act as if everything is normal." The chief respectfully replied, "Understood," and stood aside with a sense of decorum. At this moment, Jerry and the others could already see the silhouettes of 300 soldiers approaching. The incoming soldiers were led by Marin, who, upon galloping into the village entrance, spotted several young individuals standing in the center of the village. A wave of joy surged within Marin, for it seemed that today's mission would finally be accomplished. As the distance diminished, Marin's joy intensified. Alongside him were two beautiful maidens, and the three men appeared to be in fine physical condition. Capturing them would likely afford him several days of additional support. Moreover, should the maidens delight him, He might even indulge in a little amusement. With excitement coursing through him, Marin pulled on the reins, halting directly opposite Jerry and his companions, while the soldiers behind him similarly drew tight on their reins. Yami and Mifeng stepped forward, forming a line with Jerry to shield Fengling, Fei Xue, and the village chief from Marin's lecherous gaze fixated on the maidens. Jerry scrutinized the soldiers before him, noting the insignia of Antonio emblazoned on their armor. The one who leered at Fengling and Fei Xue appeared to be their leader. Jerry addressed Marin with a measured tone. "Military officer, might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Minga village at such a late hour?" Obscured from view by Yami and Mingfeng, Marin felt a surge of displeasure. However, the sight of Yami and Mingfeng brandishing weapons, coupled with the extraordinary presence of Jerry, Fengling, and Fei Xue, left him uncertain about their identities and potential affiliations. As Jerry posed his question, Marin's mind raced, and he replied loudly, "I have come on the orders of General Fengyi Antonio to seek out a few locals for inquiries at the military camp." "Who are you? And what brings you to the border?" Upon hearing that it was Fengyi who sought him, the village chief trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Fengling and Fei Xue hurried to assist him, whispering words of comfort. Jerry replied, "We are merely delivering some items here and shall depart tomorrow. Since the military is seeking local individuals, this matter does not concern us. We bid you farewell." With that, he deliberately turned to leave. Marlin's mind raced with thoughts. It was already quite late, and he had traversed the nearby village around the military camp. If he failed to apprehend these individuals, he would be unable to fulfill his duties. And it could very well be he who faced punishment from Feng Yi the following day, regardless of their background. As long as no one was aware of their presence at the border, he could bring them all back with his soldiers. Calculating his next move, Marlin's expression hardened as he declared, "Hold on. Your sudden appearance here amidst the conflict at the border raises suspicion regarding your intentions. You must accompany me back to the barracks for further inquiry. If it is determined that you have no ties to the enemy, you shall be released." Without allowing Jerry to respond, he waved his hand and commanded his soldiers, "Arrest them all." The soldiers promptly surrounded Jerry and his companions. Jerry remained utterly still and silent, allowing the soldiers to encircle the group. Seeing Jerry's inaction, Yami, Mingfeng, Fengling, and Fei Xue refrained from taking any action as well, while the village chief was left trembling in fear. Marin, observing that Jerry and his companions did not retaliate, assumed they were merely a group of wayward travelers, and thus he felt a sense of relaxation. He rode closer to Fengling and Fei Xue, reaching out to caress Fei Xue's cheek, leering as he said, "This girl. I shall personally take her into custody. I have some inquiries to make along the way, heh." Fei Xue swiftly smacked away Marin's lecherous hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. "You have quite the temper, young lady," he retorted. "It seems I shall have to teach you a lesson." With that, he raised his whip, preparing to strike Fei Xue. Suddenly, Jerry's cold voice pierced the air. "You scoundrel, your true nature has now been revealed." Enraged, Marin turned to unleash a tirade, but was taken aback as the soldiers beside Jerry began to freeze, transforming into lifeless ice figures. With a resounding crash, dozens shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Startled, Marin was about to command his soldiers to attack Jerry when Yami, Mingfeng, Fengling, and Fei Xue sprang into action. Blades flashed, arrows flew, and magic erupted, overwhelming the soldiers, who fell unconscious as if mere lambs had transformed into ferocious tigers. Yami and Mingfeng stood guard beside Fengling and Fei Xue, sending any approaching soldiers flying. Fengling and Fei Xue unleashed their signature spells, causing the soldiers to wail in despair. However, their hearts remained soft, ensuring that the soldiers were merely injured, not killed. Yami and Mifeng too inflicted more wounds than fatalities. Meanwhile, nearly 100 soldiers on Jerry's side had been turned to ice and shattered, with not a single survivor. As the nearby soldiers fled towards Fengling and her companions, those lagging behind cursed their parents for not bequeathing them swifter legs. Jerry cast a glance towards Fengling, snorting in discontent at the leniency displayed by Yami, Mingfeng, Fengling, and Fei Xue, turning his attention to Marlin, who remained outside the attack zone. Jerry strode directly towards him. Marlin, perched upon his horse, was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Upon noticing Jerry approaching, he hastily struck his horse, turning its head to flee towards the village entrance. With a flick of his wrist, Jerry unleashed Flame Tyrant, conjuring a colossal dragon composed of fire elements that pursued Marlin, engulfing both horse and rider. A cacophony of screams echoed as they were reduced to charred remains. The other soldiers, struck by terror, contemplated escape. Jerry, though still recovering his chi from battling the beasts, found his magical energy brimming. He bellowed, "Feng Ling, Fei Shui, unleash your defensive magic with all your might." Startled, Feng Ling and Fei Shui complied, casting the highest level of protective magic to shield Yami, Ming Feng, and the village chief. After issuing his command, Jerry clapped his hands together, invoking frozen earth. A surge of frost radiated from him, encasing the soldiers in a chilling embrace that began at their feet and swiftly ascended, immobilizing them entirely. Following this, Jerry gestured with his left hand, summoning whirlwind of destruction. A massive tornado swept through, lifting the frozen soldiers into the air. The sound of shattering ice resonating as they collided with one another. The whirlwind carried them away from the village, dissipating only once they were beyond its borders, leaving the villagers oblivious to the chaos. As Feng Ling and Fei Shui dispelled their protective barrier, Fei Shui, with a heavy heart, remarked, "Jerry, perhaps the soldiers did not deserve such a fate. They may have acted under orders." Jerry gazed at Fei Shui and softly replied, "Fei Shui, you must understand. If these soldiers had even a shred of conscience, they would not have attacked you. Why did they not stand idly by? They have long since fallen, accustomed to such deeds. If I were to spare them, who knows how many lives would be lost at their hands." Contemplating his words, Fei Shui nodded slowly, whispering, "I understand, Jerry." At that moment, the village chief cautiously approached, avoiding Jerry's gaze. His head bowed as he spoke. "What should we do next?" Jerry furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "It is too late today. Setting out now would not be safe. Let us take a gamble and rest for the night. At dawn, we shall depart at first light, hoping the military camp does not quickly notice the absence of several hundred soldiers." The village chief promptly replied, "Very well. Then we shall rest." With that, he turned and hurried away. Jerry watched the chief's retreating figure, shaking his head silently. Fei Shui gently leaned closer, saying, "Jerry, do not blame the chief. He is but an ordinary man, unaccustomed to such scenes, and it is natural for him to feel fear." Absent-mindedly, Jerry wrapped his arm around Fei Shui's waist, murmuring, "I understand, yet I still feel an unsettling discomfort within." At this moment, a sudden round of applause erupted nearby, and the night ghost emerged from a room, exclaiming, "Young man, your hands and feet are remarkably swift. Just yesterday, you both appeared quite different. When did your bond grow so profound?" Jerry and Fei Shui, momentarily taken aback, noticed Ami and Mingfeng standing beside them, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment, while Feng Ling stood nearby, donning an expression of eager anticipation. Jerry's face flushed crimson, and he hastily withdrew his hand, while Fei Shui, equally embarrassed, leaped to Feng Ling's side. Observing their flustered demeanor, Feng Ling could not help but chuckle and diverted the conversation, addressing the night ghost. "Hey, night ghost, where have you been? Why have you been absent for so long?" The night ghost grimaced and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I lack martial prowess, and with age, my movements have slowed. I feared stepping out would lead to my swift demise, so I sought refuge nearby." Feng Ling scoffed, "I find that hard to believe. If you truly possess no skills, then that is indeed peculiar." The night ghost grinned mischievously. "I am a ghost, after all." Feng Ling huffed and turned her back on him. Ami and Mingfeng, understanding Jerry's words, followed suit, and the group returned to the dwelling arranged by the village chief to rest. The following day, Feng Yi awoke early, summoning the loyal soldiers outside the tent, inquiring, "Has Marin returned? Did he manage to capture any robust civilians this time?" The soldier replied, "Deputy Marin has yet to return." Feng Yi furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Marin has never behaved this way. He always completes his tasks punctually. Could something have gone awry?" He glared at the soldier and pressed, "Did Marin mention which direction he intended to search?" The soldier, feeling the weight of Feng Yi's piercing gaze, felt a chill run down his spine and replied uneasily, "I believe Deputy Marin mentioned he would first check the nearby villages, though he doubted he would find anyone. He also remarked that the farthest he had not yet explored was Minga village." Feng Yi nodded thoughtfully. "It seems Marin must have ventured to Minga village. I just wonder what dilemmas he might be facing there. By the way, how many men did Marin take with him?" The soldier promptly answered, 300. All skilled members of the elite guard. Feng Yi's body tensed with alarm. This is dire, with so many capable soldiers unaccounted for after a night. Something must have happened to Marin. "Relay orders to assemble 10,000 cavalry immediately. We shall set forth for Minga village." I intend to uncover the nature of the individuals residing there and entertain myself with their capture. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, the bodyguard trembled slightly, promptly saluted, and rushed out to convey the orders. In Minga village, Jerry and his companions rose early, hastily washed up, and quickly had their breakfast before departing with a dozen elderly villagers. An hour later, Feng Yi arrived at Minga village with his contingent of 10,000 cavalry. The soldiers thoroughly searched the village and reported, "Commander, there is no one left in the village. However, there are signs of a struggle and bloodstains in the central clearing, as well as blood outside the village, along with some dismembered remains. Near these remains, we discovered fragments of soldiers' garments, indicating that Deputy Marin and his men perished here yesterday." Feng Yi, upon hearing this, let out a sinister laugh and remarked, "I did not expect the adversary to be quite adept, similar to myself. Ha ha ha. I appreciate such individuals. Are there any further discoveries?" The reporting officer replied, judging by the ashes from the kitchen's firewood. "The villagers must have departed no more than an hour and a half ago, and they likely left on foot." Feng Yi, filled with elation, stated, "We have seen no one along our route, and they would undoubtedly steer clear of the military camp. This path is straightforward. They could only have departed in the opposite direction. Soldiers, let us hasten our pursuit. We must catch up with them." With that, he cracked his whip and led the cavalry in pursuit. Jerry walked ahead, coming to a halt as he glanced back at the elderly folks trailing behind at a painfully slow pace. He sighed inwardly, finding their sluggishness quite exasperating. After an entire hour, they had scarcely covered any ground. Whenever he encouraged them to hasten, they would invariably respond with excuses about their advancing age and their inability to move quickly, urging him to be more considerate of their situation. Only the village chief understood the looming threat of the army potentially catching up with them. The chief made a few suggestions, which led to a slight increase in their pace, yet it was not long before the elderly returned to their leisurely speed. Feng Ling, Fei Xue, Yami, Mingfeng, and the others were equally at a loss with the slow-moving seniors. Meanwhile, the night ghost amusedly intermingled with the elders, sharing laughter and engaging in light-hearted banter. Jerry strode purposefully before the village chief, who, upon noticing Jerry's approach, found his gaze involuntarily darting about, unable to meet Jerry's eyes. Observing the chief's demeanor, Jerry understood the man's trepidation in facing him. He too wished to maintain distance, lest he frighten the chief further. However, the urgency of the situation necessitated proximity. With a gentle tone, Jerry implored, "Chief, could you please urge the villagers to hasten their departure? If the army discovers the soldiers are missing and pursues us, we will inevitably be caught." The chief, in a flurry of agreement, replied, Yes, I will speak to the villagers at once," and with that, he dashed away from Jerry, making his way toward the older villagers. To Jerry's astonishment, upon hearing his request for increased speed, the elders began to vociferate their discontent, lamenting their exhaustion and questioning how they could possibly move faster. They pointed out that they had already been traveling for quite some time without any sign of pursuing soldiers, deeming Jerry overly paranoid and suspicious. The chief, his face pale, desperately endeavored to persuade the villagers, fearing that Jerry's displeasure might lead to dire consequences for them all. Unable to remain silent, Night Ghost stepped forward, raising his voice, "Villagers, cease your bickering. Jerry is concerned for your welfare. Consider this, if it were not for him, you might very well have been captured by Feng Yi's forces already." The older villagers, displeased, retorted collectively, "What do you know? Remaining in the village might not have brought us any harm. Did those soldiers not retreat yesterday? You are merely frightening yourselves. We shall not leave. If anyone is to go, it shall be you." With that, they settled down defiantly. Night Ghost had not anticipated that his previous deception, claiming the soldiers had retreated upon seeing only elderly villagers, would embolden their fears rather than quell them. Now, the villagers seemed unafraid, yet wary of any stirrings that might provoke trouble. Night Ghost gazed at the aged villagers, a bittersweet smile of resignation crossing his face. Mingfeng, unable to contain himself any longer, addressed the seated villagers with fervor. "Do you truly believe the soldiers from yesterday were so easily deterred? They came to capture you. Were it not for our intervention in eliminating those soldiers, you would now be conversing with Feng Yi in the military camp." The villagers erupted in disbelief, exclaiming, "You jest. There were at least several hundred soldiers yesterday. Do you think you few children could have vanquished them all?" Such bravado without basis. In a fit of frustration, Mingfeng grasped the chief's arm, urging him, "Chief, you must reveal the truth to them." The chief glanced at Jerry, who stood impassively on a small hillock, gazing into the distance, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. Exhaling deeply, the chief felt a slight easing of his heart and addressed the villagers. People, what this young man says is indeed true. The soldiers did come to capture us yesterday. Were it not for these mercenaries, we might all have perished. Therefore, I implore you to heed their advice and rise to quicken your pace. The villagers seated upon the ground exchanged anxious glances, suddenly aware that the situation had indeed taken a turn for the worse. At that moment, the cavalry led by Feng Yi was drawing perilously close to Jerry and his companions. Observing the dust rising in the distance, Jerry let out a silent sigh, realizing that the very scenario he had dreaded most was now unfolding before him. Jerry turned to face everyone and spoke softly, "There is no need for further commotion. It is too late. The Feng Yi's forces are approaching swiftly." Upon hearing this, the villagers were startled, springing to their feet like ants on a hot pan, creating a chaotic scene. Jerry raised his voice, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." His voice, though not loud, resonated with such intensity that it left the villagers momentarily dazed, halting their movements as they stared at him in silence. Ignoring their bewilderment, Jerry addressed Feng Ling and Fei Xue, saying, "Feng Ling, Fei Xue, you must immediately lead the villagers to retreat through the nearby woods alongside Yegui. Yami, Mingfeng, follow closely behind, and find a way to erase any traces left by the villagers. Then, catch up with Feng Ling and Fei Xue, and wait for me at the nearby Qingqi city. I will hold them off here for a while." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling, Fei Xue, Yami, and Mingfeng all expressed their reluctance in unison. "How can this be? You alone cannot withstand the advance of such a great army. We either leave together or stay together." Jerry, growing anxious, urged, "You must hurry. Delay will render it impossible to escape. If it were not for the villagers, I would accompany you, but time is of the essence. If we linger any longer, we will be trapped. Rest assured, I will meet you in Qingqi City. Wait for me at the inn where we stayed last time." Tears streamed down Feng Ling and Fei Xue's faces as they rushed over to embrace Jerry, pleading, "Jerry, please let us stay. We don't want to leave you." Jerry held them tightly, saying, "Fools, if you do not leave, how can I focus on the battle? If anything were to happen to you, I would mourn for a lifetime. Be obedient. If you stay, I will find it difficult to escape." He gently released them, patting their cheeks before continuing, "Quickly, take the villagers away." With a heavy heart, he pushed them away and turned to Yegui. "Uncle Yegui, you are the most experienced here. Please take good care of them." Yegui nodded, "Very well. But I can only look after them for a few days. Return swiftly." Jerry recognized the concern in Yegui's words and nodded in acknowledgement. Yami and Mingfeng stepped forward, embracing him tightly. "Jerry, take care and be sure to return." Jerry reciprocated the embrace, replying, "You take care as well." With tears in their eyes, Feng Ling and Fei Xue turned back repeatedly as they led the villagers away. Jerry raised his head and let out a long sigh. He opened the dimensional space to retrieve his black attire, donning it along with a mask, before placing his previous white garments within. Finally, he grasped his long sword in his left hand. Once his transformation was complete, Jerry stood resolutely in the center of the road, closing his eyes to rest. After a while, a cloud of dust billowed as Feng Yi, accompanied by cavalry, approached Jerry. Before him stood a youth clad in black, his face obscured by a silver mask, wielding a longsword. Feng Yi, perplexed by Jerry's intentions, glanced around but found no one else present. He seized the reins and called out loudly, "You there? What are you doing in the middle of the road? Step aside at once. I have urgent matters to attend to." Jerry opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming like a sharp blade directed at Feng Yi. A tremor of unease coursed through Feng Yi as he sensed a palpable aura of danger approaching. Instinctively, he raised his left hand, prompting the cavalry behind him to swiftly draw their swords and form an offensive line. Uncertain why Jerry's mere glance had compelled him to adopt a defensive stance, Feng Yi found some solace in knowing that his troops were prepared for an assault. Alleviating his initial tension, with deliberate slowness, Jerry extracted his long sword from its sheath with his right hand, its tip angled toward the ground. A chilling whisper escaped his lips. "Feng Yi?" Startled, Feng Yi replied, "It is I, the commander. What is the matter?" Before Jerry could respond, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through the nearby thicket, hurtling toward Feng Yi with lightning speed. With a thunderous shout, Feng Yi swiftly drew his sword from his waist, cleaving the arrow in midair. Instantly, his loyal guards encircled him, while a contingent of cavalry charged toward the forest. Upon catching sight of the bow and arrows, Jerry instantly recognized them as belonging to Mingfeng. It seemed that despite his earlier admonitions, the two had returned. Although Jerry felt a twinge of annoyance at their disobedience, he was nonetheless moved. As the cavalry approached the forest, Jerry gestured with his long sword, sending forth a crescent-shaped blade of energy. Thingy and the soldiers nearby shouted a warning. Be careful. The dozen or so cavalrymen, taken aback, halted and turned to glance back. In an instant, the crescent energy severed both man and mount in two, a singular cry of anguish echoing as they fell, lifeless. A glint of excitement flashed in Thingy's eyes as he burst into laughter, halting the soldiers who were ready to attack. He called out into the woods, those inside. Show yourselves. If you're men, do not hide any longer. Mingfeng and Yami, clad in black attire and masks, leapt forth to Jerry's side. Jerry, taken aback, whispered, When did you two acquire such attire? I was unaware. Yami replied softly, We purchased these long ago while studying at the Royal Magic Academy. No matter what you undertake, we shall not part ways, as we decided to follow you the moment you rescued us from the dungeon. Jerry was left speechless, overwhelmed with emotion. Finny assessed Yami and Mingfeng with a discerning gaze and inquired, Might I know who you are? Do you harbor a grudge against me? Yami replied boldly, We have no enmity with you, but we cannot abide your brutal treatment of the common folk, thus we have resolved to confront you. Finny nodded, dismissing her words, and asked, What are your names? Yami and Mingfeng exchanged a glance, nodded, and in unison declared, The twin guardians of death. Jerry was taken aback. Their proclamation signified their acknowledgement of allegiance to him. Realization dawned upon Figgy, who pointed at Jerry and exclaimed, Ah, you are the Reaper. Jerry nodded slowly. Fungy dismounted with a sinister grin and beckoned Jerry, Come, let us settle the score. Puzzled, Jerry glanced at Fungy, who, noticing his confusion, pressed, Did you slay Terran? He was my nephew. Jerry nodded, replying coldly, Your nephew is no virtuous being. It appears you were cut from the same cloth. Enraged, Fingy retorted, If you possess courage, let us not merely exchange words, but engage in battle. The soldiers behind Fingy expressed their concern. General, this may not be wise. Fingy turned and scolded. What is unwise about it? Listen well, no one is to act without my command. Jerry stepped forward slowly, but Yami and Mingfeng rushed ahead, both exclaiming, Jerry, allow me to take the lead. Jerry paused, shaking his head gently, whispering, You two are not yet ready to engage him. The glimmer in his eyes indicates he has attained the rank of a sky warrior. Jerry, having spoken, advanced towards Feng Yi. Observing Jerry's approach, Feng Yi shook the sword in his hand, a glimmer of cold light piercing through the air. Jerry raised his hand, intercepting with his own blade. With a resounding clash, the two swords collided fiercely, sparks flying as they were deflected apart. Both Jerry and Feng Yi took a few steps back, acutely aware that their martial prowess was nearly on par. They exchanged a glance and re-engaged in combat. Feng Yi unleashed his family's unique sword technique, moving with an ethereal grace, darting around Jerry like a wraith, while beams of cold light incessantly targeted Jerry's vital points. Jerry, too, moved with agility, akin to a gentle breeze, mirroring Feng Yi's movements. When Feng Yi veered to the left, Jerry followed suit. When Feng Yi shifted to the right, Jerry mirrored him. The surrounding soldiers could hardly discern their actions, perceiving only two shadows flitting about. It was only then that Ami and Mingfeng recognized that Jerry had not been mistaken. They were indeed no match for Feng Yi. The sound of clashing blades resonated continuously as their swords met repeatedly. Each strike from Feng Yi carried a fierce sword aura, slicing through the air, while Jerry remained composed, countering each attack. His approach lacked flamboyance. He focused solely on exploiting the flaws in Feng Yi's technique, employing practical and effective strikes, each infused with true energy. Every blow targeted either the weak points of Feng Yi's sword aura or deftly deflected the crescent-shaped energy, sending it spiraling away. As the battle progressed, Feng Yi found himself increasingly astonished. How could Jerry consistently penetrate the gaps in his swordplay? Had he somehow deciphered the Taka family's secret technique? Such a notion seemed implausible. Momentarily distracted by these thoughts, Feng Yi found himself on the defensive as Jerry seized the opportunity to launch a series of aggressive strikes. In the ensuing chaos, Jerry's blade found its mark, piercing Feng Yi's left arm and drawing blood. Rather than succumbing to panic, Feng Yi's composure sharpened in the face of injury, his swordplay transforming into something more cunning and treacherous. Initially, his technique had been bold and forceful, resembling a fierce lion. Now, it morphed into a venomous serpent, intricate and unpredictable. The true energy emanating from his sword shifted from a crescent form to a concentrated stream, solidifying the intensity of his strikes. Caught off guard, Jerry struggled to defend against Feng Yi's renewed onslaught. He quickly realized that his crescent-shaped energy was no match for Feng Yi's concentrated strikes, which shattered his defenses upon contact. Furthermore, Feng Yi's technique had become far less flawed than before. Though his earlier lion-like ferocity had been imposing, it had also contained numerous vulnerabilities. Now, Feng Yi's swordplay was tightly woven, leaving Jerry with a palpable sense of being unable to retaliate effectively. As Jerry fended off Feng Yi's relentless assaults, he pondered strategies for victory. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation became for his side. Noticing a slight weakening in Jerry's swordplay, Feng Yi sensed a lapse in concentration and felt a surge of elation. With a swift motion, he unleashed two waves of sword energy, akin to a venomous serpent revealing its fangs, aimed directly at Jerry. Simultaneously, he maneuvered to attack from Jerry's right. Although Jerry was deep in thought, his gaze remained fixed on Feng Yi. Realizing that Feng Yi was intensifying his offensive, Jerry internally chuckled, recalling how he had cultivated the habit of observing every move of his opponent during battles in the Death God Forest. Despite his distractions, his reflexes were sharp. With a decisive flourish, Jerry countered with two waves of sword energy to meet Feng Yi's assault, all while feigning a clumsy demeanor. He spun around, thrusting his sword toward Feng Yi. Feng Yi scoffed inwardly at what he perceived as Jerry's pathetic ruse. Unfazed, he continued his assault, swinging his sword toward Jerry. Just as their blades were about to collide, Jerry executed a sudden leap into the air, his sword arcing down with a fierce whistle. As the blade drew near, Feng Yi cast a knowing smile upward, prompting a jolt of alarm in Jerry. He had been deceived. Just as he attempted to retract his sword, Feng Yi deftly evaded the strike, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of over a dozen sword energies that enveloped Jerry. With no other option, Jerry struggled to pull back his long sword, creating a protective barrier of sword light around himself, hoping to shield against the oncoming energy. A violent storm of sword energy erupted in the air, and Jerry was knocked to the ground, suffering several gashes that bled profusely. Before he could regain his footing, Feng Yi approached with a sinister grin, taunting, "Boy, do not think that reaching the Sky Warrior level makes you invincible. You are still quite inexperienced. If I had not chosen to toy with you, your life would have ended long ago." With Feng Yi's relentless barrage leaving him momentarily defenseless, Jerry could only evade, letting out a cold snort in response to Feng Yi's mockery. Observing Jerry's silence, Feng Yi continued his pursuit, declaring, "Do not be disheartened. Your swordsmanship is utterly lacking in structure. It may suffice against those inferior to you, but to think you could defeat me with such a feeble technique is nothing but a delusion." Jerry suddenly came to a halt and swung his sword fiercely. Feng Yi, with a deft maneuver, parried with his own sword, which glided along Jerry's blade like a serpent. Startled, Jerry instinctively retracted his hand, attempting to reclaim his sword. However, Feng Yi's weapon clung on relentlessly. As Jerry hastily withdrew, Feng Yi's sword advanced even more swiftly, leaving Jerry with no choice but to relinquish his grip. In an instant, Feng Yi flicked his sword, sending Jerry's weapon flying. Simultaneously, he surged forward and struck Jerry squarely in the chest, propelling him backward. Upon hitting the ground, Jerry involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood, his insides seething with pain from the blow. Yami and Mingfeng gasped in shock, with Mingfeng immediately loosing an arrow toward Feng Yi while Yami rushed to Jerry's side. Feng Yi effortlessly knocked down Mingfeng's arrow, but at that moment, two sharp bursts of fireballs and wind blades erupted, hurtling towards him. Feng Yi uttered a sound of surprise and wielded his sword to disperse the fireballs and wind blades. Meanwhile, the cavalry had already charged in, engaging in battle with Yami and Mingfeng. Jerry struggled to his feet, joining Yami in fending off the relentless wave of cavalrymen, while Mingfeng was shielded between them, continuously firing arrows. At that moment, Jerry caught sight of the fireballs and wind blades, his heart jolting as he realized that Fengling and Feishua had returned. A wave of urgency washed over Jerry. If this continued, none of them would survive. After Feng Yi dispelled the fireballs and wind blades, two loud incantations echoed, and a colossal fire dragon surged forth from the woods towards the cavalry. Suddenly, the ground beneath the attacking cavalry transformed into quicksand, causing their horses to sink rapidly, while Jerry and his companions remained unaffected. The cavalry retreated in haste, and those struck by the fire dragon were thrown from their mounts, as the dragon erupted in a fiery explosion, engulfing the nearby cavalrymen in its blazing embrace. Feng Yi's expression shifted dramatically. How many more sorcerers were concealed within the surrounding woods? Just as he had thought he was facing them all, more had emerged. And they appeared to be of high caliber, at least of the advanced mage level. He bellowed, "Halt! Fall back!" Obeying their commander's orders, the cavalry retreated. As the cavalry surrounding Jerry withdrew, Fengling and Feishue, veiled and determined, leaped from the woods, rushing to Jerry's side with concern. "Jerry, are you all right?" they inquired. Jerry sighed. "What are you doing here? We might all perish together today." Fengling and Feishue responded in unison. "Even if we die, we wish to be with you." Jerry, touched by their devotion, shook his head. "I will not allow you to perish like this." He glanced at Feng Yi and added, "Besides, I refuse to let us fall at the hands of such scum." Infuriated by Jerry's words, Feng Yi glared at the flawless figures of Fengling and Feishue. Swallowing hard before commanding his soldiers, "Advance. Eliminate the 3 men, but spare the women." The cavalry surged forth once more. As Jerry witnessed the cavalry charging towards him once more, a foreboding sense of doom settled in his heart. He realized that this predicament was a consequence of his own hubris, believing that the prowess of a sky warrior would suffice to tackle most challenges. Little did he anticipate that he would truly encounter the formidable essence of a genuine sky warrior today. It became evident that not only was the power of a sky warrior astonishing, but experience and technique were equally paramount. In the past, he had prioritized power and experience while dismissing techniques as superfluous, scoffing at the legendary swordsmanship passed down through noble families. Now, he recognized the profound efficacy of exquisite swordplay. Should he survive this encounter, a thorough study of sword techniques would be imperative. However, he still possessed untapped magical abilities. If he could weave magic into his attacks, perhaps he could deliver an unexpected blow to Feng Yi, potentially turning the tide of this dire situation. At that moment, the cavalry had completely surrounded Jerry and his companions, launching wave after wave of assaults. Wind Ling and Flying Snow hastily unleashed their magic, while Yami and Ming Feng stood guard beside them. Jerry once again faced Feng Yi, who sneered wickedly and taunted. "Defeated once more, what do you hope to accomplish? Today, your demise is inevitable." Ignoring Feng Yi's mockery, Jerry brandished his longsword and charged at him. Feng Yi continued to employ the sword techniques that had previously wounded Jerry, forcing him to defend with great effort. As Jerry's defenses grew increasingly disordered, Feng Yi sought to conclude the battle swiftly, suddenly executing the earlier maneuver that had disarmed Jerry. This time, however, the target was Jerry's very heart. As Feng Yi's sword tip grazed Jerry's chest, he reveled in triumph, thinking to himself that this time, the young man was surely finished. Unexpectedly, a chilling voice pierced the air. Absolute binding. Though Feng Yi's sword had pierced Jerry's flesh, he soon discovered that his body was rendered immobile. In disbelief, he gazed into Jerry's cold, merciless eyes, which flickered with murderous intent. Leaning closer, Jerry whispered, "I still possess magic." With that, he swiftly turned and cleaved Feng Yi in two. Feng Yi felt a sudden shock to his waist, realizing in horror that blood was gushing from his lower half. Darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. Jerry wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Had it not been for the absolute binding magic he had created, the formidable Feng Yi would not have perished so easily. However, it appeared that this absolute binding spell lacked the potency to restrain the Sky Warrior. Just moments ago, Feng Yi seemed capable of loosening his bonds slightly. Could it be that absolute binding was ineffective against the true energy of a Sky Warrior? It seemed prudent to inquire with Yuji about this matter in the future. At that moment, the surrounding cavalry, astonished to witness their commander cleaved in two by the sword of this enigmatic youth clad in black, rushed forward. Although Jerry found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Feng Yi, he was more than capable of dealing with these cavalrymen. With swift and deft movements, he unleashed several strikes, and before the cavalry could close the distance, they were struck down by the lethal sword energy tumbling from their mounts. The remaining cavalry hesitated, their morale significantly diminished, and their attacks came to a halt. Windling, Flying Snow, Ami, and Ming Feng hastily broke through the encirclement of cavalry and joined Jerry. Noticing the minor injuries on the four, Jerry cast a compassionate glance at Windling and Flying Snow, who felt a sweet warmth in their hearts at his concern. The cavalry surrounding Jerry found themselves in a dilemma. They dared not attack, nor could they permit Jerry and his companions to depart. Yet, continuing to fight seemed futile, especially after witnessing the demise of their Sky Warrior commander. In their moment of conflict, Jerry furrowed his brow and called out, "What are you still doing surrounding us? Do you wish to lose more lives?" The cavalrymen trembled in fear at his words, but they were also reminded of their predicament. There were only 5 individuals before them, and if they allowed the murderer of their commander to escape, they would surely face dire consequences upon their return. A figure among them, appearing to hold the highest rank, boldly shouted, "Brothers, if we return like this, we may not survive. Let us decisively eliminate these ruffians and perhaps we can still present a favorable report. Charge." With that declaration, he was the first to rush at Jerry, inciting a stir among the cavalrymen. Jerry observed the cavalry's intent to strike again and unleashed a flurry of sword chi, cleaving the advancing horsemen into over 20 fragmented pieces. He then stepped forward and addressed the remaining cavalry, inquiring who dared to approach. The eager horsemen were taken aback by the gruesome spectacle before them. They exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their minds, and no one dared to speak up. At that moment, fateful spoke, her face concealed yet exuding an innate aura of authority that resonated with the cavalry. She commanded, "Withdraw, for the military will not hold you accountable for this incident. Simply return and state that Fingy met his demise at the hands of the Grim Reaper." One bolder soldier mustered the courage to ask, but without a commander, "How shall we confront the likes of Glenn from the Cleanse Empire?" Fateful, displaying impatience, waved her hand dismissively, stating, "The court will soon dispatch another general." At this juncture, Jerry interjected, his tone somber, remarking, "The life of that vampire Glenn is unlikely to endure much longer." The cavalrymen were momentarily stunned, while Feng Ling, Fateful, Yami, and Ming Feng regarded Jerry with astonishment. After delivering his statement, Jerry turned and led the way in departure, with Feng Ling, Fateful, Yami, and Ming Feng hastening to follow. The cavalry made no attempt to pursue, merely watching as Jerry and his companions departed. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of ancient eyes hidden within the nearby woods observed the entire unfolding drama, revealing a sense of admiration for Jerry's figure. After Jerry and his companions had distanced themselves from the cavalry, Jerry glanced back to see that they were not in pursuit. He led the group swiftly into a nearby forest. Upon entering, Jerry sank to the ground, prompting Wen Ling and Fei Shui to rush over in alarm. Their voices laced with concern. "Jerry, are you all right?" Jerry gently shook his head and replied, "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued." However, his expression darkened as he solemnly addressed Wen Ling and Fei Shui. "Why were you so disobedient as to return? What if something had happened? By the way, how are the villagers? And what of the night ghost?" Wen Ling and Fei Shui felt a formidable aura emanating from Jerry, distinct from the regal presence that Fei Shui had exuded earlier. While Fei Shui commanded respect like a queen, Jerry's authority compelled a deeper, more intrinsic obedience, a sentiment that even Fei Shui could not escape. Feeling chastened by Jerry's words, Wen Ling lowered her head and murmured, "We were worried about you. Who else would recklessly return to face danger?" Fei Shui added, "We have already asked the night ghost to escort the villagers to Qingqi City, so you need not worry." Jerry nodded, his body relaxing as he exhaled deeply. "That's good. Now, everyone should take a moment to rest. You are all weary. Afterward, you shall return to Qingqi City to reunite with the night ghost." Fei Shui, perceptive as ever, noted that Jerry referred to you rather than we, stirring her curiosity. She inquired, "Jerry, will you not return with us?" Jerry smiled, attempting to divert the conversation. "Of course, it is merely that you shall return first." Then, turning to Wen Ling, he jested, "Wen Ling, did you feel any fear today? After all, many soldiers fell at your hands." As Jerry inadvertently mentioned Feng Ling, she was reminded of the tragic fate of the soldiers who perished at her hands. A shiver coursed through her body, her head gradually bowed, and she murmured, "Indeed. Today I have taken the lives of many. Will they return to haunt me tonight? They too have parents and children. If they are gone, who will care for their loved ones? Their families must be heartbroken." As she spoke, her voice trembled, and tears began to fall at her feet. Although Fei Shui understood that Jerry was attempting to divert the conversation, seeing Feng Ling in such distress compelled her to wrap her arms around Feng Ling's shoulders. With a fierce glare directed at Jerry, Fei Shui gently reassured Feng Ling, "Do not weep, dear Feng Ling. Today, your actions were in service to Jerry. Please, do not let it weigh heavily on your heart." Jerry's face was etched with regret. He had never anticipated that Feng Ling would be so profoundly saddened by his words. He chided himself for his indiscretion, for opening a Pandora's box of emotions. Eager to console Feng Ling, he hesitated, aware that Yami and Ming Feng were nearby, making any affectionate gesture seem inappropriate. Meanwhile, Yami and Ming Feng were equally distressed by Feng Ling's tears, feeling utterly helpless. Observing Jerry's worried expression, Yami felt a flicker of understanding and, tugging at Ming Feng, suggested, Let us step outside and see if any soldiers are trailing us. With that, she firmly pulled an oblivious Ming Feng out of the woods. Seeing that Yami understood his predicament and had taken away the oblivious Ming Feng, Jerry slowly felt a sense of gratitude blossom within him. He stepped forward hastily, embracing Fengling from Fei Shue's hands, gently patting her back. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered softly, "Fengling, dear Fengling, please do not weep. Your tears shatter my heart. It is my fault for bringing up those unpleasant matters that stirred your emotions. Will you forgive me?" Fengling sobbed in Jerry's embrace. "Jerry, it is not your fault. I was too harsh." Jerry felt his shirt quickly dampen with anxiety. In a moment of panic, he tightly embraced Fengling and urgently exclaimed, "Fengling, could your methods be even more ruthless than mine? You must understand that after the order was given by Fengyu, if those soldiers possessed even a shred of conscience, they would refrain from approaching us or launching an attack. Yet, you are slaying the very soldiers who are assaulting us, if you do not eliminate them. Both I and Yami, along with Ming Feng, may find ourselves in peril. Therefore, cast aside any psychological burden you may carry." Fengling lifted her tear-streaked face, and Jerry was profoundly moved by her delicate, rain-soaked beauty. In a gentle voice, Fengling inquired, "Jerry, you are not deceiving me, are you? If I truly do not kill those soldiers, you will be in danger?" Jerry resolutely nodded. Upon witnessing his affirmation, the heavy weight pressing upon Fengling's heart dissipated. Her tears ceased, and she gently leaned against Jerry's chest, savoring the warmth of his tenderness. As Jerry noticed that Fengling was unharmed, he lifted his head and found Fei Shui gazing enviously at Fengling, who was nestled in his embrace, lost in a moment of reverie. A thought struck Jerry. Today marked Fei Shui's first experience with taking a life, and it was reasonable to assume she too would bear the weight of psychological turmoil. Yet, despite her own discomfort, Fei Shui chose to suppress her feelings and offer comfort to Fengling. This selfless consideration for others deepened Jerry's affection for Fei Shui. With one arm wrapped around Fengling, Jerry extended his other hand to pull Fei Shui closer. Caught off guard, Fei Shui found herself unexpectedly embraced by Jerry, letting out a startled gasp. As she looked up into Jerry's bright eyes, she noticed a glimmer of concern reflected within them. In an instant, her heart was filled with a gentle warmth, dissipating the lingering pangs of sorrow she had felt, and her affection for Jerry grew even stronger. Her eyes moistened, and Jerry softly murmured in her ear, "Today must have been difficult for you as well. If you wish to cry, do so in my arms." Fei Shui instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Jerry's waist, resting her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which gradually eased her discomfort. She whispered, "Jerry, please don't worry about me. I'm all right." At that moment, Fengling recalled that it was Fei Shui's first experience with taking a life. She gently wriggled in Jerry's embrace, prompting him to loosen his hold on her. Fengling took Fei Shui's hand in hers, blushing with embarrassment as she said, "Fei Shui, I'm sorry for being a burden, especially when you were feeling down." Fei Shui halted Fengling's words with a smile, replying, "We are good sisters. There is no need for such formalities." Fengling nodded obediently, gripping Fei Shui's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Yami and Ming Feng sat on the ground outside, with Ming Feng curiously asking Yami, "Yami, why did we come out here? Those soldiers wouldn't dare to pursue us, would they?" Leaning her head back against a tree, Yami smiled and replied, "Ming Feng, can't you see? Both Fengling and Fei Shui have feelings for Jerry, and he is quite concerned about them as well." Ming Feng scratched his head, pondering, "Is that truly the case? I thought Jerry was nice to us too." Yami rolled her eyes heavenward, deciding to ignore Ming Feng, whom she deemed emotionally naive. Jerry, Fengling, and Fei Shui engaged in a hushed conversation in the woods for quite some time, tending to their injuries. Jerry and Fei Shui devised a plan for Fei Shui to send a confidential message to Kyle, detailing the entire situation and urging Kyle to dispatch reinforcements to take command of the troops. As Yami and Ming Feng noticed that the day was wearing on, they called into the woods, "Jerry, shouldn't we prepare to set off for Qingqi City?" Jerry glanced up at the sky and realized that indeed, time was slipping away. He had not anticipated that his discussion with Fengling and Fei Shui would last so long. Upon hearing Yami's voice, Fengling and Fei Shui shyly extricated themselves from Jerry's embrace, standing to adjust their garments. Observing their movements, Jerry called out, "All right, Yami, let us head to Qingqi City." With that, he rose and walked out of the woods alongside Fengling and Fei Shui. Once they had emerged from the forest, Jerry hesitated. Casting a contemplative glance at Fengling and Fei Shui, he spoke, "Fengling, Fei Shui, Yami, Ming Feng, you four should return to Qingqi City first. I have a few matters to attend to and will follow shortly. This statement prompted Fei Shui to recall Jerry's earlier evasiveness regarding certain issues. She interjected, Jerry, what is it that you need to do? Can't we go together? Jerry, with a reluctant gesture, replied, it's nothing significant, and it won't take long. You all go ahead. I can catch up with you swiftly. Suddenly, Fei Shui remembered Jerry's words when he had parted from the soldiers under Feng Yi's command, and in shock, she exclaimed, Jerry, you aren't planning to assassinate General Green of the Kellan Empire, are you? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Jerry's eyes, though his expression remained composed as he replied, nonsense. Why would I do such a thing? Going alone would be tantamount to courting death. I would never engage in such foolishness. However, the perceptive Fei Shui noticed the unnatural glint in Jerry's gaze, and her expression paled as her suspicions were confirmed. Jerry truly intended to assassinate Green. Seizing Jerry's arm as he prepared to depart, Fei Shui declared firmly, I won't allow you to go. Stop deceiving me. You are indeed planning to assassinate Green. And your eyes have betrayed your innermost secret. Yami and Ming Feng's faces had already drained of color at the thought. Having just slain their nation's marshal and nursing their own wounds, the idea of Jerry embarking alone on such a perilous endeavor seemed exceedingly reckless. Feng Ling, too, grasped Jerry's other arm, urging, Jerry, let us find another way. Do not venture into danger alone. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of Fei Shui and me? At this, both Fei Shui and Jerry felt their cheeks flush, and Fei Shui lightly chided Feng Ling. Upon realizing that his intentions had been uncovered, Jerry had no choice but to return to Qingqi City with the others, resolving to devise a plan later that evening. Feng Ling and Fei Shui each took an arm of Jerry, leading him back to the city, eliciting a bittersweet smile from him at their efforts to prevent his escape. Meanwhile, Yami and Ming Feng exchanged knowing smiles, indicating that Jerry's freedom of movement would no longer be as unrestrained as before. As dusk settled, the group arrived at the familiar Qingqi City, making their way to the inn where they had previously stayed. In the lobby, they encountered Yi Gui, who was sipping tea. His expression brightened upon seeing the group return safely, and he warmly invited Jerry and the others to their respective rooms to freshen up before reconvening downstairs for a quiet discussion about the events that had transpired since their separation. Yi Gui informed Jerry that the villagers had sought refuge with relatives in Qingqi City or were residing with others, alleviating any concerns. He listened intently as Feng Ling recounted the details of their separation, falling into a contemplative silence. Noticing Yi Gui's demeanor, Jerry inquired, Yi Gui, do you sense something amiss? Yi Gui nodded, replying softly, indeed. With Feng Yi's demise, our nation's army is now fragmented. Without a leader, we risk being defeated by Green. Leaning closer, Jerry whispered, Yi Gui, could you do me a favor? Please visit the mercenary guild in Qingqi City and inquire discreetly if anyone knows the whereabouts of Green's camp. And keep this matter between us. Yi Gui glanced at Jerry and replied quietly, I'll go at once, but isn't this rather perilous? Jerry shook his head, remaining silent. Feng Ling, growing impatient, interjected, what are you two whispering about? Just speak plainly. Jerry exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Yi Gui and cheerfully replied, we were merely discussing matters of a masculine nature. Realizing she could not pry further, Feng Ling retorted, what is so significant about that? Fei Shui, let us confer about our own matters. With that, she and Fei Shui began their own hushed conversation. Jerry and Yi Gui shared a knowing smile before calling for a waiter and ordering several dishes, and together, they began their evening meal. After dining, Yi Gui ventured out alone to gather information on Green's forces, while Jerry remained with the others in their room, engaging in light conversation. As fatigue set in from the day's exertions, Jerry suggested they retire early. A proposal met with unanimous agreement, and they each returned to their rooms to rest. Jerry returned to his room and seated himself cross-legged on the bed, entering a meditative state. The battle with Feng Yi during the day had severely depleted his vital energy. As he cultivated the prestigious godly technique to replenish his essence, he also recalled the moves employed by Feng Yi, seeking to uncover any weaknesses within his techniques. After much contemplation, Jerry discerned that the series of maneuvers utilized by Feng Yi constituted an exceptionally formidable swordsmanship. Had it not been for his unexpected use of magic, he would surely have met his demise today. With his current knowledge, however, he felt somewhat powerless to counter this exquisite swordplay. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Jerry circulated his vital energy throughout his body and realized he had nearly restored his essence. He then leapt from the bed, drew his long sword, and began to practice the sword techniques he had memorized from Feng Yi. Jerry reasoned that since he could not decipher the intricacies of Feng Yi's swordplay, he would instead master it himself. If he encountered another practitioner of the same techniques in the future, he would measure their skills against one another to see whose swordsmanship was swifter. Jerry wielded his long sword with a lack of true vigor. Yet the techniques once employed by Feng Yi were meticulously replicated with each stroke. He practiced tirelessly, and with every repetition, his mastery of the swordplay flourished. Had Feng Yi been alive to witness this progression, he would undoubtedly have been astonished. After dedicating over a decade to his swordsmanship, the disparity between his prowess and that of Jerry's, who had only practiced a handful of times, was negligible. Each movement was executed with precision, reflecting an astonishing photographic memory. If Feng Yi were aware from beyond the grave, he would surely lament not having used his ultimate techniques to eliminate Jerry from the outset. Feng Yi's cat-and-mouse mentality ultimately led to his demise at Jerry's hands. Conversely, Jerry had never succumbed to such folly. He understood all too well that in the forest of death, underestimating one's opponent meant certain demise. This profound realization had been etched deeply into Jerry's consciousness. Acquired from his experiences at the precipice of life and death, Jerry practiced with his longsword several more times before sheathing it, feeling that he had nearly mastered the swordsmanship. Apart from a few moves requiring the infusion of true energy, which he could not yet deploy, he had perfected the remaining techniques. Even if Feng Yi were to stand before him, Jerry felt confident that his skills would not pale in comparison. Sitting on his bed, he replenished his strength while awaiting the return of the night ghost. The door creaked open, and the night ghost entered with a furtive demeanor, promptly turning around to gently close the door behind him. Jerry chuckled at the night ghost's antics and inquired, "What are you up to?" In a hushed tone, the night ghost replied, "Did you not say to keep this from others? This way, they won't notice us." Jerry laughed, saying, "Your behavior will only arouse their suspicion. Now, hasten and tell me if you have any news about Green." The night ghost assumed an air of arrogance, scoffing, "With me on the case, what news could I possibly miss?" Jerry reached over to flip the teacup on the table, filling a cup with tea from the pot and pushing it towards the night ghost before languidly stating, "First, have a sip of tea, and then share what you know about Green." Observing Jerry's unhurried demeanor, the night ghost understood that he would not be as easily agitated as Feng Ling. He plopped down, lifting the teacup and gulping it down. Jerry poured another cup, and the night ghost quickly drained it again, prompting Jerry to refill it once more. Seeing that Jerry was not pressing him, the night ghost could no longer contain himself and announced, "Green's tent is 20 miles east of Minga village." Jerry nodded gently, murmuring to himself, 20 miles, it seems I can make it in time." He then looked up at the night ghost, who was watching him intently, and smiled. "Thank you, night ghost. You must be tired today. It would be wise to rest early." The night ghost stood up in a huff, muttering, "Humph, what a treacherous fellow." As the night ghost reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Jerry, saying, "Jerry, I advise against confronting Green. His army of 200,000 is not to be underestimated, unlike Feng Yi's mere 10,000. Moreover, Green's own prowess is on par with Feng Yi's. It would be wise not to venture forth alone." Jerry nodded in silence. With a sigh, the night ghost opened the door and exited. Once alone, Jerry lay back on his bed, fully clothed, gazing at the ceiling while pondering whether he should proceed with the assassination of Green. If he refrained, the 200,000 troops at the Antonio border would be in peril, a situation that Fei Xue would certainly abhor. Ultimately, this might compel Fei Xue to reveal her identity as a princess and take command of the army. If Fei Xue intended to assume the role of commander, he knew he was not suited for such a position. Despite attending military classes at the academy diligently, he often felt overwhelmed and confused. He could not bear the thought of the 17-year-old Fei Xue leading troops into battle so soon. After much deliberation, he resolved to take action that very night. Jerry, having made up his mind, peered outside and found it still early. He turned over, intending to rest a little longer. At that moment, a crisp knock echoed from the door, accompanied by the melodious voice of Feng Ling. "Jerry, are you asleep?" Startled, Jerry wondered why Feng Ling, who was supposed to be resting with Fei Xue in the same room, would come to knock on his door. He replied, "Not yet," and promptly got up to open the door. Upon opening it, Jerry was greeted by the sight of Feng Ling and Fei Xue standing outside. Noticing the peculiar expression on his face, both girls displayed a hint of shyness. Observing their lowered heads in silence, Jerry quickly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Please, come in. He stepped aside, allowing Fengling and Fei Xue to enter. As soon as Fengling entered the room, she pulled Fei Xue to sit on Jerry's bed. Jerry's heart raced as he took a seat on a chair by the desk, uncertain of what to say. Fengling spoke softly. Jerry, we can't seem to sleep. Every time we close our eyes, we think of the fallen soldiers. Instinctively, Jerry understood that the earlier day's events had profoundly affected these two young girls, overwhelming them with thoughts that inevitably spiraled in the quiet of night. However, he pondered the predicament. If they did not return to rest soon, how would he execute his plans for the evening? Given the precarious situation at the border, even a single day's delay could lead to monumental changes. Jerry felt a wave of conflict within, yet he could not dismiss the need to comfort these two devoted souls. Jerry gently approached the bedside, embracing Fengling and Fei Xue in his arms before reclining onto the bed. Both women were taken aback by Jerry's unexpected gesture of drawing them into slumber beside him. Their bodies stiffening with nervousness, cheeks flushed, unsure of where to place their hands and feet, their hearts a tumult of shyness, fear, and anticipation. Unbeknownst to Jerry, his unintentional action had provoked thoughts of a different nature in the two. Noticing their rigid forms, he tenderly patted their backs, whispering soothing words into their ears. As Fengling and Fei Xue felt his gentle touch without further advances, a sigh of relief escaped their hearts, soon replaced by mild annoyance at Jerry's apparent lack of romantic insight. Under Jerry's soft murmurs, the two gradually relaxed, the day's tribulations fading from their minds as they slipped into a deep slumber. Observing their serene, sleeping faces nestled in his embrace, Jerry's heart swelled with tender affection. Unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss upon each of them, their smooth, warm skin evoking an unfamiliar stir within him. He quickly gathered his composure, taking a few deep breaths to quell the tumultuous feelings that arose in his heart. As Jerry observed the late hour, he gently withdrew his arms and sat up. He gazed at the peacefully slumbering Fei Xue beside him, feeling assured that his decision made that night was indeed the right one. It would be cruel to thrust such a beautiful young girl onto the blood-soaked battlefield to command the fight. Such grim and dark tasks should be borne by him alone. With utmost care, Jerry slipped out of bed and draped a nearby blanket over Fengling and Fei Xue. Dressed in a sleek black outfit and donning a mask, he departed from the inn, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the streets of Qingqi City. Shortly thereafter, in Minga Village, a shadow materialized seemingly out of thin air, gradually sharpening from a faint silhouette until Jerry's form became fully visible. He surveyed his surroundings and let out a long sigh, contemplating that he had utilized the space transfer magic 7 times to journey from Qingqi City to this very spot. The distance traveled with each subsequent use of the magic had diminished, a clear indication of the severe depletion of his magical energy. Moreover, he could only distinctly recall the route from Qingqi City to Minga Village. The path leading to Green's military camp was unfamiliar to him, leaving him unable to ascertain a target for further transfers. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on his own 2 feet for the remainder of the journey. Jerry discerned the essence of the East, channeling his vital energy, and with a single stride, he traversed several zhang. He continued to leap forward with remarkable agility, his figure swiftly vanishing into the distance. Suddenly, from the shadows nearby, an ancient voice resonated. "Ah, young lad, at last, you no longer rely on spatial displacement magic. If you were to persist, even I, an old man, might struggle to keep pace." As the words faded, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, swiftly pursuing Jerry into the void. Jerry sprinted fervently until he reached the periphery of Green's military camp. There, he beheld the camp's orderly formation, with vibrant banners proudly displayed. The patrolling soldiers exuded vitality and agility, prompting Jerry to silently commend the impressive defense. The discipline within the ranks was evidently commendable, and the arrangement of tents throughout the camp was remarkably strategic. In the event of an ambush, the soldiers from various tents could swiftly converge. This meticulous organization ignited a flicker of intrigue within Jerry towards Green. Jerry observed for a while and gradually discerned the patterns of the patrolling soldiers' movements. Once he calculated the passage of a patrol unit, he swiftly vaulted over the military camp's wall. Just as Jerry was about to descend, he suddenly recalled what his military instructor had mentioned, that the perimeter of the camp is often adorned with various traps or alarm devices. Although these contraptions are not particularly harmful, they serve a practical purpose. Typically, anyone attempting to infiltrate the camp under the cover of darkness would trigger such mechanisms, thereby revealing their presence. As Jerry contemplated this, he swiftly paused, his gaze sweeping across the ground. Indeed, he found that an extensive array of such traps was present behind the fence. With a determined push against the barrier, Jerry leaped over the pitfall and entered the military camp. Possessing the prowess of a sky warrior, Jerry was able to traverse this distance, a feat beyond the capabilities of most. These traps were specifically designed to deter ordinary experts and soldiers during wartime. Those who could attain the level of a sky warrior were typically generals or marshals. Such individuals would certainly refrain from recklessly leading a surprise attack, as these operations were generally delegated to the soldiers. Moreover, the number of sky warrior-level fighters was limited. Thus, the military encampment was not fortified with traps intended for such elite combatants. While evading patrolling soldiers, Jerry diligently searched for the command tent where Green was located. Jerry wandered through the military camp, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a particular tent. Though the tent bore no remarkable features, Jerry felt an instinctive sense that a master resided within. He was certain in his heart that he was not mistaken. Green was indeed within that very tent. Jerry took a deep breath and stealthily approached the tent, straining to listen for any sounds within. He could only hear the long, tranquil rhythm of breathing emanating from inside. Something was amiss, Jerry pondered. According to the night demon, Green was also a sky warrior. It was inconceivable that he had reached the edge of the tent without Green noticing. It appeared that Green intended to catch him off guard, launching an attack the moment he made a move. However, upon learning that Green was of the same sky warrior caliber, Jerry abandoned his thoughts of stealthily assassinating him. Instead, he resolved to engage in a fair contest, intending to defeat Green in a legitimate duel. With the mastery of the peak sword technique and the capability for a magical ambush, Jerry possessed both the skill and confidence to prevail. Jerry softly uttered within the confines of the tent, "Green, I am aware that you are awake. Emerge, and let us engage in a fair duel." Startled, Green grasped his longsword tightly, as he had sensed the approach of a formidable opponent the moment Jerry laid eyes upon the tent. A seasoned warrior. Green discreetly unsheathed his sword and placed it at his side, lying still in bed, biding his time for this master to storm into the tent. To his surprise, the assailant outside did not charge in immediately. Instead, he paused outside, and after a moment, uttered those words. Upon hearing Jerry's declaration, Green felt the blood of a warrior surge within him. For years, no one in his homeland dared to challenge the heavily armed Green, and he had little desire to engage with those of lesser skill. Only during the occasional skirmishes between their nations had he felt the thrill of combat, when he faced off against Fingy. This time, however, even without seeing his adversary, the mere utterance of a challenge ignited a fire within Green. He leapt from his bed and exited the tent, only to behold a shadow standing silently in the moonlight, awaiting him. Jerry, observing Green's composed appearance, felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having acted hastily. He pondered the potential consequences had he done so. Green regarded Jerry with a questioning gaze. "I do not believe we have met before. What brings you to infiltrate the military camp at this late hour?" Jerry replied coolly, "Green, it has come to my attention that you plunder every village you pass, stripping them of their wealth and delighting in their slaughter. Is this true?" Green nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed. I take pleasure in such actions. The lives of those lowly peasants are ultimately expendable, and their deaths are of no consequence. Does this concern you?" A glint of cold steel flashed in Jerry's eyes as he retorted, "Then your demise would be justly deserved. Let us commence." With that, he drew his sword and lunged forward. Green, already armed upon his exit, deftly parried several strikes. The guards on patrol, hearing the commotion, rushed to investigate. Realizing an assassination attempt was underway, they shouted, "There is an assassin! Everyone, rise and prepare." The slumbering soldiers, roused by the alarm, seized their weapons and burst forth from their tents. As Jerry observed the soldiers in the barracks stirred by the commotion, a sense of urgency welled within him. He pondered the potential peril should Green lack the integrity of a warrior and incite the soldiers to turn against him. The task of dispatching Green would become exceedingly complicated. With this thought in mind, Jerry infused greater strength into his movements, his arm twisting like a serpent as his sword coiled around Green's blade, the tip resembling a venomous fang poised to strike at Green's throat. Green was taken aback. The young man was employing none other than the serpent sword technique of his arch-nemesis, Feng Yi. Retreating several steps, Green swiftly maneuvered his sword in large arcs, deflecting Jerry's assault to the side. Having clashed with Feng Yi on multiple occasions, Green possessed a profound understanding of his rival's swordsmanship and had cultivated considerable expertise in countering it. Thus, while he was initially surprised by Jerry's use of Feng Yi's technique, He instinctively executed the appropriate response with remarkable speed. Once Green had successfully parried Jerry's attack, he seized the opportunity while Jerry's sword was still in motion and not yet returned to guard. With a sudden advance, Green's long sword sliced through the air with blinding speed. In Green's memory, he would typically retreat or sidestep in such scenarios, allowing him to gain the upper hand and press the attack relentlessly. Jerry was not surprised that his long sword was disarmed by Green. Having practiced this swordsmanship thoroughly, he was well acquainted with its vulnerabilities. Green's counter was entirely predictable and did not astonish him. Moreover, Jerry had not exerted his full strength with that strike. As Green advanced aggressively, Jerry's sword paused momentarily in the air, tracing an arc before unexpectedly slicing a deep wound beneath Green's ribcage. Green let out a pained grunt, clutching his injury and retreating a few steps, crimson blood gushing from the wound, staining his hands and dripping onto the ground. The soldiers nearby gasped in shock upon witnessing Green's injury, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. In a fit of rage, Green shouted, "Kill him. Whoever slays him shall be promoted and rewarded with 100 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the soldiers surged forward with renewed fervor. Observing the advancing soldiers and seeing Green preparing to retreat among them, Jerry sighed inwardly. It seemed that refraining from magic was no longer an option. Regrettably, he had expended too much of his magical energy in his haste to arrive, leaving him with no choice but to resort to high-level spells. The ultimate magic and absolute binding spells were beyond his reach at this moment. With a swift motion of his left hand, Jerry waved at the encircling soldiers, while his right hand trembled with the long sword, transforming it into a dazzling streak that enveloped Green. Simultaneously, a ring of fire emerged around Jerry, expanding outward, causing the soldiers to instinctively take a few steps back. Upon witnessing this, Green's heart raced. Fire ring of flames, an advanced fire magic. Who exactly is this young man? When did the kingdom of Antonio produce such a remarkable talent? How had he never heard of him? Determined to eliminate Jerry, Green felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This young man was terrifying, having achieved such mastery in both magic and martial arts at such a tender age. In just a few years, he might become one of the top 10 experts on the entire continent. Soldiers, charge. Kill him. He is but one man. Green shouted, deftly evading Jerry's incoming sword strike. Leading the charge himself, the soldiers, emboldened by their commander's brave advance, rallied and surged forward. Jerry, sensing Green and the soldiers approaching, inwardly rejoiced. He had feared they might not come. With a flick of his left hand, the fire ring, now 2 meters in diameter, erupted into countless fireballs, sending the soldiers into a frenzy of panic. They scattered in disarray, save for Green, who surged closer to Jerry, a situation Jerry had deliberately orchestrated. As no fireballs targeted him, they instead veered towards the soldiers behind him. As Green plunged into the inferno, nearing Jerry, he was suddenly met with a cacophony of anguished cries. A glance around him revealed the grim reality. It had now turned into a one-on-one confrontation with this young adversary. Quickly, Green brandished his longsword, launching a fierce onslaught against Jerry. He understood that if he could hold out until the soldiers regrouped, victory would be his. However, if he faltered in this critical moment, next year's anniversary would mark his demise. With this realization, Green cast aside all distractions, fighting with desperation, employing techniques that sought mutual destruction. Jerry, too, shared a similar resolve as he wielded his longsword to meet Green's assault. The clash of their blades resonated in a symphony of metallic clangs as both fighters unleashed their swiftest moves. After several exchanges, neither had managed to inflict harm upon the other. Stealing a glance aside, Jerry noted the soldiers had regained their footing and were beginning to encircle him once more. Panic surged within him, while Green felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seizing the moment, Green summoned all his strength to execute a horizontal slash aimed at Jerry's waist. This strike was infused with the entirety of his power. Should Jerry retreat, Green would have an opportunity to withdraw, allowing the soldiers to close in. Jerry discerned the meaning behind Green's swordplay. With a swift thought, he steeled himself and advanced rather than retreating, thrusting his sword rapidly toward Green's chest while his left hand met Green's longsword. Taken aback, Green sensed the impending danger, however. His longsword was already in motion and could not be retracted. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and accelerated his strike toward Jerry's left hand, simultaneously leaning his body to the right, convinced that his sword would prove tougher than Jerry's hand. As Jerry's hand was about to collide with Green's long sword, The tip of Jerry's blade was mere inches from Green's chest. Unintentionally, Green glanced up at Jerry and was taken aback to see a glimmer of coldness in Jerry's eyes. Imbued with a fierce and chilling intent, Jerry gripped his long sword tightly, blood streaming from his hand, while Green found himself unable to move his own weapon. A sudden chill enveloped Green's chest. Upon looking down, he discovered that Jerry had pierced him through to the core. Withdrawing his sword, Jerry forcefully pushed Green away. Clutching his chest, Green stared at Jerry in astonishment, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet no words escaped. His head tilted, and he succumbed to death. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing Green's demise, were engulfed in grief and fury, thrusting their weapons toward Jerry. With a swift motion, Jerry twirled his sword, deflecting the soldiers' assault. In a rapid flurry, he unleashed a deadly dance with his blade, reducing the nearest dozen soldiers to mere fragments, scattered like confetti in the air. Regrettably, the soldiers, fueled by rage, were undeterred by the gruesome scene. Instead, they fought with even greater fervor. Jerry relentlessly unleashed streams of sword energy, dispatching the relentless soldiers that surged towards him. With his left hand, he continuously emitted vital energy, sending the soldiers flying. However, he soon realized that the wound on his left hand, left untreated, not only failed to heal, but also exacerbated as his palm energy seeped from it. After a while, the ground around Jerry was littered with the corpses of soldiers, the number of those who perished at his hands exceeding 7,000. Tragically, Jerry came to understand that his vital energy was completely depleted. His survival until this moment was solely due to the soldiers encircling him, despite their numbers. Only 7 or 8 could directly assault him, while the others were relegated to the periphery, unable to reach him. Each surge of sword energy he released not only cleaved the soldiers before him in two, but also sliced through the ranks outside in a straight line, allowing him to slay more than 10 soldiers with each strike. Consequently, every sword stroke demanded the expenditure of vital energy, leading to a severe depletion. The soldiers remained steadfastly ensnared around Jerry, and despite several attempts to break free, he found himself unable to escape. The magical power at his disposal was insufficient to perform spatial transference after exhausting his fiery Inferno ring, even if he could manage it. The concentrated onslaught from the soldiers left him with no time to utilize such a maneuver. Any attempt would likely result in him being struck multiple times. Jerry exerted himself to unleash a dozen sword auras, mercilessly slaying hundreds of soldiers. At last, having exhausted his vital energy, he lowered his sword. Closing his eyes in the face of the soldiers' blades, a faint smile gracing his lips, though concealed beneath his mask, no one could witness it. In his heart, Jerry silently lamented, "Feng Ling, Fei Shui, I am truly sorry. I hope you can forget me and find a good man to lead a happy life." Just as Jerry resigned himself to his fate, the soldiers raised their weapons, ready to deliver the fatal blow, when a commanding voice suddenly thundered from the side, "Halt!" The soldiers trembled, yet did not retract their weapons, still plunging them downward. Upon hearing the shout, Jerry's heart jolted. The voice seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of the night ghost. Opening his eyes, he was met with the fearsome tips of spears and swords descending upon him. With a heavy sigh, Jerry realized that regardless of who arrived, his demise was inevitable. He resigned himself to the sensation of the weapon tips piercing through his clothing, feeling the chilling aura emanating from them. At that moment, a shadow darted from a nearby tent, leaping above Jerry's head. With palms charged with vital energy, it pressed downwards. The soldiers surrounding Jerry felt an immense force surge through their hands, causing their weapons to plunge uncontrollably into the earth. In the eye of the storm, Jerry sensed a swift wind rush past him, yet he felt no pressure upon his body. He understood that even at full strength, he could not control the situation with such precision as this newcomer. Curiosity welled within him. Who could this person be? Surely, Yami and Ming Feng could never possess such formidable power. Jerry suddenly raised his head, only to discover that the newcomer was clad entirely in black, with a piece of black cloth tightly wrapped around his face, revealing only a pair of piercingly bright eyes. A frown creased Jerry's brow as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards this figure, sensing that the individual must be a very old man. Though the reason for this feeling eluded him, the black-clad elder landed beside Jerry, unleashing a powerful force with both hands, sending over a dozen soldiers flying from the front line, causing a cascade of chaos as they collided with their comrades behind them. Seizing Jerry by the collar, the black-clad man propelled himself into the air amidst the turmoil, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The soldiers in the camp were thrown into disarray. Some rushed out the camp gates in pursuit, yet remained oblivious to the direction from which the black-clad figure had departed with Jerry. Others scurried aimlessly within the camp, unaware of their commander's demise and uncertain of their next course of action. Jerry was swiftly lifted by the collar and whisked away from the military camp by the old man in black. Considering Jerry's height of nearly 1.8 meters, which is quite tall on the snowy continent, especially since he towers over the old man by a head, it was astonishing how effortlessly the old man handled him, as if he were the one possessing the greater height. Although Jerry felt extremely uncomfortable with the situation, he remained oblivious to his distress. He was astounded by the agility of the figure cloaked in black, whose movements were swifter than the wind itself, resembling a shadow racing across the ground. Jerry could only perceive a deafening rush of air in his ears, and as he attempted to utter a plea for mercy, the fierce gust prevented him from parting his lips. Under normal circumstances, Jerry possessed greater strength, however, having depleted all his vital energy and magical power. He now found himself no better than an ordinary person, rendered unable even to speak. Jerry opened his mouth several times, yet no sound emerged, leading him to abandon his attempts. Intrigued by the prowess and identity of the elderly figure clad in black, he surmised that this man had likely attained the level of a sword saint. It is worth noting that within the entire frost and snow continent, individuals who reach the rank of sword saint are exceedingly rare. Given the circumstances, it appeared that the old man was familiar with him, and an instinct within Jerry suggested that this elder was indeed someone he recognized. As Jerry pondered over the elderly acquaintances he had, one name surfaced in his mind. Although the height seemed somewhat mismatched, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Night Ghost, is that you?" Surprised, Jerry's voice finally broke the silence, albeit softly. Yet it caused the black-clad figure to tremble and come to an abrupt halt. Jerry felt a surge of admiration. Halting at such a swift pace was no trivial feat. The black-clad man abruptly tossed Jerry to the ground and pulled down the cloth covering his face, revealing a visage marked with astonishment. It was indeed Night Ghost. Staring at Jerry, Night Ghost inquired, "How did you discern my identity? I have intentionally diminished my stature, and under the chaotic circumstances just now, you should have been oblivious to my voice." Jerry, sprawled on the ground, winced in pain but replied with a grin, "Was the situation truly chaotic? I felt otherwise. I distinctly heard your voice, and upon seeing you, a sense of familiarity washed over me. When you whisked me away, I recalled my intent to assassinate Green tonight, and you were the only one who could be. So, I decided to probe a little, and lo and behold, it was indeed you." As he spoke, Jerry cast a glance at Night Ghost, laboriously rising to his feet, and casually inquired, "Are you the assassin or the shadow?" Night Ghost, taken aback by the boy's cunning, thought to himself, "How could this brat be so astute, discerning my identity so quickly? Had I known, I would not have intervened to save him." At that moment, upon hearing Jerry's question, Night Ghost, without a moment's thought, answered absent-mindedly, "I am the shadow." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized the gravity of his mistake, but it was too late to retract. Night Ghost looked up at Jerry, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Jerry steadied himself with great effort, though he still swayed slightly. Upon witnessing the Night Ghost's demeanor, he remarked, "Then I shall call you Elu, the Shadow, one of the top 10 masters of the continent." The Night Ghost lowered his head in frustration, unable to comprehend how Jerry, who seemed unremarkable and not particularly clever, could so swiftly discern his true identity, despite his own penchant for mischief. After a moment's contemplation, the Night Ghost candidly declared, "Let it remain Night Ghost. Elu sounds overly feminine. I have been known by this name for decades and have grown accustomed to it. The text will continue to use the name Night Ghost." Jerry nodded and inquired, "What purpose does it serve for you to masquerade as an unarmed old man accompanying us?" The Night Ghost shook his head, replying, "There is no particular reason. Initially, I found that girl Feng Ling quite intriguing. However, as I spent time with you all, I discovered that the other young ones are quite admirable as well." At this point, he shot Jerry a fierce glare and added, "Except for you, kid." Jerry chuckled lightly, disregarding the Night Ghost's irritation, aware that he was still upset over the prior incident, while also knowing that the Night Ghost's thoughts were far from finished. Given his status among the top 10 masters, he would not remain with them for such trivial reasons. Noticing Jerry's perceptive gaze and the subtle smile upon his face, the Night Ghost let out a sigh and confessed, "To be honest, my curiosity was piqued after I discerned your prowess, which ultimately led me to decide to accompany you." After all, you are the only anomaly on the continent capable of mastering both magic and martial arts so proficiently. Jerry felt his doubts dissipate, as this rationale was indeed plausible. The night ghost, perhaps spurred by the unfolding conversation, continued to speak at length before melancholically stating, "It has been quite some time since I last roamed the continent. Ever since I gained fame a decade ago. I have spent the last 6 years within the Mercenary Guild, and I now find myself wondering how my old friends among the other top masters are faring." Jerry, intrigued, asked, "What kept you at the Mercenary Guild for these 10 years? Is there a specific reason?" The night ghost looked up at the sky, reflecting wistfully. 10 years ago, when I learned I had become one of the top 10 masters, I was elated for quite some time. However, I soon realized that finding a true opponent on the continent had become exceedingly difficult, for my notoriety had grown immense. Countless challengers sought to defeat me, simply because I am the only one among the top 10 masters without a backing force. Though I have triumphed each time, the abilities of my challengers are woefully inadequate. They cannot even withstand half of my prowess, yet dare to confront me. Among the other top 10 masters, their strengths are comparable to mine. The likes of Blazing Fire, King of Ice and Snow, Light Priest, and Sage Sorcerer are all magic users, rendering the battles less exhilarating. Ultimately, my gaze fell upon the one who has consistently held the foremost position among the top 10 masters, the unparalleled strongman Deer. He is renowned as one of the 2 experts who survived the Great Magical War of Yore. It is widely acknowledged that he and Wei Jue are ranked first and second among the top 10 masters. I have scoured the continent in search of news regarding him, yet no one seems to know his whereabouts. In desperation, I turned to the Mercenary Guild, known for its extensive network of information, and managed to secure a position as a receptionist. Alas, despite the passage of many years, I have been unable to uncover any tidings concerning Deer. When Jerry heard the night ghost mention Dare, his heart involuntarily trembled. He never anticipated that the night ghost had devoted a decade of his life in search of his grandfather. Jerry felt a profound admiration for such unwavering dedication. He gently remarked, "Night ghost, there is no need for your search. Dare is indeed my grandfather. Regrettably, he has passed away. However, if you seek a worthy opponent, wait for 3 years. After that time, I shall gladly engage in a fierce battle with you." The night ghost was taken aback when Jerry revealed that Dare was his grandfather, and upon learning of Dare's demise, he felt engulfed by despair. All his relentless efforts over the past 10 years had culminated in this disheartening revelation, and as Jerry continued to speak, the night ghost could no longer hear his words. Seeing the forlorn expression on night ghost's face, Jerry felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Dragging his weary body to night ghost's side, he reiterated his final words with a booming voice. Night ghost's vacant gaze quickly sharpened as it fixated on Jerry, scrutinizing him from head to toe before bursting into laughter. Jerry, irked, retorted, "What is there to find amusing?" Night ghost, still chuckling, patted Jerry's shoulder and replied, "I could never bring myself to fight you. Otherwise, those old ghosts would surely mock me for taking advantage of the young." Jerry still had something to say, but Night ghost spoke first. "Never mind. Being with you youngsters rejuvenates my spirit. It's getting late. Let me escort you back, or else Feng Ling and Fei Shui will surely worry when dawn breaks." At this, Night ghost paused momentarily and then whispered, "Afterward, I shall reconnect with some old friends, for it is time for us to part ways." With that, he swiftly grabbed Jerry by the collar and hurried towards Qingqi City. Before long, Night ghost returned to Qingqi City with Jerry, just in time to coincide with Jerry's initiation of the spatial transfer magic to reach the military camp. Having witnessed Night ghost's capabilities throughout the evening, Jerry was no longer astonished. His primary concern now lay in how to explain his injuries to Feng Ling and Fei Shui at dawn. Moreover, it appeared that Night ghost intended to leave the moment he set Jerry down, and Jerry realized he would need to account for Night ghost's departure. Otherwise, he would have to devise a way to persuade Night ghost to stay. The thought of Night ghost assisting him in dealing with Feng Ling and Fei Shui solidified Jerry's resolution to employ every possible tactic to retain Night ghost once they arrived at the inn. With this determination, Jerry felt a sudden surge of energy and found himself seated on the steps in front of the inn. Looking up, he noticed Night ghost disappearing swiftly into the darkness before dawn, a distant voice echoing, "Kid, you'll have to explain your injuries and my departure on your own." "Ha ha ha." Jerry muttered about the old fox as he painfully rose to his feet and, with all his strength, managed to climb over the back wall and into the inn. As Jerry leaped over the wall, his feet barely touched the ground when 2 deep voices demanded, "Who goes there?" It was Amy and Ming Feng, who had heard the commotion caused by Jerry. In his heart, Jerry mused that the night spirits had indeed trained Amy and her companions to react with commendable alertness. The Amy and Ming Feng of the past would never have displayed such vigilance. Jerry replied softly, "It's me." Upon hearing Jerry's voice, Amy and Ming Feng exchanged puzzled glances. Logically, Jerry should not have made such a considerable noise while climbing over the wall, and given the time, it seemed as though he had been out all night. They opened the window and leaned out, startled at the sight of him. Without hesitation, they jumped down to support Jerry, repeatedly inquiring, "Jerry, how did you get so hurt?" Jerry waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I just need to rest for a bit." Amy, with a keen eye, noticed a long wound on Jerry's hand and was about to ask, but realizing that dawn had broken and the inn's patrons would soon be awake, she refrained from further questioning. Instead, she urged Ming Feng to help Jerry into the inn's room through the window. Once inside, Amy intended to call Feng Ling and Fei Xue, but Jerry stopped her with a weary smile, saying, "Amy, wait a moment. They are still asleep in my room." Amy and Ming Feng exchanged astonished glances at this revelation. Jerry's face flushed under their scrutiny, and he awkwardly added, "Once they wake up, they will come over. Please, let me have a moment of peace. If they see me like this, they will fuss incessantly." Amy and Ming Feng nodded in understanding. However, Amy furrowed her brow as she looked at the wound on Jerry's hand, expressing her concern. "But Jerry, it would be better to treat your injury sooner rather than later." Jerry followed her gaze to his hand and casually replied, "It's fine. Delaying treatment isn't a significant issue." Amy and Ming Feng, recognizing Jerry's stubbornness, chose not to press the matter further. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, and Feng Ling's voice called from outside, "Amy, are you up? Was that noise from you? What happened? Where did Jerry run off to?" Amy glanced at Jerry, whose face had suddenly changed, and swiftly opened the door, allowing Feng Ling and Fei Xue to see Jerry at once. Upon seeing Jerry covered in blood, Feng Ling and Fei Xue gasped and rushed in, urgently asking, "Jerry, how did you get hurt?" They examined him closely, relieved to find that he had no serious injuries. Only a torn shirt stained with a bit of blood, which eased their racing hearts. This was thanks to Jerry's discreet placement of his hand on the table, concealing the wound from them. Amy, mischievously reminding Feng Ling and Fei Xue, said, "Feng Ling, Fei Xue, Jerry's injury is on his hand. Don't just focus on his body." Jerry immediately sensed trouble and shot a fierce glare at Amy, who, undeterred by his wrathful look, grinned and replied, "Jerry, I'm just concerned for you. I want your injury to heal quickly." By this time, Feng Ling and Fei Xue had each grasped one of Jerry's hands, flipping it over to inspect. Feng Ling, gripping the very hand that was wounded, inadvertently applied too much pressure, aggravating the injury that had been simply treated by the night demon, causing it to bleed anew. Jerry recalled that the color of his blood was different from that of ordinary people, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. He quickly glanced at Feng Ling, Fei Xue, Amy, and Ming Feng, searching for their reactions. To his astonishment, Amy and Ming Feng displayed no sign of shock. They behaved as if they hadn't noticed at all. In fact, they had already turned away, preparing to leave the room to give Jerry and Feng Ling some privacy. Feng Ling and Fei Xue only gasped in shock for a moment. Jerry's heart raced as he heard Feng Ling say, "Jerry, your wound is quite deep. Does it hurt?" Fei Xue had already risen and declared, "Feng Ling, let us fetch some water. We must cleanse the wound before casting light magic. Otherwise, if the exterior heals but the inside becomes infected, it will rot." Feng Ling quickly jumped up, exclaiming, "I'll go get water too." With that, the two hurriedly exited. Jerry was taken aback that they mentioned nothing about the unusual color of his blood, their sole focus on how to swiftly attend to his injury. A warmth spread through him, realizing that his worries were unfounded. Feng Ling and Fei Xue returned with 2 large basins of water, while Amy and Ming Feng had discreetly slipped away, avoiding being unwelcome company. Fei Xue set down her basin and said to Feng Ling, "Sister Feng Ling, please help Jerry clean his face and body. I will tend to his hands." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling blushed and shyly replied, "Sister Fei Xue, you should do it. I'll take care of the wound." Jerry also felt his face flush red and quickly interjected, "I can manage on my own. There's no need to trouble you." To his surprise, both Feng Ling and Fei Xue rolled their eyes in unison and chided him, "Just sit quietly. After we treat your wounds, we need to interrogate you about where you went last night that resulted in such injuries." Seeing their strong reactions, Jerry couldn't help but let out a dry chuckle. falling silent as he fervently prayed to various deities, hoping that the two fierce girls wouldn't be too rough, considering he was the one injured. After a brief discussion, Feng Ling was ultimately chosen to tend to his wounds. Fei Shui picked up a towel, dampened it, and gently wiped the blood and sweat from Jerry's face. Jerry, his cheeks still aflame, softly urged, Fei Shui, let me do it myself. Fei Shui shook her head and said gently, Jerry, allow us to help. But you must promise both me and Feng Ling that you will always tell us if something is amiss, and it would be best if you take us along. So we need not worry about you. As she spoke, Fei Shui moved behind Jerry, wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder, and whispered softly in his ear, Jerry, seeing you hurt pains my heart. I wish your wounds could be mine instead. Jerry inhaled the fresh scent of the young girl and, captivated by her heartfelt words, felt his heart racing, an unfamiliar sensation beginning to swirl within him. He gently pulled Fei Shui closer, seating her on his lap. With tears glistening in her eyes, Fei Shui embraced him tightly. Jerry leaned in close to her ear and softly said, That cannot be. If you were to be hurt, it would grieve me even more. I would rather endure 1,000 injuries than see you suffer even once. Upon hearing Jerry's words, Fei Shui instinctively embraced him even more tightly. After Jerry finished speaking, he tightly embraced Fei Shui, yet his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Feng Ling. Standing nearby, Feng Ling feigned indifference to the intimacy displayed between the two, seemingly engrossed in the task of cleansing a wound. However, Jerry noticed that her ears were perked up, indicating her curiosity about their conversation. When the dialogue ceased, Feng Ling looked up in surprise, only to find Jerry gazing at her with a smile. Realizing that her actions had not gone unnoticed, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively pinched Jerry's arm with some force. Jerry let out a painful cry, startling Fei Shui, who quickly jumped down and inquired, Jerry, what happened? Did I accidentally touch your wound? With a grimace, Jerry replied, It's nothing, nothing at all. A little bug just nipped me. Fei Shui, perplexed, remarked, A bug? How come I didn't notice any bugs in the room? Jerry stifled a chuckle, unable to contain his amusement. Observing Jerry's peculiar expression, Feng Ling blushed deeply, and the astute Fei Shui quickly grasped the situation. Remembering what had just transpired, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and lowered her gaze to focus on her tasks. Noticing Fei Shui's demeanor, Feng Ling shot a glare at Jerry, who responded with a playful wink, provoking Feng Ling to pout and pinch him. After a while, once the wound had been properly cleaned, Feng Ling and Fei Shui together performed a healing spell that mended Jerry's injury. He then felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and suggested that Feng Ling and Fei Shui go ahead and have something to eat while he awaited the return of Yami and Ming Feng to discuss the events of the previous night. He needed to recuperate his lost energy, and Fei Shui was eager to deliver the letter she had written to Kyle. Though reluctant, Feng Ling and Fei Shui had no choice but to comply and exited obediently. Jerry sat cross-legged on his bed, channeling the proud divine technique. He discovered that the true energy within him had become purer than ever before, allowing his practice to progress at an accelerated pace. And the time required for recovery had significantly diminished. It appeared that after the battle with Feng Yi and Green yesterday, his strength had undergone a remarkable enhancement. However, Jerry also realized from the confrontation that, despite his abundant inner strength, his martial techniques were alarmingly lacking. The skills he had honed in the Forest of Death were only effective against those weaker than himself, relying primarily on his inner power and speed to secure victory. Yet, when faced with warriors of equal caliber, such as Feng Yi and Green, he found himself at a considerable disadvantage. This was true for both Feng Yi and Green. Had he not initially intimidated Green with Feng Yi's swordsmanship, he would have merely been regarded as a disciple or a member of the same clan as Feng Yi. Subsequently, he had to risk injury to claim victory. If Green had remained calm, it is uncertain whether he could have defeated him. Although Jerry had acquired a fragment of Feng Yi's sword techniques, it was far from complete, and the intricacies of the swordsmanship eluded him without the accompanying incantations. It was evident that he needed to dedicate himself to mastering the art of swordsmanship. As Jerry contemplated this, he opened his eyes to find Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng all gazing at him intently in the room. Upon noticing his awakening, a palpable sense of relief washed over the group. Jerry, with a playful smile, inquired, Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? The others merely exchanged glances of exasperation, choosing to ignore his jest. Feng Ling was the first to break the silence, urging, Jerry, be honest with us. Where did you go last night? Now that the night ghost is absent and everyone else is here, it's time for you to explain. Jerry replied, all right, I'll tell you. The night ghost had urgent matters and departed early. After you all fell asleep, he sought me out and asked me to convey a message to you. Upon hearing this, the group collectively gasped, and Feng Ling, visibly displeased, remarked, that night ghost. Why didn't he leave today and bid us farewell? Yami and Ming Feng nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with her sentiment. Jerry could not help but cast a glance at the few individuals before him. It seems I have returned unscathed. Thanks to your collective disdain, particularly from Feng Ling and Fei Shui, who have cast me several scornful glances today. Jerry remarked, as for Night Demon, his departure is always for a purpose. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Last night, I ventured to scout out Green's military camp. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng eagerly inquired, how was it? In unison, they suddenly regained their composure and exclaimed, Pa, what do you mean by scouting? You were there to assassinate Green, weren't you? As they spoke in unison, they exchanged amused glances, and Jerry couldn't help but chuckle. After their laughter subsided, Yami was the first to speak. Jerry, you truly are audacious. Do you really dare to infiltrate the camp of 200,000 troops? Now, tell us honestly, is Green dead? Seeing the expectant gazes of his companions, Jerry reluctantly nodded. Upon this confirmation, the four burst into jubilant cheers. Hooray! Green is dead. There shall be no war at the border for the time being. Fei Shui halted, gazing at Jerry with glistening eyes. She stepped forward and softly said, Jerry, I thank you. I understand that your reckless act of attempting to assassinate Green stemmed from your awareness of my reluctance to lead the army. However, you are foolish. If anything were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself. Jerry smiled and replied, silly girl, do not speak in such a manner. I undertook this for you, as I cannot bear to see you unhappy. Now let us share a smile. Fei Shui beamed with joy, realizing from Jerry's actions that he genuinely accepted and began to care for her. Understanding Jerry's intentions, they unanimously decided to depart from the border, leaving the matter of the two nations busy with reassigning generals behind them. After all, the two infamous generals had perished on the same day. Surely, the nations would be disinclined to send such commanders again. From that day forth, the armies of Antonio and the Krin's empire remained steadfast within their camps, refraining from launching any offensives. This state of affairs persisted until the arrival of the newly appointed generals. Over the course of more than 10 days, the civilians at the border felt an unusual stillness. Upon the arrival of the new generals, the populace gradually learned from the soldiers that the former commanders of the opposing forces had been slain on the same day by the same individual. This news spread rapidly across the continent, and soldiers who had witnessed Jerry's survival recounted his appearance that day. The name of the Grim Reaper once again soared across the land. In Antonio City, within the Tokar family estate, Xingba and Xinggan sat in the secret chamber, their faces marred by distress. Xingba, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, I never anticipated that the Grim Reaper would once again thwart our plans. Now, that 200,000-strong army is under the control of the Mingbu family. If he lays blame upon us, how shall we respond? Xinggan, though visibly angry, concealed his emotions better than Xingba. He spoke darkly. Regardless, we must devise a means to eliminate Jerry, for he poses a significant threat to our plans. Xingba squinted, regaining his composure, and inquired, what methods do you propose? Xinggan smiled ominously and remarked, tomorrow, we shall first attend the court to gauge Kyle's sentiments. Our objective is to propose a nationwide manhunt for Jerry in order to avenge Feng Yi. We will ascertain whether he is aware that Jerry is indeed the Grim Reaper. Should Kyle acquiesce, we will seize the opportunity to mobilize the entire army to eliminate Jerry. Conversely, if Kyle declines, it will prove that he has long known Jerry's true identity, and we shall dispatch assassins to eliminate Fei Shui as well. If that fails, we will enlist his assistance to dispose of them. I am confident that if he sends someone, success will surely follow. Xingba nodded in agreement, declaring, a splendid plan, let it be so. The following day, after attending court, Xingba and Xinggan proposed a nationwide manhunt for the Grim Reaper. This proposal garnered the support of the majority of ministers, with only a few dissenting voices. Kyle, seated upon the dragon throne, appeared outwardly calm, while inwardly his thoughts were tumultuous. He reflected, Fei Shui, my dear daughter, you truly know how to cause trouble for your father. The secret letter from Fei Shui not only demanded immediate reinforcements for the border troops, but also revealed her affection for Jerry. and disclosed all that she knew about his identity and actions, concluding with a firm declaration that she would marry no one but Jerry. Although Kyle understood that this was likely a test of his resolve by Xing Ba and Xing Gan, he remained unwilling to see his daughter harmed. Should anything happen to Jerry, Fei Xue would undoubtedly stand by his side. Kyle bellowed, "Silence. Look at you all, arguing until your faces turn red. Know this, while the Grim Reaper has slain our Marshal Feng Yi, he has also dispatched the Marshal of the Krin's Empire, Green. This indicates that he is not a spy for the Krin's Empire. As for his motives, we shall assess them as circumstances unfold. This matter ends here, no further debate. We shall adjourn for today." With that, Kyle rose and departed the Grand Hall. The ministers, witnessing his anger, fell silent and exited the hall. Xing Ba and Xing Gan exchanged a knowing glance and nodded subtly. Upon returning to his estate, Xing Ba summoned Kid, instructing him to lead a group of skilled fighters to locate and eliminate Jerry on the continent. It would be preferable to hire mercenaries for the task, avoiding the involvement of his own men to prevent any leaks. Kid was to use the pretext of avenging the Lord of Aya City to hire the mercenaries. Regardless of the expense, Kid accepted the mission and departed. Subsequently, the Mercenary Guild received Kid's commission to eliminate the Grim Reaper, offering a bounty of 200,000 gold coins, classified as a B-level job. A reward of 50,000 gold coins, classified as a C-level job, was offered for any information regarding the whereabouts of the Grim Reaper. The mercenaries across the continent were astounded by this news. Abandoning their other pursuits in a frenzy to hunt down the Grim Reaper, at this moment, Jerry and his companions had ventured far beyond the borders and successfully completed their F-rank mission. The Windstone Mercenary Group had now ascended to an E-rank guild. Upon arriving at the Mercenary Guild to undertake their next assignment, they were taken aback by the throngs of mercenaries present, all fervently discussing the locations of the Grim Reaper's appearances and the number of lives claimed by this ominous figure. Jerry and his companions were astonished. When had the mercenaries of the continent become so preoccupied with the Grim Reaper? The mercenaries within the guild scarcely acknowledged Jerry and his group, engrossed instead in exchanging information about the Reaper's sightings. A sense of foreboding enveloped Jerry and his companions as they huddled together at the window, encircled by the mercenaries. Feng Ling inquired of the receptionist within, "Might you be aware of the situation at hand?" The receptionist glanced at the group and replied, "You remain uninformed, it seems. A lucrative task has recently emerged within the Mercenary Guild, offering a bounty for the elimination of the Grim Reaper, 200,000 gold coins for completion. Classified as a B-level mission. Merely uncovering the Reaper's whereabouts will still yield a reward of 50,000 gold coins, categorized as a C-level task. Consequently, mercenaries of D rank and above are now fervently seeking information regarding the Grim Reaper." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling and Fei Xue's expressions shifted dramatically. While Jerry remained composed as ever, Jerry inquired, "I wonder who funded this commission. Is the remuneration secure?" The receptionist, glancing down at the ledger, replied, "How intriguing. You are the first to pose such a question. However, it is rare for anyone to neglect payment, as that would invite the wrath of mercenaries across the entire continent. Now, regarding this matter, the benefactor is a man named Kid, who is purportedly seeking vengeance for the Lord of Aya. The payment has already been deposited at the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. By the way, are you interested in taking on this task?" Jerry shook his head and remarked, "Our levels are insufficient." Noticing that the mercenaries nearby had begun to take interest in their small group due to Jerry's previous inquiry, Feng Ling sought to divert the conversation. She deliberately asked, "Do you have any tasks that can quickly elevate our levels? For instance, something that could equate to completing several E-level missions. We aspire to advance to B-level soon, so we can undertake this task." The surrounding mercenaries erupted into laughter, and the receptionist chuckled, responding to Feng Ling. "Such tasks do not exist. If they did, others would have already pursued them." At this point, the receptionist suddenly cradled his head and said, "Wait. It seems there might be such a task. Let me check." The room fell silent, as the seasoned mercenaries had never heard of such a task. Many suspected the receptionist was merely teasing Feng Ling. She was taken aback, having only casually mentioned the idea, and it seemed entirely reasonable that no such task existed. She never anticipated the receptionist would claim otherwise. Only a couple of older mercenaries, whose hair was grizzled, appeared to recall something, their expressions gradually shifting, their gazes fixed intently on the receptionist. Everyone in the room watched in stunned silence as the receptionist perused record after record. Finally, he unearthed a dusty tome that had not been opened for years. With a gleeful exclamation, he raised his head, only to find every pair of eyes in the room fixed on him in rapt attention. Embarrassed, he smiled sheepishly and read from the record. Here is an entry from 30 years ago, a task jointly issued by the Thieves Guild and the Mercenary Guild. No one has accomplished it in 30 years. The task is of the highest level and can be undertaken by mercenaries of any rank, to seek the treasure atop Misty Mountain. Oh, it has since been rephrased to uncover the secrets of Misty Mountain. How peculiar that such a task exists. One that has remained unfulfilled for 30 years and is classified as the highest level. The room erupted in laughter. How could such an odd task exist? Especially one that had eluded completion for 3 decades? Skepticism prevailed regarding the receptionist's words. However, the 2 elderly mercenaries, who had grown increasingly pale since the receptionist began reading, appeared as ghostly as a blank sheet of paper. Their bodies trembled like autumn leaves drifting from the trees. Their boisterous companions noticed their unusual behavior, halting their laughter in surprise, and questioned, "What is the matter with you two?" More and more individuals began to recognize the 2 older mercenaries' strange demeanor, and the laughter gradually subsided. Jerry and Feng Ling, along with others, gazed curiously at the 2 seasoned mercenaries. Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yumi, and Ming Feng were equally skeptical about the improbable good fortune, yet Jerry felt an inexplicable intuition that something extraordinary was afoot, while the others shared a collective laugh. He remained solemn, and upon witnessing the demeanor of the 2 old mercenaries, his conviction deepened that this mission harbored peculiarities. Observing the respect the crowd exhibited towards the veterans, Jerry inquired of the receptionist, "May I ask who those 2 old mercenaries are? Why does it seem that everyone holds them in such high regard?" A burly middle-aged mercenary, standing close to Jerry, quietly informed him, "Both of these old mercenaries are exceptionally experienced A-class mercenaries, renowned throughout the mercenary world. They exhibit great care for the younger mercenaries, earning immense respect from all." Jerry nodded in understanding and smiled in gratitude at the middle-aged mercenary. At that moment, the old mercenaries ceased their trembling, swallowed hard, and addressed the onlookers. "This mission is indeed real. However, it has long been dubbed the Death Mission, for no one has ever succeeded in completing it. Historically, only a handful of those who embarked on this quest returned. Approximately 1 in 10,000 managed to survive." A wave of astonishment swept through the room. The crowd instinctively gathered around the 2 old mercenaries, urging them to elaborate. Jerry and his companions also drew closer. The old mercenaries looked up at them, sighed deeply, and began to recount. "It has been 30 years, 30 long years. Those who survived rarely spoke of this matter, and no one dared to undertake this mission thereafter, leading to its gradual obscurity. Yet we have never been able to forget. 30 years ago, just as you are today, we heard the announcement from the Thieves Guild claiming treasures on Misty Mountain, possibly artifacts of immense power. Countless mercenaries and thieves sought to fulfill this mission, and we were but young and impetuous at D rank, following the throng to Misty Mountain." The old mercenary beside him gazed straight ahead, as if peering into the past 30 years. The speaking old mercenary bore a similar expression, yet continued his narrative. "At that time, Misty Mountain was immense, shrouded in clouds and fog that lingered throughout the year. We mercenaries entered the mountain in small groups, but it wasn't long before we became separated. I ascended alone for quite a while, when suddenly a fierce wind swept by. I turned to see a magical beast approaching. I fought with the creature for some time, and after slaying it, I ventured further up. The deeper I went, the more beasts I encountered, each growing increasingly ferocious. Ultimately, I was gravely injured by one of them, teetering on the brink of death. Just as I lay there, ready to accept my fate upon the corpse of the beast, I abruptly realized that those around me were not the remains of magical beasts, but rather the bodies of my fellow mercenaries. The figure before me, brandishing claws to strike, was someone I knew. I struggled to call out to him, but he paid me no heed, relentlessly pursuing me until he was slain by another mercenary. The one who killed him didn't even glance at my feeble form on the ground. He turned instead to pursue other mercenaries. It was then that I comprehended the grim truth. Upon entering Misty Mountain, we had been ensnared by illusions, mistaking each other for beasts. We were, in fact, slaughtering one another. I fought my way out of the mountain. As the old mercenary recounted this tale, his body trembled violently, and his voice quavered. The old mercenary next to him patted his back and continued the story. He shared, "My experience was quite similar. Though I was cast down the mountain by someone I believed to be a beast, only to later realize it was another mercenary. I lay at the foot of the mountain for quite some time until this brother beside me crawled over. Together, we helped each other escape the misty mountain. Regrettably, none of the other mercenaries and thieves who entered returned. After we came back, we spent over 6 months recuperating, nursing our wounds back to health. However, during that time, despite our incessant warnings about the dangers of Misty Mountain, countless mercenaries continued to venture there seeking treasure. The few who returned were rare, and it was only then that people began to believe our warnings. Tragically, by that point, tens of thousands of mercenaries and thieves had perished. Eventually, the Mercenary Guild transformed the task into one aimed at unveiling the secrets of Misty Mountain. Nevertheless, even then, those who ventured forth still vanished without a trace. As time passed, the fear of undertaking this task deterred everyone, and ultimately, the entire matter faded from collective memory, leaving only a handful of survivors to recall it. Once the old mercenary finished speaking, silence enveloped the room, the weight of the revelation heavy upon the hearts of all present. The impact of such a tale was profound, and had it not been recounted by these two venerable mercenaries, few would have believed it. Observing the hush that had fallen over the crowd, the old mercenary lifted his gaze towards Jerry and asked, "Young man, do you still wish to undertake this task? I advise you to abandon the idea. For life is a singular gift. Once lost, it cannot be regained." Jerry turned to glance at the mercenaries within the room, who instinctively averted their gazes from his piercing stare. They were secretly astonished. This boy, who appeared no older than a mere 10 years, exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. Finally, Jerry's gaze settled on the individuals behind him, Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng. The group exchanged glances with Jerry, offering him smiles filled with trust. In response, a smile graced Jerry's face as he turned back to the receptionist and declared, "Our Wind and Snow Mercenary Group accepts this mission." The mercenaries in the room were left in awe, though some regarded Jerry and his companions as rather foolish. Jerry disregarded the reactions of the mercenaries in the room and inquired of the two veteran mercenaries, "Could you please tell me the location of Misty Mountain?" The two seasoned mercenaries sighed and replied, "Misty Mountain is no longer referred to as such. In recent years, it has been known as Godlair Mountain." Upon hearing this, the mercenaries in the room were struck with terror. Godslayer Mountain, the forest of the Grim Reaper, and the Netherworld Caverns are collectively known as the three forbidden grounds of the continent, infamous for their lethal dangers and the grim fate that awaits those who venture there. Little did they expect that Misty Mountain was indeed Godslayer Mountain. The mercenaries now regarded Jerry and his companions with eyes that mirrored the gaze one might cast upon the dead. Jerry remained indifferent to the crowd. After confirming the direction, he nodded to the old mercenary in gratitude and signaled Feng Ling and the others to prepare for departure. The old mercenary called out to Jerry, earnestly stating, "Many resolute and skilled mercenaries have ventured forth before, yet none have returned. I hope you will reconsider and refrain from taking such risks." Observing Jerry and his companions' unwavering resolve, the old mercenary added, "Should you insist on proceeding, remember this. Within the Misty Mountains, regardless of your martial prowess or magical strength, peril awaits you. Exercise utmost caution. After all these years, no one has unraveled the secrets of the Misty Mountains. I wish you good fortune in unveiling this mystery. Take care." Jerry replied softly, "Thank you for your counsel. We will heed it." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Half a month later, news spread across the continent that someone had accepted a death mission that had gone unclaimed for 30 years to investigate the secrets of the God Destruction Mountain, Misty Mountain. Astonishingly, the mission was undertaken by the obscure Wind and Snow Mercenary Group, comprised of 5 adolescents. Countless mercenaries across the continent, upon hearing this news, expressed their sorrow for the youths, unanimously believing that their return was impossible. By the time Kyle learned of this development, it was too late to intervene. All he could do was wish the young adventurers luck. Upon hearing the news, Xingba and Xingan rejoiced, having been troubled by their inability to locate Jerry. They immediately summoned Kid, instructing him to spread rumors among the populace that Jerry was the Grim Reaper, convincing everyone that it was precisely because of his ominous reputation that he dared to enter the God Destruction Mountain. This way, even if Jerry and his companions managed to escape, they would face relentless pursuit from mercenaries across the continent. Kid took his orders and began disseminating the rumor among the common folk. Night Ghost, Wei Ju, you sure? And the others were equally astonished upon hearing the news. Each of them had, to varying degrees, heard tales of the past. Night Ghost had even ventured into the God Destruction Mountain, only to find himself exhausted by illusions and overwhelmed by ceaseless magical beasts, ultimately retreating before he could ascend further. Thus, upon learning that Jerry and his companions intended to challenge the God Destruction Mountain, their astonishment was profound. Yet, like Kyle, they found themselves powerless to intervene. Unbeknownst to these unfolding events, Jerry and his party were en route to the God Destruction Mountain, having arrived in the city closest to their destination, aptly named God Destruction City. This city, deriving its name from its proximity to the mountain, would serve as their resting place for 2 days as they prepared to procure the necessary supplies for their ascent. After resting for a night at the inn, Jerry accompanied Feng Ling and Fei Shui to the market for shopping. Yami and Ming Feng resolutely refused to join, claiming they needed to practice their skills at the inn to prepare for the journey to the Divine Extinction Mountain. Feng Ling and Fei Shui sincerely appreciated Yumi and Ming Feng for providing them with the opportunity to spend time alone with Jerry and promptly dragged him out. As Feng Ling and Fei Shui walked alongside Jerry, one on each side, he obediently walked in the middle, speaking very little and refraining from moving his hands and feet. Seeing Jerry's demeanor, Feng Ling and Fei Shui found it both amusing and exasperating. They had anticipated a rare outing together, yet Jerry exhibited such a timid attitude. Typically, when the three were in private, Jerry would embrace both of them, but in a public setting, he hesitated. Feng Ling exchanged a knowing glance with Fei Shui, who nodded in understanding. Together, they intertwined their arms with Jerry's, leaning into him closely. Jerry was taken aback by their sudden boldness. Feeling the warmth of their bodies pressing against him, his heart raced, and he glanced around to see the astonished expressions of passers-by, which made his face flush crimson. Naturally, he instinctively tried to withdraw his hands, but Feng Ling and Fei Shui held on tightly, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Deep down, however, Jerry was reluctant to relinquish the delightful sensation, seizing the opportunity to indulge in this unexpected pleasure. Onlookers began to envy Jerry, witnessing him surrounded by 2 stunning beauties who were intimately close to him. This scene evoked jealousy among those who beheld it, yet upon observing Jerry's handsome appearance, many acknowledged that he possessed the charm to attract such attention. Most accepted this reality, but a few could not tolerate the sight, approaching with intentions to confront Jerry, mostly hoping to impress the ladies. Just as Jerry was beginning to relax, a loud voice called out from behind, "Hey you, stop!" Jerry, Feng Ling, and Fei Shui turned to see a well-dressed young man standing behind them. He was reasonably handsome, yet his skin was pale, and he appeared haggard, resembling someone who had succumbed to excess. His bulging eyes fixated on the exquisite beauty of Feng Ling and Fei Shui, revealing a rather unsavory expression. Jerry felt a surge of displeasure at the sight of the young man, letting out a heavy cold snort. This sound sent a shiver through the crowd, as if the temperature around them had suddenly dropped several degrees. The well-dressed young man, however, was oblivious to this atmosphere, finding Jerry's presence exceedingly irksome and even more so for daring to snort at him, which ignited malicious thoughts within him. The well-dressed young man lightly bowed to Feng Ling and Fei Shui, saying, "I am the son of the city lord. It is a pity that I could not meet you beautiful ladies sooner. Today's encounter is indeed fated. Allow me to invite you both to my residence for lunch." Without waiting for Feng Ling and Fei Shui to respond, he called out, "Someone, please escort these 2 ladies back to my residence." From the elegantly attired youth emerged a dozen burly men, advancing upon Feng Ling and Fei Shui with the ferocity of wolves. Anger flushed their faces crimson as they prepared to retaliate. However, Jerry stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of the 2 women. He addressed the young man with a calm demeanor, stating, "Hold on, my friends here have not consented to dine with you, and judging by the demeanor of your entourage, it appears less a cordial invitation and more an act of coercion." The young man responded with a disdainful smirk, "Indeed, no young woman I desire within this city has ever managed to evade my grasp." Jerry observed the bystanders, noting their expressions of outrage, some even bearing traces of sorrow. Yet not a single soul dared to voice a word of justice. Jerry coldly remarked, "I apologize, but if my 2 friends are unwilling, no one can compel them to undertake actions they do not desire." The arrogant youth clad in fine garments pointed at Jerry, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are to speak on their behalf?" Jerry pondered for a moment, glancing back at Feng Ling and Fei Shui, who were glaring furiously at the youth, their fair faces flushed with indignation. An idea sparked within him, and turning back, he declared loudly to the youth, "They are my fiancé, yes, surely that suffices as a reason." Feng Ling and Fei Shui gasped. Their hearts stirred with a mix of joy and surprise as they gazed at Jerry. Unconsciously, they tugged at his sleeve, simultaneously whispering, "Jerry, you shouldn't say such things. It might embarrass them." Jerry turned to the two with a gentle smile, causing them to shyly clutch his sleeve and fall silent. The sight of the three of them, ensconced in mutual affection, nearly drove the youth in fine garments to the brink of fury. With a sinister grin, he sneered, "Is that so? Then, should their unfortunate fiancé meet an untimely demise, they would be free to marry others, wouldn't they?" With that, he signaled to his subordinates, and a dozen burly men charged toward Jerry. Jerry let out a cold smile, just as he was about to take action when he sensed a surge of magical energy nearby. Turning his head, he observed Feng Ling and Fei Shui, unable to restrain themselves any longer. The two enchanting maidens unleashed their fury upon the minions of the young man in splendid attire. Each subordinate was struck by a multitude of fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades, collapsing to the ground, moaning and incapacitated. The onlooking commoners, witnessing the downfall of these arrogant and tyrannical lackeys, erupted into applause, reveling in their misfortune. The young man, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the seemingly delicate girls, felt a chill of fear course through him, prompting him to turn and flee. However, Feng Ling and Fei Shui, seething with anger, would not allow his escape. In unison, they exclaimed, "You shall not get away." No sooner had the words left their lips than a barrage of fireballs and ice arrows struck the young man. Despite their wrath, Feng Ling and Fei Shui's hearts remained somewhat merciful. Although their adversaries lay groaning in pain, none had perished. Had Jerry intervened, the outcome would have been far more dire. Jerry cast a glance at Feng Ling and Fei Shui, who playfully stuck out their little tongues before retreating to his side, resuming their demeanor as obedient girls. The surrounding commoners erupted in cheers, and Jerry felt a stirring within him. He approached a young boy, around 6 or 7 years of age. The jubilant crowd fell into an unexpected hush, all eyes turning toward Jerry, bewildered by his intentions. Feng Ling and Fei Shui were equally puzzled. Yet they were certain that Jerry would never harm these innocent villagers, so they calmly followed him to stand before the young boy. Jerry crouched down before his younger brother, smiling as he said, "Little brother, tell me, are those people wicked? Have they ever committed any misdeeds?" As he spoke, Jerry pointed towards the several individuals lying on the ground, groaning. The 6 or 7-year-old child gazed up at Jerry, captivated by his charming smile, and followed the direction of Jerry's finger to the young man in splendid attire. At that moment, the young man on the ground shot a fierce glare at the child, causing the little one to tremble in fear and quickly avert his gaze, staring down at the ground instead. Hesitantly, he murmured, "It seems they haven't, I don't know." Meanwhile, the commoners behind the child sighed softly. Jerry raised his head to observe the crowd, noticing the expressions of pity and sorrow directed towards the child. He distinctly heard someone in the throng murmur, "It appears this little one is doomed. Once the young lord recovers, he will surely not let him off." Jerry furrowed his brow and slightly shifted his body to shield the child's gaze. He continued to speak softly to the little one, "Dear brother, I shall no longer inquire about that matter. Instead, I have 3 other questions for you. If you answer them well, I will treat you to some delightful treats. You may respond quietly, and thus no one will know what you have said." Upon hearing the promise of delicious food, the child, with innocent belief that speaking softly would keep his words a secret, promptly lifted his head and said, "What questions do you have, brother? Please ask." The nearby commoners could not help but express their discontent with Jerry's approach. It was evident that, following Jerry's line of questioning, the well-dressed youth would certainly not spare the child. Windling and Fei Shui, standing beside, also harbored reservations about Jerry's method, though they remained silent, merely furrowing their brows. For they trusted that Jerry's actions were driven by a purpose they could not yet comprehend. Regardless of what others might think, Jerry inquired, "Little brother, do you find these 2 beautiful sisters beside me to be lovely?" The nearby townsfolk were momentarily taken aback by such an unexpected question, which deviated sharply from their assumptions that Jerry was merely using food to extract confessions from the child about the misdeeds of the elegantly dressed youth. Only Feng Ling and Fei Shui sensed that Jerry had a deeper intention behind his query. The child was momentarily stunned, glanced at Feng Ling and Fei Shui, and then exclaimed, "Both sisters are so beautiful, like angels." Upon hearing this, Feng Ling and Fei Shui were filled with delight. They both knelt down, gently patted the child's head, and with beaming smiles, said, "Little brother, you are so good. If you wish to eat something later, just tell us, and we will buy it for you." Jerry cast a glance at Feng Ling and Fei Shui, secretly amused, realizing that every woman delights in being told she is beautiful, a fact that is universally inescapable. Jerry inquired, "Little brother, were you pleased when those two elder sisters reprimanded those burly men?" The child, having responded to the first question, was lauded by the two enchanting elder sisters, who affectionately ruffled his hair, filling his heart with joy. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the question, he exclaimed, "Of course, I am delighted." The nearby commoners, who had momentarily relaxed, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed the child was now inescapably ensnared in calamity. Jerry did not wait for the child to regain his composure, and casually posed a third question. "What brings you joy?" The child replied without hesitation, "Of course. They have always bullied people in the city. The older sister next door was captured by the young lord and died 3 days later in the lord's mansion." Upon uttering these words, the child suddenly came to his senses, gazing at Jerry with astonishment. The nearby commoners were equally agitated, while Feng Ling and Fei Shui were taken aback by the child's revelation. It turned out that this elegantly dressed youth, the young lord, was indeed a villain of the most despicable kind. They realized that their previous actions had been too lenient. To eliminate such a person would hardly be unjustifiable. Jerry gently patted the child's head, yet at that moment, the little one was on the verge of tears, his eyes brimming with sorrow. The nearby civilians shuddered at the sight of Jerry's smile. In a soft voice, Jerry instructed, "Feng Ling, Fei Shui, please take this young brother to buy something he desires, as I have promised him. After he has eaten, escort him back home and provide his parents with some money, so they may temporarily relocate elsewhere for a few days. I shall remain here for a while and will seek you out shortly." Feng Ling and Fei Shui nodded in agreement, fully aware of Jerry's temperament and recognizing the murderous intent that had begun to stir within him. They understood that such a despicable individual as the young man in fine clothes would be beyond reason, and their own anger mirrored Jerry's, leaving no room for counsel. With that, they took the weeping child by the hand and led him away from the crowd. Jerry slowly rose to his feet, watching as Feng Ling and Fei Shui led the children away into the distance. The common folk, noticing Jerry standing alone, did not disperse. Curiosity stirred within them as they wondered what this young man intended to do. Those who had initially planned to depart chose to remain. Jerry turned around and let out a cold snore directed at the elegantly dressed youth. The sound resonated in the youth's ears, causing him to shudder and momentarily lose his composure. Jerry spoke with an air of indifference, "Although I lack the time to ascertain the extent of your misdeeds, it is evident that a child does not lie or deceive. Moreover, your actions today have substantiated the child's claims, thus your demise is not unjust." The youth trembled even more violently, as if he could hear the pronouncement of death echoing in his ears. Struggling to lift his upper body, he widened his eyes, attempting to utter something, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Jerry had already taken action. Jerry absent-mindedly stamped his foot, and suddenly, a dozen enormous stone pillars erupted from the ground. A richly dressed youth and his burly subordinates each found themselves impaled by one of these pillars, precisely one for each. As blood splattered, and they were left hanging, screaming in agony. Unfazed by their cries, Jerry coldly remarked, "You want to perish immediately. But even if someone were to rescue you, you would still meet your end. Should anyone attempt to save you, those pillars will explode, sealing your fate regardless. If you are not treated promptly, your demise will be assured in no time. Consider this a fitting punishment for your earlier intentions toward my fiancée." The nearby civilians, having never witnessed such a horrific scene, stood frozen in shock. Jerry glanced at the dazed crowd, furrowing his brow and calling out, "Why are you still here? The city lord's men will arrive shortly." The citizens, stirred by Jerry's voice, realized the urgency of the situation. If the soldiers from the lord's manor arrived, they would indiscriminately apprehend everyone present. Instantly, chaos ensued as the crowd hurriedly dispersed, racing back to their homes. A few kind-hearted individuals, noticing that Jerry remained rooted in place, stopped and shouted, "Thank you for ridding us of a menace in the city, young man. You should hide as well. The soldiers are notoriously ruthless. Do not let them capture you." Feeling warmth in his heart, Jerry flashed a smile at them and replied, "Do not worry about me. Just go. Those soldiers will not catch me." The civilians nodded in agreement before turning and fleeing. The street vendors, who had previously set up their stalls, now joined the exodus, leaving the thoroughfare deserted save for Jerry. He strolled leisurely away from the street, turning into a narrow alley, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Feng Ling and Fei Shui. By this time, word of the incident had spread among the townsfolk, though few were aware that the victim was the young lord. as those who had witnessed the events had already retreated to the safety of their homes. Consequently, the adjacent street remained relatively calm, with only the occasional remark of, "I wonder who fell victim to the young lord's ruthless hand this time." As Jerry strolled along, he heard the same remark no fewer than 10 times over a short distance. He realized he had not erred in his judgment and felt his spirits lift. After meandering through the street for a while, he was suddenly drawn to a commotion behind him. The passers-by turned their heads to gaze at two enchanting young ladies. Upon turning around, Jerry saw it was Feng Ling and Fei Shui. At that moment, they too spotted Jerry and approached him with radiant smiles. Jerry stood still, grinning as he awaited the two beauties. Once Feng Ling and Fei Shui reached Jerry, Feng Ling playfully linked her arm with his, her smile as bright as the sun. "Jerry, we returned that little child home. He is so adorable. We bought him some treats, and he kept saying thank you. Should we have one too, Fei Shui?" Upon seeing Feng Ling entwined with Jerry, Fei Shui bashfully linked her other arm with his. Hearing Feng Ling's words, a blush like crimson clouds rose swiftly to her porcelain cheeks. Stealing a glance at Jerry, who was smiling at her, Fei Shui lowered her head shyly and murmured, "Feng Ling, must you jest so loudly in public?" Feng Ling mischievously winked at Jerry, who cast a reproachful glance in her direction. Softly, he reassured Fei Shui, "Do not mind Feng Ling's playful banter. She is merely joking." With a gentle bite on her rosy lower lip, Fei Shui mustered her courage and leaned closer to Jerry's ear, whispering with the softest of tones, "If you desire it too, I would bear one for you." Upon finishing her words, her cheeks burned like fire, and she lowered her head as though wishing to disappear. Jerry's heart trembled as Fei Shui's tenderness profoundly moved him. He gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, barely grasping it, and softly reassured her, "Do not worry, you will surely bear me a lovely child." Fei Shui, her cheeks flushed crimson, nodded shyly, her heart brimming with affection. She lifted her enchanting eyes, sparkling like rippling waves, and bestowed upon Jerry a sweet smile that captivated him utterly. Enchanted by Fei Shui's charming demeanor, Jerry found himself lost in her allure. Meanwhile, Feng Ling noticed Jerry's dazed gaze fixed upon Fei Shui, as those nearby also remained entranced by her beauty. With a gentle nudge, Feng Ling whispered to Jerry, "Hey, you two. Save your sweet nothings for later. Can't you see that many eyes are upon you?" As Jerry and Fei Shui regained their senses, they cast their gazes around, and indeed, everyone was observing them. Jerry's cheeks flushed, and he hastily took hold of both individuals, eager to depart from the scene. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the street. The crowd began to clamor loudly. The common folk, having heard the source of the uproar, started to sprint forward, shouting excitedly as they ran, their faces alight with a mixture of panic and joy. Jerry, noticing that the crowd's attention had shifted away from him, halted his steps and turned to discern the commotion. A vague unease settled in his heart, hinting that the recent events had begun to circulate. Indeed, the cacophony escalated, with an increasing number of voices exclaiming that the young lord had been murdered just down the adjacent street, urging everyone to flee as the city guards were on their way. Amidst the civil unrest, the streets of the city lay desolate as the populace retreated to safety. After a moment of contemplation, Jerry expressed to Feng Ling and Fei Shui, "I cannot quite articulate why, but an unsettling feeling lingers within me. Let us stealthily return and observe how the city guard will address this matter." Naturally, Feng Ling and Fei Shui, ever loyal to Jerry, promptly followed his lead as they made their way back. Jerry, accompanied by Feng Ling and Fei Shui, arrived at the street just as a flurry of urgent hoofbeats echoed in the air. With a swift motion, Jerry wrapped his arms around their waists, causing both Feng Ling and Fei Shui to emit soft gasps as they were lifted into the air and landed atop a rooftop. In hushed tones, Jerry cautioned, "Be quiet. The city guards are approaching." Obediently, Feng Ling and Fei Shui lowered their heads, taking refuge beneath the eaves. The trio peered cautiously over the edge, and upon witnessing the grim scene below, their expressions shifted dramatically. Exchanging glances, Feng Ling and Fei Shui let out a gentle sigh and managed a bittersweet smile, resigned to the thought that they had anticipated such an outcome when they left. At that moment, they spotted over 50 cavalrymen clad in yellow city guard uniforms galloping towards them. The leader of the group, upon seeing the gruesome fate of the young nobleman in fine attire, was visibly taken aback. Dismounting, he examined the scene closely, his countenance darkening with each passing moment. The nearby guards also registered a change in expression, albeit tinged with a hint of satisfaction. One guard, noticing the leader's troubled demeanor, remarked, "Captain, It seems the young lord has fallen victim to a sorcerer. I wonder when such a formidable mage arrived in the city. Perhaps he was hired for vengeance. Considering the young lord's notorious actions, you've often expressed your disdain for him, haven't you, Captain? The captain shot a stern glare at the speaking guard, who instinctively recoiled and fell silent. With a heavy sigh, the captain responded, "While it is true that I have my grievances against the young lord, and I speak openly of them without fear, today our patrol has encountered misfortune. With the young lord's demise, the city lord will undoubtedly hold us accountable, possibly unleashing his grief upon us, for we too bear a share of responsibility in this matter." The guards began to voice their opinions, exclaiming, "The young lord has always acted with impunity. His death is a welcome relief. The city lord has shielded him for too long. And now that someone has taken justice into their own hands, how can we be blamed?" The captains swiftly silenced their chatter, asserting, "Let us return the body first. Such discussions are unwise. We must proceed as is required." With the captain's directive, the guards refrained from further commentary. As a group of them moved to retrieve the young lord's body and that of his companions from the precipice, a thought flickered in Jerry's mind as he discerned the profound dissatisfaction emanating from the words of the city guards towards the elegantly attired youth, the young lord. Should they activate the rock pillars, the explosive power of his earth-shattering technique would detonate, leading to the certain demise of over 50 individuals. Yet, these soldiers still possessed a semblance of conscience. It would be tragically unjust for them to perish merely for the sake of the young gentleman in splendid attire. Jerry contemplated this, extending his finger to snap it, thus dispelling the magic he had cast. Wendling and Fei Xue gazed at him in bewilderment. Jerry softly elucidated the situation to them, and they suddenly grasped the gravity of the moment, turning to observe as the city guards successfully retrieved the corpse. Little did the guards know that had it not been for the collective outcry moments earlier, which had alerted Jerry to their unvoiced thoughts and prompted him to lift the enchantment, all present would have met their demise just a heartbeat prior. Upon seeing the body removed, the captain of the city guards signaled for all members to mount their horses and prepare to return to the Lord S. Manor to report. Just as they turned, a group of over 20 riders appeared on the horizon, galloping towards them. Leading the charge was none other than the Lord of Shindai City, accompanied by a young man in his 20s. The procession rapidly approached the captain of the city guards. Immediately, the captain led his men in a respectful salute to the Lord. At that moment, the Lord's gaze was fixated solely on a lifeless figure clad in elegant attire. Alighting from his steed, he approached the corpse with a vacant stare, his heart shattered, as he cradled his son's body in his arms, weeping uncontrollably, murmuring, "My son, who could possess such audacity to commit this heinous act against you?" After a spell of mourning, the Lord abruptly lifted his reddened eyes to glare at the captain of the city guards, harshly demanding, "Do you know who is responsible for this?" Startled, the captain shook his head, replying, "I do not know. When we arrived, this place was deserted." The Lord erupted in rage, pointing a finger at the captain and bellowing, "You imbecile! Why do you not investigate? The merchants and residents nearby must have seen something. Capture them and interrogate them rigorously to uncover the truth." The captain, visibly troubled, hesitated before responding, "That may not be prudent. Such actions could incite public outrage." The Lord exploded, declaring, "My son is dead. If those wretched commoners refuse to speak, I will make them pay with their lives. Should they dare to incite rebellion," he continued ominously, "I shall request the military to suppress them. If it comes to that, I will not hesitate to lay waste to the city." Those around him were taken aback by the Lord's bloodthirsty words. It was unfathomable that the ruler of Shindai City would utter such a phrase, revealing a truly deranged nature. Jerry, filled with rage atop the roof, contemplated eliminating the Lord that very night. However, he heard Fei Xue emit a soft gasp beside him. Turning to look, he and Fo Ling discovered Fei Xue gazing in astonishment at the young man accompanying the Lord. Realizing that both Jerry and Fo Ling were regarding her with curious eyes, Fei Xue's cheeks flushed, and she whispered, "Did you see that young man? He is my distant cousin, Feigen. In previous years, he would often stay at the royal palace for a time. He was my favorite playmate during childhood. I only heard that he has been studying at the Nether Academy, which is second only to our Royal Magic Academy in Klins, and hasn't returned to the palace in recent years. I never expected to see him here today." With that, she excitedly gazed down at her cousin, completely oblivious to the subtle discomfort etched on Jerry's face. Following Fei Xue's gaze, Jerry looked down and observed that Feigen was indeed a handsome young man, possessing striking features. A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within Jerry, leaving him with a bittersweet sensation. At that moment, Feigen stepped forward, cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention, and began to speak. "My lord," Feigen stated, "this matter cannot be handled hastily. The city guard should inquire with nearby residents to ascertain the situation and discover what truly transpired. However, as for arresting anyone, I believe that may be unnecessary, for inciting a civil unrest would significantly tarnish your reputation. What do you think, my lord?" The lord, recognizing Feigen as the emperor's nephew, especially in light of the emperor having no sons, understood that the throne might one day be passed to this young man. Thus, he dared not disregard Feigen's counsel. Suppressing his inner fury, the lord replied in a subdued tone, "Yes, yes. It was unbecoming of me to lose my composure over the loss of my son. Since you, Marquis Feigen, have spoken, we shall proceed as you suggest." With that, he bellowed at the captain of the city guard, "Fool, why have you not acted according to Marquis Feigen's instructions?" The captain of the city guard cast a grateful glance at Feigen and bowed, responding, "Yes, my lord, I shall proceed as Marquis Feigen has advised." Following this, he gestured for his officers to disperse, instructing them to knock on the doors of nearby residents and inquire if anyone had knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the young lord's death. On the rooftop, Feishue joyfully remarked, "Jerry, did you see? My cousin has such a kind heart. With just one sentence, he spared the entire city's residents from imprisonment." Jerry's expression darkened further, and he replied flatly, "Is that so?" Feishue, oblivious to Jerry's demeanor and tone, cheerfully affirmed, "Indeed, just like that." Jerry felt increasingly agitated, ignoring Feishue, who remained focused on observing the unfolding situation below. Fengling, noticing Jerry's discontent, gently tugged at Feishue. With a bright smile, Feishue turned to look at Fengling, who subtly gestured towards Jerry. Feishue followed Fengling's gaze and was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Jerry's solemn expression. Fengling shook her head vigorously and leaned closer to whisper in Feishue's ear. Feishue's eyes widened in realization. It dawned on her that Jerry was feeling jealous. Amused yet delighted by Jerry's gloomy demeanor, Feishue softly wrapped her arms around his. Jerry stiffened at her touch but did not turn to face her. Feishue felt a surge of frustration. How petty he was to be jealous simply because she complimented someone else. Yet, this only affirmed her belief that Jerry had truly fallen for her. Resolutely, she closed her eyes and shyly planted a gentle kiss on Jerry's cheek. Startled, Jerry turned to her, and as Feishue opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed, she whispered, "Do not doubt my affections. I shall only love you. Feige is merely my cousin." Jerry, aware that Feishue had witnessed his reaction, offered an embarrassed smile and softly replied, "I trust you. I'm sorry for my earlier behavior." Before Jerry could finish, Feishue interrupted, "I understand. Your jealousy is proof of your love for me, and I shall not hold it against you." Jerry felt even more embarrassed, redirecting his gaze to Fengling. Unexpectedly, as soon as Fengling noticed Jerry looking her way, she began to tease him with playful expressions. Jerry shot her a fierce glare. But to his surprise, Fengling laughed silently, holding her stomach. Seeing Fengling's antics, Jerry couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Fengling leaned forward, revealing the necklace around her neck, which caught the attention of both Jerry and Feishue. Jerry, turning his head to steal a glance at Feishue, recalled that since their relationship had been established, he had yet to gift her anything, while he had at least given Fengling a magical crystal necklace. He pondered how Feishue would feel about this. Feishue, already aware that the rare magical crystal necklace was a gift from Jerry, had not thought much of it before. However, now that her relationship with Jerry was defined, seeing the necklace stirred a twinge of envy within her. Yet, being understanding, she refrained from commenting and turned her attention back to the commotion on the street. Unbeknownst to Feishue, Jerry had caught a glimpse of her fleeting envious expression. He promptly resolved to address it, but chose not to acknowledge her look, instead focusing on the developments occurring in the street. With the sudden silence between the two, Fengling, feeling somewhat isolated, stood up. It was then that she realized her necklace had fallen out. Startled, she recalled how, since Jerry had expressed his feelings for Feishue, she had been exceedingly cautious to keep her magical crystal necklace hidden from her, fearing it might upset Feishue, as she believed Jerry possessed only one such magical beast crystal. Fengling swiftly cast a glance at Feishue and, seeing her unperturbed demeanor, felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. She hastily concealed the necklace, unaware that Feishue had already spotted it. In the streets, the city guards had questioned numerous residents, yet none were willing to reveal the identity of the one who had slain the young lord. The common folk were acutely aware that the Lord and his son shared a similar disposition. They feared that speaking up would lead to accusations of complicity in the young lord's murder, and thus, they all claimed ignorance. Witnessing such reticence among the populace only fueled the lord's fury. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You wretched commoners, hasten to disclose who murdered my son. If you remain silent, I shall have you all executed." This time, Fei Geng refrained from speaking, seemingly discontented with the residents' unwillingness to cooperate. The guards and the townsfolk, shaken by the lord's outburst, stood in oppressive silence. Despite the palpable tension, the commoners remained mute, and the guards found themselves at a loss for words, leading to a heavy atmosphere. The captain of the guards grew increasingly anxious, observing the lord's escalating ire. Even Fei Geng, who typically could converse with the lord, had fallen silent. The situation was spiraling beyond control. The captain glanced at the visibly anxious and trembling residents, puzzled as to why, despite their evident fear, they would not speak. Was the murderer truly more fearsome than the lord himself? As he turned back to the lord, a realization struck him. The residents did not trust the lord. After all, his reputation was notoriously poor. Contemplating this, he noticed the lord's face reddening, preparing to unleash another tirade. The captain quickly interjected, his voice rising above the tension. "Dear residents, the young lord has met a tragic end today, and the lord is profoundly saddened. It is understandable that he may act out of desperation, potentially endangering you. However, if you can provide a description of the murderer, as Lord Fei Geng has assured, no one will be blamed or implicated. Even if you do not trust my words, surely you can believe Lord Fei Geng." The residents were already well acquainted with the captain of the city guards, whose character was thoroughly understood by all who saw him patrolling the streets daily. They recognized his integrity and his tendency to assist commoners. Though they were unsure of the rank associated with the Lord Feigen, he often mentioned. The deference displayed by the city lord suggested that it was indeed a prestigious title. As the residents began to voice their descriptions of Jerry and his companions, their unease began to dissipate. Noticing this shift, the city lord's temper softened somewhat, but he inwardly marked the captain as someone lacking credibility. The captain's assertion clearly indicated that he was a man of little trustworthiness, which unsettled the city lord. The captain caught a glint of menace in the city lord's gaze, and a bitter smile crept onto his face as he realized he was in trouble. Nevertheless, he felt no regret and turned to attentively listen to the residents' accounts. At that moment, the city lord recalled that Feigen was still present beside him. He awkwardly smiled and said, "My apologies, my subordinate has acted thoughtlessly," causing Lord Marquis Feigen some amusement. Feigen returned a faint smile, his gaze fixed intently on the captain's silhouette. Meanwhile, Jerry atop the rooftop was also observing the captain's every move. Both Feigen and Jerry acknowledged that the captain's composure amidst such circumstances and his ability to discern the residents' sentiments without fear of offending the city lord demonstrated his notable talent. It was unfortunate that he was relegated to the position of a mere city guard, especially as it was evident the city lord would not let him off easily. With a sudden thought, Feigen feigned casual curiosity, inquiring, "Might I ask where this captain hails from?" His speech is quite articulate, suggesting he has received some education. The city lord, eager to ingratiate himself, retorted, "What qualifications could such a lowly individual possess to be educated? Perhaps he learned a few things in secret during his childhood. Such people are commonplace and hardly worthy of your interest, Lord Marquis Feigen." Although the captain had his back turned, he heard each word clearly. Anger surged within him at the city lord's disparaging remarks, and he considered rebuking the unjust ruler, but he quickly sighed and quelled that dangerous impulse. Feigen withdrew his gaze from the captain and looked at the city lord with his murky eyes, saying, "Is that so? Just the other day, I found myself in need of a personal attendant. It would be splendid if the city lord could assign him to my service." The city lord trembled, realizing that Feigen had discerned his intention to take revenge on the captain after returning. Feigen was using this pretext to keep the captain close for protection. However, the city lord was perplexed about why Feigen would wish to safeguard someone he deemed unremarkable. Countless thoughts raced through the city lord's mind as he felt a surge of frustration, but he quickly responded with a smile, "Very well. It would be a blessing for that servant to gain your favor, Lord Marquis Feigen. I shall summon him immediately." With that, the city lord called for the captain, and both he and Jerry heard every word exchanged between the city lord and Feigen with crystal clarity. The captain of the city guards was filled with gratitude towards Fei Geng. Feng Ling and Fei Shui also admired Fei Geng's adept maneuvering. as he not only spared the captain's life, a commendable act, but also acquired a loyal subordinate. However, Jerry felt an inexplicable discomfort towards Fei Gong, sensing a depth of cunning in him, as if his actions were merely for the sake of appearances. No matter how he looked at Fei Gong, he found him unappealing. Jerry pondered whether his feelings of jealousy stemmed from his affection for Fei Shui, yet he dismissed the thought. Glancing at Feng Ling and Fei Shui beside him, he chose to bury his misgivings about Fei Gong deep within his heart. The captain approached the Lord and Fei Gong, standing respectfully to the side. The Lord paid no heed to the captain, while Fei Gong acknowledged him with a slight nod. The Lord addressed the captain directly, saying, "Larry, this is Marquis Fei Gong, who holds you in high regard. From this day forth, you shall serve as his personal guard. Go forth and greet your new master." Suppressing his disdain for the Lord, Captain Larry turned and knelt respectfully before Fei Gong, proclaiming, "I, Larry Miller, pay my respects to you, Marquis Fei Gong." Fei Gong quickly assisted Larry to his feet, stating, "With your talents, being merely a city guard captain is beneath you. From now on, you shall be my chief personal guard." Larry was taken aback, not expecting to be entrusted with such a significant role, knowing that Fei Gong's safety would now rest in his hands. He looked up at Fei Gong in astonishment, who smiled and nodded in reassurance. Overcome with emotion, Larry knelt again and exclaimed, "Please, my lord, withdraw this appointment. I fear I lack the ability to safeguard your well-being." Fei Gong smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I have never regretted placing my trust in those I value. Go forth without concern. I believe you are more than capable." With that, he raised Larry once more, leaving Larry speechless, his heart swelling with determination to protect Fei Gong at all costs. Resolving that anyone wishing to harm him would have to step over his lifeless body first. Fei Gong, observing Larry's steadfast resolve, smiled with delight, knowing he had gained another devoted ally. Meanwhile, Jerry sighed quietly atop the roof, glancing at the elated expressions of Feng Ling and Fei Shui. Unable to contain himself, he muttered, "Why are you two so exuberant? It's not like anything earth-shattering has occurred." Feng Ling and Fei Shui turned in unison to Jerry, retorting, "What do you know? We are thrilled that Larry has encountered such a wise leader, unlike you, who shows no reaction at all." Jerry grumbled under his breath. "This is merely an age-old tactic to win hearts, lacking any originality. Only you and Larry, such naive souls, would fall for his performance." Though Jerry's murmurs were rather subdued, the keen-eared Feng Ling and Fei Shui nonetheless caught the sound. Together, they turned and shot Jerry a fierce glare. Feng Ling quietly admonished, "Jerry, do not let your disdain for Fei Gong, simply because he is Fei Shui's cousin and childhood companion, cloud your judgment. After all, everyone else seems to acknowledge his sincerity, do they not? It appears you are the only one who perceives him as insincere." Fei Shui, though silent out of concern that Jerry might feel jealous, continuously nodded in agreement with Feng Ling's sentiments. Jerry whispered softly, "Is this not further evidence of his profound cunning and exceptional acting skills?" Feng Ling and Fei Shui both shot him a disapproving glance before turning away, choosing to ignore him. Jerry couldn't help but bitterly smile to himself. He had anticipated that speaking the truth would lead to such a reaction. As expected, both Feng Ling and Fei Shui had firmly decided that they were envious of Fei Gong. Meanwhile, the city lord and Fei Gong were preparing to return to their residence, and the city guards were mounting their horses to spread the word about Jerry and his companion's appearances. Noticing that there was nothing more to be done, Jerry addressed Feng Ling and Fei Shui. "It seems we must leave Shintai City at once. I believe they will soon discover the inn where we are staying." Feng Ling and Fei Shui nodded in agreement, but Fei Shui hesitantly spoke up, "Jerry, I would like to meet Fei Gong. After all, it has been several years since we last saw each other." Observing Jerry's impassive expression, she quickly added, "I merely wish to greet him. There is nothing more to it. If it's not possible, then so be it." Feng Ling chimed in with a playful smile, "Sister Fei Shui, do not worry. Brother Jerry is not so petty." Jerry maintained an impassive demeanor, leaving both Feng Ling and Fei Shui unable to discern his thoughts. He spoke softly, "Indeed, it has been a long time since you last met. You should go and see him, while we await your return outside the city." After saying this, he took hold of Feng Ling, intending to leave. However, Fei Shui anxiously grasped Jerry's arm, exclaiming, "Aren't you coming with me? I wish to introduce you to my cousin." Feng Ling, standing nearby, nudged Jerry and whispered, "Jerry, do you not understand Fei Shui's intention? She desires you to accompany her to meet her cousin as a couple." A blush adorned Fei Shui's cheeks, yet her gaze remained unwavering. fixed firmly on Jerry, awaiting his response. Jerry gazed at Fei Xue, contemplating all that she had done out of affection for him. His heart softened, and he gently nodded in acquiescence to her request. Upon realizing Jerry's consent, Fei Xue felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly leaping with delight. However, Jerry, perceiving her intentions, swiftly restrained her. It was then that Fei Xue remembered she was still atop someone else's roof, and she playfully stuck out her little tongue, revealing the mischievous expression that Feng Ling adored so much. As Jerry observed that Fei Geng and the others had nearly dispersed, he led Feng Ling and Fei Xue back to the inn. He instructed Feng Ling and Fei Xue to gather their belongings while explaining the situation to Yami and Ming Feng. Meanwhile, Jerry approached the innkeeper to settle the bill. The five swiftly departed from the city of Shenmia. On their journey, Jerry noticed a flicker of hesitation in Fei Xue, as if she wished to communicate something but lacked the courage to do so. His heart softened, and he moved beside her, whispering, "I will call Fei Geng out tonight. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise." Grateful, Fei Xue glanced at Jerry, her expression calming as she linked her arm with his, and they made their way to the city gate. Jerry found himself perplexed as to why Feng Ling and Fei Xue had taken to walking arm in arm with him in public. They had never behaved this way before. Upon reaching the city gate, they discovered it had been sealed. Thus, Jerry guided the group to a secluded spot where he utilized spatial displacement magic to transport them out of the city in several trips. Once outside, they concealed themselves in a small grove. As thoughts crossed his mind, Jerry remarked, "I will return to the city to assess the situation," leaving the others in a state of confusion. After all, wasn't the entire city currently searching for them? Nevertheless, the group held a firm trust in Jerry's abilities. Although they found his actions peculiar, they chose to remain in place, awaiting his return. What are Jerry's intentions? It turns out that Jerry recalls possessing two dual-attribute monster crystal cores in his interdimensional space, one of which is of the fire and earth attributes, perfectly complementing Fei Xue's own elemental affinity. Given the considerable dangers anticipated in the God Destruction Mountain, Jerry contemplates that crafting a necklace from the monster crystal core for Fei Xue would not only bring her joy, but also enhance her abilities, thus serving a dual purpose. As he reflects on surprising Fei Xue, he notices a jewelry store by the street while on the rooftop, a place he had long taken note of. Now, having returned to the city alone, his mission is to create a necklace for Fei Xue. Jerry estimated the distance to the jewelry store and utilized 2 spatial transfer spells to teleport himself directly into the establishment. The store owner, having closed the shop due to a murder that occurred on the street today, where the young lord met his demise, was seated inside, meticulously polishing the precious ornaments. Jerry suddenly appeared in the store, startling the proprietor who was engrossed in his own amusement. The shopkeeper leaped back in fright, trembling as he exclaimed loudly to Jerry, "I have already closed for business today. How did you enter? Who are you? What do you want? Leave at once, or I shall summon assistance. There are particularly many patrolling soldiers outside today. The moment I call for help, you will find it impossible to escape." Jerry gazed at the shopkeeper with a throbbing headache, never expecting that his sudden appearance would be misconstrued as that of a robber. What was he to do now? Just as Jerry was deep in thought, the shopkeeper, having discerned Jerry's true nature, ceased to tremble, straightened his posture, and approached with ease. "Ah, it is you, esteemed hero. I extend my gratitude for vanquishing the young lord today. What brings you to my humble establishment? Feel free to take whatever you desire. There will be no charge." Upon recognizing Jerry, the shopkeeper was not only unafraid but greeted him with warmth, feeling a sense of relief. Jerry waved his hand and said, "I do not wish to purchase anything. I merely seek your assistance in crafting a magic crystal necklace." With that, he retrieved a fire and earth attribute magical beast crystal core from his dimensional space, cradling it in his palm. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the magical beast crystal core, was momentarily taken aback. He hurried over, took the crystal core in hand, and, while caressing it, murmured, "A dual attribute magical beast crystal core, truly a rarity." After admiring the crystal core for a while, he raised his gaze and inquired, "When do you require it?" Jerry replied, "The sooner, the better. As you know, I cannot linger in the city. My companions are currently waiting for me outside." The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before responding. "Then come back in 3 hours to collect it. I shall commence work immediately. It should take approximately 3 hours. By the way, would you like to take refuge in my shop until the necklace is complete, before you venture out of the city?" Jerry shook his head and replied, "No, I must leave the city to reunite with my companions. Rest assured, those soldiers will not be able to capture me. By the way, how much does it cost to craft the necklace? Should I pay you now? The shopkeeper, visibly irritated, responded, I previously mentioned that you could take anything from the store. Yet, you have chosen nothing. The cost of processing a necklace is negligible, merely a bit of scrap material. There is no need to discuss it further, as I stated. It is free of charge. Jerry, upon witnessing the shopkeeper's support, believed that crafting a necklace would not incur significant costs, thus he remained silent. He only understood the value of the Warcraft crystal core, but was unaware that to create a superior magic crystal necklace, the quality of the other materials should not be underestimated. Should the quality of these materials be subpar, it would adversely affect the enhancement of the wearer's magical power. The higher the quality, the better the enhancement effect, and consequently, the greater the expense. The previous occasion was funded by Windling, and Jerry had merely accompanied her to retrieve the necklace, leaving him oblivious to its price. Hence, he naively assumed that this time would not be excessively costly. After Jerry departed from the jewelry store, he made his way back to the forest. Windling and fateful inquired about his whereabouts, and Jerry deflected their curiosity by claiming he had returned to the city to pave the way for a meeting between fateful and Faging. When they pressed him further about the situation in the city, Jerry informed them that he had observed the soldiers conducting thorough searches, indicating that their only opportunity to infiltrate the city would be under the cover of night. Despite their lingering doubts, Windling and fateful were persuaded by Jerry's confident demeanor and chose to trust his words, settling down to rest with Yami and Mingfeng. As several hours passed and the moon ascended into the night sky, a gentle breeze began to stir in the forest. To avoid revealing their location, Jerry and his companions refrained from lighting a fire. A chill permeated the air, and Windling and fateful found themselves shivering involuntarily. Meanwhile, Jerry, lost in contemplation, remained oblivious to their discomfort. After a while, he lifted his gaze to the sky and calculated the time. The owner of the jewelry store should have completed the necklace by now, and midnight was fast approaching. It seemed time to return to the city. Turning to rouse his companions for their departure, he suddenly noticed that Windling and fateful had huddled together, their faces pale. A pang of concern shot through Jerry's heart. Those two foolish girls hadn't even mentioned the cold. Jerry extended his hand and traced a circle in the air, then with a gentle flick, a multitude of fire elements swiftly encircled Feng Ling and fateful. This feat was beyond the capabilities of Feng Ling and fateful, as only Jerry possessed the finesse to gather such a vast amount of fire elements without igniting them. Mastering such elemental control demands a high level of skill from a magician. Had Feng Ling and fateful attempted to replicate Jerry's technique, they would have inadvertently formed a ring of fire around themselves. Despite their advancements during their recent travels, they remained mere high-level magicians, significantly overshadowed by Jerry, who was nearing the status of a magic knight. A wave of warmth dispelled the chill enveloping Feng Ling and fateful, rousing them from their drowsiness. They sensed the vibrant fluctuations of the fire elements and understood Jerry's intention, sharing a heartfelt glance with him. They were met with Jerry's irritable glare as he quietly scolded them using wind magic to avoid being overheard by Yami and Mingfeng. You two silly girls. Why didn't you tell me you were cold? What if you catch a chill? Feng Ling and fateful exchanged glances and playfully stuck out their tongues at Jerry, responding, we saw you deep in thought and didn't want to disturb you. Besides, we're not that delicate, are we? They effectively silenced Jerry's impending retort, prompting him to roll his eyes towards the heavens and decide against further discussion on the matter. Noticing Jerry's silence, the two girls erupted into soft giggles. They understood that Jerry's concern stemmed from genuine care, yet they couldn't resist teasing him for his sudden display of masculinity. His unguarded affection left a warm imprint on their hearts for a long while. Jerry turned his head to see that Amy and Mingfeng had already risen to their feet. He then spoke. The night has grown quite late, and the soldiers patrolling the city should be few in number by now. Let us return to the city. Upon hearing Jerry's words, Feng Ling and fateful promptly stood up, adjusted their garments, and the group made their way toward the city of divine oblivion. Upon arriving at the city gates, they found the gates had long been closed. However, Jerry and his companions had no intention of entering through the main entrance. Jerry exchanged a knowing glance with Amy and Mingfeng, who understood the unspoken message in his eyes. Nodding in acknowledgement, they proceeded to the corner of the city wall, attentively listening for any signs of life. With a swift leap, Amy ascended to the parapet, followed gracefully by Mingfeng, as they surveyed their surroundings. On the battlements, 4 or 5 soldiers were dozing. In unison, Amy and Mingfeng swiftly maneuvered, delivering precise strikes to the napes of the soldiers' necks, rendering the guards unconscious without so much as a murmur escaping their lips. After cautiously scanning the area to ensure no alert soldiers remained, they leaned over the edge and beckoned to Jerry, Fengling, and Feishue below. Upon noticing Amy's signal, Jerry embraced both Fengling and Feishue, effortlessly leaping onto the wall. Although Fengling and Feishue possessed the ability to cast spells to ascend on their own, Jerry was keen to conserve their magical energies, so he took the initiative to lift them up. Grateful for the ease, Fengling and Feishue welcomed the assistance. As Jerry and his companions entered the city, they contemplated their quest to locate Fei Gong, yet the whereabouts of Fei Gong eluded them. Upon this realization, Jerry, Fengling, Yami, and Mingfeng simultaneously turned their gaze towards Feishue. After a moment of contemplation, Feishue addressed Jerry, saying, "Jerry, given that my cousin holds the title of Marquis, the city lord would surely host him in his residence with utmost hospitality. Therefore, it is likely that my cousin resides within the city lord's manor. Let us proceed there and search for him." With this, Feishue looked at Jerry with a countenance full of hope, while the others also directed their attention towards him. Jerry felt a wave of dizziness and exclaimed, "Surely you do not think I know the whereabouts of the lord's residence?" The group chuckled and nodded in agreement. Fengling chimed in, "Brother Jerry, did you not venture into the city alone this afternoon? Surely you must have inquired about the location of the lord's residence. This is rather uncharacteristic of you. With your nature, you would undoubtedly have sought to ascertain the position of the lord's abode, only to return at night to eliminate any threats." The others continued to smile and nod in agreement. Jerry was beset by a throbbing headache. To his astonishment, his solitary venture into the city that afternoon led others to suspect he was on a covert mission to ascertain the whereabouts of the lord's residence. Surrendering to the situation, Jerry conceded, "Very well, I shall inquire about it. You all should hide nearby and avoid detection." With that, he summoned his inner energy and leaped onto the adjacent rooftop, hastening his way. A flicker of joy ignited within him. He had fortuitously found an excuse to depart from the group to retrieve the necklace. This was perfect. He could acquire the necklace and then inquire with the shopkeeper about the location of the lord's manor, accomplishing both tasks in one fell swoop. As Jerry swiftly leaped across the rooftops, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. He noticed that only a handful of soldiers were patrolling the streets, no more than usual, which struck him as odd. According to the townsfolk, the lord of the city should not be so benevolent. One would expect heightened vigilance instead. Had the lord suddenly become compassionate? At that moment, a figure flashed through Jerry's mind. Was it him, Fei Gong, the cousin of Feishue? Shaking his head, Jerry dismissed this trivial thought. Before long, Jerry arrived near the jewelry store. This time, he chose to knock on the door rather than employ his spatial teleportation magic. The shopkeeper was already seated inside, awaiting Jerry's arrival. Upon hearing the knock, he promptly stood and approached the door, whispering, "Who is it?" Jerry replied, "I am here to pick up the necklace." The shopkeeper opened the door and welcomed Jerry inside, then cautiously peered outside to survey the surroundings. Observing the shopkeeper's cautious demeanor, Jerry reassured him, "There's no need to check. I noticed on my way here that there wasn't a single patrolling soldier. No one knows I am here." The shopkeeper, relieved by Jerry's words, offered an embarrassed smile and closed the door. After inviting Jerry to sit, the shopkeeper hurriedly produced a plate covered with a silk cloth. With a beaming expression, he presented the plate to Jerry, confidently declaring, "This is my labor of love, completed at last within 3 hours. The necklace I crafted is a masterpiece beyond my wildest dreams." As Jerry lifted the cloth, a stunning necklace emerged before him. Upon closer inspection, he thought it looked remarkably familiar. Aside from the differing color of the magic crystal, it was nearly identical to the one worn by Fengling. The shopkeeper rambled on for a while, but upon noticing that Jerry was not paying attention, he fell silent. Observing Jerry's astonished expression, the shopkeeper felt a twinge of displeasure, remarking, "Hey, are you not satisfied with such a fine creation?" Coming back to reality, Jerry replied, somewhat apologetically, "I am indeed satisfied. However, a friend of mine commissioned a necklace identical to this one 6 months ago, which is why I was momentarily taken aback." The shopkeeper gasped, "Impossible. Such a necklace can only be crafted by me and my senior brother. No one else on the continent possesses the skill. My senior brother has been missing for 6 or 7 years, and my master has been in seclusion for many years. Where did your friend order it from? Can I see that necklace?" After a moment of contemplation, Jerry looked up to see the shopkeeper gazing at him with eager anticipation. All right, wait here, Jerry said. I will fetch my friend, but I wonder if you could allow a few of my friends to stay in the shop tonight. Another companion and I have some matters to attend to at the Lord's residence. The shopkeeper readily agreed at the prospect of Jerry bringing in his friend with the necklace. Jerry exited the jewelry store and returned to where Feng Ling and the others were waiting. In a hushed tone, he said, I have found a place where we can rest. Follow me. With that, he led the group back to the jewelry store. The shopkeeper welcomed Jerry and his companions inside, scrutinizing Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng before turning to Jerry with a puzzled expression. Jerry smiled calmly and addressed Feng Ling. Feng Ling, could you please remove your necklace for this gentleman to examine? Feng Ling cast a doubtful glance at Jerry, who nodded reassuringly, prompting her to reluctantly take off the necklace and hand it to the shopkeeper. Upon inspecting the necklace, the shopkeeper's hands began to tremble violently. Noticing the shopkeeper's agitation, Jerry moved closer, supporting him as he sank into a nearby chair, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed upward, murmuring, It is my senior brother. It is the craftsmanship of my senior brother. Feng Ling, sensing the shopkeeper's erratic behavior, felt a twinge of fear and clutched Fei Shui beside her, quietly inquiring of Jerry. What is wrong with this shopkeeper? Jerry understood that the jeweler in the capital who had crafted Feng Ling's necklace was indeed the senior brother the shopkeeper spoke of. Regaining his composure, the shopkeeper wiped away his tears and returned the necklace to Feng Ling, expressing his gratitude before eagerly asking, Might I inquire where this young lady's jeweler is located? Feng Ling, somewhat bewildered, replied, In a jewelry store in Antonio City. The shopkeeper's expression was a mixture of joy and sorrow as he said, Thank you. Now I can seek forgiveness from my senior brother. He then offered an apologetic smile to Jerry and the others, adding, You may have been confused by my outburst. Allow me to explain. Years ago, my senior brother and I were both disciples of the master known as the sculptor god across the continent. He is 3 years my elder. So despite us entering the craft simultaneously, I still referred to him as my senior brother. In my youth, I was brash and, having learned only a fraction of my master's skill, became overly proud, constantly comparing myself to him. My senior brother, however, consistently deflected my challenges. The more he resisted, the more determined I became to compete with him. Eventually, he was left with no choice but to agree to one final contest. We decided to see who could sculpt a perfect piece within a single night. That evening, I poured all my efforts into carving a majestic eagle, convinced it would surpass my senior brother's creation. Yet, he chose to sculpt me. The next day, upon seeing my senior brother's work, I immediately recognized my defeat. My eagle, though well-formed, lacked spirit, while he had captured not only my likeness, but also the essence of my confidence and arrogance. It was then that I truly understood the vast chasm between my abilities and his, leaving me in a state of profound disappointment. From that moment on, every encounter with my senior brother filled me with insecurity. Although he treated me as he always had, I harbored resentment towards him. My master advised me repeatedly to let go of my grievances, but at that time, I was only concerned with the humiliation I felt and could not heed his counsel. Thus, one day, my senior brother left a letter and departed. After reading his note, our master sighed deeply and said nothing. Yet, I suddenly realized that all the resentment I harbored towards him had vanished. I remembered how he had cared for me tenderly throughout my upbringing. Gestures of kindness I had long overlooked. Regrettably, by the time these memories resurfaced, he had already departed from my life. Ultimately, 6 months later, our master informed me that I, too, could venture forth and explore the world. Before my departure, our master revealed the contents of the letter left by my senior brother. It turned out that he had deliberately let me win, knowing that I might struggle with the consequences of defeat. He wished to ensure that I would not become complacent and abandon my studies. Upon hearing this, I wept bitterly, vowing to find my senior brother and express my heartfelt gratitude in person. However, I roamed the mainland for several years without any news of him. My finances dwindled, leaving me no choice but to open a small shop, earning a living while seeking information about my senior brother. Throughout these years, despair nearly consumed me, but today, I finally learned of his whereabouts. Tomorrow, I shall set forth to Antonio in search of him. After listening to the shopkeeper's tale, Feng Ling and Fei Shui were deeply moved. Jerry glanced at the sky and inquired, Could you tell me the location of the city lord's mansion? The shopkeeper replied, Yes. You need only follow the street to your right. At the end, look to your left, and you shall see it. Jerry nodded and told Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng, You should remain here while Fei Shui and I go. Upon hearing this, the three expressed their unwillingness to stay behind, insisting on accompanying him. Jerry explained, "Tonight, the city lord's mansion will be heavily guarded. With too many people, I cannot ensure everyone's safety." After much persuasion, he finally convinced Fengling, Yami, and Mingfeng to agree to remain at the shop. Jerry and Fei Xue departed from the jewelry store and stepped onto the street. Jerry halted, holding Fei Xue's hand, who gazed at him in confusion. From his pocket, Jerry produced a necklace and said to Fei Xue, "Since we met, I have yet to bestow upon you a gift. This necklace is for you." Overjoyed, Fei Xue accepted the necklace, murmuring her gratitude. As she examined the piece more closely, her affection for it deepened. Shyly, she returned the necklace to Jerry and, closing her eyes, tilted her head up, softly requesting, "Jerry, could you help me put it on?" With gentle hands, Jerry adorned Fei Xue with the necklace, and upon observing her, he noted how perfectly it suited her. Fei Xue felt Jerry's intense gaze upon her, causing her breath to quicken and a blush to bloom on her cheeks. Unable to resist the allure of her delicate demeanor, Jerry pressed his lips firmly against her soft ones. Fei Xue let out a soft sigh, wrapping her arms around Jerry's strong waist. After a moment, Fei Xue gently struggled, prompting Jerry to release her. She inhaled several breaths of fresh air to regain her composure, then removed a ring from her finger and offered it to Jerry. "Jerry, I wish to give you something as well. This ring is the finest magical ring from the palace, capable of amplifying elemental magic. I hope you will accept it." As Jerry gazed into Fei Xue's eyes, he discerned the love reflected within them, and he retracted his initial refusal, extending his hand to receive the ring. Seeing Jerry accept her gift filled Fei Xue with joy, as it signified their mutual exchange of tokens of affection. However, she refrained from disclosing that the ring also represented King Kyle of the Kingdom of Antonio and held the power to command armies from any location. Fei Xue understood that if Jerry comprehended the true value of the ring, he would surely decline it, so she chose to keep that information to herself. Jerry and Fei Xue, adhering to the shopkeeper's instructions, cautiously approached the exterior of the Lord's manor. Jerry led Fei Xue to a shadowy corner outside the manor, where he invoked the divine spirit technique, channeling his vital energy to enhance his auditory perception. As he focused intently, a frown creased his brow. Observing his distressed expression, Fei Xue promptly utilized a telepathic spell to inquire, "What troubles you?" Jerry responded through the same magical means. "There are very few individuals within the manor, yet several skilled practitioners are present, which seems rather illogical. This situation gives me the impression of a trap." Fei Xue, filled with concern, transmitted, "Perhaps we should simply retreat." Jerry shook his head and continued to listen. After a while, he became thoroughly acquainted with the locations of the skilled individuals within the manor. Thus, he swiftly embraced Fei Xue and leaped into the Lord's residence. Jerry, cradling the snowflake, silently descended upon the Lord's mansion, poised to embark on a quest to locate the chamber of Fei Gong. Suddenly, a whistling signal arrow shot forth from the distance, embedding itself in the ground before Jerry's feet. Instantly, a commotion erupted within the mansion as skilled warriors began to soar in from all directions. Jerry realized that his movements had been exposed. He cast a glance towards the direction from which the arrow had flown, discovering that the archer had remained with 3 other archers in the highest tower of the Lord's mansion. Each archer was positioned to cover a different angle, ensuring that no matter from which direction Jerry approached, he would be detected. Although Jerry was aware of their presence, the 4 individuals remained motionless, their breathing remarkably steady, akin to that of slumbering figures. Thus, Jerry mistakenly perceived them as mere sleepers. Jerry gently set Fei Xue down and whispered into her ear, "Fei Xue, if a conflict arises, I will take the brunt of it. You must swiftly return to reunite with Fengling and the others, and immediately exit the city to wait for me at the designated resting place." Fei Xue understood that remaining by his side would only burden Jerry further, offering no assistance. Suppressing her worries, she nodded slightly, indicating her comprehension, as Jerry observed the figures emerging from the Lord's manor, gradually encircling them. He swiftly pulled Fei Xue back against the wall, effectively eliminating the possibility of a confrontation from all sides. He then called out loudly, "We wish to meet with Marquis Fei Gong." Among the gathered crowd, a burly man stepped forward. It was Larry, the very individual saved by Fei Gong earlier that afternoon. Larry proclaimed, "You claim to seek an audience with Lord Fei Gong, yet why do you not wait until dawn? Why must you attempt to breach the walls under the cover of night? Let us not waste words. First, cast down your weapons and surrender. We shall restrain your abilities and then escort you to meet Lord Fei Gong." Upon realizing that meeting Fei Geng smoothly that evening would be an arduous task, Jerry communicated telepathically with Fei Shui, instructing her to prepare. He then proclaimed aloud, "It is utterly inconceivable for us to abandon our weapons. However, I would like to inquire who orchestrated tonight's arrangement. Might you enlighten me?" Larry chuckled heartily, responding, "I am not concerned about your escape. Do you think there will be no one outside your residence? There are 2,000 archers waiting for your emergence." All of the day's arrangements were personally decreed by Lord Fei Geng. Jerry managed a wry smile, astonished by the tactical prowess of Fei Geng's military formations. Jerry listened attentively to the sounds outside. Indeed, a rhythmic cadence of footsteps echoed, affirming Larry's words. It appeared that he and Fei Shui had been encircled completely. Jerry took a deep breath, infusing his words with a hint of inner strength, and began to speak. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the Lord's mansion, making each individual feel as if he stood directly before them. "Clearly," Jerry declared, "Fei Geng, come out at once. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences of what transpires next." The guards surrounding Jerry stirred restlessly, taken aback by the audacity of the young man who dared to issue such a challenge while encircled by them. A few, with fiery tempers, lunged forward, shouting, "You insolent brat! How dare you utter the name of Lord Fei Geng? A lesson must be taught to you. Perhaps, then you will comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth." Larry stepped forward, opened his mouth to speak, but paused in contemplation before retreating. He wished to gauge Jerry's prowess. If the guards could subdue him, that would be preferable. Moreover, even if Larry did intervene, the guards would undoubtedly follow his lead. Given that it was his first day in office, the guards launched themselves at Jerry with fists and feet flying, but he remained unfazed by the impending assault. Gently pushing the snowflakes behind him, he calmly traced a finger in the air, invoking the advanced wind magic known as tornado. A colossal whirlwind enveloped the approaching guards. Had they been grounded, they might not have feared the tempest, but their eagerness to overpower Jerry, coupled with the realization that 5 or 6 of them were ganging up on a mere teenager, bred a sense of overconfidence. With arrogance swelling within them, the guards expended all their strength, leaping to strike from above, only to be astonished by the revelation that this boy was a magician, and his spellcasting speed was astonishingly swift. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the guards found themselves tossed about in the whirlwind, their attacks inadvertently landing upon their own comrades. In the blink of an eye, the tornado dissipated, leaving the bruised and battered guards sprawled on the ground. Upon witnessing Jerry's decisive action, Larry sensed trouble. The guards were destined to fail. He hastily leapt forward, eager to assist, but it was too late. As he had anticipated, the outcome unfolded precisely as he feared. Larry was taken aback. If Jerry could so effortlessly defeat these guards, it raised the question of when the continent had produced such a youthful master. Jerry concealed his hands behind his back, channeling his inner energy as he addressed the courtyard of the Lord's residence. "Fei Geng, will you not reveal yourself? Do you truly wish for me to force my way in?" Upon hearing Jerry's words, the onlookers furrowed their brows. This youth was exceedingly arrogant. Did he truly believe that he and his companions could withstand the onslaught of thousands of archers outside? Fei Shui, filled with concern, tugged gently at Jerry's sleeve from behind. Without turning his head, Jerry communicated telepathically, "Fei Shui, this is intentional. I aim to provoke Fei Geng. Otherwise, he may not emerge until dawn." Fei Shui felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. With Jerry by her side, she sensed that there was little to fear. This sense of security enveloped her like a warm embrace. She placed her hand over Jerry's, which was still hidden behind his back, gripping it tightly as if to convey her trust. Jerry, understanding her unspoken sentiment, reciprocated her grasp, holding her delicate hand with warmth akin to jade. While Jerry and Fei Shui shared this tender moment, the guards surrounding them could no longer contain their impatience. After all, it was a feat of saintly composure to remain calm in the face of such blatant disregard. Larry felt a flicker of anger rise within him. With a wave of his hands, the guards began to cautiously advance towards Jerry and Fei Shui. The display of Jerry's formidable strength had left them apprehensive. Observing the guards' careful approach, a cold smile crept across Jerry's lips. It seemed another confrontation was inevitable, one that would draw Fei Geng out into the open. If that was the case, he could hardly be blamed for what would follow. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, causing Jerry, Fei Shui, and the guards poised to attack to pause in bewilderment. What was unfolding beyond the gates? It was Larry who first grasped the situation. He surmised that the conflict with the archers outside must involve these two individuals, their companions evidently having orchestrated a timely rescue. No wonder they remained so unperturbed despite being surrounded. Jerry was the second to regain his composure. Realizing that his earlier displays of inner energy had likely been detected by Yami and Ming Feng, who would have interpreted it as a call for assistance, hastening to their aid. It was utterly infuriating. As Jerry opened his mouth, intending to call out to the three individuals outside to cease their actions, and to offer an explanation to Larry, the moment Larry perceived Jerry's intent, he hastily concluded that Jerry was attempting to reveal their position to the outsiders, thereby enabling his companions to storm in and rescue him. Although the number of individuals outside remained uncertain, the two before him could not be spared. In a swift motion, Larry unleashed a punch directed at Jerry. Startled, Jerry sensed the fierce energy emanating from Larry's strike, realizing that he had ascended to the rank of Earth Warrior. It appeared that fellow Fei Gong had an astute eye for talent, unlike the foolish city lord who failed to appreciate such a formidable individual, thus relinquishing him to others without a second thought. Meanwhile, the other guards, witnessing their newly appointed captain take the initiative, abandoned any semblance of courtesy, unleashing various forms of energy from all directions. In Jerry's mind, thoughts raced, yet his hands remained unyielding. The wind barrier, the light barrier, and the water mirror shield were conjured simultaneously, warding off the onslaught of energy from outside. However, the combined might of over 30 guards was formidable. When their force collided with the magical barriers, Jerry felt a tremor within. Both the energy and the protective spells dissipated. Even with his prowess, he found himself gasping for breath, momentarily incapacitated. Larry, the most powerful of the guards, quickly regained his composure. Noticing that Jerry had yet to recover, he charged towards him. This young sorcerer was truly terrifying, capable of casting 3 defensive spells simultaneously to withstand the combined strike of so many. If he managed to regain his breath and unleashed an offensive spell, it was likely that few guards would remain standing. Jerry watched in silence as Larry charged towards him. Yet his body had not yet recovered from the previous shock, rendering him unable to retaliate. Nevertheless, there was no trace of fear in Jerry's eyes. He remained remarkably composed. Just as Larry's hand drew near, a sudden exclamation echoed from behind Jerry. Flame dragon. A fiery dragon materialized between Jerry and Larry, unleashing a wave of heat that propelled both Jerry and the unsuspecting Larry apart. The dragon then pivoted, its head aimed once more at Larry as it surged forward. It was Feishua. When the guards began to surround them, Jerry had communicated telepathically to Feishua, assuring her that he would take charge of their defense. She only needed to concentrate on gathering fire elements and unleash magical attacks on the first enemy that approached. Consequently, Jerry remained unfazed by Larry's aggression, confident that Feishua would ultimately strike down Larry and rescue him. As Feishua maneuvered the fire dragon to ensnare Larry, she marveled at Jerry's cunning. He had anticipated that someone would act preemptively before the enemy could attack him. However, Jerry was not truly clairvoyant. He simply believed in his ability to withstand all assaults. He understood that if Feishua intervened, some adversaries might redirect their attacks from him to her. Given her lack of combat experience and slower casting speed compared to Jerry, Feishua would be vulnerable to injury. Thus, Jerry devised this strategy, never realizing that it would ultimately save him. As Jerry and the guards simultaneously caught their breath, Jerry, anticipating the guards' movements, swiftly gestured with his hands, conjuring a flame ring. A circle of fire unfurled around him and Feishua, forcing the recovering guards to retreat a couple of steps. With his left hand, Jerry struck downward, casting quicksand technique. The guards, who had just regained their footing, suddenly found the ground beneath them transforming into a treacherous quicksand, causing them to sink. In desperation, they leaped back several paces. At that moment, Larry had already distanced himself from Feishua's fire dragon and dispelled it. Experienced in combat, Larry understood that the range and duration of high-level magical attacks, such as Flame Tyrant, were influenced by the caster's strength. Thus, upon seeing the fire dragon charge towards him, he quickly retreated. As the dragon's control waned when it was farther from Feishua, Larry unleashed a series of energy blasts to explode the dragon. Had Feishua not been paralyzed by fear of potential attack, she could have distanced herself from Jerry, rendering Larry's tactic ineffective. Moreover, if Feishua possessed more combat experience and detonated the fire dragon sooner, Larry would not have been able to dismantle it so effortlessly. Observing that the guards had not only failed to strike Jerry, but had also become flustered by him, Larry shouted, "Everyone, split into 2 teams at once. One for close combat, the other for ranged attacks. This way, we can maintain order." The guards, amidst the chaos, promptly complied with Larry's directive. Jerry secretly admired Larry's ability to remain composed under pressure, analyzing the situation and making the most prudent decision. However, Jerry was not about to allow the guards to reorganize so easily, for he understood that once they regained their formation, their offensive power would multiply exponentially. With a swift motion, Jerry clapped his hands together and uttered a low command. "Allow me to demonstrate my newly conceived wind blade thousand strikes." In an instant, thousands of wind blades surged forth in all directions, scattering the guards who were preparing to regroup. Each guard brandished their weapons, desperately attempting to deflect the oncoming barrage of wind blades. Larry, too, unsheathed his sword, managing to disperse dozens of the blades. His heart filled with a mix of astonishment and fury. He was astonished by the youth's audacity to claim such a self-invented spell. If what he said held true, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Only sorcerers could create their own magic on the continent. Could it be that this young man was already a sorcerer? His anger stemmed from the fact that the boy's sudden magical onslaught had derailed his own plans, plunging the guards into disarray. In truth, Jerry's technique was a recent invention, devised to simultaneously strike a multitude of foes without inflicting harm, lest he incur the ire of Fateful. Jerry was uncertain of the guard's true nature. Although he was ruthless towards villains, he found it hard to be cruel to the virtuous. Thus, he devised this strategy, which essentially involved casting the wind blade spell dozens, if not hundreds of times at once, with each individual strike possessing minimal lethality, ensuring the guards would not suffer fatal injuries. Amidst the chaos, three figures leaped down from the wall, positioning themselves beside Jerry and Fateful. Upon turning their gaze, Jerry and Fateful recognized Fengling, Yami, and Mingfeng. Jerry frowned slightly at their arrival, sighed, and then turned his attention back to the guards in silence. Unperturbed by Jerry's expression, Fengling took Fateful's hand and quietly began to inquire. Fateful cast a glance at Jerry's back and softly recounted the unfolding situation to Fengling, Yami, and Mingfeng. It was then that they realized their presence was not intended. Rather than resolving matters, their arrival had only served to further complicate the situation. A wave of impatience washed over Jerry as he pondered why Fei Geng had yet to make an appearance. Was he truly left with no choice but to take matters into his own hands and eliminate all those before him? This thought startled Jerry. He had never before hesitated at the thought of taking a life. What had transformed him into someone so reluctant? What had caused this change within? Jerry swiftly recalled the bonds of friendship he shared with Yami and Mingfeng, the profound affection from Fengling and Fateful, and the care bestowed upon him by Weijue and Yuesher. In that moment of clarity, he understood that it was these genuine human connections that had tempered his once bloodthirsty nature. Yet, he vividly remembered the grotesque faces he encountered during his childhood as a beggar, the bitter experiences that ingrained in him the harsh reality that virtuous individuals were few and far between, while malevolence thrived in abundance. Thus, upon maturing and mastering martial arts, he had ruthlessly eliminated those who perpetrated evil. Having come to this realization, Jerry resolved to treat those who showed him kindness with even greater benevolence. However, he would no longer extend mercy to others, nor would he concern himself with their perceptions, nor would he don any masks. Anyone who dared to harm his friends would face retribution 1,000-fold. Standing beside Jerry, Fengling, Fateful, Yami, and Mingfeng simultaneously sensed a chilling aura emanating from him, causing them to shudder. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were astonished to see a faint white glow enveloping Jerry, as torrents of wind elements surged into his being. Upon gaining clarity, Jerry noticed the diminishing wind blades, realizing that the guards were on the verge of escaping the magical confines. Unwilling to show leniency towards these obstinate guards, he began to amass a vast quantity of wind elements, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Larry, too, perceived the unusual phenomenon surrounding Jerry and understood the gravity of the situation. He knew that the magnitude of wind elements Jerry was condensing could potentially overwhelm even himself. Alarmed, Larry disregarded the deep gashes inflicted by the wind blades on his body and, in a reckless bid, leaped forth, striking towards Jerry with his sword. Jerry coldly gazed at the descending sword, his body yet to move. At that moment, Yami leaped forth, parrying Larry's blade with a swift strike, engaging him in combat. Meanwhile, Mingfeng stepped forward, while Fengling and Fateful drew close to Jerry's side. Although the three were uncertain of Jerry's intentions, their actions vividly demonstrated their unwavering trust in him. Jerry slowly raised his left hand, in which a small orb swiftly formed and expanded. The onlookers beheld in astonishment as the orb grew from the size of a fingertip to that of an infant's head, only to rapidly shrink down to the size of a fist. The guards, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale as death, utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The sheer intensity of the magical elements emanating from this orb was astonishing, leaving them in disbelief that such power could be wielded by a mere boy of barely over a decade. Jerry raised his left hand high, with a mere downward sweep. The guards before him would be reduced to ashes. Just then, a clear and resonant voice rang out, "Halt, I have arrived." Accompanying the words, the imposing figure of Fei Geng emerged in the arena. With a subtle wave of his hand, Jerry noticed the guards' hearts leap in response. A light chuckle escaped Jerry's lips as he observed the guards' expressions transform before him. The highly concentrated magical orb in his hand dissipated swiftly with the flick of his wrist, vanishing in an instant. Larry and Yami had separated when Feigen appeared, and now Larry stood beside Feigen, recounting the events that had transpired. As Larry whispered into his ear, Feigen smiled warmly at Jerry, Fengling, Fei Xue, and the others, nodding in acknowledgement while signaling for silence to the guards. Upon seeing Feigen's gesture, the guards halted, and the previously chaotic scene fell into a profound stillness. After a brief moment, Larry succinctly conveyed the entirety of the situation to Feigen. With a smile, Feigen stepped forward, positioning himself 3 paces away from Jerry and the others. He addressed them, "I am uncertain what urgent matter has prompted my esteemed friends to seek my presence. I had an obligation that took me away from the estate, which regrettably delayed our meeting. I apologize for the misunderstanding caused by my subordinate's lack of decorum. Might I invite you all to accompany me into the parlor? I shall have someone prepare a fine pot of tea, and we can converse over it." Larry interjected anxiously, "My lord, this may not be prudent. We are unaware of their intentions, and what if?" Feigen raised a hand, interrupting Larry, and said, "I trust that these friends harbor no ill will towards me. You need not worry." He then turned to Jerry and the others, offering an apologetic smile. "I apologize. At times, my attendants can be overly zealous. Please, follow me." With that, he turned and led the way. Fengling, Fei Xue, Yami, and Mingfeng all cast their gazes upon Jerry. Jerry realized that Feigen had indeed recognized Fei Xue's identity. When Feigen had surveyed their faces earlier, he had noted the swift changes in Fei Xue's expression, followed by his attention shifting to the others. However, when he encountered Fengling, admiration shone in his eyes. Although Fei Xue maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, Jerry understood that Feigen had undoubtedly discerned her identity, thus exhibiting remarkable confidence in his reception of them. Jerry nodded at Fengling, Fei Xue, and the others, gently pulling Fengling and Fei Xue along as they trailed behind Feigen. Yami and Mingfeng also sheathed their weapons and followed suit. Upon seeing Feigen speak, the guards parted to allow Jerry and the others to pass, yet they maintained their vigil closely behind, creating a protective circle with Feigen and Larry at the forefront. Flanked by the guards, Fengling and Fei Xue felt a tinge of anxiety, quickening their pace and each grasping one of Jerry's hands, occasionally glancing back at the guards. Although Yami and Mingfeng did not exhibit their nervousness as overtly, they too held their martial prowess at the ready. In contrast, Jerry walked ahead, relaxed and unaffected by the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Noticing the unease in Fengling and Fei Xue, he gently patted their hands. They turned back to him, and Jerry smiled, which, though unspoken, eased their tension, allowing them to match pace with the guards without trepidation. Despite walking ahead, Feigen remained acutely aware of their surroundings. From the sound of Jerry and the others' footsteps, he discerned the state of mind of Fengling, Fei Xue, Yami, and Mingfeng. Yami and Mingfeng's steps were light and swift, indicating their readiness for any potential threats, while Fengling and Fei Xue initially exhibited a disordered rhythm, betraying their anxiety. However, as they moved closer to the most powerful individual, their footsteps became more synchronized, reflecting their calming composure. Throughout, Jerry maintained a steady and buoyant gait, devoid of any hint of worry, which influenced Fengling and Fei Xue's own steps to align with his, confirming to Feigen that Jerry was the leader among them. If he could subdue Jerry, the others would surely follow suit. With this realization, Feigen began to ponder the matter of Fei Xue. Indeed, he had not ventured out, having observed the unfolding events from a distance, yet he had not caught sight of Fei Xue until now. He was aware that 2 young individuals had intruded upon his sanctuary and was curious about their capabilities. If they were to fall into Larry's grasp, he would no longer have any interest in them, for he sought only those of exceptional merit. Upon finally encountering Fei Xue, he recognized her as his cousin but refrained from revealing his identity. He was uncertain of her intentions and noted the peculiar rapport between her and Jerry. Despite Jerry's apparent lack of noble bearing, which puzzled Fagin, he feigned ignorance, seeking to unravel the mystery. The group entered the parlor in silence and took their seats. The guards, unable to enter, formed a protective barrier at the entrance, while Larry stood watchful behind Fagin, his gaze fixed intently on Jerry. Jerry sat comfortably, casting a glance outside and at Larry, who stood behind Fei Gong, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery as he regarded Fei Gong. Upon entering the living room, Fei Gong, who had been attentive to Jerry, was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Larry behind him, quickly grasping the situation. Clearing his throat, Fei Gong addressed Larry, saying, "Larry, you may leave now. Your presence is no longer required here." Larry, taken aback and eager to protest, opened his mouth to argue. But Fei Gong's stern expression silenced him. "Do you not heed my words?" Fei Gong pressed, noticing the shift in Fei Gong's demeanor. Larry shot a fierce glare at Jerry before reluctantly conceding, "Yes." Jerry, unfazed by Larry's ire, remained indifferent. Fei Gong continued, "Larry, while you are at it, please send the guards outside away. Let them return to rest. They are not needed here any longer." With no other option, Larry begrudgingly replied, "Understood, my lord. I shall take my leave now." With that, he exited, his reluctance palpable. Jerry softly remarked, "Lord Feigen's subordinates are truly devoted." It seems that Lord Feigen is indeed adept at managing his followers. Though Feigen was unable to discern Jerry's true identity, he felt a sense of secret pride within himself. Nevertheless, he quickly replied, "Oh, not at all. I have never regarded them as mere subordinates. I consider them more like friends, and with friends, one cannot simply speak of unwavering loyalty. It is more a matter of kindred spirits." Fei Xue, Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng all subtly nodded in agreement with Feigen's words. Judging by the earlier actions of Larry and his guards, it was indeed the case. Only Jerry remained skeptical. Having encountered many individuals who were duplicitous in his youth, he had seen too many who, while presenting a facade of compassion in public, would not hesitate to deny even a scrap of food to the destitute, often unleashing their dogs upon them. Thus, Jerry regarded Feigen's assertions with a degree of suspicion. Even if Feigen did indeed act in such a manner regularly, Jerry profoundly doubted the sincerity of his intentions. Jerry's thoughts remained a mystery to Fei Xue. Noticing that the living room was devoid of others, Fei Xue addressed her cousin Fij. "Cousin, do you not recognize me?" "It is I, Fei Xue." In response, Fij feigned astonishment and replied, "Fei Xue, you are indeed my cousin Fei Xue." After scrutinizing her appearance, he continued, "You do bear some resemblance. However, it is rather unusual for you to be here. Shouldn't you be in the imperial capital, Antonio?" Fei Xue found herself momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate the reason for her presence in this place. After a brief contemplation, she explained, "I have enrolled in the Royal Magic Academy, and it was the dean who requested we venture out for practical experience. Cousin, if you doubt my identity as Fei Xue, do you remember this?" With that, Fei Xue grasped Jerry's left hand. Upon noticing the magical crystal ring adorning Jerry's hand, Fij's expression shifted, and he immediately rose to pay his respects, saying, "Your subordinate Fij greets the esteemed princess." "And who might this be?" He cast a puzzled glance at Jerry, who stood beside Fei Xue. A blush crept onto Fei Xue's cheeks as she quickly interjected, "Cousin, we are not within the palace now, so please refer to me simply as your sister. I prefer not to disclose my identity. These are my dear friends and classmates from the academy, and we have been sent out together by the dean." She then introduced each of her companions to Fij. After acknowledging their greetings, Fij's gaze returned to the ring on Jerry's hand, and he inquired with curiosity, "Sister, do you know what this signifies? Is uncle aware?" Fei Xue's cheeks flushed deeper as she playfully chided, "That is of no concern to you. I have made my decision." Observing Jerry's bemusement as he regarded the two, Fij chuckled, realizing that Fei Xue had likely not disclosed the significance of the ring to him. "Well then," he said with a grin, "I shall say no more." Jerry, Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng found themselves perplexed by the actions of the two individuals. Jerry's intuition suggested that there was something amiss with the ring, prompting him to inquire, "Fei Xue, what are you discussing? Is there an issue with this ring?" In unison, Fei Xue and Fagin replied, "There is nothing wrong at all." After this, Fei Xue cast a sharp glance at Fagin, who smiled quietly, falling silent. Observing their demeanor, Jerry became increasingly convinced that there was indeed something afoot. However, since Fei Xue remained tight-lipped, he refrained from pressing the matter further, deciding instead to find an opportune moment later to seek clarification. Relieved that Jerry had not pursued the topic, Fei Xue began reminiscing with Fei about the events of recent years. Jerry, Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng listened for a while but soon grew bored, while the two, caught in the joy of reunion, became engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the others. Ultimately, it was Fei who noticed the expressions of ennui on the faces of the group and tactfully shifted the topic to include everyone, alleviating the tedium. At this point, Fei Xue realized her excitement at seeing Fei had led her to neglect the others. She cautiously glanced at Jerry, noting that his expression remained unchanged, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief and join Feng Ling and the others in light-hearted banter. During the exchange, Fei observed that Jerry spoke very little, and when he did, it was merely in agreement. Having gained insight into the personalities of Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng, he found it perplexing that he could not discern Jerry's character. In an attempt to steer the conversation towards Jerry, Fei found that Jerry either deftly deflected his inquiries or responded with non-committal affirmations, heightening Fei's sense of apprehension regarding Jerry. The discussion then turned to the perilous mission at Xinhua Mountain, and Fei sighed, furrowing his brow. From what you've said, it seems this task is extremely dangerous. Had my uncle not been pressing me to return to the capital promptly, I would have joined you on your adventure. Otherwise, I would have left all my guards behind and requested soldiers from the city lord to accompany you. Feng Ling and Yami promptly expressed their objections, while Fei Xue interjected, Cousin, we didn't come seeking your assistance. I merely wish for you to deliver a letter back to my father. Fei was taken aback. Surely, it was excessive to create such a disturbance at the city lord's residence for a simple letter. With the network of spies throughout Antonio, Fei Xue could easily drop the letter at any contact point for swift delivery to Kale. At that moment, Fei Xue noticed Fei's confusion and, with a hint of shyness, cast a glance at Jerry. Understanding her intentions, Fei realized that Fei Xue was deliberately allowing him to see Jerry, hoping to speak favorably of him to Kale and create a positive impression before their meeting. Amused by his cousin's cleverness, Fei acknowledged that he had a decent first impression of Jerry, even if he had yet to fully grasp his character. However, witnessing Jerry's protective stance over Fei Xue during their earlier encounter was more than enough to leave a lasting impression. Fei gently nodded to Fei Xue, indicating his understanding of her sentiments. Fei Xue, with a hint of blush, lowered her gaze. Concerned, Fei remarked, Cousin, please do not abandon this endeavor. It is far too perilous. If funds are an issue, I still have a little here. Fei Xue quickly turned her head to gauge Jerry's expression. Jerry felt a slight discontent towards Fei words, yet he suppressed his irritation in light of Fei Xue's concerned gaze. He managed to offer her a nonchalant smile. Fei Xue, reassured, turned back to Fei and shook her head, saying, It's not that we lack money. Rather, we seek to hone our skills and enhance our abilities. Fei growing anxious, replied, Even if you wish to improve, there is no need to venture into such perilous places. There are countless other locations on the continent. Why must you choose such a treacherous path? Fei Xue shook her head in silence. At this moment, Jerry spoke leisurely. A person can only truly awaken their potential when faced with the brink of life and death. The true masters do not emerge from the confines of an academy. It is through relentless trials that one can become a genuine expert. This is precisely the purpose behind our Dean's encouragement for us to embark on journeys of exploration. Our choice of the task at the God-destroying mountain is predicated on the belief that completing this mission will undoubtedly enhance our strength several-fold, perhaps even a dozen times. Fei retorted, What you say may hold some truth, but if we fail this mission, will Fei Xue and the others be able to return alive? Jerry pondered for a moment, refraining from directly addressing Fei as concern. Instead, he turned to Fei Xue and the others, asking, Since we took on this mission, I have been meaning to ask you all, do you genuinely wish to undertake this task? If you feel that this mission is too perilous, I shall go to the mercenary guild to withdraw from it. Fei Xue, Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng exchanged glances and responded in unison. We are here of our own volition. Moreover, as long as we are with you, no matter how great the danger, we can always turn peril into safety. Fei looked at Fei Xue and the other three with a hint of disbelief. The authenticity of their heartfelt words was unmistakable. Yet Jerry appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Why should anyone trust that he could withstand any danger that may arise? Jerry nodded in satisfaction upon hearing everyone's responses. He cast a glance at Fei Geng and, recalling that Fei Geng was Fei Shue's cousin, earnestly stated, "I will exert every effort to protect them during our expedition to the Divine Extermination Mountain. You need not worry." Fei Geng, though somewhat skeptical of Jerry's confidence, chose to believe him. Subsequently, upon hearing Fei Shui reveal the reasons behind the assassination of the young city lord and the actions of the city lord within the city, he promptly ordered the apprehension of the city lord, preparing to escort him back to the imperial capital for Kyle's handling. That evening, Jerry and his companions rested in the lord's mansion, now devoid of its master. Jerry lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. The words spoken by Fei Geng echoed persistently in his mind. If the God-culling mountain truly harbored insurmountable peril, would he and his companions truly survive the ordeal? Did he possess the confidence to safeguard everyone? Jerry was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to the top 10 masters of the continent. The mercenaries who had once ventured into the God-culling mountain likely wielded power equal to his own, yet they had refrained from descending. Perhaps he had indeed underestimated the treacherous nature of the God-culling mountain. Jerry sat up in bed, descended from it, and made his way to the rooms of Fei Xue and Feng Ling. He gently pushed open the windows of both chambers, gazing at the two enchanting ladies, Fei Xue and Feng Ling, who lay asleep on their beds. These extraordinary women had chosen to accompany him on his travels across the vast expanse of Dalu, simply because of their affection for him. Yet, did this affection obligate him to expose them to perilous experiences? Moments ago, he had boasted in front of Fei Geng, unable to swallow his pride, but now, upon reflection, he realized he had not genuinely considered the safety of Fei Xue and the others. Jerry gently closed the windows of Fei Xue and Feng Ling's room before turning back to his own chamber, where he sat on the bed, lost in silent contemplation. After a moment, he sprang up and hurried to his desk, swiftly composing 2 letters. In the first letter, he informed Fei Xue, Feng Ling, Yami, and Ming Feng that he had urgent matters to attend to and would be leaving for a while. He urged them to remain temporarily in the city of Shinmi, focusing on enhancing their abilities, and assured them that he would devise a plan to complete the task at Shinmi Mountain upon his return. In the second letter, he cautioned Yami to be vigilant regarding Fei Geng, as he harbored doubts about Fei Geng's reliability, to prevent Fei Xue from perceiving any concern. He deemed it best that only Yami and Ming Feng were aware of this matter. Feng Ling need not be informed. Once he departed, he trusted that Yami and Ming Feng would protect Feng Ling and Fei Xue diligently. Upon finishing the letters, Jerry meticulously folded them and placed them into 2 envelopes, marking the second one for Yami's eyes only. He gathered his belongings and exited his room, making his way to Yami and Ming Feng's quarters, casting a glance at both before leaving the letter on Yami's desk. With that, he departed the Lord's manor alone. Jerry never anticipated that every move he made was under scrutiny. Fei Geng had been lurking in the shadows of Jerry's residence, deterred from dispatching others due to Jerry's formidable prowess, opting instead to personally monitor him. Upon witnessing Jerry's departure from the Lord's mansion, Fei Geng emerged from the shadows, donning a sinister smile as he followed the direction Jerry had taken. "I refuse to believe that you will remain indifferent to my words. I knew you would leave them behind, and I surmised that you would venture alone to the Goddess Destruction Mountain. Rest assured, you shall not return. I will take good care of the 2 enchanting beauties, Fei Xue and Feng Ling, in your absence." Fei Geng approached the window of Yami's chamber, but paused, refraining from entering. He observed Jerry enter Yami's room with a letter, only to emerge empty-handed. Jerry's departure would surely necessitate an excuse to prevent the others from following him to the Goddess Destruction Mountain. Should he awaken Yami, she would undoubtedly pursue Jerry, thereby jeopardizing his meticulously crafted scheme. Returning to his quarters, Fei Geng swiftly sketched several portraits of Jerry and summoned a guard, whispering instructions into his ear. He ordered the guard to take the portraits and promptly contact the mercenary guild, proclaiming that the Reaper depicted in the images had arrived at the Goddess Destruction Mountain. He further spread the rumor that a divine artifact lay hidden within the mountain, and should the Reaper obtain it, no one across the continent would be able to vanquish him. The guard accepted his orders and departed with the portraits. Unbeknownst to Fei Geng, the words he uttered in an attempt to frame Jerry were rapidly manifesting into reality, but that was a tale for another time. Meanwhile, disregarding Fei Xue and Feng Ling, once they awakened and discovered Jerry's solitary departure, Jerry leaped from the city walls, exited the Goddess Destruction City, and made his way toward the Goddess Destruction Mountain. Little did he or anyone else on the continent realize that this journey would solidify the infamous moniker of Reaper for Jerry. Jerry sprinted along, and by dawn, he was not far from the God Destruction Mountain. He arrived at a dirt slope by the roadside, sat down, and took out some food to eat. Despite having employed wind magic to lighten his burden during his hurried journey, Jerry found that his vital energy had still been considerably depleted. After resting for a while and feeling his energy restored, he gathered his belongings, stood up, and cast a final glance toward the direction of the God Destruction City. In his heart, he silently vowed, Feishua, Fengling, I will return safely from this descent. This time, I shall cultivate the strength necessary to completely protect you. With that thought, Jerry reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to embark on the narrow path leading into the God Destruction Mountain. The God Destruction Mountain sprawled extensively, its slopes thickly adorned with trees. As no one dared to venture into the mountain to gather firewood, these trees had grown immensely, cloaking the entire mountain in layers. Moreover, a perpetual veil of mist lingered within, impervious to the wind and light. Standing at the base of the mountain, Jerry scrutinized the scene. The entire mountain was eerily silent. Devoid of the sounds of birds or the rustling of beasts, an unsettling atmosphere indeed. The mountain loomed before Jerry like a colossal beast, concealed within the fog, mockingly awaiting those who dared to intrude, poised to devour them whole. Jerry infused his entire being with the essence of the divine fury, activating the reflexes throughout his body. Though the god-slaying mountain was shrouded in an eerie terror, Jerry, emerging from the forest of the Reaper, felt no fear. Instead, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped him. Jerry took a step into the god-slaying mountain, a single stride that would transform the continent and irrevocably alter the course of his life. After that initial step, he pressed on without hesitation, each footfall following the last as his figure was swiftly engulfed by the mist. As Jerry ventured into the mountain of divine annihilation, the visibility of his sight gradually diminished. After merely 10 paces, he could discern no more than 3 steps ahead of him. It is worth noting that Jerry had spent countless years in the Death God Forest, a realm perpetually shrouded in darkness, where he had nearly mastered the art of seeing in the shadows. However, this skill proved to be of little utility within the confines of the Mountain of Divine Annihilation. Jerry's vigilance heightened, and it seemed prudent that he had not allowed Fengling and Fei Shui to accompany him. The Divine Annihilation Mountain was indeed peculiar. Regrettably, the extraordinary aspects of the Divine Annihilation Mountain were not so easily discernible. In Jerry's mind, thoughts raced while his feet never faltered, persistently advancing towards the summit. After a considerable time, he found that he could only perceive the immediate surroundings, and he noticed that some entities seemed to be gathering around him. Jerry retrieved his long sword from the dimensions beyond, fully alert as he stepped forward. Suddenly, 10 claws emerged simultaneously, attacking from all directions. A cold smile crept across Jerry's face. Moments before the claws appeared, he had already heard the sound of their approaching footsteps. Unflustered, he leaped upward, just as the claws were about to graze his clothing, landing atop a nearby tree. The 10 claws collided with one another, resulting in several being wounded by their own kind, green blood seeping forth. As Jerry briefly paused upon the tree, at the moment when the claws of the beasts collided in an irretrievable clash, he leapt down, his sword conjuring a lightning-like arc, aimed at the necks of the monsters. Just as Jerry's feet left the trunk, suspended in midair, he suddenly felt a fierce gust rush towards him. To his astonishment, a furry paw had surged forth from the shadows, targeting his abdomen with alarming swiftness. Jerry was taken aback. He had distinctly heard the approach of only 5 beasts when had this one materialized. Moreover, the timing, speed, and strength of this creature's strike were undoubtedly on par with that of a sky warrior. Could it be that this beast was of a higher rank? Jerry strained to twist his body in midair, swiftly retracting the long sword in his grasp. Just before the beast's claw could tear into his abdomen, he struck it with a decisive blow. The fabric of his shirt was rent asunder, fragments of cloth scattering in all directions. The monstrous creature let out a low growl. A deep gash etched into its claw from the sword's strike, causing it to retract its paw with a sudden ferocity. Jerry was astonished that his sword could not even sever the beast's claw, compelling him to reassess the formidable nature of the magical creature. After fending off the ambush, he found himself with no means to brace his body and began to descend rapidly. Remarkably, Jerry had yet to clearly discern the appearance of the beast, having narrowly escaped injury. As the battle commenced, visibility seemed to diminish further. he was left in a state of profound obscurity, relying solely on his physical instincts and auditory senses to engage in combat. As Jerry descended, he could hear the monstrous beasts below gathering in anticipation. Without needing to look, he could surmise that the moment his feet touched the ground, the creatures would unleash a ferocious assault upon him. Jerry pondered, could such an inexpensive affair truly exist? As they gathered closely, he struck down with his left hand, unleashing a fire dragon from his palm. In an instant, it soared above the heads of the beasts. With a swift command, Jerry declared, "Explode." The fire dragon detonated, engulfing the 5 monstrous creatures in a sea of flames, igniting numerous nearby trees in the process. This was the flame Tyrannosaurus. The blaze surged skyward, generating a shockwave that momentarily dispersed the surrounding mist, allowing Jerry to glimpse the situation within 10 paces. Seizing the opportunity presented by the explosion of the fire dragon, he leaped once more into the air, deftly landing beside the charred and battered beasts after propelling himself off the trunk of a nearby tree. These 5 creatures were massive, with a narrow front and a broad rear, their heads adorned with 4 ruby-red eyes arranged in a diamond pattern, devoid of noses, but possessing a long horn protruding between their mouths and eyes. As Jerry descended, he scanned his surroundings and noted the absence of the beast that had ambushed him from the air. Only 5 beasts were visible. Had the other one fled? At that moment, a thick fog began to roll in, further diminishing his field of vision. Jerry contemplated that, based on his experience, the healing rate of the beast's wounds was several times that of a human. He needed to eliminate these 5 injured beasts before visibility worsened, or managing the aftermath would become exceedingly troublesome. The flames on the beasts began to extinguish. Observing this, Jerry raised his long sword with his right hand while conjuring fireballs with his left. The beasts, recalling their recent torment, instinctively dodged the incoming fireballs. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry rapidly closed the distance to 2 of the beasts that were relatively close to each other. Exploiting their still recovering state, he swiftly dispatched them, severing their heads from their bodies with a single strike each. At this point, Jerry's view of the remaining beasts was obscured once again. The 3 beasts seemed to have realized their companions were no longer alive, emitting low growls. Utilizing the sounds they made, Jerry deftly approached one beast that was searching for him. As he neared, the creature suddenly turned, sensing his presence. In that instant, Jerry mentally mapped the beast's location and, with lightning speed, swung his sword 4 times. The beast's limbs were severed, causing its body to crash heavily to the ground with a piercing scream. The other 2 beasts, alerted by the anguished cries of their companion, rushed towards him with alarming speed. Jerry listened attentively, his figure darting forward towards the approaching beast. The monsters were already in close proximity, and as soon as Jerry moved, the creature materialized before him. With a swift thrust of his long sword, the beast was caught completely off guard, pierced through with a chilling precision. After successfully landing his strike, Jerry immediately withdrew his sword and stepped aside. The creature's emerald blood erupted forth like an arrow, and with a pained shriek, it flailed its sharp claws in the air before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Now, only one beast remained. The final monster had rushed to the side of its fallen comrade, and upon hearing the anguished cry of its companion, it erupted into a fit of rage. Its crimson eyes seemed to blaze with fury as it roared, brandishing its claws and charging towards the spot where Jerry had stealthily dispatched the other beast. Just as it reached the corpse of its ally, a sudden pain shot through its back, and it felt a foreign weight pressing against its chest. Lowering its gaze, the creature beheld a gleaming sword tip slowly retracting from its thorax. It attempted to unleash a mighty roar, only to find that no sound emerged. Strangely, it felt as though it were soaring, and in its bewilderment, it realized that it was staring at a headless corpse that bore an uncanny resemblance to itself. After Jerry vanquished the beast, he let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with such mindless mid-tier monsters was relatively effortless. Their formidable strength was their only asset, and with a modicum of cunning, they posed little threat. Just as Jerry approached the dismembered creature, intending to extinguish its remaining life, a sharp claw suddenly struck from behind him. This claw bore a fresh, unhealed scar, a testament to a previous encounter with a blade. Jerry was taken aback, realizing that the high-tier beast had never truly departed. It had lingered nearby, waiting for Jerry to let down his guard after he had dispatched 5 mid-tier monsters, only to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, Jerry found himself unable to evade as he turned to draw his sword. However, his harrowing experiences battling for survival in the Death God's forest proved to be his salvation. Instead of dodging to the left or right, Jerry thrust his upper body forward sharply, bending at a 90-degree angle, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick with his left foot aimed directly at the creature's lower abdomen. Jerry's back garment, much like his lower attire, was torn into fragments that danced through the air. After the beast's claws struck empty space, they did not retract but rather descended with ferocity. This maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse, a feat that even the likes of Yami and Mingfeng would struggle to replicate. Simultaneously, Jerry sensed a powerful gust aimed at his left ankle as the beast's attack surged forth. With a forceful thrust of his right foot, he retracted his left, while simultaneously twisting his waist to the right, allowing his body to arc gracefully in midair. His sword, held firmly in his right hand, intercepted the beast's claws, resulting in a resonant clang as Jerry was jolted to the ground. The creature also shuddered from the impact, though Jerry's effort was somewhat strained, resulting in minimal retaliation against the beast. After a brief pause, the monster lunged again, its claws targeting Jerry's head and chest in tandem. Though Jerry found himself unable to summon his vital energy in that instant, he was acutely aware that the ferocious beast would soon follow with another assault. Fortunately, the magical energy within him remained accessible. As he collapsed to the ground, he swiftly conjured the protective barriers of wind, light, and water around him, preparing to withstand the impending onslaught of the creature. Ethereal white and blue lights enveloped Jerry, manifesting 3 distinct luminous rings before him. The outermost circle, a radiant white, signified the wind barrier. The middle layer, a serene blue, represented the water barrier, and the light barrier, transparent and colorless, was typically unnoticed during casting. However, within the shrouded mist, the light barrier shimmered like a crystalline veil, encasing Jerry in its protective embrace. Just as Jerry completed the formation of his defenses, the beast's sharp claws collided forcefully against the barriers, producing 2 sounds reminiscent of cracking eggshells. The outer layers of wind and water barriers were effortlessly breached, with the beast's claws ultimately halting against the light barrier. The brilliance of the barrier illuminated the area within a 3-step radius, and Jerry, fixated on the direction of the beast's assault, was momentarily blinded by the sudden radiance. His prolonged exposure to darkness left him with a blinding whiteness in his vision. The beast emitted a low growl, seemingly affected by the dazzling light as well. Neither Jerry nor the creature noticed the exquisite rainbow that fleetingly traversed the crystalline surface of the light barrier before shattering with a resounding crack. The final layer of protection could not withstand the beast's ferocity. It crumbled after merely half a second of fending off the creature's claws. As the beast breached the light barrier, its claws resumed their trajectory towards Jerry. Although his vision was obscured, the sound of the barrier's destruction alerted him to the imminent danger. He instinctively rolled to the side, the beast's claws narrowly missing him as they plunged into the ground, mere inches away from his body. Had he not moved with that crucial agility, the creature's claws would have found their mark. With a swift twist of his sword, Jerry struck fiercely at the beast's knees. The creature let out a thunderous roar, although its eyes, like Jerry's, were blinded by the searing light. It seemed to perceive the oncoming blade. With an impressive display of agility, it anchored its claws into the ground and executed a somersault, narrowly evading Jerry's assault. Jerry retracted his sword and swiftly turned to stand upright, contemplating quietly within himself. The beast had effortlessly breached both the wind barrier and the water barrier he had conjured. Logically, the strength of his wind and water barriers should not be inferior to that of the light barrier. The reason for this failure likely lay in the beast's dual attributes of wind and water, rendering defenses of the same nature ineffective against it. This indicated that the creature was likely of a higher tier within the advanced classification of beasts. As this realization dawned upon him, a wry smile spread across Jerry's face. The 2 old mercenaries had claimed that the beasts were mere illusions of their companions, which led him to ponder whether this formidable creature had been conjured from a warrior of the sky level, especially since no one had ventured into the God Destruction Mountain for decades. It seemed prudent to regard the mercenaries' words with skepticism. The circumstances surrounding the God Destruction Mountain had likely transformed considerably over the years. At that moment, Jerry noticed the sting in his eyes had diminished. He surmised that the high-tier beast had likely regained its composure as well. Reinvigorated, Jerry recalled his past experiences in the Forest of Death, where encountering mid-tier advanced beasts usually prompted a hasty retreat. He had only faced them head-on on 3 occasions, each time due to circumstances that left him with no choice but to fight. Though he had survived those encounters, and secured 3 dual attribute beast cores. He had emerged, each time battered and bettered in for 3 months. However, he believed that his current prowess had significantly improved since then, enabling him to contend with a mid-tier advanced beast, albeit with some difficulty. Jerry summoned his magical prowess, raised his left hand with a flourish, and forcefully swept it through the air, invoking the 1,000 blades of wind. Countless pale, crescent-shaped gusts surged forth before him. This was Jerry's refined version of the 1,000 blades of wind, improved after his confrontations with Larry and the others. Now, this technique had matured significantly compared to its earlier form. After the wind blade 1,000 strikes was unleashed, Jerry quietly closed his eyes, beginning to attune himself to the sounds in the vicinity, ready to strike upon detecting the movements of any nearby beasts. To his surprise, apart from the sound of the wind blade striking the tree, there was not a single other noise. Could it be that the high-level beast had vacated this direction and slipped away to another? That seemed unlikely. Jerry had been vigilant since earlier, and he was certain that there had been no sounds of movement from any beasts nearby. Jerry, upon reflection, realized his folly. Having just discerned that this formidable magical beast possessed the attribute of feng shui, he promptly resorted to employing wind-based magic. Was this not an exercise in futility? Jerry pondered for a moment. The intelligence exhibited by this beast was no less than that of a seasoned expert. Its timing for ambush was impeccable, leaving him embarrassed on 2 occasions. He realized he could not underestimate it. However, it appeared particularly adept at concealing its presence within the thicket. He needed to devise a strategy to force it out into the open. Jerry raised his left hand high, and the surrounding earth elements swiftly converged, forming a mass in his palm. With a flick of his hand, he struck the earth, sending the mass of earth elements plunging into the ground. The colorless and silent mass descended rapidly, merging seamlessly with the soil below. A mysterious smile played upon Jerry's lips as he stamped his left foot forcefully. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed from the ground, and the surrounding trees began to sink one by one. In no time, Jerry distinctly sensed that within a 20-zhang radius around him, not a single tree remained. It turned out that Jerry had extensively employed the earth-based technique known as quicksand art. Typically, this technique creates vast expanses of quicksand, ensnaring any person or creature that traverses it. However, Jerry's application of quicksand art this time was somewhat unconventional. As he executed it, he specifically targeted each tree within a 20-zhang radius. When the mass of earth elements dissolved into the soil, it dispersed into hundreds of smaller elemental clusters. Upon colliding with the roots of the trees, these clusters transformed into miniature quicksand art, with a range confined to the size of each tree, slowly sinking them into the ground. Once the trees were completely submerged, the quicksand art ceased its operation. Thus, the area within a 20-zhang radius was rendered entirely clear of trees, the ground remaining smooth and level, resembling that of a martial arts arena. Jerry pondered to himself how this beast would evade and launch a surprise attack now. He felt a twinge of curiosity as to why the creature had not retaliated with magic when he cast his own. Had it perhaps undergone a change of heart? At that moment, he heard a soft rustling to his left. Without a second thought, Jerry waved his left hand, unleashing a flame dragon that surged forward. His spirit intertwined with the dragon as it charged ahead, ready to explode upon contact. However, as the dragon raced past the source of the noise without colliding with anything, Jerry's heart sank in alarm. Realizing the urgency, he attempted to trigger the dragon's detonation, but alas, a colossal water sphere struck the flame dragon, causing it to dissipate into a wisp of smoke. Jerry was taken aback to discover that the beast could wield magic. In the depths of the Death God Forest, even the most formidable mid-tier monsters had never employed such sorcery until their last breath. This revelation left Jerry somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this creature was indeed a transformation of a human? At that moment, a barrage of wind projectiles, composed of elemental air, hurtled toward him. Jerry channeled his vital energy and the wind elements into his sword, deflecting the onslaught of projectiles. However, the wind bullets continued to surge forth in an unending stream, their trajectories shifting and their speeds accelerating. It appeared that the beast, wary of being ensnared by Jerry, had resorted to long-range attacks. Jerry began to evade, continuously moving towards the direction from which the wind projectiles were launched. As the wind projectiles originated from the left, he leaned towards that side. With each shift in the origin of the projectiles, Jerry altered his course accordingly. After a while, the speed and quantity of the wind projectiles intensified, making Jerry's advance increasingly arduous. In addition to wielding his sword with relentless vigor, his left hand intermittently unleashed blades of wind to disperse the projectiles. Nonetheless, Jerry was acutely aware that he was drawing closer to the beast, prompting a sense of urgency in the creature. Suddenly, dozens of wind projectiles appeared before him, surging forth like a swarm. Jerry swiftly exerted force with both hands. His left hand executed the technique thousand cuts of wind blade, dispersing a significant number of projectiles, while his right hand transformed his sword into a luminous barrier that enveloped him. In an instant, Jerry managed to deflect and scatter all the incoming projectiles. However, more wind projectiles soon followed in a relentless wave. Employing the same tactic, he successfully neutralized this new onslaught. Jerry grew increasingly certain that the beast was now at a point of desperation. With just a few more attacks, it would meet its demise before him. Jerry advanced steadily, skillfully dispersing the onslaught of wind projectiles that came at him in rapid succession. Although each subsequent attack was more numerous and ferocious than the last, Jerry continued to inch closer to the beast. He could now even hear its labored breaths. To be candid, Jerry felt the depletion of his vital energy and magical power, having exhausted nearly half of his reserves. Yet, he noticed that the intervals between the beast's wind blasts were growing longer, a realization that bolstered his confidence in achieving victory. The creature had ceased its barrage for some time, merely sprinting ahead. Although it appeared to be fleeing, its speed paled in comparison to its initial ferocity. Summoning the remainder of his vital energy and magical strength, Jerry quickened his pace and suddenly closed the distance to the beast. It seemed to sense Jerry's approach. Abruptly halting and turning to face him, Jerry swung his sword towards the beast, remaining vigilant against any potential counterattack. Although this creature might, as the old mercenary suggested, be a mere figment of his imagination, Jerry harbored no mercy for anyone beyond Windbell, Flying Snow, Yami, Mingfeng, Weijue, and Yushur. This was the God-Culling Mountain, a fabled place akin to the Forest of the Dead, where entry promised no return. To show weakness here would be to place one's neck willingly beneath another's blade. As his longsword neared the beast's form, Jerry became increasingly cautious. Suddenly, the creature opened its maw wide, unleashing a barrage of wind projectiles that surged towards him. A cold smirk crossed Jerry's face. He anticipated its persistence. With a swift motion of his right hand, he brandished his sword, while his left unleashed the wind blade thousand strikes, dispersing the wind projectiles. However, to his astonishment, as his sword struck the last projectile, he realized it was not a wind projectile, but an ice projectile. This icy missile had amassed all the water elements from the high-tier beast, its power unfathomable. Upon impact, Jerry's sword was instantly encased in ice, shattering into countless fragments. Despite his immediate awareness of the peril, he had already lost the use of his left hand, which had been frozen solid. Jerry felt a sudden chill enveloping his left arm, as a thick layer of ice encased it, with the frost threatening to spread throughout his entire body. At that moment, the high-level magical beast, having taken advantage of Jerry's frozen state, leapt into action, panting heavily, its sharp claws transforming into two icy gales that surged towards Jerry. A heavy sensation enveloped Jerry's heart as he realized that the final strike he had mustered from the remnants of his power had been cunningly deceived by the beast, plunging him into peril. Could it be that he would perish here on the God Destruction Mountain? No, he absolutely could not succumb in this place. He had yet to reunite with Feishue and Feng Ling, to traverse the continent alongside Yami and Mingfeng, and there were countless aspirations yet to be fulfilled. As these thoughts coursed through him, a long-suppressed fighting spirit surged forth, igniting within him. Jerry abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing like sharp blades, aimed unwaveringly at the beast. Though neither could discern the other clearly, the creature involuntarily shivered, a chill creeping up its spine. With the resurgence of Jerry's fighting spirit, he felt a potent force awakening within him, his vital energy and magical power gradually restoring. The beast, sensing the ominous aura emanating from this individual, did not retreat. Instead, its primal instincts urged it to seize the rare opportunity before it. If it failed to vanquish this man now, its own fate would be dire. Thus, the beast unleashed its full strength, striking with increased velocity towards Jerry's chest. As the creature's claws approached Jerry's heart with blinding speed, death loomed ominously close. In this life-and-death moment, Jerry's spirit soared, yet he remained as tranquil as still water, as if he were not the one under assault. Such a sensation was foreign to him. Suddenly, he felt as though the entire forest had come alive, an abundance of nature's energies flooding his consciousness. Elements of wind, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness became vividly tangible, flowing freely in and out of his being. The three-dimensional hexagram composed of the 6 elements began to operate swiftly and autonomously within him. At that very moment, the beast's claws had already breached the skin of Jerry's chest, poised to pierce him through. But as he experienced a sudden jolt, his vital energy and magical power surged back to full strength. A brilliant white light erupted from his body, his golden hair rising defiantly. The claws were now merely an inch from Jerry's heart, yet that solitary inch transformed into an insurmountable barrier that the beast could never transcend. Jerry disregarded the beast's claws still lodged in his chest, as well as its furious roars intensifying against the grip. With his eyes gently closed, he immersed himself in the extraordinary transformations occurring within his body, gradually rising from the ground. As Jerry ascended, his golden hair cascaded softly onto his shoulders, and with an effortless motion, he pushed the beast back a few steps. Jerry discovered that the vital energy within him had begun to intertwine with magical power. Although this amalgamation constituted merely half of his total essence, the remaining vital energy and magic were transforming at an astonishing pace. While Jerry was uncertain about the potency of this newly formed vital energy, it was an undeniable fact that, in a moment of dire peril, this energy instinctively surged outward, successfully intercepting a full-force assault from the magical beast. Jerry slowly opened his eyes, having traversed the delicate threshold between life and death. He had ascended to a new level, not only mastering the formidable pride of the god's technique to reach the 8th tier, just below the pinnacle, but also achieving the status of a sword saint and a magus. It is noteworthy that on the continent, Earth warriors and advanced sorcerers can attain their ranks through relentless training, provided one is not overly dim-witted and possesses a modicum of talent. Decades of dedicated practice can lead to becoming an Earth warrior or an advanced sorcerer. However, transcending to the realms of Sky Warrior and Archmage after achieving these titles presents a formidable challenge, as it relies heavily on innate talent and experience. Jerry's exceptional aptitude, coupled with the continuous life and death trials in the Death God's Forest and the unique mental discipline of Pride of the Gods, enabled him to become a Sky Warrior and Archmage at a remarkably young age. Many individuals on the continent dedicate their entire lives to training, yet never reach the heights of Sky Warrior or Archmage, let alone simultaneously mastering both martial and magical arts. Upon attaining the status of Sky Warrior and Archmage, progressing further to become a Sword Saint and Magus is akin to scaling a mountain of insurmountable difficulty. A person must harmonize with nature, fully absorbing the energies within it to achieve the state of unity between man and the cosmos. Otherwise, they will remain perpetually unable to bridge the chasm between Sky Warrior and Sword Saint, or Archmage and Magus. As the paths of martial and magical cultivation converge at their zenith, the requirements for both are fundamentally the same. This elucidates why, after becoming a Sword Saint, conventional magic proves ineffective against them. Furthermore, upon attaining the status of Sword Saint or Magus, there will be a qualitative transformation in the capacity and quality of both magical energy and true chi. Jerry let out a deep sigh, as the vital energy within him had completely transformed into a new form of essence, this unique blend of magical and martial vitality. He resolved to name Aoxing Qi. Now was the moment to test the potency of Aoxing Qi. Jerry's eyes emitted a glimmer of cold, electric light, piercing through the shadows of the monstrous beast before him. The mists of the divine Annihilation Mountain no longer held the same sway over Jerry as they once did. His vision now extended to encompass a radius of several paces. Opposite him stood a creature of neither great nor small stature, one he had never encountered before. Its lower limbs bore feet reminiscent of a primate, while its upper body was endowed with 2 robust arms, each terminating in sharp, blade-like bony protrusions. The beast was cloaked in dark, bristly fur, and its 2 pale blue eyes gazed at Jerry with a hint of trepidation. Lacking ears, it sported 2 slender, whisker-like horns atop its head, which stood erect, swaying gently in the air. A spark of inspiration ignited within Jerry, and with a swift, almost electric motion, he shifted his form. The beast before him momentarily faltered, and upon focusing again, it found Jerry still rooted in place. The creature assumed it had merely imagined the fleeting movement, but suddenly, it became aware of 2 peculiar objects in Jerry's grasp. Upon closer inspection, it realized these were the very horns it used to sense its surroundings. At that moment, an excruciating pain radiated from its head, prompting the beast to clutch its skull and emit a distressing howl. It turned out that Jerry, having observed the beast's lack of ears and the presence of only 2 eyes, deduced that its uncanny ability to navigate through the fog was undoubtedly linked to the bizarre horns atop its head. Consequently, Jerry summoned his inner energy and, with a deft maneuver, plucked the horns from the beast's head. To his astonishment, he discovered that harnessing this energy had significantly amplified his speed, rendering him several times swifter than before, even creating afterimages in the eyes of the bewildered creature. A chilling, bone-deep smile crept across Jerry's lips. The torment he had just endured could now be avenged. The beast, upon catching sight of Jerry's terrifying grin, began to tremble uncontrollably. Jerry's figure vanished once more. This time the beast failed to perceive any lingering shadow, for it had long lost count of the blows it had endured from Jerry. Jerry's sword had been shattered by the creature, compelling him to engage it with his fists. Yet, now infused with vital energy, Jerry's strikes surpassed the potency of any blade. The beast's form became enveloped in the flurry of Jerry's punches. Just as it raised its razor-like claws, it was met with a barrage of hundreds of blows. As its claws grazed the site of pain, its body was sent hurtling through the air. In the moment the beast was flung away, Jerry launched himself into the air, delivering 2 powerful kicks to the creature's claws, resulting in a sharp crack as they splintered into 2 pieces, tumbling to the ground. The beast collapsed, trembling violently as it began to retreat. Jerry snorted disdainfully, contemplating its escape. There would be no avenue for flight. He advanced towards the creature with determination. Realizing that Jerry would not relent today, the beast let out a defiant roar and struggled to rise to its feet. As Jerry listened to the roar of the beast, he sensed an air of desperation, as if the creature was prepared to fight to the death. With his newfound strength, Jerry paused, contemplating whether the monster had any tricks left up its sleeve. The beast's fur began to writhe, its coat shifting in hue from black to crimson, and then from crimson to violet. Its body swelled in size, with the horns atop its head and its fractured claws regrowing anew. The newly formed claws took on a slightly altered shape, shorter than before, yet emanating a dark radiance from their surfaces. Jerry suddenly realized that the term demonization referred to the fact that this monstrous creature had begun to undergo the process of transformation. However, Jerry had often observed that when beasts underwent demonization, their colors would typically change only once. Remarkably, this particular high-tier creature exhibited a transformation that altered its colors not once, but twice. It seemed evident that the creature's abilities had significantly enhanced. Jerry's conjecture, though inaccurate, was not far from the truth. In fact, aside from their capacity for transformation, high-level magical beasts possess the ability to undergo a singular, extraordinary metamorphosis. Once a high-level magical beast enters this state, it meets its demise immediately after vanquishing its foe. Reminiscent of the devastating technique known as the demonic disintegration, the prowess of a high-level magical beast in its super-transformed state is tripled compared to its ordinary form. However, this extraordinary transformation is not triggered in moments of mere peril. Additionally, magical beasts of lower tiers cannot achieve this super-transformation. During his encounters in the Forest of the Reaper, Jerry had dispatched several mid-tier high-level magical beasts, none of whom anticipated defeat at his hands. At that time, Jerry's strength was modest, relying on traps and cunning to fell these formidable foes, rather than waiting for the beasts to evolve as he does now. Thus, he had never witnessed such a transformation before. As the magical beast, now evolved, raised its blood-red eyes and brandished its claws, it lunged at Jerry with a velocity thrice that of its previous form. Jerry noted with satisfaction that the beast's speed had become comparable to his own, providing an excellent opportunity for him to acclimate to the newly acquired essence of true energy. A duel commenced in the cleared space. Though it was less a fierce battle and more a demonstration of Jerry's restrained power, he effortlessly dodged each strike from the beast, while his own attacks landed with precision upon its form. Despite the beast's enhanced resilience, having tripled its defenses, it withstood hundreds of blows without faltering in its assault. After a while, Jerry grew weary of the skirmish. Channeling a full measure of his true energy, he delivered a light, yet forceful palm strike to the beast's chest. With a resounding thud, a spray of green blood erupted from its back, and the creature's movements abruptly ceased. It fixed its blood-red gaze upon Jerry, before slowly toppling backward. Jerry extracted the feng shui attribute beast crystal core from the body of the monster and stored it away, while tidying up his attire. Alas, the back of his upper garment was torn, and his lower garment bore a gaping hole as well, indicating that replacements were in order. He removed his once white clothing, now unrecognizable, and donned the black outfit from his alternate dimension, which he had worn as the Grim Reaper. With renewed resolve, he set forth towards the mountain summit. 2003. 7:24 Jerry ascended the mountain, progressing steadily for 7 days. Throughout this journey, he faced relentless assaults from various magical beasts, some attacking in hordes while others approached individually. However, these creatures posed no challenge to Jerry, who had significantly enhanced his strength, rendering his subsequent trek remarkably effortless. On the 8th day, after vanquishing several beasts, Jerry settled down to kindle a fire, roasting the flesh of the slain creatures while taking a moment to rest. As he turned the meat in his hands, he pondered the peculiar nature of the divine Annihilation Mountain. From the base, it appeared modest in height, and logically, it should not have taken him 7 days to reach the summit. He had consumed all his provisions, and were it not for the relentless onslaught of foolish magical beasts offering themselves up, he might have faced starvation. Over the past couple of days, Jerry had realized that the path he traversed was merely a repetition of the routes he had taken in the initial days. He attempted to utilize wind magic to soar to the summit, yet each time he reached a certain altitude, he abruptly found his magic failing, causing him to plummet back to the ground. After several attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. It seemed the divine Annihilation Mountain harbored some enigmatic force. Having finished the roasted meat, Jerry resumed his ascent. After another 5 days of navigating the mountain's terrain, he finally drew closer to the summit. As Jerry progressed forward, he found it peculiar that since noon yesterday, not a single magical beast had appeared in his vicinity. This absence instilled in him a sense of an unusual atmosphere enveloping his surroundings. It seemed that he had inadvertently entered the territory of an exceptionally formidable magical beast. Well aware of the habits of these creatures, Jerry understood that only those of extraordinary strength could carve out their own domains. Any beings that dared to intrude upon such a territory, unless permitted by the magical beast, would inevitably face merciless annihilation. Beasts capable of establishing such extensive territories were certainly of a high-tier caliber, seasoned in battle and remarkably fierce. The delineation of a magical beast's territory is entirely contingent upon its prowess, and at this moment, Jerry could only surmise the immense power of the creature that commanded such a vast dominion. Though Jerry possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, he nonetheless remained vigilant. Treading cautiously forward, as he journeyed, he was astonished to discover a fragment of a broken sword embedded in a tree nearby. It appeared that mercenaries had once ventured into the god-destroying mountains, and the sword, gleaming without a trace of rust, suggested that it had once been a renowned weapon. The wielder of such a fine sword, who had managed to reach this place, must have been of the caliber of a sword saint. Yet, what manner of beast lay ahead that even a sword saint could not vanquish? After advancing further, Jerry, through meticulous observation, uncovered additional remnants of formidable weaponry along his path. Jerry paused momentarily, pondering whether he should continue onward. It appeared that the formidable beasts ahead were not to be trifled with. After a moment of contemplation, his fighting spirit surged. Regardless of the nature of the beasts that lay ahead, he retained confidence in his ability to conquer them. His pride of the gods technique was designed to reach breakthroughs only in moments of life and death. With this realization, Jerry pressed forward. Before long, he was startled by the sudden sound of animals moving ahead. Accompanied by a series of hisses, a pungent scent wafted toward him, causing his heart to tighten. The beasts were indeed near. Jerry stood still, closing his eyes and concentrating on his ears, attentively listening to the sounds ahead. This was the first time he had fully harnessed his powers to focus his hearing since his abilities had enhanced, and the sensations he experienced were markedly different from before. Jerry suddenly realized that every subtle sound in the world around him was meticulously captured by his ears. The rustling of leaves as they detached from the trees, the gentle dance of foliage in the air, and the final thud as they met the ground, all were heard by Jerry with remarkable clarity. He could even mentally recreate the entire process of a leaf breaking free from its branch and descending to the earth. A wave of joy surged through Jerry's heart. He had not anticipated that his auditory perception had elevated to such an extraordinary level. After Jerry was filled with joy, he concentrated all his attention on his hearing, intently listening to the sounds of the beast ahead. Upon hearing, Jerry could not help but gasp in astonishment. Just how immense could this creature be? From what he discerned, the beast produced a commotion that seemed to span an area of approximately 10 jong. With an insatiable curiosity, Jerry cautiously advanced, traversing over 20 paces. As he peered through the mist, he beheld a colossal serpent before him. No, it could hardly be called a serpent. It was more akin to a mythical black dragon from Eastern lore, though Jerry remained oblivious to this fact, merely pondering the peculiar appearance of the creature. The dragon's body coiled tightly, measuring approximately 10 paces in circumference. In that moment, Jerry comprehended why the earlier sounds had been so thunderous. An unsettling sensation surged within him, as if an unseen presence were scrutinizing his every move. Simultaneously, he observed the strange serpent beginning to stir. At that moment, the black dragon seemed to have realized an intruder had breached its territory. Its head descended slowly, two enormous eyes, filled with fury, fixated intently upon Jerry. Confronted by such a diminutive intruder, the dragon exhaled two spheres of black fire, which erupted from its maw. Once this display was concluded, the dragon paid little heed to Jerry, for among the humans it had encountered, none had ever evaded the wrath of its fiery breath. As Jerry beheld the black dragon expel two spheres of ebony fire, he realized it was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Swiftly contemplating his options, he acknowledged that he could certainly evade the attack. However, driven by a desire to test his own strength against the serpent's fiery onslaught, he resolutely chose to stand firm and confront the assault head-on. Jerry dared not to be too careless, casting the ultimate water-based defensive spell, Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, to shield himself, employing water to counter fire. With this, he awaited the arrival of the fireballs with a sense of assurance. Under Jerry's vigilant gaze, two dark fireballs swiftly approached, and with two resounding explosions, they collided against the barrier formed by Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, dispersing harmlessly. The barrier did not even tremble, and Jerry felt a surge of satisfaction. Truly, it was the ultimate defensive magic, and such feeble attacks were hardly a concern. However, just as Jerry relished this moment of triumph, he noticed that the fireballs, instead of vanishing, had transformed into a layer of black fire net that enveloped the exterior of Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, continuing to burn with fervor. It seemed these two fireballs were not so simple after all. With a swift motion of his left hand, Jerry unleashed the advanced water magic, Frozen Earth. However, as a cloud of white mist enveloped the area, the flames within the black fire net showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, they intensified fiercely. Jerry remained skeptical. Could this dark fire truly be so formidable that even the conventional principle of water extinguishing fire was rendered ineffective? He began to scrutinize the black flames beyond the water curtain of heavenly splendor, while simultaneously calming his mind to sense the flow of magical elements within the space. Upon experimentation, he discovered that this fiery web was indeed composed of both dark and fire elements. Was this the essence of dark magic? It is worth noting that the entire continent had scarcely any practitioners of dark magic, as it was predominantly wielded by the demon race, often referred to as their exclusive form of sorcery. Yet, why would this monstrous serpent before him be capable of employing such magic? Jerry had comprehended the elemental composition of the black fire net. Consequently, he simultaneously invoked purification of light and absolute zero wave. The former, a mid-tier light magic, bore no offensive capabilities and served as a supportive spell, while the latter, an ultimate water magic attack, could only be wielded with such ease due to the significant transformation of Jerry's magical prowess. Upon encountering the combined assault of light and fire, the black flames were swiftly extinguished. Jerry then dissipated the water screen heavenly splendor, as maintaining such an ultimate spell proved to be quite a considerable burden. Casting a glance at the monstrous serpent before him, he mused, no wonder so many experts had perished here. Its strength was indeed formidable. Yet, he remained confident that he could overcome it. Unbeknownst to him, the black dragon had not engaged in battle for many years and regarded him with little concern, exerting merely 70% of its power. Upon witnessing this seemingly inconspicuous human nonchalantly withstand its onslaught, the dragon was taken aback. The outcome was not as it had envisioned, with the human not succumbing to the flames. Intrigued, it began to regard this trespasser with increased seriousness. The black dragon soared into the air, stretching its long immobile muscles, and with a flick of its body, a fierce wind surged forth in response to its movement. Jerry firmly anchored himself to the ground, his vital energy coalescing into a protective barrier around him, while he cast several advanced defensive spells to shield against the onslaught of the tempest. Unfortunately, the trees nearby were not as fortunate, swept away by the fierce winds. At that moment, the black dragon halted in midair, gazing down upon Jerry. Suddenly, a A clear voice echoed in Jerry's mind. Human, now that I have made my move, you shall entertain me. The previous humans were not worthy of my attention. Can serpents speak? Jerry's mind raced with astonishment, yet he quickly suppressed the thought. In the midst of battle, one could not afford to entertain any distractions. Facing such a bizarre creature, even a moment's lapse in focus could prove fatal. Jerry had no desire to meet his demise here. Jerry remained silent, his back straightened, and an aura brimming with lethal intent surged forth. Upon witnessing this, the black dragon was elated. It had been quite some time since it encountered such a formidable adversary, and it was truly delighted. The black dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a massive torrent of black dragon flames, while simultaneously sweeping its tail in a broad arc. Resembling a formidable wall, Jerry cast a wind-based spell, Wings of the Wind. Soaring into the air to evade the flames unleashed by the black dragon and deftly dodging the sweeping strike of its tail. With a flourish of his hands, Jerry concentrated all his magical energy, unleashing a colossal blade of wind towards the beast. Observing Jerry's ascent, the black dragon swiftly swept its tail across the ground where Jerry had stood, carving a circle, and then launched an assault from behind aimed at Jerry's back, simultaneously expelling a fireball to meet the formidable wind blade head-on. With a swift turn, Jerry delivered a powerful strike against the dragon's tail that was aimed at him. Upon impact, he was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his palm was lacerated by the dragon's scales. In stark contrast, the black dragon appeared unfazed, as the wind blade had already perished alongside the fireball. Jerry fell heavily to the ground but quickly regained his footing. Inwardly vexed by the formidable serpent, despite exerting all his strength, the creature appeared to hold back. It dawned on him that he had neglected to harness the power of the godly aura. Perhaps the fusion of magic and martial prowess would yield greater strength. He lamented his habitual separation of true energy and magical force. Yesterday, feeling somewhat disheartened, he had carelessly appended a few grievances at the end of his article. To his surprise, readers responded with an outpouring of encouragement. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, vowing that regardless of future circumstances, he would never allow the legend of the Grim Reaper to fall into oblivion, for that would be an affront to his readers. Furthermore, when had he ever declared an intention to cease writing? He had merely entertained such thoughts at times, but never intended to follow through. There was no need for undue concern. Resolute, Jerry summoned the godly aura, his presence surging dramatically. A dazzling white light enveloped him and the black dragon. Sensing the extraordinary aura, soared into the air, momentarily stunned. How could this human grow stronger with each battle? After being struck down, Jerry's momentum had not diminished. It had intensified. The black dragon's condescension evaporated, and it launched an aggressive assault. Despite its massive form, the dragon's speed remained unimpeded as it charged toward Jerry, executing a flurry of attacks with its sweeping tail, snapping jaws, and fiery breath, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that left Jerry scrambling in chaos. The fierce momentum that Jerry had just unleashed was abruptly shattered by the onslaught of the black dragon. Jerry's heart swelled with indignation. He had barely assumed a stance, ready to launch his counterattack, when this cunning black dragon preempted him. Seizing the moment while Jerry's composure was still unsteady, the dragon obliterated his resolve, igniting a flicker of fury in Jerry's eyes. Meanwhile, the black dragon, amidst its relentless assault, contemplated in disbelief. Surely this was an illusion. How could this human emanate an aura that instilled even a modicum of fear within him? In years past, the only being capable of invoking such trepidation and commanding his submission had been none other than himself. There was no conceivable way that this human could rival the might of the divine. Lost in his thoughts, the black dragon failed to notice that, beneath the relentless barrage, an enraged volcano was on the verge of erupting. Jerry could no longer contain the fury that simmered within him. He resolutely disregarded all of the black dragon's formidable assaults and commenced the incantation of the ultimate spell, Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor. Even for someone of Jerry's astounding prowess, casting such a supreme magic required a fleeting moment. Under ordinary circumstances, this brief interval would be negligible, perhaps even imperceptible. However, in the face of the black dragon's relentless and mercurial onslaught, seizing that precious moment proved to be an arduous task. As Jerry resolved to take a desperate gamble, he simultaneously prepared himself to withstand the onslaught of the black dragon. He summoned all the essence of the proud god, enveloping himself in a barrier of true energy. At that moment, Jerry could only hope that this barrier would be sufficient to withstand the dragon's strike. All he needed was to seize that fleeting instant. The black dragon's claws, tail, and the flames it exhaled collided with Jerry's energy barrier all at once. With a surge of determination, Jerry coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet he managed to remain steadfast. Just before the assault reached him, the water curtain heavenly splendor completed its formation. The defensive wall created by this technique absorbed all the incoming attacks. In the fleeting moment when the assault dissipated, Jerry gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain within, soaring into the air like a bolt of black lightning. He landed a powerful punch to the black dragon's jaw, causing its head to reel back, momentarily dazed. Jerry, without a glance at his left hand, which had been sliced by dragon scales, simultaneously summoned the might of the god of pride. With a forceful thrust, he struck the lower jaw of the black dragon with both palms. The dragon was severely disadvantaged by this blow. After enduring 2 powerful hits to its head, it felt as if the very heavens and earth were beginning to spin. In that fleeting moment, all of the black dragon's actions came to a standstill. As Jerry prepared to launch his next assault, he suddenly noticed that one of the scales on the lower jaw of the black dragon was distinctly wider than the others. Those familiar with the legends of Chinese dragons would recognize this as the fabled reverse scale. In contrast to Western dragons, which lack such lore and differ significantly in appearance, the potency of the two is undeniably disparate. Western tales often depict dragon slayers marrying princesses. According to Chinese mythology, the dragon possesses a reverse scale, and to touch it would result in certain death. However, this reverse scale also represents the dragon's vulnerability. Beneath the reverse scale lies a dragon pearl. Shattering this pearl would lead to the immediate demise of the dragon, regardless of its strength. Consequently, dragons typically conceal their reverse scales, for if inadvertently touched, they would unleash a relentless fury upon the offender. Thus, the notion of the reverse scale being a lethal point of contact is deeply rooted in the lore. Jerry discerned an anomaly at the reverse scale of the black dragon. Intrigued yet pressed for time, he realized that if he did not strike while the dragon was still recovering, the opportunity would be lost. With determination, he channeled his vital energy into his relatively unscathed right hand and delivered a powerful blow to the dragon's reverse scale. Upon impact, the black dragon emitted a resounding wail, plummeting from the sky. As it hit the ground, it shrank into a mere mass. The once formidable aura dissipated entirely. In that critical moment, Jerry's fist, infused with his full prideful essence, shattered both the dragon's reverse scale and its core. Jerry gradually descended, cautiously remaining vigilant as he observed the black dragon. The dragon emitted a mournful cry, lifting its head to gaze at Jerry. A peculiar voice resonated within Jerry's mind. Human, though I concede defeat with great reluctance. Defeat is still defeat. Thus, I shall become your weapon. Weapon? Jerry stared at the black dragon in bewilderment as he witnessed a plume of dark smoke enveloping the dragon's form. Its immense body began to diminish, and after a brief moment, it had completely vanished into the smoke. Once the darkness dissipated, all that remained was a dragon-shaped longsword, elegantly embedded in the ground. Jerry approached slowly, drawing forth the long sword to examine it meticulously. The blade was entirely black, its sheath resembling the form of a dragon, adorned with scales that glimmered across its surface. The hilt was shaped like a dragon's head, and as Jerry caressed the sheath, he felt a formidable power emanating from the weapon. At that moment, he became convinced that this sword was indeed the transformation of the black dragon he had encountered earlier. As Jerry continued to touch the sheath, blood from his hand dripped onto it, and a faint black light flickered from the sheath, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Remarkably, the wound inflicted by the dragon scales on Jerry's hand began to heal rapidly. He found this phenomenon curious. Could a weapon truly possess the ability to mend wounds? This was unprecedented in his experience. The long sword sensed Jerry's thoughts and resonated with a low hum, communicating within his mind. Master, there is no need for alarm over such trifles. We have already completed the bonding ritual. From this moment forth, we shall fight together. Assisting you in healing is merely my duty. Taken aback, Jerry pondered. What? We have already bonded? Was it the moment my blood touched the sword? Throughout the continent, there had never been any accounts of a weapon autonomously recognizing its master. Even divine artifacts required a human to initiate the bonding process. What caliber of artifact was this sword, so utterly unique in every aspect? Jerry thought to himself. Never mind. Having acknowledged the master, he would not dwell on it further. Instead, he decided to unsheath the sword and behold its true form. No sooner had he contemplated this than the long sword in his hand trembled, automatically leaping from its scabbard. tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing elegantly in Jerry's grasp. Jerry was taken aback, then filled with joy. The artifact possessed a spirit, and it seemed that the sword was indeed a divine weapon, truly resonating with his very soul. He had never anticipated that the secret of the mountain of divine destruction was the concealment of such a remarkable artifact. Jerry glanced at the long sword he held, its blade entirely dark, yet perpetually exuding an aura of chilling cold. Jerry sheathed his sword, lifting it to his gaze, pondering silently. Divine artifact, what is thy name? Why does it seem I have never heard of a sword like thee among the 10 legendary artifacts of the continent? Once more, the sword trembled twice, yet offered no response to Jerry's heart. Jerry was enveloped in a curious perplexity when a chilling voice echoed in his mind. This sword is called the Blade of the Grim Reaper, far superior to any artifacts you may envision. The voice, though soft, contrasted starkly with Jerry's usual icy demeanor, instilling an unsettling chill that surged from the depths of his heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily and his teeth to chatter. Mind transmission, one of the ultimate light magic spells, necessitates an unwavering spirit and an exceptionally pure heart for its wielder. Unlike telepathy, which is an exclusive skill of divine artifacts or spirits, capable only of conveying thoughts or intentions over short distances, mind transmission allows for the articulation of coherent speech within another's mind. It reveals the recipient's inner thoughts with remarkable clarity and can subtly influence their psyche to exert control. Fortunately, aside from the Light Priest Northstar Carey, no one on the continent has mastered this form of magic. The Light Priest seldom employs it, primarily for the purpose of treating psychological ailments. However, Jerry was certain that the one utilizing mind transmission was not the Light Priest, for even with his steadfast resolve, he could not help but shudder at the sound. The compassionate nature of the Light Priest would render such a voice impossible. Startled, Jerry instinctively raised his gaze and scanned his surroundings. The voice resonated directly within his mind. There is no need to search. I am not in your vicinity. You cannot see me at present. The words you hear are transmitted through my mental projection. If you wish to meet me, ascend further and reach the summit. After a moment of contemplation, Jerry resolved to climb to the peak and discover the identity of the voice. Jerry sheathed the blade of death at his waist and swiftly ascended towards the mountain summit. As he journeyed, he encountered not a single beast, allowing him to reach the peak with ease. Atop the mountain stood nothing but a solitary black statue. Jerry cast his gaze around before fixating on the statue, which depicted a figure cloaked in a dark hooded robe, wielding a long sword of pitch-black hue in its right hand. The sword bore an uncanny resemblance to the blade of death, leaving Jerry to ponder whether there existed a connection between the statue and the blade. He was also curious about the voice that had beckoned him here. At that moment, a chilling whisper echoed within him. I am before you. Taken aback, Jerry realized that the statue had summoned him. Having already experienced numerous surprises that day, he felt little astonishment now. The statue continued. The blade of death was once my sword, but alas, I had to forsake it for the sake of a vow. Would you like to know the circumstances under which I consented to such a pledge? Jerry, captivated by the statue's words, nodded in agreement, eager to hear more. The statue began to recount. When the Creator God fashioned this planet, he also birthed 11 deities, including 7 elemental gods of water, fire, wind, earth, light, dark, and space, as well as 4 gods of death, the underworld, magic, and heaven. The 7 elemental gods were tasked with teaching all races upon the continent to harness elemental powers, while the god of death managed the passage of life into death, ensuring that no life lingered where it ought not to. The underworld god was responsible for overseeing the reincarnation of souls entrusted to him by the god of death, whereas the magic god and the heaven god each commanded a legion to quell the wars that plagued the continent. These 11 gods, alongside the Creator God, were collectively known as the 12 gods. Once order was established, the Creator God, having expended immense energy in the creation of this world, entrusted all affairs to the gods and fell into a deep slumber. In the beginning, all was harmonious. Each deity fulfilled their duties without conflict. However, the statue's tone suddenly grew intense. Yet, the magic god and the heaven god, while attempting to quell the continent's wars, discovered their own burgeoning power and both conceived ambitions of dominion over the entire planet. They recognized that the 7 elemental gods typically remained aloof and were undeterred by them, while the underworld god remained sequestered in the realm of the dead, emerging only once every millennia. Only the god of death roamed the continent, ever vigilant. Moreover, prior to his slumber, the Creator God had bestowed upon the God of Death an unparalleled artifact, the Blade of Death, which could obliterate even the immortal. Thus, the magic god and the heaven god regarded the God of Death as a formidable obstacle to their aspirations. The demon god and the celestial god deliberated for an extended period and ultimately devised a cunning scheme. They summoned 7 elemental deities to collaboratively forge a divine artifact, the Scythe of Death. Subsequently, they approached the God of Death, informing him that the death blade bestowed upon him by the Creator God possessed excessive power and should not be wielded lightly, lest it inadvertently harm the innocent. They presented the newly crafted scythe as a safer alternative, asserting that, given the strength of all races on the continent, it would be incapable of inflicting even the slightest injury upon the God of Death. Upon hearing this, the God of Death, who had indeed felt the overwhelming force of the death blade, welcomed the scythe with gratitude, appreciating its more manageable nature. Seizing the opportunity, the demon god and the celestial god immediately proceeded to the next phase of their plan. They prepared a lavish feast under the pretense of celebrating the God of Death's acquisition of the new artifact, intoxicating him with copious amounts of wine. Throughout the banquet, they feigned camaraderie and brotherhood, using sweet words to extract a solemn vow from the God of Death that he would never employ the death blade against his 2 elder brothers. Once the God of Death uttered his oath, the demon god and the celestial god revealed their true intentions, maintaining the facade of brotherly affection while challenging him to a contest. Although the God of Death sensed something amiss, he never anticipated that his seemingly amiable brothers would turn against him, and thus he acquiesced. In a surprising turn of events, the 2 gods engaged the God of Death in a relentless series of battles, depleting most of his strength under the guise of competition. They then united to cast a powerful spell, sealing the God of Death atop a mountain. Despite wielding the death blade, the God of Death found himself bound by his vow, unable to use it to vanquish his treacherous brothers. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as they confined him. Initially, the demon god and the celestial god intended to eliminate any threat, but at the last moment, the God of Death utilized his divine powers to fabricate a counterfeit death blade, casting the genuine one beyond the reach of the spell. Consequently, when the 2 gods attempted to slay him, they were unexpectedly ambushed by the authentic death blade, sustaining grave injuries, and ultimately retreated in defeat. Unable to break the seal, the God of Death transformed into a black dragon to safeguard his master. He felt a profound sense of failure for betraying the Creator God's trust. Despite his unintentional vow not to harm the demon god and the celestial god with the death blade, he intended to bestow it upon another deity. Alas, the death blade resonated only with the God of Death, leading him to establish a pact. Whoever could defeat him would become its master. Thus, he waited for 30 million years. Throughout the span of 30 million years, the demon gods and celestial gods have clashed over their interests. The demon gods established their own race, appointing a formidable leader as the demon king, while the celestial gods formed their own lineage, designating a powerful commander as the celestial king. Every million years, these 2 factions engaged in fierce battles for dominion over the entire continent. Although the 7 elemental gods were aware of the unfolding events, their combined powers paled in comparison to those of the demon and celestial gods. The god of the underworld, initially swayed by the demon and celestial gods, eventually aligned himself with them. However, through relentless efforts and the discord between the demon and celestial gods, the god of the underworld ultimately distanced himself from both factions, becoming a neutral entity that offered no assistance to either side. Faced with this dilemma, the 7 elemental gods sought to discover the most capable races on the continent. They ultimately selected the elves, who possessed the greatest aptitude for magic but lacked martial prowess, and the dwarves, renowned for their strength yet devoid of magical talent, to specialize in combat and forging. Lastly, they chose the humans, who, while inferior to both the elves and dwarves in terms of martial and magical abilities, harbored the greatest potential among the 3 races, making them the most likely candidates for achieving a harmonious blend of both martial and magical prowess. Thus, the 7 elemental gods placed their hopes in humanity, nurturing and guiding them in the hope that one day, a human would resonate with the blade of the God of Death. As the statue recounted this tale, it fell silent. Jerry soon realized that the statue before him was the God of Death, now sealed. He inquired, "Do you desire my assistance?" The God of Death replied, "Indeed, I require you to slay the demon and celestial gods." Jerry's brow furrowed. Could he, as a mere mortal, truly confront such formidable beings? The god of death's voice echoed in Jerry's mind. Infused with an air of confidence, the proud god technique you have mastered was specifically developed over 30 million years by me and the 7 elemental gods for humanity. You are well aware of its potency. With diligent practice and rigorous training, coupled with the aid of the blade of the god of death, this endeavor is entirely feasible. As Jerry's hand grazed the blade of the Grim Reaper, a weapon of such formidable power that it could vanquish deities, yet had never bested even itself, it emitted a resonant, uneven hum. Within Jerry's heart, it cried out, "Were it not for the absence of a worthy guide to unleash my might, I would surely prevail against you." The Grim Reaper itself then spoke. The power of the blade of the Grim Reaper demands guidance. Only those of greater strength can truly harness its formidable capabilities. Over these 30 million years, I have been sealed away, and the power I once bestowed upon the blade has gradually diminished. With your current strength, you may be able to evoke but a fraction of its true potential. Jerry spoke up. If I had not arrived, wouldn't it mean that in 2 years' time, anyone could defeat the blade of death and earn its recognition? The Grim Reaper replied coldly, "Do you truly believe such fortunate events could transpire? The elves and dwarves have already attempted, yet to no avail." Unable to contain his curiosity, Jerry inquired, "What became of them?" The Grim Reaper responded with chilling indifference. Unable to withstand the immense power, they all perished in gruesome explosions. A sudden shock coursed through Jerry as he realized he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The Grim Reaper, through a form of telepathic communication, grasped Jerry's innermost thoughts and coldly remarked, "You yearn for beauty. Yet the power of the blade of the Reaper has yet to be unleashed." Unable to contain his curiosity, Jerry inquired, "Have the individuals from the previous trials defeated the blade of the Reaper?" The Reaper sighed and replied, "No, they have all failed to conquer the blade. Thus far, apart from myself, it has acknowledged only you as its master, which makes you, I dare say, the luckiest among them." Jerry gazed at the statue of the Grim Reaper. "Who spoke? Have you made your decision?" "Without invoking the power of the blade of death, it is merely a sharp sword. Yet, the outcome of unleashing its power is uncertain." Jerry hesitated, feeling the blade of death at his waist pulsating, urging him to acquiesce. The Grim Reaper continued, "You may decline. But according to the wind elemental god, the Demon King has been making significant moves in the mortal realm of late, seemingly intent on annihilating humanity before focusing on war with the divine beings. In such a case, will your strength suffice to protect those you wish to safeguard?" After contemplating this, Jerry gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall give it a try." The Grim Reaper warned, "Do not harbor regrets." Jerry replied impatiently, "I have never regretted my words." The Grim Reaper laughed heartily, "Your temperament mirrors mine. No wonder you are dubbed the Grim Reaper in the mortal realm." Jerry shot a glare at the statue and retorted, "That was the wind god, wasn't he it?" The Grim Reaper confirmed, "Indeed, it was he. However, be cautious. Wherever the wind element exists, he is ever present. Watch your words, for any slander may reach his ears." Jerry swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips and glared fiercely at the statue once more. The Grim Reaper's tone shifted from light amusement to solemnity. "Listen closely. Draw forth the blade of death, grasp it firmly with both hands. Then close your eyes and concentrate your mind. Communicate with the blade until your hearts are one, and then channel all your strength into it. The subsequent events shall be entrusted to the blade of death." Jerry, following the words of the Grim Reaper, grasped the Reaper's blade firmly with both hands. He took a deep breath, calming his mind, and directed his consciousness towards the Reaper's blade. In that moment, the Reaper's blade resembled an endless black abyss, consuming Jerry's spirit. With his eyes tightly shut, Jerry remained unaware that as his consciousness merged with the Reaper's blade, it began to emanate a faint black glow. As Jerry's essence flowed deeper into it, the darkness intensified and expanded, ultimately enveloping him in a shroud of shadowy light, until he vanished within a sphere of inky blackness. Oblivious to everything outside, Jerry felt as if he had stepped into a dimly lit chamber, devoid of any object. As he advanced further, he suddenly sensed the presence of another being in the room. Although invisible, he felt the entity was right beside him. Jerry did not pause, continuing to advance, with the figure relentlessly following his every step. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Jerry, the blade of death. As this realization dawned upon him, he perceived a profound fusion between himself and that enigmatic presence. With the onset of this amalgamation, Jerry gradually began to experience all that the blade of death felt, the sensation of the sword as it transformed into a black dragon soaring through the skies, the emotions felt during battle, and so forth. Moreover, Jerry opened the depths of his soul, recalling the tragic demise of his parents at the hands of nobles, vowing vengeance. Ultimately, he poisoned the nobles, leading to their demise, and was raised by Dare. He encountered Fengling, Feishue, Yami, Mingfeng, and others along the way. As the fusion of souls progressed, the dark aura enveloping Jerry began to dissipate. The Death God, sensing the shift within its seal, realized that Jerry and the Blade of Death did not repulse each other. This was a promising initial step. The subsequent and final phase would involve the awakening of power. It remained uncertain how much strength Jerry could unleash from the Blade of Death, and whether he could withstand the surge of this formidable energy. Jerry's spirit had become utterly intertwined with the Blade of Death. He sensed an immense surge of energy beginning to emanate from the blade, coursing through his hands. Initially, it flowed like a gentle stream, but soon transformed into a torrential river, overwhelming him with its power. As the energy surged into Jerry, the meridians within his body began to swell gradually, causing his physique to expand. The energy rampaged uncontrollably throughout his being. Initially, Jerry managed to guide the energy along the path of the great circulation using his true chi. However, it soon became entirely unmanageable. Pained groans escaped Jerry's lips, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a grim reminder that he had been bleeding for some time. The Grim Reaper, observing from the statue, felt a surge of urgency. This was a critical moment. Jerry, you must endure. At this juncture, if your consciousness falters even slightly, your body will shatter like an overinflated balloon. Despite the excruciating agony, Jerry's mind remained remarkably clear. He keenly realized that one of his feet had already crossed into the realm of the dead, yet as long as he drew breath, he would not relinquish the hope of survival. Jerry forced his vital energy to resume its flow, continually guiding the energy emanating from the Blade of Death. Unfortunately, the once formidable vital energy that Jerry typically possessed now appeared feeble, akin to an infant raising a tiny arm in a futile attempt to impede the advance of a towering giant. Again and again, Jerry summoned his inner energy, only to have it repeatedly dissipated. Ultimately, Jerry was on the verge of despair, having endured the relentless assault of the Grim Reaper's blade for over an hour. The Grim Reaper observed Jerry's trembling form with a mixture of delight and concern. At this juncture, Jerry had absorbed 1/8 of the energy from the Grim Reaper's blade, a feat that significantly surpassed the Reaper's expectations. Previously, none of the elves or dwarves had been able to withstand even 1/10 of the energy's impact. However, Jerry's capillaries were now oozing blood, indicating that he could not endure much longer. Jerry discovered that his consciousness was beginning to blur. He endeavored to rally his spirits. However, he had already lost half of his bodily blood. A typical individual in such a state would not only be unconscious, but might have already succumbed to shock. Yet, Jerry merely felt a slight haze enveloping his awareness. Jerry suddenly raised his head and let out a tremendous roar, a sound that resonated across 1,000 miles. The ferocious beasts dwelling in the midsection of the Divine Extinction Mountain were all rendered immobilized, their internal organs shattered, leading to a swift demise. After Jerry's mighty bellow, he sensed that a portion of the energy within him had been expelled through that powerful cry, alleviating some of his discomfort. However, this sensation was fleeting, as the energy from the Blade of Death surged back, filling Jerry to the brim once again. Jerry opened his mouth, intending to release a modicum of energy. Yet despite his efforts, he could not utter another sound. It was then that Jerry realized the tremendous roar he had unleashed had inflicted damage upon his vocal cords, rendering him momentarily mute. In his moment of despair, the vital energy within him slipped from his control, overwhelmed by the energy of the Blade of Death that surged through every meridian of his body. At that instant, Jerry sensed the re-emergence of the three-dimensional magical hexagram that had vanished during his unity with the cosmos. This time, however, an additional force, the vital energy, infused the hexagram. The 7 magical elements, which were previously unable to coexist and could only exist in their designated realms, now blended seamlessly due to the presence of the vital energy, which served as an exquisite amalgam. The vital energy, intertwined with the 7 magical elements, traversed the three-dimensional hexagram with remarkable speed. As the strength from the Blade of Death approached this hexagram, it was entirely consumed, and the absorbed energy swiftly merged with the vital energy, continuing to devour other energies. Although the Blade of Death was unaware of the transformations occurring within Jerry, from the moment the three-dimensional magical hexagram manifested, Jerry's body began to emit a faint white light. As this light intensified, the muscles on Jerry's face gradually relaxed. The Blade of Death observed this with great delight, sensing that something momentous was unfolding within Jerry. After a while, Jerry's expression grew even more serene, and the blood from the capillaries in his body had long ceased its flow. However, the white light slowly began to reveal a hint of black illumination. As time progressed, the black light grew ever more pronounced, ultimately enveloping Jerry in a radiant sphere of darkness. This sphere appeared tangible, obstructing the Blade of Death's attempts to probe Jerry's condition. The Blade of Death was perplexed by this phenomenon, wondering what could possibly be transpiring. Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer. The black light was, in fact, a fusion of Jerry's divine aura from the union of magic and martial prowess with the energy conveyed by the Blade of Death. The energy within the Blade of Death was instilled by the Creator God, comparable to that of the 11 deities. Hence, the wielder of the Blade of Death could wield power surpassing that of 2 gods, which explained why even the combined might of the demon god and the celestial god could not vanquish the Blade of Death. Naturally, having absorbed this energy, Jerry was now capable of resisting the Blade of Death's psychic transmission. Before long, the Blade of Death noticed that it was no longer supplying energy to Jerry. Upon probing the Blade of Death, it became evident that Jerry had withstood 1/3 of its power's impact. This indicated that Jerry could now harness 1/3 of the Blade of Death's strength, and judging by the extraordinary phenomena occurring within him, it seemed that Jerry had indeed reaped significant benefits. The dark sphere surrounding Jerry gradually diminished in size, ultimately retracting entirely into his being. As Jerry slowly opened his eyes, the Grim Reaper found himself incapable of sensing Jerry's thoughts through mental transmission. This sensation was one the Grim Reaper had only previously encountered in the other 11 deities. Yet now it manifested once more in Jerry. After Jerry opened his eyes, he stood there in silence, motionless, while death itself refrained from disturbing him, allowing him to remain in his tranquil state. Death understood that Jerry, having absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy, must inevitably release it. He could not endure the mounting pressure within his heart without expressing it. At that moment, Jerry was gathering his strength. Suddenly, Jerry leaped into the air, soaring high as he grasped the Blade of Death, delivering his inaugural strike after acquiring this formidable weapon. A colossal blade of energy erupted from the Blade of Death, forcefully cleaving into the summit of the divine annihilation mountain. A deafening roar resonated, and the entire mountain, from its peak to its base, vanished without a trace. Truly, the Blade of Death lived up to its name, as did the divine annihilation mountain, whether it was the gods that perished here or the deity that obliterated this mountain. It was indeed a fitting title. With the mountain's disappearance, the statue of the Grim Reaper met a similar fate, reduced to mere dust by the energy. However, the consciousness of the Grim Reaper managed to escape the bindings cast by the demon god and the celestial deity. Upon detaching from the statue, the Grim Reaper's essence, transforming into a wisp of dark smoke, enveloped Jerry's head before ultimately entering his psyche, an occurrence Jerry had never even dared to dream of. After Jerry unleashed a tremendous strike, his physical defenses plummeted to their nadir. Faced with the encroaching consciousness of death, he found himself utterly defenseless. In his heart, Jerry bellowed at the specter of death, "What do you want?" The consciousness of death chuckled darkly in response, "You have obliterated my form. Now I shall linger within your being for a while. Surely, you would not dare refuse me." Jerry coldly remarked with his thoughts, "Do you possess a physical form? What concern is that of mine? You should vacate my body at once." The Grim Reaper responded in a sorrowful tone, "I have lost my corporeal form, and the Blade of Death has been bestowed upon you. Now, even without the intervention of the demon god or the celestial deity, a mere high-ranking demon or a high-ranking deity could bring about my demise. Surely, you harbor no sense of gratitude or compassion, do you?" Jerry paused slightly and coldly remarked, "I too am called the God of Death. Those who bear such a title possess hearts of iron and stone. Thus the compassion you speak of shall never manifest within me." The God of Death then continued, "You are indeed correct. We, the harbingers of death, are bound by the principles of reciprocity. Debts of kindness must be repaid and grievances avenged. Therefore, you cannot evade the obligation you owe me." Jerry found himself rendered speechless by Death's words. After a moment, he impatiently inquired, "When will you depart from my body?" Death, secretly amused, promptly replied, "It shouldn't take long. Once my powers are restored, I shall leave at once. Besides, I do not merely reside in your body without purpose. I have imparted to you the knowledge accumulated over millions of years. Furthermore, I occupy only a small corner of your soul, for the human spirit is vast, and you hardly require all of that space. Jerry was left speechless. However, the advantages articulated by Death were undeniably alluring. Without awaiting Jerry's response, Death continued, "Are you prepared? My memories are about to unfold." Jerry felt a resounding roar in his mind. An overwhelming influx of knowledge flooded his consciousness, and he began to sense as though his head might explode. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds before subsiding. The Grim Reaper remarked, "All done." Jerry instinctively reached up to touch his head, wondering if anything had truly changed within. The ancient Grim Reaper, having existed for millions of years, could easily comprehend Jerry's current thoughts. He spoke reassuringly, "Do not worry. If you concentrate intently on a single question, you will find the answer will reveal itself. Forcing your thoughts is futile." Focusing on martial arts, Jerry was immediately inundated with numerous techniques in his mind, igniting an urge to practice. However, the Grim Reaper swiftly interjected, "You should take a moment to rest. After such a tremendous surge of energy, do you really think your body remains unscathed?" Hearing the Grim Reaper's words, Jerry obediently sat down to recuperate, and as soon as he settled, he fell into a meditative state. The Grim Reaper erupted into laughter within Jerry's body. The transformation bestowed upon Jerry by the Reaper's blade rendered his physical resilience formidable, while it may not rival that of the Demon King or the God King. It was certainly on par with the higher echelons of demon and divine beings. The Grim Reaper planned to remain within Jerry's body until the moment Jerry was slain by either a Demon King or a God King, at which point he would emerge to seize the vessel. Then, the Grim Reaper would return to the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to Jerry, who was absorbed in calming and centering himself, he discovered that the prideful energy within him had doubled, seemingly infused with a peculiar energy. Yet, this energy merely harmonized with Jerry's own prideful essence, obediently following his will without any independent action. After a moment of contemplation, Jerry surmised that this energy had originated from the Grim Reaper's blade, and a sense of joy welled up within him. It appeared that his daring endeavor had indeed yielded rewards. Jerry slowly circulated the aura of pride throughout his meridians. As he commenced this process, an excruciating pain surged through his entire body. To his astonishment, he discovered that his meridians were riddled with scars. Had it not been for the layer of dark energy enveloping them, they might have already been severed. While the vital energy remained stagnant, everything seemed tolerable. However, once it began to flow, the meridians emitted a sensation akin to shattering agony. Gritting his teeth, Jerry persevered. As the vital energy continued to circulate, the dark energy gradually fused with the aura of pride, causing the scars on his meridians to vanish. The pain subsided significantly until it ultimately dissipated entirely. Given Jerry's current prowess, once his meridians healed, it did not take long for him to regain his composure. After collecting himself, he picked up the scythe of death that lay beside him and began his descent down the mountain. However, he soon realized there was no need to descend, for the entire mountain had vanished, leaving him as if he were already at its base. At that moment, the scythe of death spoke within Jerry's consciousness. "I suggest you alter the appearance of the scythe of death. If the forces of the demon and divine realms recognize it, they will undoubtedly unite against you. With your current strength, you are far from being a match for those two despicable deities." Jerry, upon hearing the words from the Grim Reaper, replied with displeasure, "Please refrain from speaking in my mind without reason. It is quite impolite." However, after expressing his thoughts, Jerry heeded the Grim Reaper's advice, contemplated for a moment, and conceived a straightforward method to alter the form of the Grim Reaper's blade. The solution was remarkably simple. He merely needed to command the blade through his thoughts. Grasping the Grim Reaper's blade, Jerry focused his mind and transmitted a thought to it. Upon receiving the command, the blade immediately transformed into an unremarkable black longsword. Given the blade's current capabilities, such a disguise would likely go unnoticed by both the Demon King and the Divine King. Seeing that Jerry obediently changed the blade's form, the Grim Reaper sighed with relief. At present, with Jerry's potential combined with the Grim Reaper's blade, it is conceivable that he could even contend equally with the Demon King and the Divine King. If the short-sighted beings of the divine and demonic races provoke Jerry, allowing his power to escalate too rapidly, it could pose a threat to both the demon god and the celestial god. In such a scenario, they might unite to obliterate both Jerry's consciousness and corporeal form, leaving me with little to hope for. However, for now, I can rest a bit easier. It is time for me to recover my strength as well, so I shall refrain from disturbing you, young human. The Grim Reaper left a message in Jerry's mind, indicating that he would enter a lengthy slumber and would not speak during this time, sinking into the depths of Jerry's psyche. Upon receiving this message, Jerry felt a wave of joy, for if the Grim Reaper were to recuperate, he could finally depart from Jerry's body. Fast forward 10 days. On the second day after Jerry's departure, Fei Xue and Feng Ling discovered the letter left behind by Jerry. They could hardly believe his claims of venturing off alone for training. The moment they read the letter, they understood that he had set off towards the God-slaying mountain. The four of them quickly concluded that they could not allow Jerry to embark on such a perilous journey alone, and they promptly began to pack their belongings in order to pursue him. Just as Fei Xue prepared to inform Fei Gang of her imminent departure, he rushed in, flustered. Upon seeing Fei Xue, he anxiously exclaimed, "Cousin, something terrible has happened regarding your father." Startled, Fei Xue quickly inquired, "Cousin, please tell me, what has happened to my father?" With a grave expression, Fei Gang replied, "I have just received urgent news from the capital. A strange illness has suddenly spread throughout the city, and your father has contracted it. The palace physicians are at a loss for remedies, and the emperor is now critically ill. We must return to the imperial city. There may still be time to see him one last time." Upon hearing this, Fei Xue fainted, collapsing to the ground. Feng Ling, standing behind her, quickly caught her and urgently asked Fei Gang, "Do you know who else has contracted this strange illness?" Fei Gang paused to think, then vaguely responded, "According to the urgent report, several ministers in the imperial city have also fallen ill, and many have already perished. Moreover, it seems that numerous teachers and students at the Royal Magic Academy have been affected as well. I believe your grandfather." Fei Gang trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Feng Ling's heart raced with anxiety as she pressed for more information. "What about my grandfather? Please, tell me." Fei Gang spoke, revealing that he too had succumbed to the affliction. Feng Ling was momentarily stunned. Her grandfather had also fallen ill. Yet, it was Jerry who ventured forth alone into peril. Caught in a dilemma, Feng Ling was interrupted by Ming Feng, who suggested, "Feng Ling, you and Fei Xue should return to Antonio together. Yami will accompany you. It suffices for me to remain here." Yami had already perused the letter Jerry had penned exclusively for him, though he had yet to share its contents with Ming Feng. Consequently, Yami was somewhat skeptical of Fei Gang's claims, yet he could not ascertain the truth of Fei Gang's words. After careful contemplation, Yami ultimately resolved to accompany Ming Feng back with Feng Ling and Fei Xue. He chose to trust that Jerry had indeed set out alone on his spiritual journey. Should Jerry truly be alone at the God Destruction Mountain, Yami held faith in Jerry's survival. Moreover, Yami harbored no doubts about Jerry's views on Fei Gang. Allowing Feng Ling and Fei Xue to follow Fei Gang could lead to unforeseen consequences, and he feared facing Jerry if anything went awry. He hoped his decision was not misguided. With this in mind, Yami summoned Ming Feng and Feng Ling, roused Fei Xue, and left a letter for Jerry in the inn explaining their situation. The four of them, alongside Fei Gang, hastily made their way to Antonio City, stopping at various relay stations along the route. The journey was arduous. They braved the elements for 5 consecutive days. Throughout this time, Fei Xue and Feng Ling were plagued by anxiety for Jerry, while also fretting over the well-being of their most cherished family members. Their worry consumed them to the point where they could scarcely eat or drink, wishing fervently to return to their loved ones post-haste. By the end of 5 days, the two had visibly lost weight, and their spirits had diminished considerably. Yami observed that this was untenable, although they were merely 3 days from Antonio City. Fei Xue and Feng Ling were unlikely to endure in their current state. Upon reaching the next small town, Yami promptly proposed that they take a night to rest. This suggestion received enthusiastic support from Fei Gang and Ming Feng, though Fei Xue and Feng Ling were anxious. They recognized that Yami and the others were concerned for their well-being. After a futile protest, they reluctantly agreed to stay. That evening, after dining, Feng Ling, Fei Xue, Yami, and Ming Feng retired early. Noticing that his companions Yami and Ming Feng had fallen into a deep slumber, Fei Gang quietly rose and exited the room. He made his way to the deserted backyard of the inn, surveying his surroundings before swiftly drawing a magical pentagram in the earth. Once completed, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall at each of the 5 points. Standing in the center of the pentagram, Fei Gang formed an unusual hand sign and murmured, "O great god of darkness, heed the plea of your servant Fei Gang Lucies. Transport my fellow ally of darkness, who dwells in the original realm, before my eyes." As he completed the incantation, the pentagram emanated a dark glow, and a shadow materialized before Fei Gong. Upon seeing him, the shadow immediately knelt on one knee, addressing him. Your Highness Fei Gong, what urgent matter necessitated the invocation of the dark path magic to summon me? If Xing Ba and Xing Gan were present, they would instantly recognize that the voice belonged to the individual who met with them on each occasion. Could it be that Fei Gong is the he they referred to? Fei Gong gasped a few times, evidently struggling with the magic known as Dark Road. He steadied his magical energy and promptly assisted the kneeling shadow, saying, Phantom General, I urgently require your assistance. I am accompanied by 4 individuals, 2 earth warriors and 2 high sorcerers. I hope you will remain by my side and help me subdue them when we reach Antonio City. The shadow, addressed as the Phantom General, rose in response to Fei Gong's hand, perplexed as he remarked, Your Highness Fei Gong, your true strength surpasses mine. Those 2 earth warriors and 2 high sorcerers are no match for you. Fei Gong replied with some difficulty, Indeed, it would not be challenging for me to defeat them. Yet I prefer not to reveal my true capabilities at this time. They have a rather formidable ally, and should he return alive, he would pose my greatest threat. Therefore, I must feign weakness. Upon hearing this, the Phantom General nodded in understanding, but couldn't help but inquire, What is the name of this esteemed adversary you regard so highly? Why do you say he must return alive? Fei Gong sighed. His name is Jerry, and he should currently be in the goddess Annihilation Mountain. I have spread the word that an artifact lies within, and mercenaries and many others on the continent are likely gathering there. I have even instructed someone to spread the rumor that he is the Grim Reaper. The Phantom General was momentarily taken aback at the mention of Jerry's name, and upon hearing the rest of Fei Gong's words, he suddenly exclaimed, What? He has gone to Goddess Annihilation Mountain? Fei Gong looked at him quizzically. What is the matter? The Phantom General, in a state of urgency, replied, According to reports from Xing Ba and Xing Gan, the Jerry you speak of is indeed the Grim Reaper. This is not mere rumor. Xing Ba has already sent emissaries to confirm this with the Reaper's subordinates. However, there is something peculiar about Goddess Annihilation Mountain, and it would be prudent to inform your adoptive father, the Demon King. It turns out Fei Gong is the adopted son of the Demon King, which explains why the Phantom General has consistently addressed him as Your Highness. Fei Gong was taken aback by the Phantom General's statement. Why had the Demon King never mentioned the peculiarities of Goddess Annihilation Mountain? Noticing Fei Gong's contemplative expression, the Phantom General attempted to offer reassurance. There are secrets within Goddess Annihilation Mountain that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. I am uncertain of the specifics, and perhaps even the Demon King himself is not fully aware, which is why he has not shared this with you. Upon hearing this, Fei Gong, though harboring skepticism in his heart, outwardly feigned a sense of relief. The Illusion Demon General, perceiving Fei Gong's clarity, swiftly inscribed a diminutive magical array upon the ground. He then produced a dark-hued soundstone and recounted the events into it before placing it within the magical array. As he intoned the incantation, a flash of black light erupted from the array, causing the soundstone to vanish into thin air. The Illusion Demon General let out a sigh of relief. The soundstone, a unique artifact from the demon realm, possesses the capability to record spoken words while infusing them with dark elements. The recipient can hear the message by releasing the dark elements contained within. However, sorcerers on the continent are unable to utilize it, as only a few can wield dark magic. In contrast, beings from the demon realm are all adept in the arcane arts of darkness, and their elites can convey the urgency of messages through various methods of infusion. In the demon realm, within the grand hall of the 10,000 Demons Palace, the Demon King sat majestically upon his dragon throne, savoring a goblet of amber-hued wine. The ministers standing in attendance dared not breathe, their furtive glances betraying their apprehension of the Demon King's grim countenance. Lying on the floor was the messenger who had just delivered news. Mere moments ago, he had been a living being, but now he lay reduced to a mere pulp. The messenger's tragic fate was sealed by the news he bore, that the nations of Antonio and Cleanse had ceased hostilities and recalled their troops from the border. This news contradicted the Demon King's intentions and was the very reason for the messenger's demise. At that moment, a young man positioned at the forefront among the ministers spoke up. Father, there is no need for such fury. Since the scheme to incite conflict between the two nations has unraveled, allow me to mobilize the Dark Dragon Cavalry. With my 200,000 strong, conquering the ice and snow continent would be a mere trifle. Upon hearing this, the Demon King's expression softened slightly, and the ministers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Their hearts secretly grateful to the young speaker, the Demon King's eldest son, Hamas Edward. Although the Demon King's demeanor had eased, his words were as frigid as ice. Fool, how could you be my son and forget the great war we waged against the human race decades ago? Should we send our troops to attack them? The divine beings would surely intervene. Hamas lowered his head and responded quietly, Indeed, Father, your foresight is impeccable. As I pondered silently, I thought to myself that if I refrained from speaking to you, the majority of these ministers would likely be so intimidated by your presence that they would collapse to the ground. After the Demon King concluded his preceding remarks, his mood appeared to lighten somewhat. Just as he set down his wine cup and prepared to speak, a sudden flash of black light enveloped the grand hall. Following a surge of dark elemental waves, a communication stone fell directly into the Demon King's outstretched hand. Seizing the stone, he conjured a wave of magical energy, and a sphere of darkness promptly encased him. Hamas and the two young men beside him, clad in black armor, exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. The fact that the Demon King resorted to the dark silence barrier to muffle sound indicated that the message conveyed by the communication stone was of utmost urgency and confidentiality. In the presence of so many in the demon realm, such a measure could only be taken by one of the four great demon generals, known as the Illusion Demon General. During the cataclysmic war against the human race, 3 of the original 4 generals had perished, leaving only Compton, who had since risen to become the marshal of the demon realm. Hamas, along with the formidable trio of Blood and Illusion, represented the new generation of demon leaders, their prowess rivaling that of the former 4 generals. In fact, even Compton, after engaging with them, could not help but commend their martial skills, which far surpassed those of his own generation. Thus, they emerged as the new 4 great demon generals, commanding the most elite forces of the demon realm. Hamas led the Dark Dragon Cavalry, boasting an army of 200,000. Mia commanded the Dark Archers, with a strength of 150,000. Shue presided over the Dark Blood Killers, consisting of 20,000 elite assassins, and Huan directed the Dark Mages, numbering 100,000. Among these legions, the Dark Blood Killers, led by the Blood General, were tasked with assassination and surprise attacks against enemy leaders. Although their numbers were limited to 20,000, every individual was an elite among elites, capable of standing against 100 foes. At this moment, the Demon King lifted the dark silence barrier, emerging with a demeanor as tranquil as still water. Hamas opened his mouth, intending to inquire about the message that had been conveyed by the communication stone. However, before he could articulate his question, the Demon King spoke. Shue, you are to select 3,000 elite warriors from the Blood Killers and lead them to the human realm to assist Huan and Fei Gong. Shue was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the Demon King's immediate dispatch of him to the human realm. Yet, the soldier's instinct compelled him to salute promptly and hasten from the Hall of Demons. After Shue's departure, Hamas quickly turned to the Demon King and asked, Father, was that a message from Fei Gong? What could be of such urgency that it necessitates the support of 3,000 warriors from the Blood Killers? The Demon King, having observed Shue's swift exit, sank heavily onto his throne, momentarily lost in thought. Hamas's inquiry roused him from his reverie, and he cast a cold glance over the murmuring ministers, who immediately fell silent. The Demon King then spoke in a calm tone, You may all withdraw for now. Compton, Hamas, and Mia, stay behind. The ministers, aware that the Dark Lord was to discuss matters of importance with 3 individuals, promptly took their leave. In the Grand Hall, only the Dark Lord, Compton, Hamas, and Mia remained. At that moment, the Dark Lord relaxed his stern demeanor, revealing a hint of weariness. This subtle shift in expression led the 3 others to feel as though the Dark Lord had shed his cold facade, exposing his most genuine self. This sensation deepened Compton and Mia's loyalty towards the Dark Lord, while Hamas observed quietly. The Dark Lord first used a communication stone to issue a command to an unknown recipient, then spoke in a low voice to the 3. Currently, Huan is with Feigen. The message I received earlier was sent by Huan. He informed me of a grave matter. Though it may not necessarily come to pass, it is prudent to be prepared. Hence, I have dispatched Blood to lead 3,000 subordinates there immediately. Hamas cautiously inquired, Father, what is this matter? To be honest, I harbor a strong dislike for Feigen. I was quite dissatisfied when you recognized him as your adopted son. His ambitions are far too vast, and he is merely using us. Compton and Mia nodded in agreement from the side. The Dark Lord chuckled lightly. He may be using me, but I am also utilizing him. I intend to leverage him to seize Antonio, and then have him dispatch troops to conquer the kingdom of Clins. By that time, the human forces will have been significantly depleted, allowing us to march into the frosty continent without fear of retribution from the divine. Feigen's identity will facilitate his acquisition of Antonio. Hamas, Compton, and Mia exchanged glances, finally comprehending why the Dark Lord would adopt a human as a son. Compton, still uneasy, ventured, if we launch an assault against the humans and the elves and dwarves ally with them, it may pose a problem. His sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. The Dark Lord waved his hand dismissively, declaring, the elves and dwarves are of no concern. Over the years, the humans' pride, greed, cunning, and penchant for exploitation have strained their relations with the elves and dwarves. According to our reports from human spies, it is now quite rare to see elves and dwarves in human cities, and there are even thoughts among humans of attacking them. Tell me, if the humans treat the elves and dwarves thus, will they still come to the humans' aid? Compton, Hamas, and Mia then grasped the Dark Lord's confidence. The humans had indeed been deluding themselves into ruin. Mia chuckled darkly. It seems it won't be long before we tread upon the corpses of the humans as we enter their cities. Compton and Hamas joined in laughter. However, the Dark Lord did not share in their mirth. He furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, do not rejoice too soon. For some reason, the news from Juan fills me with unease. Upon hearing this, Hamas and the others immediately ceased their laughter and turned their attention to the Dark Lord. Waiting for him to elaborate, the Dark Lord regarded them and asked, do you still remember the Godslayer mountain? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three individuals changed dramatically. Compton had long been aware of the secrets hidden within the God Destruction Mountain, while Hamas and Mia only learned of them on the day they became the four great demon generals. The fact that the Reaper was sealed within the God Destruction Mountain and that there existed an artifact of unparalleled power was known only to 6 individuals in the entire demon realm: the Demon King, the Demon Marshal, and the 4 great demon generals. Thus, upon hearing this, the 3 grasped the gravity of the situation. Hamas composed himself and inquired, Father, does this mean that Feigen intends to claim the Blade of the Reaper? Yet, he should be unaware of this matter, should he not? The Demon King shook his head and replied, it is not Feigen, but rather a youth from the human race known by the moniker Reaper, who has ventured into the God Destruction Mountain. Feigen perceives this youth as a potential threat and has spread rumors across the ice and snow continent, claiming that there is an artifact within the God Destruction Mountain. Ironically, he remains oblivious to the truth he has inadvertently spoken. The 3 were momentarily taken aback at the mention of Reaper. It seemed rather fortuitous that the true Reaper was sealed within the God Destruction Mountain, while the youth bearing the same title had entered it. This was somewhat disconcerting. However, the Demon King continued, perhaps I am overthinking this. Decades ago, many powerful individuals from the human race sought to uncover the secrets of the God Destruction Mountain, yet none returned. I suspect this time will be no different. I too dispatched a contingent of formidable warriors to the God Destruction Mountain, but not a single one returned. Thus, that human lad is likely doomed, and furthermore, that artifact is not something an ordinary person can wield. Besides, I have just communicated via the Soundstone my orders to Blood to eliminate anyone emerging from the God Destruction Mountain. He will understand the implications, ensuring absolute certainty. After considering the Demon King's words, the 3 felt reassured and shifted the conversation to strategies for conquering the humans. Meanwhile, Juan received a message via the Soundstone from Blood before his departure, indicating that Blood would be stationed at the foot of the God Destruction Mountain, which put him at ease. Consequently, Juan focused on trailing behind Feigen and the others. Oblivious to these matters, Feigen continued his journey alongside Fengling, Feishua, and others towards Antonio City. The closer they approached the city, the more cautious Feigen became, aware that the nearer one gets to success, the more susceptible one is to failure due to trivial matters. On that day, Fengling, Feishua, Yami, Mifeng, and Feigen arrived at Antonio City. As they entered, Fengling and Feishua immediately separated to head for their respective homes, while Yami and Mingfeng hurriedly followed suit, with Yami trailing Feishua and Mingfeng following Fengling. Mingfeng and Fengling hurriedly made their way home, completely oblivious to the shadow lurking on the eaves beside them. Yami, riding alongside Feishua towards the palace, remained vigilant to the happenings on the streets. To Yami's surprise, the pedestrians exhibited no signs of sorrow. Based on Yami's understanding of Kale, he was still regarded as a benevolent ruler in the hearts of the people of Antonio. Under normal circumstances, if the emperor were gravely ill, the residents would not appear so carefree. A sense of unease gripped Yami. Could this be a trap? He opened his mouth to call out to the swiftly galloping Feishue while simultaneously reaching out to intercept Feigen. Noticing Yami's shifting gaze upon the pedestrians, Feigen's expression began to change. Realizing that Yami had perceived something amiss, Feigen took the initiative. With a swift leap from his horse, he unleashed a yellowish energy sphere directed at Feishue. Following this, he executed a sudden elbow strike towards Yami's side. Yami raised his palms to deflect the strike, but the immense force radiating from Feigen's elbow overwhelmed him, forcing back the cry that was on the verge of escaping his lips and provoking a violent cough. At that moment, Feishue, anxious to return to the palace, sensed the surge of magical energy and the sounds of combat behind her. No longer the inexperienced princess she once was upon leaving the palace, Feishue swiftly attempted to dismount. Unfortunately, Feigen had already unleashed a mid-level earth spell, Petrification. Although Feishue reacted quickly, the energy sphere containing the spell struck her left shoulder, causing immediate petrification that spread throughout her body in an instant. Yami's heart raced with a mix of shock and fury upon witnessing Feishue's transformation. He had not anticipated Feigen's malicious intent. The entire sequence, from Feigen's attack to Feishue's petrification, transpired in the blink of an eye, with Feigen not even casting a glance in her direction. Instead, he redirected his focus towards Yami. As Yami coughed and staggered backward, seeking to create distance to alert the nearby bystanders that Feishue was in peril and that the city's guards needed to be summoned, Feigen, moving like a wraith, reappeared at Yami's side. With a flurry of hands resembling a storm of shadows, he struck downwards. Yami's heart sank. He realized that Feigen would not permit him to raise his voice. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yami recognized that the blow that had rendered him mute was somewhat unexpected, but Feigen's prowess undoubtedly surpassed his own. Moreover, like Jerry, Feigen was a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts, which deepened Yami's unease. Resolutely, Yami decided to disregard the impending blows descending upon him. Channeling all his energy into his hands, he struck out with both palms aimed at Feigen's chest, resolved to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. If he could ensure that they both suffered grave injuries, the people of the city could come to Feishue's aid. The sound of clashing echoed around him, and Yami lost count of how many blows had landed upon him. With each strike that Fei Geng delivered upon Yami, a surge of true energy coursed through him, not only shattering the bones beneath the force of his blows, but also meandering through Yami's body, ravaging the meridians within. Yami could only feel the power he had gathered in his palms dissipating continuously until, when his hands finally met Fei Geng's chest, they had become utterly feeble, devoid of strength. Not only his hands, but his entire body had suffered such grievous injury that not a single bone remained intact. In that moment, excruciating pain surged through him, and he crumpled helplessly to the ground. Fei Geng let out a cold laugh, seizing Yami by the throat with his right hand, lifting him effortlessly. Simultaneously, with his left hand, he grasped the stone-like figure of Feishue and swiftly departed from the rooftop, vanishing into the street. Bystanders stood frozen in astonishment, witnessing the rapid sequence of events. A girl transformed into a statue, a young man felled by another, and then all three vanished before their eyes. Had it not been for the 3 horses left behind, the onlookers might have thought they had all shared the same surreal dream. Fei Geng soared from the rooftop to his clandestine hideout in Antonio City, a seemingly unremarkable mansion. Once atop the roof, he scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly leaping down and slipping inside. Upon entering, he unceremoniously tossed Feishue and Yami onto the ground. While Feishue, now a statue, felt nothing, Yami, having been knocked unconscious by the fall, jolted awake in agony. As Yami regained consciousness, he glared at Fei Geng with seething hatred. Unperturbed by the animosity directed at him, Fei Geng simply moved to a corner and sat in contemplation. Yami, turning his gaze to the petrified Feishue, felt his resentment swell, only to redirect his stare back at Fei Geng. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for himself, lamenting how Jerry had warned him of Fei Geng's malevolence, yet he failed to perceive the treachery in time, leading to his and Feishue's perilous predicament. Were it not for the hope of rescuing Feishue and the presence of Feng Ling and Ming Feng outside, he would have felt utterly ashamed to face Jerry again. contemplating the drastic act of ending his own life in despair. After a short while, a faint sound emanated from outside, prompting Fei Geng to spring to his feet. Cautiously inquiring, "Who goes there?" A voice, ethereal and uncertain, replied, "It is I." Fei Geng breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door, revealing a figure clad in black who entered, carrying two individuals whose heads hung low, clearly unconscious. Upon closer inspection, Yami gasped. It was Feng Ling and Ming Feng, both captured as well. Yami lifted her gaze to scrutinize the figure cloaked in black who had entered with Feng Ling and Ming Feng. After a moment of observation, she found it peculiar that, despite the individual standing in the center of the room and conversing softly with Fei Geng, she could not discern the man's features. The black-clad figure emanated an aura of obscurity, enveloping Yami in a fog of mystery. Those who have read earlier passages will recognize that this enigmatic figure is none other than the illusory demon general. Yami's intense scrutiny did not go unnoticed by the illusory demon general. As he and Fei Geng concluded their deliberations on their next course of action, he stepped outside. In that fleeting moment, he cast a glance at Yami, who lay on the ground, revealing a startling revelation. The man's eyes were a striking shade of purple. Such violet irises were exclusive to the demon kin. Thus, it dawned on Yami that Fei Geng had colluded with the mortal enemy of humanity, the demon race. Although Yami understood the need to mask her shock, the enormity of this revelation overwhelmed her, leaving her visibly astonished. After bidding farewell to the illusory demon general, Fei Geng turned to see Yami's incredulous expression. With a nonchalant demeanor, he declared, "Indeed, I have allied with the demon race. My purpose for returning to Antonio is to seize its throne. Over the years, I have meticulously uncovered the defenses of the Cleanese Empire. Once I ascend as the Emperor of Antonio and command its military, I shall utilize the demons to eliminate the Cleanese Empire. Ultimately, I will eradicate the demon race. And then I shall reign supreme over the entire Frosty continent. Future chronicles will forever record the illustrious deeds of Emperor Fei Geng. Ha ha ha." As Fei Geng's fervor escalated, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Yami, having composed herself from her initial astonishment, now regarded him with a frigid gaze. Fei Geng, initially amused by her stare, soon found himself unable to sustain his mirth. He silenced his laughter, delivering a kick that sent Yami sprawling to the ground, cursing, "You lowly wretch! What manner of gaze is that? How dare you look upon Emperor Fei Geng in such a way?" Yami felt the pain as her lips split open, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. With a chilling tone, she retorted, "Do you truly believe the demon race is so easily manipulated? They too are playing you for their gain. Perhaps, before the end, they will cast you aside, rendering you nothing more than a harbinger of calamity who invited them forth. History will remember you, and the chronicles will record your infamy, for you are a sinner." Enraged by her words, Fei Geng lashed out in fury, delivering a barrage of kicks. Yami, her meridians severed and her strength depleted, found herself grievously injured. After enduring several blows, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing her limp form, Fei Geng pressed his foot down upon her fingers, applying pressure slowly, for as the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Amidst the excruciating pain inflicted by the fingers, Yami was jolted awake. Upon noticing Yami's consciousness returning, Fei Geng slowly exerted pressure while stating, "You may be unaware of my standing within the demon clan. I am the adopted son of the demon king, capable of commanding a quarter of the demon army. The figure in black you encountered moments ago is one of the 4 demon generals, the illusionary general, a prominent figure before the demon kings. And even he must obediently heed my commands." Yami scoffed at Fei Geng's words, inciting his fury. With a sinister grin, he declared, "Very well, I need not elaborate further. After all, your days are numbered. You have shown disdain for conversing with me, so I shall begin by severing your tongue." With that, Fei Geng drew his sword and thrust it into Yami's mouth, twisting and pulling it out. A scream erupted from Yami as blood sprayed into the air. Fei Geng coldly remarked, "Let me transform you into a mere human stick. Do you know what that entails? Ah, you do not. Allow me to enlighten you. A human stick is devoid of hands, feet, ears, tongue, and nose. Fear not, I shall not let you perish. I will employ the finest medicines and healing magic to keep you alive, ensuring all understand the consequences of crossing me." As he spoke, he cruelly dismembered Yami limb by limb. The overwhelming agony caused Yami to writhe on the ground, blood staining the earth beneath him. Observing the dismembered Yami convulsing, Fei Geng erupted into laughter. He then produced a potion from his cloak and forced it down Yami's throat, casting healing magic to staunch the flow of blood. Yami's gaze remained fixed on Fei Gong. If mere looks could inflict harm, Fei Gong would have been left battered and lifeless. Having healed Yami's wounds, a devilish smile crept across Yami's face. Fei Gong, still smiling, remarked, "Ah, I almost forgot that you still possess eyes. If someone were to decipher your thoughts and write them for you, you could nod or shake your head to express your intentions. I must remain vigilant against such possibilities." Following this, Yami trembled once more, reduced to a state akin to that of a living corpse, unable to hear, see, speak, or move, yet somehow still alive. Fei Gong discarded Yami's eyeballs to the ground and tossed Yami aside, then stood up to repeat the gruesome process on Ming Feng, the illusionary general. Unbeknownst to what magic was wrought upon Ming Feng and Feng Ling, rendered Ming Feng a living corpse without him even realizing his fate, perhaps a mercy, as he did not endure the immense suffering Yami experienced. Upon completing his grim task, Fei Gong cast Ming Feng aside next to Yami, contemplating Feng Ling and Fei Shui, recognizing their significant potential utility. Deciding against further mutilation, for the two served as sufficient examples, he turned Feng Ling into a stone statue. After resting for a night in the chamber, he prepared to execute the plan he had devised in collaboration with the illusionary general in a few days' time. After Jerry secured the Blade of Death, he took a few steps forward when suddenly he sensed a looming danger approaching. With heightened awareness, he listened intently and discerned a cacophony of footsteps converging from all directions, gradually encircling him in a tight formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Jerry stood his ground, resolutely awaiting the arrival of his would-be assailants. Moments later, a multitude of figures emerged around him, cautiously inching closer before halting approximately 10 meters away. At this juncture, Jerry's demeanor had transformed significantly. The icy exterior that once concealed an aura of lethality was now tempered. Previously, his presence would instill discomfort and fear in those who beheld him, while those with unwavering resolve and martial prowess would regard him with suspicion and animosity. However, the menace that once radiated from Jerry had now retreated inward. Observers no longer felt overt discomfort in his presence. Yet an instinctual dread would rise from the depths of their souls, compelling them to instinctively shy away from him. This reaction was an innate response, rooted deep within their being, impervious to the strength of their will or martial skills. Although Jerry's lethal aura was no longer overt, should anyone provoke him, the wrath that would unleash itself would possess the cataclysmic power to obliterate all in its path. Jerry cast a sweeping glance around, estimating that nearly 10,000 individuals had gathered, the majority of whom were mercenaries. Having been a mercenary for quite some time, he could easily discern the unique aura that surrounded them. However, a smaller faction was clad in inconspicuous attire, their movements exuding an air of secrecy and furtiveness. Jerry speculated quietly to himself that these individuals were likely not mercenaries, but rather thieves. When did the Mercenary Guild and the Thieves Guild begin to collaborate? Moreover, the number of mercenaries present constituted half of those across the entire continent. Such a congregation of mercenaries was indeed unusual. Just as Jerry was mulling over the intentions of these individuals, a portion of the mercenaries produced a portrait and began to compare it with Jerry. As they did so, a wave of joyous exclamations erupted from the crowd. "It's him, without a doubt." The eyes of the encircling crowd gleamed with a cold light, their gazes scanning Jerry intently, each look brimming with avarice. Jerry's mind stirred as he retrieved the record book issued by the Mercenary Guild, raising it high and calmly stating, "The first principle of the Mercenary Guild is that mercenaries must not engage in unwarranted conflict. Violators will be pursued relentlessly by all members of the guild. The seventh principle stipulates that during the execution of a task, only mercenaries assigned to the same mission may compete. Others must refrain from interference or attempts to usurp the task. Those who violate this principle will similarly face the wrath of the entire guild." Having delivered this declaration, Jerry cast a sweeping glance over the group of mercenaries whose expressions had shifted dramatically before tucking the record book away. At that moment, uncertainty gripped the mercenaries. They had not anticipated that their target was also a mercenary currently engaged in a mission. One of the mercenaries suddenly shouted, "What principles are you talking about? Half of the mercenaries present here are already on our side. If we unite and eliminate you, do you think the guild will dissolve for your sake? Besides, you are now part of a mission for the guild, and we are executing our task as well. Heck, kid, you might as well accept your fate." Jerry felt a surge of anger. He had initially refrained from being too harsh, not wanting to waste time on this confrontation. Yet, thoughts of Feng Ling and Fei Shui filled him with a sense of foreboding. He glared at the bold mercenary, who had assumed that he could remain undetected among the crowd. However, the intensity of Jerry's gaze chilled the mercenary to the bone, rendering him rigid. Akin to a frog ensnared by the unblinking stare of a venomous snake, poised to strike the moment the frog stirred. The mercenaries surrounding him sensed the palpable killing intent radiating from Jerry, causing them to shudder in silence. Although the mercenaries behind Jerry did not witness the fierceness of his gaze, they too felt a creeping chill, yet they slowly advanced. The mages began to gather magical elements, reciting incantations, while the archers readied their bows, drawing back the strings and aiming at Jerry's back. As the tension escalated within Jerry, he gently closed his eyes, dispersing his awareness around him. He resolved that should the mercenaries make a move, he would act first. Observing Jerry's closed eyes, the mercenaries in front felt their own resolve waver. They collectively exhaled and raised their weapons, inching closer to him. At the precipice of conflict, Jerry suddenly sensed two individuals in the crowd about to make peculiar moves, and intriguingly, they were not allied. One belonged to the mercenaries while the other was a thief. Jerry's eyes flew open, and as he scanned the mercenary throng, those before him felt a tightening in their chests, halting in their tracks, their faces reflecting a growing tension. As the individuals behind Jerry observed the apprehensive expression of the person before him, a wave of anxiety washed over them. At that very moment, two figures sprang forth from among the mercenaries and thieves, simultaneously proclaiming, "Everyone, cease at once." Those behind, misconstruing Jerry's stillness as a signal, unleashed a flurry of arrows and intermediate spells in a state of heightened tension, sending 7 or 8 sharp projectiles and a variety of magical assaults hurtling towards the fray. Jerry let out a cold snort, the sound reverberating heavily in the ears of all present. An immediate chill descended upon the surroundings as his disdainful exhalation pierced the air. In an instant, Jerry transformed into a streak of dark light, retreating with the swiftness of lightning. The scythe of death at his waist was unsheathed in a flash, severing the arrows that came hurtling towards him into a myriad of fragments. Various spells erupted and dissipated into the ether at the very moment the arrows were cleaved asunder. After fending off the attacks from behind, Jerry did not halt his momentum. He darted into the throng, sweeping past those who had initiated the assault, before returning to his original position, casting a frigid gaze at the two individuals who had just leaped from the crowd, remaining silent. Among the mercenaries and thieves, few could discern Jerry's movements. Most merely perceived a blur following his cold snort, and when they focused again, Jerry stood steadfastly in place, surrounded by the scattered remnants of the severed arrows. Those few skilled enough to glimpse Jerry's actions wore expressions of ashen dread. At that moment, a companion standing beside the attacker noticed something amiss with his comrades, who had frozen mid-action, maintaining the pose of their previous assault. A few of them attempted to jest, patting the shoulders of those nearby. Yet, before they could utter their playful remarks, their eyes widened in shock, and cries of horror escaped their lips as they realized that, with the movement of these few, blood gushed from the waists of the archers and mages. Only then did the mercenaries comprehend that all who had dared to attack Jerry had been cleaved in twain. The two who had leaped from the crowd to incite action exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Their pallor was not due to Jerry's brutal methods, but rather from the realization that today's events would not conclude amicably. Jerry recognized them now. The mercenary who had emerged from the crowd was Kira, an old soldier who had once assisted Jerry during his initial battle against the bandits. The only one among that group of mercenaries and merchants who had expressed gratitude towards him. The other, a thief named Chide, was the sole survivor sent by Hesian from Antonio City. Kira and Chide shared a wry smile, though they were strangers to one another. In this moment, however, the courage to stand forth instilled within them a profound sense of camaraderie. Kira nodded to Chide, indicating that he would speak first. Chide understood, stepping back slightly. Observing their exchange, Jerry chose to remain silent, curious to discern their intentions. Kira raised his voice, proclaiming, "Brothers of the Mercenary Guild, have you already forgotten what we hold dear? The bond of brotherhood that flows through our veins, the kinship among mercenaries. Should we turn our weapons upon our own brethren?" At this moment, Kid also spoke up. "The foremost principle of our Thieves' Guild is that there exists a code of conduct even among thieves. Consider the heroic spirit of the King of Thieves who founded our guild. Back then, the term thief was not laden with contempt in the eyes of the common folk. Look at us now. Where is the essence of what the King of Thieves once envisioned? A sense of shame washed over the faces of those around him, their weapons lowered in response. Alas! At that moment, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Kid, flanked by a group of guards, shouted loudly. Are you willing to forsake this easily obtainable gold for some ethereal mercenary spirit? I will increase the reward tenfold. With a gesture towards Jerry, he proclaimed, kill him, and you shall receive 1,000,000 gold coins. A stir rippled through the crowd, as both mercenaries and thieves tightened their grips on their weapons. The fleeting sense of righteousness drowned by avarice. Kira and Kid felt a surge of dread, just as they were about to raise their voices in protest. Jerry had already darted to their side. With a swift motion, he struck both their shoulders, and in a flash of white light, they heard Jerry's chilling voice declare, I do not require anyone to plead on my behalf. It is unnecessary. In an instant, Kid and Kira were transported a mile away by Jerry's spatial displacement magic. After Jerry bid farewell to the two individuals, a terrifying aura of murderous intent suddenly erupted from him. This palpable, yet intangible menace compelled the nearby mercenaries to retreat several paces. The blade of death at his waist sensed Jerry's surging bloodlust, vibrating restlessly within its sheath, emitting a series of resonant dragon-like roars. Jerry faced the mercenaries before him, a cold smile gracing his lips as he unsheathed the blade of the Reaper from his waist. Raising it high, he proclaimed loudly, You desire my life and my artifact? Then come and take it. As he spoke, the blade of the Reaper revealed its true form, and a chilling light emanated from Jerry's eyes, embodying the Reaper's indifference to all life. Kira and QID safely descended to the ground, exchanging puzzled glances. Suddenly, a realization struck them, and they turned to see Jerry amidst a sea of countless foes, raising something aloft. Instantly, they heard his words, and their hearts raced. It was no wonder that his declaration would incite such madness among the throng. Without hesitation, they sprinted back. Indeed, as Jerry's voice faded, a torrent of attacks surged forth. He regarded those who had forsaken their conscience for money and power with a chilling gaze. As the onslaught approached, he deftly conjured the ultimate water-based defensive spell, Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor. Jerry's magical prowess had grown significantly, enhancing the spell's potency. To his astonishment, he discovered that the blade of the Reaper could amplify the magic he infused it with by double, a revelation that filled him with elation. At that moment, the Reaper's voice echoed in Jerry's mind. What is there to celebrate? In my prime, the blade of the Reaper could quintuple my power. Your abilities are so meager that it is laughable to be pleased by such modest amplification. As the multitude of attacks collided with the Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, they were completely thwarted. Among the mercenaries, someone with discerning insight exclaimed, Heavens! Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, the ultimate water spell. Sorcerers, devise a means to breach his magic, or all our assaults shall be in vain. The spellcasters among the mercenaries gathered, uniting their fire elements, preparing to unleash a simultaneous barrage of fire magic to dismantle Jerry's water-based defense. Jerry paid no heed to the actions of the sorcerers, deeming them foolish. If not for the fact that they were all employing ultimate magic, the spell Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor would have had no bearing. At that moment, the sorcerers unleashed several fire-based spells, casting mid to high-level incantations such as Flame Explosion Dragon and Flame Ring of Fire. Unfortunately, none of these had the slightest effect on Jerry. Eventually, the sorcerers found themselves at an impasse. An elderly sorcerer shouted mana transfer and stepped forward. The other sorcerers paused momentarily, then, with expressions of solemn resolve, formed two lines behind the elder. Two of them placed their hands on his shoulders, and behind them, another pair did the same, creating a chain of sorcerers. Upon hearing the term magic transfer, Jerry could not help but feel a stir within him, his gaze shifting toward the source of the words. Magic transfer is a last resort employed by sorcerers in dire circumstances, enabling them to cast spells that transcend their own tier. As the name implies, it involves one wizard infusing their magical energy into another, allowing the recipient to surpass their limits within an ephemeral moment, thereby unleashing ultimate spells or even forbidden incantations. However, the process of magic transfer is fraught with peril, should even a minuscule amount of magical energy leak or be interfered with during the transfer. The receiving sorcerer would be instantly obliterated. Moreover, even if the transfer is successful, the sorcerer, upon casting a spell beyond their capability, would ultimately meet their demise in a catastrophic explosion, since its use during the cataclysmic war between the human and demon races. This arcane art has remained dormant for many years. Jerry observed the sorcerers forming a line and snorted disdainfully. Though they appeared prepared for sacrifice, he was determined to thwart their success. During the war between humans and demons, countless soldiers had perished to protect sorcerers in the execution of their spells. At that moment, the mercenaries also recognized the sorcerers' unusual behavior. While most of them could not discern its significance, the seasoned mercenaries instinctively understood that they must not allow Jerry to disrupt the sorcerers. Although they could not breach the defense created by the water curtain, heavenly splendor, they resolutely positioned themselves between Jerry and the sorcerers, forming a dense barrier. Behind Jerry, the mercenaries and thieves launched futile attacks in a desperate attempt to divert his attention. Jerry let out a chilling laugh directed at the group engaged in futile efforts. He raised the blade of death high into the air, and the sky abruptly turned a blinding white. The attention of the mercenaries and thieves was captivated by the celestial spectacle, and even the frantically running Kira and Chid were momentarily entranced, halting their desperate sprint. The sorcerers, who were channeling their magical energy, turned pale at the sight unfolding above them. They understood the ominous significance of the sky transforming into a realm of pure white light. Realizing the dire predicament they were forced into to cast this ultimate spell. Meanwhile, Jerry maintained the water curtain heavenly splendor while effortlessly invoking a conflicting fire-based ultimate magic. Indeed, what Jerry was currently summoning was the Radiant Sword of Light, a light-based ultimate attack spell of the same caliber that the sorcerers aimed to conjure through their magical transmission. The elder sorcerer, who was receiving the magical energy, was struck with an uncontrollable shock. This sudden jolt disrupted the flow of magical elements rushing toward him, causing chaos within his body. Realizing the impending doom, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, disrupting the focus of the two sorcerers beside him. With a desperate shout, he cried, "Run!" However, it was too late for the sorcerers and the mercenaries protecting them. In an instant, the elder sorcerer and the hundreds of sorcerers and mercenaries surrounding him were reduced to dust. Simultaneously, the white light in the sky intensified, and brilliant beams descended like colossal, radiant holy swords, raining down upon the crowd. The swords, forged from concentrated light elements, were incredibly sharp and possessed a vast range of destructive power, living up to their reputation as the most potent of ultimate spells. Mercenaries before Jerry fell in droves, blood splattering in all directions. Jerry turned around. He had previously locked the attack range of the luminous sword in front of him. As for the individuals behind, he refrained from directing the luminous sword towards them due to the presence of another person in between, as he had some inquiries he wished to make to avoid any unintentional casualties. Jerry's eyes emitted a frigid gleam, fixated intently upon Kid. Kid, already rendered speechless by Jerry's thunderous display, felt his legs weaken beneath him as Jerry's piercing gaze bore down. A rush of warmth surged forth from his lower body, and an unpleasant scent wafted through the air. Yet, the onlookers, captivated by Jerry's every move, paid no heed to Kid's predicament, their focus unwavering. Suddenly, Jerry's figure vanished before the watchful eyes of the crowd, followed by a piercing scream from Kid. As everyone turned to look, they found Jerry had reappeared beside Kid, the blade of death pressed menacingly against his throat, a trickle of blood cascading down the blade's edge. Instinctively recoiling at the sight of Jerry, the mercenaries quickly regained their composure and shouted in unison, launching a coordinated attack. Jerry withdrew the blade of death, gripping Kid's shoulder with his left hand while wielding the blade in his right. With a sweeping motion, he executed the only forbidden spell he knew, a water-based incantation known as Absolute Zero Freeze Wave. A wave of icy air surged forth from the blade, enveloping the mercenaries who came into contact with it in a thick layer of frost. Their blood ceased to flow, and their hearts halted in an instant, as the freezing air transformed all who had dared to attack Jerry into lifeless ice statues. In the center of this frozen tableau, Kid felt the chilling breath of the spell, shivering uncontrollably. Yet, he deemed this frost trivial in comparison to the frigid aura radiating from Jerry at that moment. Meanwhile, Kira and Kid stood agape, witnessing this scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare, flames soaring skyward on one side, while an icy chill gripped the other, creating a surreal juxtaposition of torment. Jerry, clad in black, stood at the epicenter, clutching the soul survivor, Kid, presenting a chilling portrait of a reaper from the depths of hell. Jerry transformed the blade of death back into an ordinary black longsword. He then seized Kid and forcefully hurled him to the ground. With a resounding thud, Kid crashed heavily onto the floor. Just as he was about to utter a cry of pain, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Bang, bang, bang. In a state of sheer terror, Kid glanced back and was horrified to discover that the mercenaries who had just transformed into ice statues had shattered into countless fragments. The sight of the scattered ice pieces filled him with revulsion, and he could not suppress the urge to expel the contents of his stomach. Jerry fixed his gaze upon Kid and inquired with an air of detachment, "Who has instructed you to disseminate my information?" Kid, in the throes of nausea, heard Jerry's voice and was suddenly jolted, choking on his own vomit. He coughed loudly, and once he regained his composure, apprehensive that Jerry might resort to some violent action due to his delayed response, Kid cautiously raised his eyes to meet Jerry's gaze. Jerry gazed coldly at Kid, who could discern nothing from Jerry's expression or eyes. A sense of unease gripped Kid's heart, prompting him to force a smile. "I merely heard it from others. They even painted your portrait." The news of your quest for the artifact in the Mountain of Divine Oblivion was also disseminated by the one who created that likeness. However, it appears that the Mountain of Divine Oblivion has vanished. As he spoke, he dared not meet Jerry's gaze and instead turned his eyes to the side. Jerry, seeking to instill fear in Kid, coldly declared, "The Mountain of Divine Destruction was obliterated by my own hand." He then followed up with a pointed inquiry. "Do you know who spread word of my likeness?" Upon hearing that the Mountain of Divine Destruction had been annihilated by Jerry, Kid's heart involuntarily tightened. He had not anticipated that Jerry possessed such formidable power. He realized he must not allow Jerry to discern his deception, for the consequences would surely be fatal. Kid vigorously shook his head and hastily replied, "I truly do not know. I only heard it from the mercenaries. I swear, it was merely out of desperation for survival, coupled with the promise of substantial remuneration, that I chose to accompany them." Jerry nodded noncommittally, and Kid felt a surge of joy, believing that Jerry had forgotten the words he had uttered amidst the crowd. At that moment, it seemed that Jerry was beginning to embrace the validity of Kid's assertions. Little did he consider that if Jerry had truly forgotten his previous remarks, he would not have singled him out from the throng. At this moment, Jerry pondered what means he could employ to deal with this deceitful, treacherous individual, intent on extracting the truth from him. The Grim Reaper, unable to contain himself within Jerry's consciousness, interjected, "It is far too unworthy to trouble your mind over such matters. Allow me to teach you telepathy this way. Nothing that resides in his mind will escape your perception." Jerry pondered for a moment. Indeed, why not utilize such remarkable magic? He perused the knowledge imparted by the Grim Reaper, but to his surprise, he found nothing. It was then that the Grim Reaper recalled having withheld the most potent spells and martial arts from him, rendering Jerry unable to uncover them. Realizing his oversight, the Grim Reaper hastily remarked, "Jerry, you need not search further. Certain spells, due to their immense power, have stringent requirements for mastery, which is why I did not convey them." A flicker of doubt arose in Jerry's mind. "Is that so?" The Grim Reaper chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, it is as I say. Come, allow me to teach you telepathy." Jerry, filled with confusion, quickly mastered the art of telepathy. Upon witnessing Jerry's newfound ability, the Grim Reaper feigned exhaustion and swiftly delved into Jerry's mind, falling silent thereafter. Jerry attempted to call out a couple of times, but when the Grim Reaper offered no response, he realized that the entity was undoubtedly concealing something from him. Nevertheless, he prioritized uncovering the secrets hidden within Kid's heart and refrained from pressing the Grim Reaper further. Kira and Kid approached, their faces ashen, hesitating to speak. Jerry cast a glance at the two before employing telepathy on Kid. Secrets from Kid's past unfolded vividly within Jerry's mind. His childhood memories, recent events, moments of joy, fear, and pride materialized one after another. As Jerry delved deeper into Kid's experiences, his murderous intent intensified. Kid could be described as a thoroughly despicable individual, a trusted confidant of the Lord of Aya's city, committing heinous acts without remorse. Following the Lord's downfall, he sought refuge with the Toka family, continuing his malevolence. Such a wretch truly deserves no mercy. Observing Jerry lost in thought, Kid stood before him, motionless. After a while, Jerry's expression grew increasingly grim, while Kid's heart fluttered with mounting unease. Jerry glared at Kid, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. A chilling breeze swept past Kid's ear. "Kid," he remarked, "you truly are wicked. 1,000 deaths would scarcely atone for the transgressions you have committed." Kid hastily opened his mouth to offer a retort, while Kira and Qid exchanged bewildered glances at Jerry. After all, Kid's appearance was merely that of an ordinary middle-aged man. Jerry slightly tilted his head, gazing at the now azure sky, and softly remarked, "At the tender age of 16, you committed matricide and patricide, absconding with the entirety of your family's wealth. By 17, you had heinously slain 3 innocent maidens, discarding their lifeless bodies in the wilderness to be devoured by wolves. At 20, you conspired with bandits to murder 2 friends with whom you ventured into commerce, only to be betrayed as the robbers reneged on the previously agreed share. From that moment, you dedicated yourself to serving under the dominion of the Lord of Aya City, Daz, where you can be said to have committed every conceivable atrocity. Am I not correct?" Upon finishing, Jerry returned his gaze to Kid, not bothering to conceal the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Kid felt a sinking sensation in his heart as Jerry spoke, ultimately succumbing to a sense of weakness. He was taken aback by how well Jerry understood him. A deep-rooted fear took hold of Kid, as if he stood before Jerry completely exposed, with no secrets left to shield him from Jerry's penetrating stare. Kira and Kid cast disdainful looks at Kid, their hearts devoid of any lingering sympathy. Kid stammered, "Aye." Jerry delivered a heavy kick to Kid's jaw, sending him flying through the air, his tongue severed by his own teeth. With a swift motion, Jerry drew the blade of death from his waist, a flash of darkness enveloping the scene. As Kid fell to the ground, Kira and Kid exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of horror and shock at Jerry's brutal methods. Jerry retracted his longsword and picked up the image from the ground, examining it closely. In Kid's memory, he had no knowledge of who the artist might be. This artwork surpassed anything Kid had ever created by countless magnitudes, capturing even the cold, austere charisma of Jerry with remarkable vividness. How could this unseen puppeteer possess such intimate knowledge of Jerry's impending acquisition of the Blade of Death? A sense of foreboding stirred within Jerry's heart. Jerry nodded at Kira and Chid, stating, "I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, Jerry intended to depart from the scene. Kira and Chid exchanged glances, then surveyed the surrounding dismembered limbs, sharing a bitter smile. They knew this gruesome massacre would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the entire ice and snow continent by tomorrow. Kira called out to Jerry, "Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to inform us." Chid added, "Indeed." Jerry suddenly halted, a flicker of intuition prompting him to swiftly return to the side of Kira and Chid, where he unfurled the protective barrier of water curtain, celestial splendor. Kira and Chid, taken aback by Jerry's sudden movement, immediately drew their weapons in readiness, their extensive combat experience guiding them to respond without uttering a word, as they braced themselves against potential threats from both flanks behind Jerry. Jerry coldly addressed the direction ahead. "Reveal yourselves. Your presence has already been detected." It was at this moment that Kira and QID realized the enemy was directly before them. Turning to face the seemingly empty expanse, the two, now confident in Jerry's peculiar behavior, swiftly readied themselves for an assault. Suddenly, the space in front of them began to warp, and simultaneously, distortions appeared in the left, right, and rear. Blood, accompanied by 3,000 elite subordinates, arrived on the scene. As Jerry, Kira, and QID surveyed the individuals around them, resembling a military force, they discerned from their movements and attire that they did not belong to Antonio or Clinsti's armies. Jerry's attention was abruptly drawn to the fact that all 3,000 possessed violet eyes, causing a flutter in his heart. These were soldiers of the Demon Clan. Jerry coldly addressed Blood, inquiring when the Demon Clan had stealthily infiltrated the ice and snow continent. Blood merely scoffed at Jerry's words, offering no reply. In Blood's eyes, there was no need to answer questions posed to the deceased. Raising his hand, Blood shouted, "Blood slaughter." At his command, the 3,000 soldiers of the Dark Blood Slaughter camp began to move in a staggered yet orderly fashion. Jerry realized with alarm that these were all highly trained experts, capable of unleashing their full potential through formation. Thus, it was imperative that he prevent them from establishing their array. Jerry raised his left hand, and the advanced fire spell Meteoric Fire Rain swiftly took shape and descended. Among the 3,000 soldiers of the Bloodslaughter camp, all 3,000 simultaneously cast their spells, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. As the fiery meteors plunged into the veil, they vanished without a trace. After a brief moment, the meteoric fire rain ceased, and the darkness dissipated, revealing the Bloodslaughter soldiers. One of them laughed heartily at Jerry, proclaiming, "Such trivial magic holds no sway over us. Only you humans would regard this commonplace sorcery as something precious." Jerry calmly remarked, "Is that so?" After which, he swiftly drew the Blade of Death, breaking through the protective barrier of water curtain heavenly splendor, and executed a horizontal sweep of his sword towards Blood. Upon witnessing Jerry's agility, Blood's expression subtly shifted. How remarkably swift. He thought to himself. Blood, flipping his wrist, unsheathed his own treasured Bloodslayer's sword, and let out a fierce shout, clashing his weapon against Jerry's long sword. With a resounding clang, Blood's sword was cleaved in two, sending him staggering back several paces. The transformation in Blood's countenance was profound, for his Bloodslayer's sword was renowned as one of the finest in the demon realm, second only to the 10 legendary artifacts, the Black Demon Sword, the Celestial Sword, the Heavenly Cloud Staff, the Elven Bow, the Celestial Armor, the Demon Armor, the Dwarven Hammer, the Earth-Shattering Axe, the Sky-Splitting Blade. And the Blazing Spear, the Blade of Death, was not included among these 10 artifacts, as it remained closely associated with the Reaper. Blood cast a glance at the Blade of Death in Jerry's grasp, pondering silently. Could this be the Blade of Death spoken of by the Demon King? Its appearance does not seem to match. Jerry, oblivious to Blood's thoughts, realized after their initial exchange that Blood's prowess was sufficient to withstand 500 strikes beneath his onslaught. Should he be surrounded by the soldiers of the Bloodslayer camp during the time, it would indeed pose a considerable predicament. For Kira and Cheed were hardly a match for these soldiers. At that moment, the soldiers of the Bloodslayer camp commenced their assault on Jerry's water curtain heavenly splendor. Unlike the mercenaries from before, these soldiers did not attack recklessly. Instead, they concentrated their strikes on a single point, resulting in the shattering of water curtain heavenly splendor by more than half. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Jerry swiftly unleashed his self-invented spell, Absolute Binding. Upon the somewhat distracted Blood. Caught off guard, Blood struggled momentarily but failed to evade the spell, which ensnared him firmly. Jerry seized Blood and hurled him towards Kira, who immediately grasped Jerry's intent and drew his longsword, positioning it threateningly against Blood's throat. The soldiers of the Bloodkill camp, witnessing their commander captured by Jerry and his allies, experienced a brief moment of disarray, yet quickly regained their composure. Half of them charged toward Jerry, while the other half continued their assault on Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor. Jerry silently acknowledged the exceptional discipline of these demonic soldiers. Their reactions were commendable, demonstrating true resilience, as they did not falter despite the capture of their highest-ranking officer. Such warriors epitomized the essence of iron-willed soldiers. Jerry intensified the water element within the Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, allowing it to endure for a while longer. He then swiftly darted into the Bloodkill camp. Jerry understood that the greater the number of people present, the fewer attacks he would be subjected to. This was due to the soldiers' apprehension of inadvertently harming their own comrades, which hindered their ability to unleash their full potential. Jerry did not anticipate that as he charged into the midst of the demon soldiers, the 10 closest warriors would immediately pounce upon him. A surge of delight coursed through him, for he desired their chaos to escalate. However, upon glancing back, he was taken aback to see that the other demon soldiers had retreated a step, creating a vacant circle around him. Consequently, Jerry found himself ensnared within the encirclement of the demon warriors. The retreating soldiers shouted in unison, while the front rows of soldiers hurled their long spears high into the air, sending them cascading down upon Jerry. As soon as the spears were cast, they swiftly drew their swords, poised and ready to launch themselves at him. Jerry deftly twirled the Blade of Death in his hand, cleaving the 10 oncoming demon soldiers in two as effortlessly as slicing a carrot. With a casual flourish, he unleashed a gust of wind blades, sending the spear that had been hurled at him soaring away. However, the soldier who had thrown the spear quickly advanced, and he was accompanied by a force even greater than the fallen 10. Behind them, more soldiers surged forward, launching an increasing barrage of spears. Jerry had to concede that such soldiers were undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the human race, if he did not handle the situation with utmost care. The moment half of the soldiers over there were rescued from the bloodshed, they would swiftly come over, and at that point, the situation would become even more dire. As Jerry contemplated this, he directed his thoughts towards the Death Reaper blade in his hand. Upon receiving his intent, the blade immediately transformed, reverting to its original form. In this state, the Death Reaper blade could unleash its full power, as its capabilities had been somewhat concealed in its ordinary longsword guise. Upon seeing the blade restored to its true form, Blood instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Ignoring the fact that Kira's longsword was still poised at his throat, he leapt up in alarm, exclaiming, "Everyone, retreat!" Kira's sword grazed Blood's neck, startling him into hastily retracting his weapon. In that moment, the demon lord seemed ready to take his own life in a fit of rage, but upon closer inspection, he noted that blood bore no wounds. It turned out that the physique of a high-ranking demon was far more resilient than that of a human. A mere ordinary longsword was incapable of inflicting harm upon him, while an average demon was only slightly stronger than a human. Understanding that Kira's blade posed no threat to blood, the soldiers felt emboldened to launch a vigorous assault. At this juncture, the demon soldiers, hearing Blood shout, momentarily hesitated. Should they fall back? Just as every soldier paused, Jerry made his move. Jerry plunged the blade of death into the ground, unleashing the water-based forbidden spell, Absolute Zero Wave. The frigid air, amplified by the blade of death, cascaded in layers towards the soldiers of the Bloodkill camp. The demon soldiers, bereft of their commander, exhibited a slight delay in their reactions. Although their physical prowess surpassed that of humans, it proved inadequate against the might of the forbidden magic known as Absolute Zero Wave. Before they could adequately respond, the chilling aura had already claimed their lives, rendering them no different from the human mercenaries who had previously succumbed to the same fate. With a swift motion, Jerry withdrew the blade of death, casting a glacial gaze upon the approaching half of the enemy soldiers from the Bloodkill camp. Jerry raised the blade of death and swung it with a flourish, uttering the incantation, Wind Blade 1,000 Strikes. Countless wind blades shattered the ice sculptures formed by the legion of demon soldiers into fragments. As they gazed upon the ground strewn with corpses, the seasoned soldiers of the blood slaughter camp felt a chill creep into their hearts. They looked upon Jerry's expressionless visage, and a wave of cold dread washed over them. This human's brutal tactics were more demonic than those of the very demons themselves. Blood observed in anguish as Jerry effortlessly decimated half of his 3,000 soldiers. A pang of sorrow intertwined with a simmering rage surged from the depths of his being. With a sudden explosion of true energy, Blood shattered the absolute binding that Jerry had imposed upon him. Sensing the intense surge of true energy emanating from Blood, Jerry was taken aback and turned to look. Before him, Blood's hands had already plunged into the chests of Kira and Ched. Kira and Ched wore expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend how Blood had escaped Jerry's magic. At that moment, blood began to pour from their mouths in torrents, rendering them speechless. Upon the first glance at Kira and Ched, Jerry instantly comprehended that their salvation was beyond reach. Hence, he refrained from taking any further action. The soldiers of the Bloodkill camp surrounded him, their eyes fixated on Jerry, ready to pounce at the slightest flicker of his mental state. However, their hopes were dashed, for Jerry's countenance merely quivered momentarily upon observing Kira and Ched, before he settled into an imperturbable calm, as though he had become oblivious to the unfolding chaos. He stood like a statue, an eternal ice figure radiating an aura of chill into the air. The soldiers watched Jerry intently. The atmosphere around him grew increasingly oppressive, reminiscent of the stillness preceding a tempest. It was eerily quiet, so much so that the soldiers could hear the rhythmic beating of Jerry's heart, thumping steadily within his chest. Blood, surveying his most esteemed and proud subordinates, noticed that even in the face of an army of thousands, these soldiers remained unflinching. Yet now, standing before Jerry alone, fear began to creep onto their faces. Despite Jerry's serene demeanor, not a single soldier dared to make a move. They all shared a clear understanding that the first to act would undoubtedly meet their demise. Time appeared to stand still as the 1,500 demon soldiers fixated their gaze on Jerry. At last, Jerry stirred, observing his movement. Blood recalled a saying among humans, swift as the wind, still as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain. The aura emanating from Jerry embodied this philosophy to perfection. Like a gust of wind, he swept through the ranks of the Bloodkill camp, leaving no soldier intact in his wake. Each fallen warrior bore no trace of their former selves, as Jerry wielded the scythe of death with relentless precision, its subtle dark glow illuminating the carnage. Every soldier who dared approach him met the same fate. In a mere minute, all 1,500 soldiers of the Bloodkill camp lay slain, not a single one remaining. Jerry stood before Blood, unscathed and free of bloodstains. His expression as tranquil as ever, his gaze unwavering, as if the massacre of the elite demon warriors had not been perpetrated by him. Had it not been for the faint trickle of blood seeping down from the scythe of death in his hand, one might find it hard to believe that this young man had single-handedly annihilated an entire battalion in the span of 1 minute. Even Blood found it difficult to reconcile the scene before him with reality. Jerry stood silently before the blood, his cold gaze fixed upon it as it remained in a daze. The blood appeared to be trapped in a nightmarish realm, surveying its surroundings before suddenly awakening from its stupor. Upon noticing Jerry, who was merely a step away, the blood recoiled violently, leaping back with a surge of energy. Its hands infused with true essence, launching an attack towards Jerry. With a flick of his right hand, Jerry summoned a dark light that encircled the two shoulders of blood, who let out a piercing scream as both hands fell to the ground. Jerry maintained his cold gaze upon blood, his eyes seemingly mocking the anguished cries. Upon witnessing this glimmer of derision, blood gritted his teeth, stifling the excruciating pain of losing his hands, and his expression gradually settled into tranquility. Addressing Jerry with a composed demeanor, Blood remarked, "To be honest, I hold a deep admiration for you. It is remarkable that among humans, there exists such a formidable master as yourself. It appears that a decade ago, when your kind managed to repel our demonic forces with the aid of the divine, it was no mere stroke of luck. Had there been more individuals of your caliber back then, perhaps your people would not have required divine assistance at all." Jerry's expression remained unchanged as he regarded Blood, yet a question began to stir within him. Did the divine truly assist humanity back then? Why had no one ever mentioned it? As if perceiving the turmoil in Jerry's mind, Blood continued, "In truth, the divine had long concealed themselves within your human ranks, battling alongside you against us. Their ultimate desire was to witness our mutual destruction. Regrettably, at that time, your kind was far too weak to withstand our onslaught, necessitating covert assistance from the divine. Later, the Demon King uncovered the divine's scheme before the final confrontation, leading to an unexpected peace between our races, with the demons willingly retreating. This outcome caught the divine off guard. Had they chosen to attack humanity then, it would have undoubtedly incited a union between our factions. Consequently, the divine had no choice but to withdraw empty-handed. This, dear friend, is the true account of that great conflict, which your king ought to know." Jerry remained silent in response to Blood's words, pondering why Blood would share such sentiments with him. Was Blood attempting to persuade him to release him? Noticing Jerry's indifference, Blood became incensed and vehemently exclaimed, "Humans, do not presume to impose your wretched nature upon us, the demon race. We are far more noble than you can fathom. I share this with you solely in the hope that you might choose to perish honorably as a warrior. The notion of begging for your release is utterly preposterous. I spit on that idea." With that, Blood disdainfully spat at Jerry. Jerry deftly evaded the sputum expelled by Blood, and with a swift motion, the blade of death struck against Blood's form. Standing tall, Jerry gazed upon the lifeless body of Blood, comprehending that the final spittle was an urging for him to act swiftly. Blood's arms bore grievous wounds, and as he conversed with Jerry, copious amounts of blood flowed from his body. He wished to avoid the indignity of succumbing to excessive blood loss. Thus, he sought to provoke Jerry, hoping for a swift demise to preserve his dignity. Understanding Blood's intent, Jerry obliged with a single stroke, fulfilling his wish. Jerry set aside the corpses of Blood, Kira, and Kid, then turned to face the scattered remains around him. Channeling all his inner energy, he infused it into the blade of the Reaper, causing a layer of dark radiance to shimmer upon its blade. The power of the blade of the Reaper intertwined with Jerry's essence. Jerry leapt high into the air, gripping the blade of death with both hands as he brought it down with all his might. A thunderous roar echoed from the ground as a massive crater formed, erasing all traces of the scattered bones. This was indeed the most effective method for disposing of the remains. Gently, Jerry descended and transformed the blade of death before stowing it away. From this moment forth, the mountain of divine annihilation ceased to exist, leaving behind only a gaping pit that would provoke contemplation regarding the mysterious disappearance of the mountain. Thus, only 2 of the continent's 3 forbidden zones remained. Jerry struck the ground with his true energy, creating 3 large pits, in which he interred Blood, Kira, and Cheetah, respectively. He then used his true energy to cover the graves with soil, thus giving the 3 a proper burial. Unbeknownst to Jerry, Blood's final words were a clever ruse to buy a moment of time. In that fleeting instant, Blood managed to transmit his death message to certain individuals through a mysterious, demonic magic unique to his kind. As Blood's life slipped away, an unsettling sensation surged simultaneously through several key figures: the Demon King, the Demon General Compton, Hamas, Mia, and the Phantom residing in Antonio City. They all comprehended at once that Blood had been slain, and after a moment of astonishment, they reflected on Blood's last mission. They quickly pinpointed Jerry as the murderer. The Demon King promptly reached out to the Phantom still in the frozen continent, instructing him to thoroughly investigate Jerry's whereabouts. If he encountered Jerry, he was to evade confrontation and, at all costs, assist Feigen in seizing control of the frozen continent. The plan was for Feigen to force Jerry out of the continent, ultimately pressuring him into conflict with the divine race under the guise of a human king. This strategy would ensure that whether Jerry fell to the divine or slew their elite, it would benefit the demon race without any detriment. Upon receiving the Demon King's directive, the Phantom hastened to find Feigen, relaying the message. Feigen, astonished to learn that Jerry had not only survived, but had also killed one of the demon generals, was struck with alarm. He surmised that once Jerry discovered Fengling and Feishue were absent from Qingqi City, he would undoubtedly return to Antonio at once. Feigen immediately instructed the Phantom to take swift action and seize control of Antonio. The Phantom recognized that the situation had reached a critical juncture and swiftly melted into the shadows, moving in tandem with Feigen towards the royal palace. After burying Blood, Kira, and Cheetah, Jerry recalled Fengling, Feishue, Yami, and Mingfeng, and the unsettling feeling in his heart lingered. He swiftly cast a spatial displacement spell and returned to Qingqi City at the utmost speed. As Jerry returned to the city of Qingqi, he made his way directly to an inn. Upon entering, he cast a sweeping glance over the patrons in the bar run by the innkeeper. Noticing the absence of Yami and the others, an unsettling feeling intensified within him. The innkeeper, observing Jerry scanning the room in search of someone, approached him. Upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized Jerry. During Jerry's previous stay with Fengling and Yami, the staff had always been subdued in his presence, instinctively suppressing their voices. The innkeeper himself was no exception. Thus, the entire establishment remembered this guest who evoked an involuntary tension. Recognizing Jerry, the innkeeper inquired, "Are you Jerry?" Jerry merely nodded, his icy gaze fixed upon the innkeeper's face. The innkeeper felt a chill sweep through him, as though the temperature had dropped several degrees. Despite Jerry's impassive expression and lack of overt menace, the innkeeper could discern his palpable impatience. Trembling slightly, the innkeeper hurried to the counter and, after a few paces, dared to inform Jerry, "Your friend left a letter for you, instructing me to deliver it upon your arrival." Reaching the counter, the innkeeper retrieved the letter, preparing to hand it to Jerry. Suddenly, he heard a rush of wind, and in an instant, he felt his hand lighten. The letter had vanished. Startled, he looked up to find Jerry standing before him, the letter already opened. Jerry swiftly perused its contents, and his expression shifted dramatically. Witnessing this change, the innkeeper's heart raced, prompting him to discreetly consider retreating a step back from Jerry. At that moment, the innkeeper abruptly realized that Jerry, along with the letter, had vanished from his sight, leaving behind only a silver coin that fell from the air, accompanied by 2 words, "Thank you." The innkeeper quickly cast aside his fear, stepping forward to grasp at the floating coin. Unfortunately, he missed, and the coin clattered to the ground. He promptly knelt down, secretly pleased that the youth had departed, while also reveling in the small fortune that had come his way. Jerry, disregarding the shocking nature of the circumstances, realized from the letter that Fengling and Feishue had learned of Kyle and Wei Ju's grave condition from Fei Gong. Consequently, they hastily returned to Antonio City. Upon reaching this part of the letter, Jerry immediately understood that the rumor of his acquiring a divine artifact on the God Extinction Mountain must have originated from Fei Gong. Moreover, he surmised that Feishue, Fengling, Yami, and Mingfeng were undoubtedly in a perilous situation. To his astonishment, he noted that the date at the end of the letter was from over 10 days ago, prompting Jerry to cast aside all other considerations and employ his spatial transfer abilities to hasten his journey to Antonio City. After covering several dozen kilometers, a surge of magical energy rippled through the space, and Jerry materialized momentarily before vanishing again. Thus, he utilized his spatial transfer to cover over 300 kilometers in a single breath. However, following 2 consecutive battles, particularly the second clash with the Blood Kill Camp soldiers, although it appeared to be a one-sided massacre, the toll on Jerry's divine energy was substantial. Furthermore, having not taken adequate rest after the skirmish, he returned to Qingqi City, leaving him somewhat fatigued as he approached his destination. Jerry discovered that the distance he could traverse using spatial displacement was diminishing, ultimately reducing to a mere 20 meters. He realized he had reached his limit, yet the unease within him intensified. Resolving to abandon the use of spatial transfer magic, he began to sprint forward. However, The divine energy he possessed was now a blend of magical and martial prowess. As his magical energy waned, so too did his vital essence. Consequently, Jerry's speed was only marginally quicker than that of an average person, rendering it impossible for him to reach Antonio City swiftly. After 2 hours, Jerry was still laboriously running along the main road, yet his legs increasingly refused to heed his commands. Ultimately, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face, smeared with a mixture of sweat and dust, appeared grimy. Jerry had truly reached his limits. He could hardly muster the strength to move. At that moment, the sound of hooves suddenly resonated in his ears. To Jerry, this rhythmic sound was akin to a parched soul in a summer desert discovering an oasis. The life-saving sound surged a newfound strength within him, prompting Jerry to rise to his feet. A soldier on a swift steed was approaching. Upon seeing Jerry standing in the middle of the road, clad in tattered black garments and covered in dust, looking quite the beggar, the soldier felt a surge of irritation for Jerry's failure to yield. He silently prepared himself to lash out with his whip as he rode past. Just as Jerry braced himself to seize the horse, his demeanor shifted to calmness, momentarily suppressing his worries about Feng Ling and the others. At that moment, he noticed a flicker of malice in the soldier's eyes, heightening his sense of alertness. As the soldier drew nearer, he tugged on the reins and bellowed, "You filthy beggar! Do you not see that you must clear the way for an officer of the army? You seek death." With that, he raised his whip high and brought it down with force. Jerry seized the reins with a swift motion, and the soldier felt as if he were soaring through the clouds. His hands grew light, and when he glanced around, he found himself suspended from a large tree by the roadside. Meanwhile, the beggar he had intended to strike with the whip had firmly secured himself upon the horse's back, now grasping the very reins that had been in the soldier's hands. With a fierce tug on the horse's flank, Jerry galloped away. With this steed to carry him, Jerry pressed on through the night, the surrounding trees whizzing past in a blur. He was dissatisfied with the pace and continued to lash the horse's sides with fervor. Just as dawn began to break, the weary horse could no longer endure the relentless journey. It stumbled and fell to the ground, foam spilling from its mouth, its legs twitching in distress. As Jerry tumbled from his steed, he swiftly dismounted, casting a glance at the horse, which had indeed reached its limit. Having regained his strength, Jerry surveyed his surroundings and, having ascertained his location, resolved to abandon the horse and employ his spatial displacement magic to journey towards Antonio City. By midday, he finally arrived at his destination. The point of his spatial transition landed him just outside the city gates, whereupon he sensed something amiss. The grand gates of Antonio City stood resolutely shut, and armed soldiers were stationed atop the battlements, their expressions betraying palpable tension. An eerie silence enveloped the city. Not a whisper or a footstep could be heard. Contemplating his options, Jerry decided he still possessed sufficient energy to utilize spatial displacement once more. This time directly into Antonio City, landing within the confines of the Wei Lu family home. Upon entering, a wave of despondency washed over him. The house was devoid of life. Jerry quickly traversed the interior, noting the meticulous arrangement of the household items, yet not a single note was present. This was inconceivable. If Feng Ling had returned, she would undoubtedly have left a message, even if she had stepped out. Approaching the window, he peered outside, only to find the street utterly deserted. At this moment, Jerry compelled himself to regain his composure. He had arrived in Antonio City and needed to swiftly replenish the vital energy he had expended during his journey. From what he had observed, the city was already ensnared with traps set against him. With this thought in mind, Jerry entered his room and began meditating to restore his strength. 3 hours later, as dusk approached, the door of the Wagia residence creaked open, and Jerry emerged, invigorated. He strolled down the street, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from the houses along the way. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight. It was as if the entire populace of Antonio City had vanished into thin air. Contemplating this, Jerry made his way directly to the Royal Magic Academy, knowing that while Wagia was absent, Yushir would likely still be at the academy. As Jerry approached the front of the academy, he immediately became aware of the sounds of many breaths, the onlookers seemingly recognizing him, their breathing growing increasingly rapid. Jerry halted at the center of the academy's entrance and commanded coldly, "Come out." A commotion erupted around him, yet no one emerged. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed 1,000 blades of wind, sending forth thousands of razor-sharp gusts emanating from his very being. Trees toppled one after another, and houses crumbled in succession. The soldiers of Antonio, who had been hiding behind the trees and buildings, scrambled out in panic. Jerry regarded these disheveled soldiers with a chilling gaze, snorting derisively, a palpable aura of menace rising around him. The grand gates of the Royal Academy of Magic creaked open, revealing the assembled knights of the Royal Knights Order, their armor gleaming in unison. Among them, a knight stood out, lacking a helmet, and Jerry instantly recognized him. It was Dallin. Upon seeing Jerry, Dallin's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cast an apologetic glance before bowing his head. Jerry cast a glance at Darian, who had lowered his head, and his expression gradually grew colder. He fixed his gaze upon the leading knight and exclaimed with a sharp tone, "Why? Why have you surrounded me? What has become of the townsfolk? What of Fatua?" The leading knight met Jerry's stare and slowly removed his helmet, revealing the handsome visage of Figan. A look of profound sorrow graced Figan's features as he spoke. "Jerry, the city of Antonio has come under a surprise assault by the divine beings. Alas, King Kyle and the headmaster of the Royal Academy of Magic, Wei Ju, have been tragically assassinated by the killers dispatched by the gods. My cousin Fatua has also fallen victim to their sorcery, transformed into a statue of demonic stone, and Wendling has met a similar fate." Jerry gazed at Fei Geng with an icy demeanor, his frigid gaze unwavering. Under the weight of Jerry's stare, Fei Geng felt his heart race uncontrollably, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Should he summon the Royal Knights to eliminate Jerry now? Yet, even with the prowess of the Royal Knights, it seemed unlikely they could vanquish Jerry at this moment. Perhaps it would be prudent to bide his time, waiting until Jerry was convinced before making his move. Jerry directed his thoughts towards Fei Geng, attempting to employ the mind transmission technique. However, this infallible magic, which had always proven effective, surprisingly failed to affect Fei Geng this time. Startled, Jerry glanced at Fei Geng, who remained unresponsive, and gradually regained his composure. At that moment, Fei Geng, laden with sorrow and regret, spoke. "Jerry, during the assault by the Divine Clan, Ami and Mifeng were captured while trying to protect Fatua and Fengling. They were eventually returned to us, but..." Jerry's heart sank. He was overwhelmed with concern. What has happened to Ami and Mingfeng? Fei Geng raised a hand, and the knights behind him brought forth 2 stretchers, upon which lay 2 figures that had been grievously mutilated. Jerry recognized them instantly, Ami and Mingfeng. The sight of their tragic condition ignited a tempest of rage within him. The Knights of the Royal Order sensed the surge of murderous intent emanating from Jerry and instinctively drew their swords, their eyes fixated on him with mounting tension. Dallin, however, refrained from unsheathing his weapon. He regarded Jerry with hesitation, his lips twitching as he grappled with his thoughts. Noticing Dalong's altered expression, Fei Geng shot him a warning glare, a flicker of menace illuminating his gaze. Upon meeting Fei Geng's eyes, Dalong's impulse dissipated. Fei Geng gestured for the Royal Knights to relax, and they complied, lowering their swords. Yet their vigilance remained fixated upon Jerry, cautious and alert. Jerry gazed upon Yami and Mingfeng, his heart aching at the sight. His closest friends, akin to brothers, had now transformed into this. Ignoring the Royal Knight's watchful eyes, Jerry approached Yami and Mingfeng with heavy steps, each stride laden with sorrow. Jerry approached Yami and Mingfeng, placing a hand on each of their icy bodies. Both Yami and Mingfeng shuddered at the touch. Such an overwhelming aura of trembling was felt only by them, as no one else could comprehend the profound impact of Jerry's presence. Could it be that the one who laid his hands upon them was indeed Jerry? Had he returned from the abyss of oblivion? Yami and Mingfeng struggled to prop themselves up, yet without the strength in their legs, they faltered and toppled over. Observing their arduous attempts, Jerry felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He swiftly extended his hands to firmly restrain them while urgently imploring, "Yami, Mingfeng, just lie still. Do not move any further, lest your wounds reopen." Despite his pleas, Yami and Mingfeng continued to writhe. At that moment, Figan had dismounted his horse and rushed to Jerry's side, exclaiming, "Jerry, they can neither hear nor see us anymore, and their tongues have been severed. The cruelty of these divine beings knows no bounds. We must seek vengeance." Jerry, upon hearing Figan's voice, immediately regained his composure. The situation was exceedingly abrupt. Why would the Divine Clan launch an assault on Antonio City? Furthermore, there was not a single trace of blood within the city, nor any signs of a struggle. This entire scenario was utterly perplexing, as various indications suggested that everything contradicted what Figan had articulated. Jerry pondered deeply, and Fei Geng seized the opportunity to draw closer to him. Jerry cast a fleeting glance at Fei Geng, subtly stepping aside to widen the gap between them. Taken aback, Fei Gong halted his advance, as the previous look of anger on Jerry's face had vanished. Now, Jerry appeared remarkably composed, prompting an unsettling premonition to arise within Fei Gong. As Jerry's thought shifted, he employed mental transmission towards Amy and Mingfeng. Two waves of intense and furious mental messages immediately surged into Jerry's consciousness. Amy and Mingfeng had already sensed Jerry's return, and they were acutely aware that their nemesis, Feigen, was nearby. Yet, they found themselves powerless to warn Jerry to exercise caution or to seek vengeance on their behalf. This anguish, coupled with the knowledge that their adversary was within reach, rendered Amy and Mingfeng profoundly tormented. Jerry was acutely aware of everything that Yami and Mingfeng had endured, as well as the actions that Feigen had taken against Fei Xue and Fengling. The anguish borne by Yami and Mingfeng was almost overwhelming for Jerry, causing a surge of malevolence to well up within him once more. However, recalling that Fei Xue and Fengling remained in Feigen's clutches, he resolutely suppressed the fury that threatened to consume him, prioritizing their safety above all else. Jerry conveyed a message of the heart to Yami and Mingfeng, who realized that Jerry had truly returned, now standing beside them, fully aware of all that had transpired. Jerry assured them that he would seek vengeance for both of them. But first, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of Fengling and Fei Xue. Yami silently apologized to Jerry for failing to adequately protect Fengling and Fei Xue, feeling he had let down Jerry's trust. Jerry quickly reassured Yami, stating that the events that had unfolded were unforeseen by everyone involved. Ultimately, it was a collective fault. Had he not departed alone, none of them would have faced such calamity. Deep within, Jerry was engulfed in self-reproach, but Yami and Mingfeng comforted him, suggesting that had Jerry not left, there might not have been anyone left to seek retribution. Therefore, Jerry should absolve himself of the blame he bore. Jerry, Yami, and Mingfeng exchanged thoughts rapidly in their minds, as the spiritual transmission conveyed their innermost messages directly. To an outsider, it seemed as though Jerry merely stood there in a daze, gazing at Yami and Mingfeng for several seconds. Observing Jerry lost in thought, Fei Gong stealthily shifted his position, intending to approach him. At that moment, Jerry had just concluded his silent conversation with Yami and Mingfeng. Hearing Fei Gong's footsteps, Jerry first lifted his gaze to Delon, who seemed to sense something in Jerry's cold stare and lowered his head in guilt. Jerry then turned to Fei Gong and coldly inquired, "Allow me to see how Fei Xue and Fengling are faring. Where are the bodies of Kai Er and Wei Ju, the Knights of the Royal Knights Order?" Upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim in unison, "Impudent! How dare you utter the Emperor's name so casually?" Fei Gong hastily intervened, stopping the knight's actions. He stated, "The Emperor and Wei Ju's remains have been laid to rest. Fei Xue and Fengling are currently at the academy. Come with me to see them." Jerry nodded, bending down to gently lift Yami and Mingfeng, one in each arm, along with their stretcher. Fei Gong and the others were taken aback. Fei Gong asked, "Jerry, what are you doing?" Without casting a glance at Fei Gong, Jerry replied indifferently, "They have suffered due to my absence. Now that I have returned, I will not leave their side again." Jerry avoided looking at Fei Gong, fearing that upon seeing his face, he would be unable to suppress his murderous intent before confirming the safety of Fei Xue and Fengling, and might strike down the treacherous scoundrel. Fei Gong, momentarily stunned by Jerry's words, realized he had just lost two hostages he had been using to coerce Jerry. After Jerry had met with Fei Xue and Fengling, he would need to tread carefully. However, the magic he had cast on Fei Xue and Fengling was not easily undone. Even if Jerry managed to rescue them, he would still have to seek Fei Gong's assistance. Leading the way, Fei Gong walked ahead, with Jerry closely following, the Royal Knights Order trailing behind him as they entered the office of the headmaster of the Royal Magic Academy. Upon entering the office while holding the two stretchers, Jerry was confronted with the sight of statues made of stone, representing Fengling and Fei Xue. Jerry's heart jolted once more. He had not anticipated that they would be transformed into stone by magic. With the knowledge he possessed, Jerry immediately discerned that they had been afflicted by a combination of earth and dark magic curses. Although he understood the nature of the magic involved, he was unable to reverse it, for the curse within the dark magic was exceedingly malevolent. If the spell were to be undone without employing the correct method, peculiar side effects would befall the caster, contingent upon the nature of the curse cast by the magician. Jerry's heart had grown cold. According to the information he gathered from Yami, it was Fei Gong who had cast the spell on Fei Xue. This revelation meant that Jerry was momentarily unable to take action against him. The hatred within Jerry was palpable. Had he been able to unravel the enchantments binding Feng Ling and Fei Shui, Fei Geng would likely have already become a lifeless corpse. Jerry turned around, poised to say something to Fei Geng, when suddenly a resounding crash echoed from outside, seemingly emanating from the direction of the palace. Upon hearing this thunderous noise, Fei Geng's expression shifted, revealing a hint of alarm. In stark contrast, the members of the Royal Knights displayed expressions of delight, while the land's demeanor appeared to ease slightly. Jerry cast a swift glance at Fei Geng and instantly comprehended that something unsettling must have transpired within the palace, causing Fei Geng considerable alarm. Jerry addressed Fei Geng, stating, "I shall investigate." Upon uttering these words, a tremendous surge of genuine energy erupted violently from Jerry's core. The resounding explosion startled Fei Geng, leaving him momentarily disoriented. And together with the knights of the royal cavalry, they were forced back 2 steps by the force of Jerry's unleashed energy. Jerry intended to seize this rare opportunity to employ the spatial transference spell, whisking away Feng Ling, Fei Shui, and 2 others from this perilous locale. Given the considerable number of individuals he needed to transport, along with the stretchers bearing Ami and Ming Feng, the casting of the spell would inevitably generate a wave of magical disturbance. Moreover, the incantation would proceed at a slightly slower pace than usual. If he did not manage to push Fei Geng aside, being struck by him at the moment of casting would result in dire consequences. Nevertheless, Jerry took the risk and, against all odds, succeeded. Fei Geng was knocked back. Elated, Jerry promptly initiated the spatial transference spell. Sensing the surge of true energy from Jerry, Fei Geng felt an immediate magical disturbance and thought to himself that something was amiss. He quickly countered with a forceful palm strike to dispel the true energy before him, exclaiming, "Jerry, what are you doing? Are we going to the palace together?" Simultaneously, after dispelling Jerry's true energy, he unleashed a concealed force directed straight at Jerry. With a cold snort, Jerry, accompanied by Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng, executed the spell of spatial displacement to depart from the Royal Magic Academy. Once they had dispersed from the academy, Jerry contemplated the inconvenience of traveling with these for companions. However, at that moment, it was impossible to find a suitable place within the city to accommodate them, as they had all lost their capacity for self-protection. Relenting, he decided it would be best to lead them to the location from which the resounding commotion emanated within the palace. After a surge of magical energy, Jerry and his companions ascended to the skies above the palace. It was not that Jerry wished to avoid descending directly, rather, the palace was currently enveloped by an extraordinary magical force that severed its connection to the outside world, rendering spatial displacement ineffective against this magical barrier. As Jerry ascended into the sky, he immediately unleashed the advanced wind magic, wind-soaring wings, upon all those present. A pair of wings, composed of elemental winds, manifested behind him, while similar wings appeared behind Feng Ling and Fei Shui. Meanwhile, on the stretcher, Ami and Ming Feng also found a pair of wings emerging. Conventionally, wind-soaring wings could only be cast upon oneself and would affect only a single individual. However, having absorbed the knowledge of the Grim Reaper, Jerry transcended this limitation, enabling him to cast it upon others and even upon inanimate objects, such as the stretcher. Initially, he had merely intended to experiment with the spell on the stretcher. If it failed, he would then attempt it on Ami and Ming Feng. To his astonishment, the attempt proved successful. Nevertheless, upon casting the spell, Jerry secretly assessed the extent of magical energy expended, which was alarmingly comparable to that required for a forbidden spell. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that this magic could not be employed over an extensive area. At that moment, Jerry glanced downward, observing the royal palace in disarray, its structures askew, a clear indication that a fierce battle was underway. The combatants were divided into 2 factions, one comprised over 20 individuals, while the other consisted of merely 3. Upon closer inspection, Jerry recognized that the trio was none other than Kyle, Weiju, and Yushur. Upon recognizing Kyle, Jerry, along with Feng Ling and others, swiftly attempted to approach him and his companions, yet their efforts were thwarted by an impenetrable magical barrier. Jerry's frustration escalated. If he did not expedite his reunion with Weijue and Weishur, the situation would become dire once Feigen and his group arrived. Jerry gently raised his hand to touch the magical barrier before him. This barrier, cloaked in darkness, resonated with the elemental forces of water, earth, and shadow magic, an arcane manifestation Jerry had neither witnessed nor heard of before. However, there was no time for contemplation on such matters now. He was certain that this magic had been conjured by the denizens of the demon realm. At that moment, the onlookers below had taken note of the figures appearing in the sky. As their gazes turned upward, Wei Ju and Yu Shi were filled with elation, while the illusionary demon commander, engaged in battle with them, felt an unsettling dread. This oppressive sensation made it clear to the commander that the approaching individuals were indeed the ones responsible for the demise of Blood Jerry. Inwardly cursing Fei Gong for his incompetence, the commander lamented the failure to ensnare Jerry, which allowed him to arrive unimpeded, ready to wreak havoc. Thus, the commander began to contemplate his escape route. With a swift motion, Jerry unsheathed the blade of death, summoning all his true energy. He let out a low cry and struck the magical barrier with all his might. A resounding explosion echoed as the barrier erupted into a dazzling burst of light, the force of the blast rendering those within unable to open their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry descended alongside Feng Ling and Fei Shui, joining Wei Ju and the others. Upon sensing the arrival of several individuals, Wei Ju struggled to open his eyes and, upon recognizing Jerry, exclaimed, "Jerry, we are immensely grateful for your arrival. We have been trapped here for several days, ambushed by Fei Gong and this demon clan. Fortunately, my master and I were summoned by Kyle to the palace for tea and conversation, which allowed us to rescue him. We intended to employ the spatial transfer spell to escape with Kyle, but Fei Gong and this demon clan collaborated to cast a counterspell that ensnared us. For the past few days, we have been unable to break free. Now that you are here, let us hasten our departure from this place." Jerry nodded slightly, casting a resentful glance at the indistinct figure barely visible through the swirling dust. With a swift motion of the Death Reaper blade in his hand, he unleashed a formidable surge of energy, slicing through the air with a massive blade of true chi. The figure, sensing the impending threat of this overwhelming force, instinctively called out in alarm. In a flash, he evaded the attack, his form fading from solid to ethereal, vanishing from the spot in an instant. However, the 20 or so demonic mages trailing behind him were not so fortunate. Blood erupted in a gruesome display as they let out a collective scream, cleaved mercilessly in two by Jerry's strike. Upon witnessing the escape of Mirage, Jerry contemplated pursuing him to eradicate the threat once and for all. However, his concern for Wei Jue and the others weighed heavily on his mind. After careful deliberation, Jerry ultimately resolved to cast the spatial displacement spell alongside Wei Jue and Yuesher, departing the royal palace. The group materialized atop a small hill outside Antonio City, the air crackling with magical energy as they regained their forms. As Kyle and Wei Jue steadied themselves, their gazes fixated on Feng Ling and Fei Shui, both wearing expressions of profound sorrow. With faltering steps, they approached the stone figures of Feng Ling and Fei Shui, as if instantaneously aged by the burden of grief. Witnessing the anguish etched on Kyle and Wei Jue's faces, Jerry felt a surge of pain within him. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he turned his attention to Yuesher. At that moment, Yuesher stood before the stretchers bearing Yami and Mingfeng, fury evident upon his countenance. The sight of Yami and Mingfeng intensified Jerry's own anguish. Unable to contain his wrath, Yuesher finally exclaimed, "Jerry, who is responsible for this? Their cruelty knows no bounds. Inflicting such torment upon Yami and Mingfeng is more merciless than killing them outright." Jerry gritted his teeth, forcing out two words through clenched jaws. "Fei Gong." His icy tone was laced with a palpable sense of menace, akin to a chilling wind sweeping in from the depths of hell. Yuesher bellowed in wrath, once again. "It is Fei Gong. Look at that seemingly gentle fellow. Little did we know his heart is so treacherous, his methods so cruel. If I ever lay eyes on him again, I shall ensure his demise is nothing short of excruciating." Jerry replied coldly, "I shall not show mercy to Fei Gong. Fear not, master. I will ensure that he repays 1,000-fold for all that Yami and Mingfeng have endured." Kyle and Wei Ju, having set aside their sorrow, approached Yuesher. They were equally enraged by the brutal tactics Fei Gong had employed against Yami and Mingfeng. As for Feng Ling and Fei Shui, they had now been transformed into mere statues, impervious to any form of suffering. In contrast, their plight was far less dire than that of Yami and Mingfeng, who appeared utterly beyond redemption, while Feng Ling and Fei Shui still held the faint hope of breaking free from the enchantment that bound them. Jerry gazed at Wei Ju with a face full of hope. Wei Ju scrutinized the situation carefully and, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head at Jerry, indicating that there were no viable solutions left. Jerry's body involuntarily swayed, Was it truly destined for Yami and Ming Feng to remain in such a plight for eternity? He recalled the Grim Reaper within him. Jerry sent forth a wave of psychic energy directed at the Grim Reaper, rousing him from his slumber and conveying the entirety of the situation. The Grim Reaper pondered for an extended period before sorrowfully informing Jerry that even if all his powers were intact, it would be impossible to heal both Yami and Ming Feng. Furthermore, the whereabouts of their severed limbs, cast away by Faging, remained a mystery, even if those limbs were recoverable. The duration of their injuries had led to severe atrophy of their meridians. It could be said that the grievous afflictions plaguing Yami and Ming Feng were beyond even the capabilities of a deity. Upon hearing this, Jerry's emotions were greatly stirred, and he could not help but yell at the Grim Reaper. What kind of Grim Reaper are you if you cannot even save 2 lives? You need not pretend to be a deity any longer. The Grim Reaper, taken aback by Jerry's outburst, felt a surge of anger but chose not to engage in a quarrel, considering his desire to claim Jerry's body. He thought that if he could assist Jerry in healing his 2 friends, Jerry would be more inclined to heed his request in the future. After a moment of contemplation, the Grim Reaper found himself at a loss. He lamented the irony of being a Grim Reaper, a being traditionally associated with death, now being tasked with the challenge of saving lives. It seemed an insurmountable expectation. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind. The responsibility of saving lives had always rested with the Light God. Perhaps Jerry should seek out the Light God in the Ice Cloud continent. The elemental deities had grown disillusioned with humanity's selfishness and had retained some connection with the elves and dwarves over the years. If the Light God proved unable to assist, they would have to resort to the underworld god, who was notoriously less accommodating than the Light God. With this realization, the Grim Reaper shared his thoughts with Jerry, informing him that the Light God might indeed possess a means to dispel the magic afflicting Windling and Flying Snow. Upon hearing this, Jerry's spirits lifted slightly, as not only Amy and Ming Feng had hope, but Windling and Flying Snow might also be freed from their enchantments. He expressed his gratitude to the Grim Reaper and hurriedly relayed this information to Wei Ju and the others. Wei Ju, you sure? And Kyle listened in astonishment to Jerry's words. The notion of seeking the Light God for healing was utterly bewildering. They wondered if Jerry's grief had clouded his judgment. For how could an ordinary person expect to find a deity to cure injuries? Seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Jerry understood their skepticism. Indeed, the idea of seeking divine intervention for healing was far-fetched, and if he were to reveal that the Grim Reaper resided within him, they would likely deem him insane. Jerry, realizing that his words were not understood, reluctantly revealed his intention to journey to the Ice Cloud continent. Upon hearing this, Kyle pondered for a moment before responding. The Ice Cloud continent is predominantly inhabited by the Elven and Dwarven races. Historically, these 2 factions have coexisted harmoniously with humanity, united in their efforts against the forces of darkness. However, in recent years, humanity has persistently sought to invade the Ice Cloud continent, aiming to claim it as its own. Consequently, both the Elven and Dwarven races have severed ties with humanity. If you intend to venture to the Ice Cloud continent, it may prove to be perilously unsafe. Jerry, resolute in his convictions, declared, I must journey to the Ice Cloud continent. Upon witnessing Jerry's unwavering determination, Wei Ju and the other 2 ceased their attempts to dissuade him. However, Wei Ju cleared his throat and remarked, Jerry, it would be prudent for you to wait until the matter with Fei Geng is resolved before departing. As this way Feng Ling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Ming Feng will receive proper protection and care. Upon hearing Jerry's words, although he was burning with impatience to set forth, he realized that without resolving the matter concerning Feigen, he could not move forward with a tranquil mind. Thus, he suppressed his eagerness and nodded in agreement. Kyle and Wei Jun conferred for a while, analyzing the current situation. It seemed that the Royal Knights remained loyal to Kyle, albeit currently clouded by Feigen's influence. Once Kyle presented himself before them, he was confident that they would rally to his side. However, the 2 families of the 4 great houses, the Toka and Hoi families, required careful attention, as their allegiances were often ambiguous. They had been known to forge alliances and discreetly win over hearts within the court. It was uncertain which side they would ultimately support. Nevertheless, Kyle maintained his confidence in dealing with Feigen. He and Wei Jun decided to take a day of rest before approaching the Royal Knights together the following day, believing that securing their allegiance would facilitate further action. Having been trapped for several days without proper rest, Kyle, Wei Jun, and Yu Shi were utterly fatigued, and the weight of the situation pressed heavily upon them. They succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep on the spot. As Kyle settled down, he inadvertently glanced at Jerry, noticing the ring upon his finger. A spark of excitement ignited within him, and he sprang up, his gaze fixed on the ring, his eyes gleaming with joy. Jerry, sensing Kyle's unusual demeanor, followed his gaze, and, upon realizing Kyle's fixation on the ring, explained, "Your Majesty, this was given to me by fateful." Kyle waved his hand to halt Jerry's words and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "My dear daughter, you possess remarkable foresight, knowing to bestow the imperial ring upon Jerry. I was once concerned that it might fall into Feigen's hands." Jerry, Weijue, and Yushur gazed in astonishment at the exuberant Kyle, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces. Kyle first cast a bewildered glance at Jerry, seemingly surprised that Jerry did not comprehend the significance of the ring. Then, with a hearty laugh, he elucidated the matter to them. It turned out that the ring given to Jerry by fateful was a symbol of the identity of the next king of the Kingdom of Antonio. With this royal ring, one could summon armies from all corners of Antonio, its power comparable to that of the Emperor's Jade Seal. The royal ring itself was also a magical crystal ring. And since fateful had exhibited remarkable magical talent from a young age, Kyle had encouraged her to keep it close. Now, with fateful having entrusted it to Feigen, Kyle could finally set aside his worries about the royal ring. Knowing that the royal ring was in Jerry's possession filled Kyle with confidence about the events to unfold the next day. Even if Feigen were to wield the Jade Seal, Kyle felt assured that he could persuade the royal knights to align themselves with him. Weijue and Yushur, who had previously been concerned that the royal knights might yield to Feigen's authority due to the Jade Seal, also felt a sense of relief, and together they settled down for a peaceful rest. As Kyle, Weijue, and Yushur drifted into slumber, Jerry remained by the sides of Yami and Mingfeng, communicating with them through mental transmission. At that moment, Yami and Mingfeng were entirely unaware of the external world and, apart from Jerry, could not connect with anyone else. Jerry's presence had undeniably fortified their will to survive. Jerry conveyed the hopeful news of potential healing for both individuals to Yami and Mingfeng. Upon hearing this, Mingfeng responded with a wave of joy, while Yami remained contemplative and silent. Sensing Yami's unspoken thoughts, Jerry, with unwavering conviction, sent a message. "Yami, you must trust me. I am not deceiving you. I have indeed devised a plan. However, it necessitates traveling to a distant place to seek out an individual. Once I locate this person, there will undoubtedly be a solution for your injuries." After speaking, Jerry firmly clasped Yami's shoulder. Yami exhaled in relief, the doubts that Jerry's words were mere consolation dissipating. Yami then communicated, "Please take care of yourself. I understand that the place you must go is fraught with peril. Your safety is paramount. Do not jeopardize yourself for our sake." Jerry was deeply moved. Despite the circumstances, Yami still thought of him. He gently patted Yami's shoulder, feeling a surge of hatred towards Feigen rise within him. In his heart, Jerry vowed, "Feigen, how dare you inflict such harm upon my friend? Prepare yourself to face the merciless retribution of this grim reaper." Having made his solemn vow, Jerry conveyed a message of rest to Yami and Mingfeng before severing the spiritual transmission spell. Jerry observed that Yami and Mingfeng were peacefully asleep, perhaps for the first time in days, free from the psychological burden of their recent trauma. He quietly rose and swiftly circled the surrounding woods, ensuring that no one was nearby. Upon returning to his original position, a sense of unease washed over him. It seemed peculiar. Logically, given that the hostages in Feigen's possession had been rescued by Jerry, one would expect a search party to be dispatched. At the very least, they could have made it difficult for Jerry and his companions to rest. Why, then, was everything so eerily tranquil? This unnatural calm stirred an ominous feeling within Jerry. Jerry cast a spell of wind-soaring wings, summoning the elemental winds that spiraled behind him. Two creamy white wings swiftly materialized, gently flapping as a soft breeze enveloped him. Gradually, Jerry ascended to the treetops, gazing distantly toward the city of Antonio. Below, the city lay in tranquility, undisturbed and devoid of any signs of military mobilization. After observing for a while, Jerry discerned no activity within Antonio. However, he hesitated to leave Wei Lu and Yumi behind. The thought of departing and subsequently witnessing a situation akin to that of Yumi and Mingfeng filled him with dread. He could never forgive himself for such a lapse. Jerry quietly descended, adding a few branches to the fire in the midst of the crowd, causing the flames to blaze even more fiercely. As he gazed into the flickering flames, his thoughts began to wander, and vivid memories resurfaced. Moments spent with Feng Ling, Feishue, Yami, and Mingfeng. They had once joyfully studied together at the academy, embarked on journeys across the continent, accepted missions at the mercenary guild, and accomplished tasks side by side, nurturing a bond akin to that of a family. Yet now, after a mere departure, he found himself utterly alone. Jerry lamented the decision to leave his companions, the susceptibility to Figen's provocations, and pondered the weight of his choices. Why? Jerry contemplated the true architect of this calamity, Fagong. A chilling aura of malevolence surged forth, permeating the air. The branches of the trees swayed without the slightest breeze, leaves cascaded to the ground, and a multitude of birds took flight in startled disarray. Weiju, Yuji, and Kyle were taken aback, their instincts prompting them to leap into vigilance, scanning their surroundings. Upon discerning the absence of foes, their puzzled gazes converged upon Jerry. The trio's actions jolted Jerry from his reverie. He gradually raised his head, surveying the sky. Kyle, Weiju, and Yuji sensed a stark transformation in Jerry since the previous day. It was as if the Grim Reaper had awakened within him overnight. The current Jerry emanated an aura brimming with lethal intent, and the moment the others laid eyes on him, their hearts momentarily faltered. As dawn's light began to break, Jerry slowly rose to his feet, turning to Weiju and Yuji with an icy demeanor. Grandfather, Master, I ask that you remain here to watch over Fengling, Fei Shui, Yami, and Mingfeng. The matters of the city are well in hand with the Emperor and myself. Although Jerry's words were framed as a request, the gravity of his tone and the intensity of his presence compelled Weiju and Yuji to nod in acquiescence. Typically fearless in speech, Yuji now found himself subdued by Jerry's formidable aura, refraining from his usual antics. He cleared his throat a few times in an attempt to alleviate the tension, yet his voice emerged notably softer than usual, scarcely qualifying as a cough. A sheepish smile graced his lips, but upon realizing the indifference of those around him, he quelled his amusement and addressed Jerry earnestly. Jerry, it may be overly perilous for you and Kyle to venture forth alone. It would be wiser for Weiju to remain here while I accompany you. Weiju, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Jerry cast a glance at Weiju and Yuesher, who, in turn, met his gaze. Both were struck by the palpable menace emanating from Jerry's eyes, causing a sudden tightening in their chests, prompting them to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. Kyle, perplexed by their reaction, hastily stepped back to support them. Once stabilized, Weiju and Yuesher gently pushed aside Kyle's outstretched hand, offering him a wry smile to convey their well-being. A complex mixture of emotions flickered between them as they exchanged glances, both harboring concerns for Jerry as well as for the soldiers in Antonio City. Their expressions darkened as they regarded Jerry with apprehension. At this moment, Jerry had turned his back to the three, solemnly stating, "It is sufficient for the Emperor and me to go. Master, rest assured, the Emperor will be perfectly safe." Both Weiju and Yuesher sensed that Jerry had deliberately emphasized the title of Emperor. Weiju's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily implored, "Jerry, do not act recklessly. Yami and the others are counting on you for salvation." Without turning around, Jerry replied, "Grandfather, do not worry. I shall not perish until Yami and the others are healed. I am determined to rescue them. However, should anyone dare to obstruct my path, At this moment, Kyle stood beside Weiju, observing the formidable aura emanating from Jerry. His heart stirred. This was not merely the presence of a monarch. Jerry's aura surpassed that of any sovereign, the might of a ruler compelling submission. While Jerry's presence instilled within Kyle, a born sovereign, an instinctual urge to kneel in reverence. Both Kyle and Weiju recalled the statue of the creator god enshrined within the temple, which always evoked a sense of divine authority, prompting one to kneel and share their troubles with the deity. Now, Jerry's aura bore a striking resemblance to the majesty of that statue. This was, in fact, the subtle influence of the god of death on Jerry's spirit. When Jerry was enraged, this divine authority would naturally manifest, unbeknownst to both him and others. Kyle gently patted Weiju and Yuesher on the arms, conveying a sense of reassurance, before striding confidently to Jerry's side, demonstrating his support for Jerry's resolve. Jerry glanced at Kyle and nodded slightly. The presence of one accustomed to the throne was indeed exceptional. Seizing Kyle, Jerry invoked a slight fluctuation of spatial magic, spatial transfer, and together, they vanished. This time, only Kyle accompanied him, significantly lightening the burden, thus resulting in a minimal disturbance during the use of the spatial transfer spell, so subtle that it would go unnoticed by any onlookers. As Jerry and Kyle materialized before the palace in Antonio City amidst a subtle ripple of magical energy, a throng of soldiers swiftly surrounded them, with the royal knights appearing on horseback in tow. Upon sighting Figen, Kyle bellowed, "Figen, in the presence of your sovereign, you dare not dismount and kneel?" Jerry likewise admonished, "Figen, upon beholding the emperor, do you not hasten to bow and confess your transgressions?" In response to their declarations, Figen erupted into a raucous laughter, gazing skyward before addressing them. "Your Majesty, Jerry, do you still possess the audacity to return? You conspired with the divine clan to bring about the demise of Princess Fateful and subsequently murdered the late Emperor Kyle. Now, you dare to return with this impersonator of Kyle? What is your intention?" Kyle was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly an imposter? Was Figen not merely fabricating lies? As Kyle prepared to retort vehemently, Jerry had already interjected. Jerry gazed at Figen, two flickering flames of intensity dancing in his eyes. With a frigid tone, Jerry remarked, "Figen, by your own admission, you have already ascended to the throne." Figen, fixated on Jerry, retorted, "Indeed, after eliminating you and this imposter, Kyle, I shall don the crown." "Bearing your heads." Kyle, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Figen, you vile scoundrel, do you truly believe you are worthy of the imperial throne of Antonio? Are the ministers of the realm blind?" Figen responded with a haughty smile, dismissing the enraged Kyle as he guided his horse aside, revealing 3 figures behind him. Kyle, in disbelief, beheld one among the 3, Xingba Toka, Hahai Hoi, and Dallin Montbu. While he could fathom Xingba and Hahai's defection, the loyalty of the Montbu family, represented by Dallin, standing with Figen was utterly confounding to Kyle. Pointing at Kyle, Figen addressed Xingba, Hahai, and Dallin as esteemed officials of the state. "You are well aware of the late emperor's every action. Now, observe this man who claims to be the late emperor and declare if he is indeed Emperor Kyle." Xingba and Hahai feigned a glance at Kyle before shaking their heads in unison. "He is not Emperor Kyle. Moreover, 3 days ago, the late emperor was laid to rest. Witnessed by the entire court, there can be no mistake." The royal knights, initially stirred at the sight of Kyle, quickly regained their composure, for they were the mightiest force in the realm of Antonio. Upon hearing Xingba and Hahai's declarations, skepticism lingered among the knights, as the dubious reputations of these 2 men significantly undermined their credibility. All eyes shifted to the trusted Dallin. Noticing the collective gaze upon Dallin, who kept his head lowered, Figen furrowed his brow, raising his voice, "Dallin, is this man truly the late emperor? Everyone awaits your words. Do you wish for the late emperor and Princess Fateful to rest in unrest?" At Figen's words, Dallin's body trembled. His head seemed burdened as he slowly lifted it. He cast a fleeting glance at Jerry and Kyle, his eyes filled with remorse. Following that brief moment, he lowered his head again and hesitantly murmured, "He is not the emperor." Upon hearing this declaration, the royal knights swiftly unsheathed their swords. The leader at the forefront let out a mournful cry, filled with sorrow, commanding, "Royal knights, prepare to charge." The knights behind him echoed in unison, "Charge." In a flurry of organized chaos, the royal knights transitioned from a square formation to a triangular formation led by their commander. Jerry's expression remained unchanged, while Kyle's face was etched with concern. His worry was not for his own safety or that of Jerry, but rather for the royal knights, the mightiest army on the continent, which faced the grim prospect of suffering severe losses in this battle. The royal knights had long been regarded as the guardians in the hearts of the citizens of Antonio. Their presence alone deterred the neighboring Clin's empire from daring to invade. If the royal knights were to disband here today, Kyle could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. Casting a glance at Jerry, Kyle noticed the ominous aura surrounding him had intensified significantly. A pang of anxiety gripped Kyle's heart, and he urgently implored Jerry, "Jerry, could you please hold off on the attack for a moment? Raise the ring in your hand and channel both fire and earth elements into it." Jerry shot Kyle a cold, emotionless glance, leaving Kyle's heart racing with uncertainty about whether Jerry would heed his plea. After Jerry glanced at Kyle, he turned away. To Kyle's astonishment, Jerry slowly and resolutely raised his left hand, forming a fist that revealed the ring adorning his 4th finger. The captain of the Royal Knights had already raised his long sword, and the members behind him followed suit, brandishing their own blades. Kyle understood that once the captain swung his sword downward, the Royal Knights would unleash the renowned Wind of Honor across the continent. This particular method of attack, known as the Wind of Honor, had only been witnessed once before, during the great battle against the demons. At that time, all members of the Royal Knights formed a triangular formation, repeatedly charging against the demon horde under the captain's leadership. The demon soldiers valiantly resisted the knights' advance, and it could be said that for every step forward, dozens of knights fell from their steeds. Nevertheless, the royal knights, in their quest to buy time for the human mages and to alleviate the burdens of the heroes battling the Demon King, showed no signs of retreat. They courageously surged through the demon ranks 3 times. In that battle, the royal knights claimed the lives of 30,000 enemies at the cost of 8,000 of their own, with only 2,000 of the 10,000 knights returning. The captain and vice-captain perished on the battlefield. It was the valor of the royal knights that enabled the human mages to successfully execute the magical energy transfer, unleashing a forbidden spell that decimated half of the demon army. The top 8 among the 10 greatest human warriors engaged the Demon King, resulting in mutual devastation, and both sides suffered grievous losses. Consequently, a ceasefire was negotiated. In the aftermath, all human armies held the achievements of the royal knights in profound regard, and the name of the royal knights resonated throughout the continent. Their relentless charge, even at the cost of their own lives, earned them the esteemed title of Wind of Honor. This spirit epitomized the noblest ideals of knighthood: sacrifice for the safety of humankind, for the well-being of comrades, for victory, and for justice. Only the royal knights could charge forth in the name of knightly honor, vowing not to relent until their objectives were achieved. Fei Geng observed the royal knights assume the continent's most renowned battle formation, and his expression shifted slightly. Xing Ba and He Hai wore expressions of schadenfreude, while the land's countenance changed dramatically as he surged forward a few steps, opening his mouth to shout something. Sensing impending trouble, Fei Geng quickly moved his lips, unleashing a wave of wind element energy. De Lon froze in place, his face twisted in rage as he looked back and forth between the royal knights and Kyle, Jerry, and the others. Upon seeing the captain of the royal knights make a move in Jerry's direction, his long sword trembled slightly, seemingly poised to strike downward. Kyle urgently called out to Jerry, "Hurry up, Jerry." Jerry invoked the essence of the proud deity, directing the fire and earth elements into the ring, which then burst forth in a dazzling display of red and yellow light. Why did Kyle not take the ring of the nation for himself, but instead allow Jerry to wield it? This situation arises from the national training of the Kingdom of Antonio, where the king holds the royal seal, while the next king is entrusted with the national ring. In the absence of a prince, the princess temporarily safeguards the national ring. Should the princess find her beloved, the ring is bestowed upon him, thereby establishing the next king of Antonio, rendering the royal seal ineffective in the king's hands. The leader of the royal knights was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "The national ring." Fei Geng's heart sank as his greatest fear materialized. He rode forth, addressing the leader with fervor. Princess Fei Shui was murdered by them. It is no surprise that the national ring is in their possession. Quickly avenge the princess. At that moment, Kyle shouted to Jerry, "Jerry, infuse the ring with more energy. Then retrieve the fire and earth elements." Obeying Kyle's command, Jerry infused his own energy into the ring and reclaimed the elements. The ring's glow transformed, and the royal emblem of the Kingdom of Antonio subtly materialized in the air. Upon witnessing this, the knights of the royal knights dismounted and knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects, Your Majesty." After the formalities, the knights mounted again, surrounding Jerry and Kyle for protection. Jerry cast a puzzled glance at Kyle, who, with a smile, explained, "This is a secret established for the royal knights to identify the true heir holding the national ring. This ring was meticulously crafted by the renowned sculptor of the continent. Without the correct method, its secrets cannot be revealed. The necessity to unveil these secrets indicates that the Kingdom of Antonio is in dire peril. Once the royal emblem appears, the ring's authority surpasses that of the king's seal, and the royal knights will heed only the commands of the bearer of the national ring. Within the entire Kingdom of Antonio, only the royal knights and I are privy to this secret. Fei Shui knew it as well, but she seemingly did not have the chance to inform you." Jerry understood why. Had Fei Shui disclosed the significance of the national ring at that time, he would not have accepted it, thus preventing her from revealing its secret to him. In Qingqi City, she had intended to share this with him, but he had left without a word, leaving him entirely unaware of the profound secret contained within the ring she gifted him. At this moment, Fei Geng's face turned pale with rage as he glared fiercely at De Lon, who appeared equally alarmed, yet harbored a glimmer of relief. Realizing that the royal knights would not engage in battle against Jerry, Fei Geng glanced at Xing Ba and He Hai, both of whom wore expressions of dread. Astonished at how events had unfolded, he spoke to them in a low voice. "Our fates are now intertwined. Success or failure hinges on this decisive moment." Gritting their teeth, Xing Ba and He Hai shouted to the hesitant soldiers, Kill them. The 50,000 soldiers surrounding them were from the Taka and Hoi families. And upon hearing their master's command, they launched an assault on the encircled royal knights. At this moment, Jerry addressed the commander of the royal knights, saying, "Take all the members of the royal knights and protect his majesty as we break through immediately." The members of the royal knights, along with Kyle, were taken aback. Kyle anxiously interjected, "That's impossible. We must leave together." Ignoring Kyle, Jerry displayed the imperial ring to the commander and coldly inquired, "Do you dare to disobey?" The commander of the royal knights hesitated slightly, met Jerry's steely gaze, sighed, dismounted, and knelt in respect. He then mounted his horse and shouted, "Royal knights, heed my command. Protect his majesty and charge towards the city gate." As he rode away, he quietly remarked to Jerry, "Your majesty, you are also an exceptional knight." With that, he turned his horse and galloped towards the city gate, taking Kyle with him. The commander's words reached Feigen, and he realized that if the royal knights escaped, the consequences would be dire. He bellowed, "Increase the assault. We cannot let them flee." Xing Ba and He Hai understood the gravity of the situation and urged their soldiers to intensify their attacks. Arrows rained down like a tempest, and soldiers formed a wall, injuring several members of the royal knights. They were momentarily halted, as the confined space of the royal city diminished the cavalry's advantage. Jerry let out a heavy snort, causing a deafening resonance that momentarily stilled the weapons in the hands of the soldiers. He leaped into the air, drawing the blade of death from his waist with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, it transformed midair, and he swung it towards the soldiers obstructing the royal knights. The blade of death emanated a dark light, and a surge of black sword energy extended forth, as if Jerry wielded a blade several lengths long. Feigen, sensing the peril, swiftly extended his hand, unleashing a barrage of magical attacks towards Jerry's back. This action alerted all soldiers, and archers aimed at Jerry in unison, unleashing a hail of arrows upon him. However, it was too late. Jerry had already executed his strike. The sword energy detached from the blade of death, hurtling forward and expanding in the air. Ultimately, a tremendous explosion resonated, sending dust soaring, as 5,000 soldiers were reduced to ash by Jerry's single strike, along with a significant portion of the nearby buildings. Everyone, except for Feigen and Jerry, stood in stunned silence. Was this the power of a human being? At that moment, Jerry had vanished from the air, evading all incoming attacks. Kyle felt a presence beside him, and then he sensed movement in his arms. Suddenly, the royal knights heard Jerry's cold voice softly command, "Why do you not hurry and flee?" As if awakening from a dream, the group, led by their captain, swiftly departed from Antonio City like an arrow. From that moment onward, Jerry commanded the unwavering respect of all the knights of the Royal Knights Order, who henceforth followed his orders without a trace of doubt. However, it would be quite some time before they would see Jerry again. Fei Geng and his companions witnessed the Royal Knights' rapid retreat, yet their soldiers remained frozen in place, not one of them responding. Infuriated, Fei Geng shouted, "Why are you not swiftly dispatching that individual in the center? What are you waiting for?" The soldiers, as if roused from their stupor, surrounded Jerry. Those closest to him hesitated, fearing they might meet the same fate as before, struck down by his sword. Meanwhile, the archers on the periphery began to unleash a volley of arrows towards Jerry. As Jerry observed the figures of Kyle and the royal knights fading into the distance, a sense of relief washed over him. The force he had exerted, a third of his strength, proved effective, and now he was free from worry. With a swift motion, Jerry deflected several arrows aimed at him, and before a greater barrage could ensue, he launched his own attack. At that moment, Kyle, under the protection of the royal knights, reached a safe distance outside the city. He recalled how, amidst the chaos, Jerry had seemingly slipped something into his embrace. Reaching into his bosom, Kyle's expression shifted dramatically as he withdrew his hand, revealing the national ring. Did Jerry anticipate the danger he would face, leaving the ring with him to prevent it from falling into the hands of Fei Geng should he perish? Contemplating this, Kyle pulled on his horse's reins, halting abruptly, and called out loudly, "Royal Knights, heed my command. We must return at once to rescue Jerry." As Kyle came to a stop, the Knights of the Royal Knights also ceased their advance. The commander, hearing Kyle's order, managed a wry smile and replied, "Your Majesty, do you not recall? We are now bound to follow only His Majesty Jerry." Panic surged within Kyle as he extended his hand to show the commander the national ring, exclaiming, "What do you see here?" The commander's countenance shifted, and he quickly grasped the significance of Jerry entrusting the ring to Kyle. Gritting his teeth, The commander turned his horse around and shouted to his subordinates, "The First Division, escort His Majesty to safety at once. The rest of you, follow me back into battle." The 1,000 knights of the First Division responded in unison, galloping to Kyle's side, while the others swiftly followed the commander back the way they had come. Frustrated, Kyle shouted, "I will go too." The captain of the First Division urged, "Your Majesty, our duty is to ensure your safety as entrusted by His Majesty Jerry. To return now would defy his command. If you insist on going back and something were to happen, how could we, the Royal Knights, ever face His Majesty Jerry again?" Kyle surveyed the knights around him, noting their resolute expressions. With a sigh, he despondently conceded, "Then let us depart." Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. He could lead this group back to protect Feng Ling and Fei Shui, while sending Wei Ju and Yu Shi to assist Jerry. Excitedly, he cracked the whip and urged the knights of the First Division, "Hurry, follow me." Although the knights of the First Division were uncertain of the unfolding events, they dutifully surged alongside Kyle. Meanwhile, in the time it took for these developments to transpire, Jerry had plunged into the throng of soldiers to his left. Akin to a wolf amidst sheep, swiftly dispatching foes as they cried out in despair, lamenting their inability to escape faster. The brutal onslaught by Jerry amidst the crowd rendered the archers on the periphery ineffective. To shoot was to risk hitting their own, as all but Jerry among the soldiers were allies. Yet to refrain from shooting meant witnessing the swift demise of soldiers, who fell as swiftly as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. The archers found themselves in a moral quandary. Xing Ba and He Hai, observing this dismal situation, were filled with dread, while Fei Gong, in stark contrast, wore a sinister smile, confounded by Fei Gong's apparent amusement amidst the chaos. Xing Ba and He Hai could not fathom his perspective. At that moment, Fei Gong stealthily approached Dalon from behind, who was anxiously watching Jerry's rampage among the soldiers. Oblivious to Fei Gong's proximity, suddenly, Fei Gong struck Dalan's back with an open palm, infused with dark energy that sealed Dalan's meridians. Dalan shuddered and turned in astonishment to face Fei Gong, who coldly remarked, "You are far too unreliable. I cannot permit you to jeopardize my plans. Now, take a brief rest." With that, he slapped Dalan on the head, rendering him unconscious. Fei Gong glanced back at Jerry, mentally assessing the situation. In a remarkably short span, Jerry had already slaughtered nearly 10,000 soldiers, and with the additional casualties from his earlier strike, the total rose to approximately 15,000. Fei Gong then subtly waved his hand, and Huan along with 25 dark-robed sorcerers materialized out of thin air. Addressing Huan, Fei Gong softly stated, "The numbers are sufficient." Huan, pale and silent, nodded slightly, his countenance revealing the toll of Jerry's previous strike in his attempt to rescue Wei Ju and the others. Positioning himself behind Huan, Fei Gong placed a hand on his shoulder, and the other 25 sorcerers followed suit, forming a chain of support. Xing Ba and He Hai, having been acutely aware of Huan's appearance, exchanged glances of alarm upon witnessing this. They quietly muttered magic transfer, recognizing it as a technique painstakingly developed by the Mage Guild to combat the dark forces. How had the dark beings learned to wield it as well? Their gazes fixed upon Fei Gong. Feeling their scrutiny, Fei Gong swiftly surveyed their faces, prompting Xing Ba and He Hai to avert their eyes. With a chilling tone, he declared, "You need not speculate. I am the one who informed the dark forces. Now, both of you must protect us diligently, or we shall all meet our doom. Keep a close watch on Dalan." Xing Ba and He Hai, shaken, turned their attention to the unconscious Dalan not far away. Fei Gong, satisfied, whispered to Huan, "It is time to commence." Huan nodded, and in an instant, Fei Gong along with the 25 sorcerers were enveloped in a surge of dark elemental energy, which swiftly flowed into Huan's body. In the blink of an eye, the magic transfer was complete. Xing Ba and He Hai watched in disbelief, as Fei Gong, appearing fatigued, addressed them, "You do not comprehend, do you? The magic transfer we employ has been refined by the Dark Lord, enhancing both its safety and speed severfold. Our sorcerers are incomparable." As Jerry dispatched soldiers with fervor, he sensed the abrupt and intense fluctuation of dark energy. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards Fei Gong, only to realize that Huan had already commenced his spell. Huan swiftly traced a hexagram in the air with his hands, chanting fervently, "O great God of darkness, your servant Huan beseeches you with the blood of these 15,000 soldiers before me. Please bestow upon me the most formidable dark power to extinguish the lives of these creatures." Huan was casting the forbidden dark spell, Bloodthirsty Dark Thunder, which was ideally suited for the battlefield. This spell drew upon the life force of the deceased in its vicinity, the greater the number of fatalities, the more potent the spell became. However, such magic wielded immense power, being the mightiest among the 7 schools of magic, yet it also inflicted significant harm upon the caster. Typically, a normal spellcaster would forfeit 2 decades of their lifespan, or even be rendered incapable of magic for life. Juan would not have resorted to this spell had it not been for his thirst for vengeance. Fagin had deliberately planned for Jerry to engage in combat first, creating the necessary conditions for the spell before Juan unleashed this formidable magic, ensuring that both Jerry and the spellcaster would emerge from the encounter severely weakened, to Fagin's advantage. As Juan completed his incantation, the sky suddenly darkened, and shadows enveloped the surroundings. A faint crimson glow suffused the entire palace of Antonio. Upon finishing his chant, Juan collapsed to the ground. Fagin, witnessing the spell's range encompass the entire palace, cursed under his breath, realizing that Juan could not afford to perish just yet. He still needed Juan to gain the Demon King's trust. Seizing Juan, he shouted to Xingba and Hahai, "If you wish to survive, flee with me." Without a second thought for the 25 exhausted demon sorcerers, he hastily led the retreat, while Xingba and Hahai, momentarily stunned, quickly followed in Fagin's wake. Jerry felt an immediate sense of foreboding, although he could not discern the nature of the magic wielded by Fagin and his companions. He was acutely aware of the cataclysmic power of the bloodthirsty dark thunder. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Jerry's mind, to hastily escape the confines of the magical aura. However, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted 2,000 knights surging through the ranks of soldiers, relentlessly slashing at the bewildered troops as they advanced toward Jerry's position. Jerry inwardly exclaimed in dismay. How could the Royal Knights return at this juncture? It was a perfect illustration of the adage, heaven offers a path, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no gates, yet you venture forth. Cursing under his breath, Jerry lifted his gaze to the heavens, where a colossal black orb had materialized, swelling in size as it plummeted rapidly downward. With no other options left, Jerry steeled himself and, with a piercing cry that resonated through the heavens, ascended into the sky, brandishing the blade of death. The Royal Knights and all the soldiers halted their weapons, gazing up in awe as Jerry soared upward. They were about to witness a scene of unparalleled grandeur, as 2 formidable forbidden spells clashed head-on. At this moment, Jerry summoned every ounce of strength within him. A flash of blue light enveloped his form, as the protective barrier water curtain heavenly splendor encircled him. Then, the water-based forbidden spell Absolute Zero wave surged forth, striking directly at the dark orb formed by bloodthirsty dark thunder. A tremendous roar echoed through the air, causing all the horses below to rear in fright, and the members of the Royal Knights were unceremoniously thrown from their mounts. Yet, amidst the chaos, they disregarded their pain, and the nearby soldiers who had fallen with the Royal Knights refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack. Their mouths agape, they gazed skyward in awe. Before them blossomed a magnificent spectacle. Black and blue lights erupted in the sky, resembling a resplendent flower of dark blue hues. This bloom exuded an air of regal elegance, captivating all who beheld it, rendering them oblivious to the lethal beauty it possessed. As the black and blue lights flickered and faded, the flower dissolved into a crimson glow that cascaded down upon the assembled crowd below. Instantly, they were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppressive pressure descending from the heavens. Jerry raised the blade of death, unleashing his most formidable strike. A colossal surge of sword energy cleaved through the crimson light that filled the sky, severing it in two. The blood-red glow swiftly descended. However, the area encompassing the royal palace was no longer shrouded in its ominous embrace. As the sanguine light cascaded downward, the structures flanking Antonio City, along with its walls, crumbled into ruins. Yet, miraculously, the lives of all soldiers and the Royal Knights were preserved. And thus Jerry's ultimate technique, Death's Rift Slash, was officially named. The members of the Royal Knights were the first to regain their senses, exchanging bewildered glances as they confirmed that the extraordinary events they had witnessed were indeed real and not mere figments of their imagination. Together, they lifted their gazes, searching for Jerry amidst the chaos. The soldiers surrounding the Royal Knights gradually awakened from their stupor. However, the fervor for battle had dissipated, replaced by a collective quest to locate the hero who had saved them all. After a brief moment of frantic searching among the remnants of the battlefield, the only company they found were the lifeless bodies strewn about, with not a trace of Jerry in sight. A sense of unease settled over the royal knights, and the smiles that had graced their faces vanished, giving way to an unspoken panic that began to spread through the crowd. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted, and Wei Ju and Yushur appeared before the assembly, their faces etched with worry. Having sensed the magical fluctuations from the clash of the two formidable spells, Wei Ju and Yushur had rushed to the scene upon receiving news from Kyle, only to find they had arrived too late. As they steadied themselves, both began to scan the crowd, desperately searching for Jerry. Failing to find him, a sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. Wei Ju spotted the captain of the Royal Knights, Hiddink, and dashed towards him, seizing Hiddink's arm with urgency. "Where is Jerry? Where is he?" Hiddink, witnessing the desperation etched on Wei Ju's face, felt the weight of his own failure to protect Jerry. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, the sound resonating like a hammer striking the hearts of Wei Ju and Yushur. Their faces turned pale, and Wei Ju released his grip on Hiddink, staggering back a few steps while muttering, "It's impossible, it cannot be." Realizing the misunderstanding, Hiddink quickly interjected, "Do not misconstrue my words. We are uncertain of Jerry's fate at this moment." His voice faltered, and he lowered his head, continuing with a heavy heart, "Yet, I fear his chances of survival are slim." Upon hearing Hiddink's initial words, Wei Ju and Yushur felt a momentary relief wash over them, exhaling deeply. However, Hiddink's subsequent statement rekindled their anxiety. Yushur could no longer contain himself and leaped forward, grasping Hiddink's attire with fervor. "What exactly happened? Can you not clarify? Your ambiguity could lead to dire consequences." Only then did Hiddink awaken from his self-reproach, noticing that Wei Ju and Yushur were glaring at him with fiery intensity. He hastily conveyed everything he knew to Wei Ju. Although Wei Ju and Yushur were uncertain about the nature of the magic unleashed by the demon race, the formidable power described by Hiddink clearly indicated that it was a forbidden spell. They exchanged bittersweet smiles. For the only forbidden spell known to humankind thus far was the water-based forbidden spell, Absolute Zero Freeze Wave. Aside from this, not only was there a lack of understanding of other forbidden spells, but even the records of such spells had been lost to time. Therefore, neither Wei Ju nor Yushur could ascertain what forbidden spell the demon race had truly employed. Presently, humanity's comprehension of forbidden spells was limited solely to the water-based variety. And even among the few capable of wielding it, only Wei Ju and Yushur had succeeded in doing so. The casting of this spell drained their entire magical reserves, necessitating a month of rest for recovery. Now, learning that Jerry had withstood a forbidden spell, their concern for his safety deepened. Had Jerry perished in the clash of such potent spells? No, Jerry, after unleashing a strike that gathered all his strength, was propelled away by the overwhelming recoil and lost consciousness. His wings, bereft of his control, vanished instantaneously, and he began to plummet straight down. However, after descending a short distance, Jerry's body suddenly jolted. He made no movement, and no magical fluctuations rippled through the air. Miraculously, he paused midair, his previously horizontal form slowly righting itself. At this moment, had anyone been observing Jerry, they would have noticed that his eyes were tightly shut. Jerry stood in the air with an ease as if his feet were firmly planted on the ground. At this moment, his eyes slowly opened, emanating two beams of brilliance, yet devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, Jerry spoke, but his voice was markedly different from his usual tone. "Ha! I never anticipated that I would so effortlessly seize control of this body. It is truly splendid. Ah, is this not the voice of the Grim Reaper?" At this moment, Jerry, now perhaps aptly referred to as the Reaper, cast a glance downward. These soldiers below hardly warranted his direct intervention. For now, he must acclimate to this new corporeal form before seeking out the demon and the celestial beings to settle the scores among them. With this thought in mind, the Reaper stepped forward as if traversing a grand thoroughfare, seemingly crossing an invisible threshold, causing his form to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, those on the ground remained ensnared in their panic, oblivious to the Reaper's departure. When the Reaper re-emerged, he found himself within the forest of death. Standing before the abode where Jerry and Dare had lived, he surveyed the surroundings. This was indeed the place Jerry held most dear, and it appeared to be in decent condition. Unconsciously, the Reaper found himself drawn to Dare's grave, gazing at the inscription on the tombstone. A wave of sorrow rising from the depths of his being. After a moment of introspection, the Reaper was suddenly jolted back to reality. Astonished that he, being the personification of death, could experience such human emotions. Since his inception, his feelings had never fluctuated so profoundly. Could it be that Jerry's consciousness had not entirely faded away? The Reaper concentrated, probing his thoughts. Oh, it turned out that Jerry had succumbed to unconsciousness due to an overwhelming surge of power. In that state, his control over his own body dwindled to its nadir, allowing the Reaper to effortlessly seize dominion over Jerry's form. Yet, the body still belonged to Jerry, should he awaken and regain consciousness. The Reaper would inevitably be compelled to retreat within the confines of Jerry's mind. Nevertheless, this temporary acquisition of Jerry's body offered the Reaper significant advantages for future endeavors. It was as though he had established a crucial pathway, albeit currently a narrow passage, that, with time and expansion, could transform into a broad avenue. Eventually, there would come a day when Jerry would be utterly powerless against the Reaper's might. The Reaper also recognized that his control over the body would inevitably leave traces of his own essence within Jerry. Though he was reluctant, this was beyond his control. Ultimately, the Reaper reconciled with the notion that he might as well pay rent to inhabit Jerry's body, for in the end, this vessel would belong to him. With this contemplation, the Reaper smiled, albeit with a sigh. Alas, slumber differs from unconsciousness. During sleep, the subconscious still governs all movements of the body, rendering the Reaper incapable of utilizing Jerry's form while he rests. Otherwise, the days ahead could have been exceedingly delightful. Suddenly, the Reaper sensed a shift in his mind. Jerry's consciousness was on the verge of awakening. He felt a gentle reverberation within his head, closed his eyes, and swayed slightly, transitioning back into the realm of Jerry's awareness. Jerry suddenly opened his eyes, and the familiar surroundings left him momentarily stunned. His grandfather's grave. The forest of death. How had he returned to this place? At that moment, the Grim Reaper spoke in Jerry's mind, somewhat gritting his teeth. It was I who brought you back. You were knocked unconscious by the explosive force of two powerful forbidden spells colliding, plummeting from the sky. I exhausted all means to bring you here. The Grim Reaper inwardly cursed. You could have woken up a little later, allowing me to savor the moment. Jerry pondered for an extended period, struggling to recall the events that had led him to this moment. With a shake of his head, he relinquished the effort to delve into that question. His gaze fell upon Dear's grave, and a wave of sorrow enveloped him. The specter of death, sensing this profound melancholy in Jerry's mind, trembled in response. It was an overwhelming, heart-rending sensation. In that instant, the aura emanating from Jerry intensified, 100-fold stronger than before, leaving even the Reaper gasping for breath, weighed down by an immense heaviness in its heart, silently astonished by the depth of such sorrow. Jerry slowly knelt before Dear's grave, gently removing the weeds that adorned the headstone, while softly recounting everything that had transpired since his emergence from the forest of death. He spoke of his experiences with Wind Bell and Flying Snow, shared tales of the kindness shown to him by Wei Ju and Yu Shi, and reflected on the brotherly bond he cherished with Yami and Ming Feng. Finally, Jerry patted the grave and, in a sorrowful tone, expressed, Grandfather, I can no longer stay by your side. Windbell and Yumi are waiting for my help. I must leave you once more. But I believe that your spirit will surely watch over me. The Grim Reaper, sensing the profound emotional turmoil within Jerry's heart, felt waves of heartfelt impact resonating in his mind. Even the Grim Reaper, with a resolve as steadfast as stone, was nearly overwhelmed by the torrent of emotions emanating from Jerry. Angered, the Grim Reaper cursed internally, lamenting the irony of being called a Grim Reaper while lacking the cold-heartedness expected of one. How could he bear witness to the suffering of friends and family? However, the Grim Reaper wisely refrained from voicing his ire to Jerry, knowing that if Jerry were to hear it, he would likely erupt in fury. Jerry rose to his feet, casting a lingering glance at the neatly arranged grave of Dear, before resolutely turning away from both the grave and the humble abode. Upon exiting the forest of death, Jerry stood at the edge, lost in thought. After a moment, he sent a message to the Grim Reaper. Reaper, do you know the swiftest way to reach the Ice Cloud continent? The Grim Reaper chuckled within Jerry's mind. My dear lad, I advise you to resolve your matters before departing. From my sense, Fei Gong and that demon clan are still alive. You must understand, some issues, if not resolved thoroughly at once, will only become more troublesome with time. You must eliminate Fei Gong and Huan swiftly, so that you can journey to the Ice Cloud continent without any lingering concerns. Jerry pondered for a moment and concluded that the Grim Reaper was indeed correct. The Grim Reaper was secretly cursing himself for being so talkative. All he needed to do was answer Jerry's questions. Once he arrived at the Ice Cloud continent to find the 7 elemental gods, he would surely devise a way to help himself seize Jerry's body. Why was he even concerned about Jerry? The Grim Reaper was baffled and, in frustration, sank deeper into Jerry's consciousness, completely ignoring the gratitude message that Jerry subsequently sent. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to experience human emotions. Perhaps this was merely a remnant of residing within a human being. After heeding the words of the Grim Reaper, Jerry hastened towards the nearest city, Aya, located in proximity to the Forest of Death. He could only recall exerting every ounce of his strength to thwart the bloodthirsty dark thunder. Now, it was only natural that he felt utterly drained, devoid of any remaining energy. Consequently, he failed to examine his own body and, as a result, remained oblivious to the peculiar energy that had manifested within him, an essence of the Reaper's power. Jerry slowly departed from the Forest of Death, making his way toward the city of Aya, where he first encountered Ami and Mingfeng. Unbeknownst to him, he had once again donned the silver mask upon his visage. Now, Jerry exuded an air of solemnity. Every leaf that fell nearby was repelled by an invisible force. The warmth of his heart, once kindled by the love of Fei Xue and Fengling, as well as the friendship of Ami and Mingfeng, had retreated back into a frigid abyss. After a considerable passage of time, the sky gradually darkened, yet Aya City loomed just ahead. Jerry lifted his gaze, observing the weathered walls of the city, still bearing the faint scars of the few battles it had endured. On his last visit, the city gate resembled a desolate ruin, devoid of life, choked by swirling sands, with a mere handful of souls passing through. However, now the entrance was adorned with lush green trees, and the faces of the returning citizens were bright with smiles. Familiar faces greeted one another with cheerful shouts and playful banter. As Jerry strode into the city of Aya amidst the throng, the common folk cast curious glances at the youth adorned with a mask. Yet, upon drawing nearer, even the most ordinary of individuals sensed the chilling aura emanating from Jerry, prompting them to wisely sidestep him and hasten away. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and Jerry found his way into a tavern by the roadside. It was the hour of supper, and the establishment was filled to capacity with patrons indulging in their meals, creating a lively atmosphere. The tavern keeper, upon noticing Jerry's entrance, greeted him with a warm smile, inquiring, "Might I assist you, honored guest, with your meal?" Jerry offered a slight nod. But as the keeper approached him and beheld the mask, he was taken aback, feeling the once warm tavern grow suddenly cold, as if the temperature had plummeted several degrees. The words he intended to convey, that no seats were available, caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. At this juncture, diners at several tables near the door became aware of the unusual scene, turning their heads in curiosity. Upon encountering the imposing figure of Jerry, a chill gripped their hearts, as if they sensed an imminent danger radiating from the masked youth. Conversations that had once flowed freely came to an abrupt halt, and the actions of these few quieted those nearby, creating a ripple effect that soon silenced the entire tavern. The atmosphere had palpably shifted, and in a corner, a solitary patron who had been absorbed in his meal raised his head slightly to glimpse the doorway. Upon recognizing Jerry, he visibly flinched, shock coursing through him. His head shot up, mouth agape as if to utter a cry, but suddenly recalling something, he cast a furtive glance around before hastily lowering his gaze once more. Jerry sensed the unusual behavior of the man in the corner. Turning his head to glance, he noticed that the man had lowered his head, revealing only a figure cloaked in a black cape that concealed him from head to toe. Finding nothing amiss, Jerry surveyed the tavern, only to discover there were no vacant seats. He caught a glimpse of a speechless attendant who had been startled by him and decided to exit the tavern. The man in the corner observed Jerry's every movement from the periphery of his vision. As Jerry stepped out of the tavern, the man anxiously rubbed his hands together within the sleeves of his cloak. When Jerry's figure swiftly vanished from the tavern's entrance, the man steeled himself, reached into his chest pocket, retrieved a silver coin, and tossed it onto the table. He rose abruptly and hurried towards the door, keeping a keen eye on the commotion within the tavern. Upon seeing Jerry exit, the patrons felt a collective sigh of relief, but their attention was soon diverted to the man in the corner, who stood up hastily and made for the door. Near the entrance sat 3 burly men, their eyes gleaming with intent, weapons at their sides. The man was acutely aware of their presence and recognized their martial prowess from their subtle movements. At least 2 of them were of considerable skill, likely at the level of earth warriors. As the cloaked figure prepared to leave the tavern, the 3 men exchanged glances and nodded in unison. One of the large men produced a silver coin and placed it on the table, and they all rose together, following closely behind the man. Sensing their pursuit, the man's heart sank. Upon exiting the tavern, he quickened his pace, scanning the crowd for Jerry's silhouette. However, after several glances among the passers-by, he found no trace of Jerry. causing his expression to tighten as he furrowed his brow and headed towards the busier thoroughfares. Once outside, the three large men fixated on him. The less skilled of the trio placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. However, one of his companions restrained him, gesturing to the crowd around them, indicating that it was too crowded to act. Reluctantly, the man released his grip, casting a wary eye at the bustling street before them. The three men maintained a certain distance as they trailed the man who was seeking refuge in the crowded area. After they departed, Jerry emerged slowly from the throng. He had sensed something amiss with the man in the corner before he left the tavern, but had initially dismissed it, believing that with so few acquaintances, he was unlikely to be recognized. However, curiosity compelled him to linger in the crowd. When the man began searching for Jerry, Jerry caught a glimpse of his face, igniting a flicker of familiarity within him, although he could not place where he had seen him before. To his astonishment, he realized that this man was Nord, the brother of Chid. Jerry had met Chid twice, but their encounters were rushed, leaving him unaware of Chid's family circumstances. Nevertheless, the resemblance between the two brothers sparked a sense of recognition within Jerry, prompting him to follow the four as they departed. Nord weaved through the crowd, seeking various means to evade his pursuers. Yet the three men were evidently skilled trackers, effortlessly maintaining their pursuit regardless of Nord's tactics. After circling the streets without success and shaking them off, Nord, wary of retreating into a secluded alley where he might be cornered, decided to make his way towards the city gate as dusk settled and foot traffic dwindled. The three men hesitated, taken aback by Nord's unexpected direction, but quickly realized that, like his brother Chid, Nord was a thief. Rumor had it that all his skills were taught by Chid, a renowned burglar adept at evading capture. Should Nord reach the forest outside the city, he could easily escape. Determined to prevent this, the trio quickened their pace, silently channeling their energy and gripping their weapons, resolved to act without regard for the ensuing chaos within the city. Feeling the rising malice from the three men, Nord abandoned caution and utilized his agility to flee. The men, recognizing his flight, pursued him with equal swiftness, creating a tumult in the streets as bewildered onlookers witnessed the sudden commotion. Observing the escalating situation, Jerry also activated his agility to follow in pursuit. Jerry ventured into the forest beyond the city, where the distant clashing of weapons echoed through the trees. Following the sound, he approached the vicinity of Nord's fierce struggle. With a graceful leap, he landed atop a lush, sprawling tree, carefully shifting the branches to peer down. Below, he beheld a fierce confrontation between Sid and a burly opponent, both engaged with fervor, while two other large men flanked them, forming a menacing encirclement. Observing the nearby brute, Jerry noted that their focus was solely on the combatants, allowing him to immerse himself in the unfolding drama. In Nord's hand glinted a pitch-black dagger as he deftly evaded the relentless strikes of the giant's longsword, each thrust aimed perilously at his vital points. The sword's light flitted around, relentlessly pursuing Nord's agile form. With a low shout, Nord accelerated, slipping into a gap in the giant's defenses, aiming his dagger towards the man's flank. The giant deflected the attack with his sword, forcing Nord back several paces. After exchanging numerous blows, Nord discerned the dire nature of his predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take the risk of sustaining injury to eliminate his immediate foe. Engaging his opponent once more, he feigned exhaustion, deliberately slowing the pace of his strikes. The giant, elated by this apparent weakness, gathered his strength. Lunging forward through Nord's supposed opening, he swung his longsword to knock aside the dagger, then swiftly aimed for Nord's neck. A cold smile flickered across Nord's face as he abruptly halted his retreat. His dagger, now imbued with a glimmering chill, lunged towards the giant's chest. The brute, realizing he had fallen victim to Nord's ruse, was astounded to find his opponent's speed had noticeably increased. As the dagger neared his chest, the giant's earlier momentum faltered, rendering him unable to counter Nord's strike. With a defiant roar, he attempted to twist away from the oncoming blade, but the distance was too short for escape, and dread filled his heart. At that moment, however, Nord emitted a muffled groan, causing his dagger to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, the giant rolled away, narrowly escaping Nord's lethal reach while inflicting a long gash upon Nord's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Clutching his wound, Nord turned his head, derisively addressing the nearby giant. "I knew you wouldn't adhere to the rules of one-on-one combat. You truly disgrace the name of a warrior." From his vantage point in the tree, Jerry witnessed the entire scene unfold. He recognized that the sudden intervention from the adjacent giant had thwarted Nord's efforts, leading to his near defeat. Yet, Despite having observed the betrayal, Jerry hesitated to intervene. Uncertain if Nord was a hero or a villain, he discerned that although Nord would be wounded, he likely would not face immediate death, which restrained him from acting. The giant who had narrowly escaped Nord's grasp shot a fierce glare at his companion who had intervened. The latter snorted disdainfully, coldly remarking, "I merely wished to ensure he didn't escape. Don't mistake my actions for a desire to save you." Having spoken, he turned his face away, not even casting a glance at the burly man. It turned out that although these three were companions, they were perpetually engulfed in competition, each harboring disdain for the others and secretly vying for superiority. The burly man, unable to maintain his composure, found himself in a position where he had to rely on the assistance of another to preserve his own life. He could not vent his frustration on his companions and thus directed his ire towards the injured Nord. Just as the burly man was about to strike, the other man, who had turned away, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." The burly man was momentarily taken aback and complied, stopping in his tracks. Both Cheetah, who was resigned to his fate, and the other burly man were equally astonished, turning to gaze at the speaker. The man who had spoken fixed his gaze on Nord, a sinister gleam in his eyes, and said, "Nord, do not delude yourself into thinking you will meet your end so easily. After your brother escaped from the Hoy family, he met with you once. Now, with your brother deceased, it is imperative that you hand over the treasures you and he once stole. Should you comply, we might consider granting you a swift demise. Otherwise, you must comprehend that your fate will be one far worse than death." Upon hearing this, Nord recalled the cruel methods described by Cheetah regarding the Hoy family, and his body trembled. The two burly men beside him looked on, grinning with malicious delight. Jerry trembled upon the tree, recalling the tragic demise of Cheetah on the mountain of divine oblivion, a sacrifice made for his sake. Resolute, Jerry vowed that he could not allow Cheetah's brother to encounter misfortune before him. Simultaneously, he found clarity regarding the familiar sensation he experienced upon seeing Nord. Nord also shuddered, his voice rising in fury. "You are the ones who killed my brother?" The burly man sneered malevolently. "We intended to take matters into our own hands, but alas." The Grim Reaper intervened first. "Surely you have heard the recent news? On the day the Mountain of Divine Oblivion was subdued, a significant number of members from both the Mercenary Guild and the Thieves Guild perished there. Their deaths, as well as the fall of the mountain, were solely the work of the Grim Reaper. Your brother met his end on that very mountain. We received word that Cheetah's grave was uncovered there, but regrettably, when we excavated it, we found no treasures within." As Jerry's fury surged within him, he was astounded by the sheer depravity of the Hen family's minions, who would stoop so low as to disturb even the deceased. He had already sentenced these wretches to death in his heart. Nord felt a profound anguish, contemplating. "My brother could never have been slain by the Grim Reaper. When we last met, he spoke of death with such admiration. It could very well be your doing. I shall not relinquish my brother's treasures to such beasts as you. Every bounty my brother and I once plundered was used to aid the destitute. Now, even if I wish to surrender it, there is naught left to give. Moreover, even if it costs me my life, I refuse to live in humiliation. If I must perish, I will ensure that I take someone with me to hell." With this thought, Nord inhaled deeply and spoke with calm determination. "I refuse to believe that my brother was killed by the Grim Reaper. You may seek treasure, but I possess a life worth taking. Approach if you dare, but be forewarned, I am not easy prey. Be cautious lest you lose your own lives." With that, he gripped the dagger tightly, summoning the last vestiges of his inner strength, adopting a stance of desperation. The three onlookers perceived Nord's resolve, and a sneer crept upon their lips. One of them remarked with a mocking tone to the others, "It seems Nord is prepared to fight to the death. Alas, he remains unaware that another group is seeking his sister. Once he is gone, we shall have no concerns for her. We will treat her quite well." With that, he erupted into laughter, followed by the sinister chuckles of his companions. Upon hearing this, Nord's expression transformed drastically. His eyes widened in fury, and a furious roar escaped his lips. "You scoundrels dare to lay your hands on my sister? I shall sacrifice my life today, but I will ensure that yours remains here." After the call, Cheetah rushed towards the three men, brandishing his dagger with relentless ferocity, striking at them without a hint of defense, embodying a desperate spirit. The three burly men regarded Nord's fierce assault with indifference, deftly evading his strikes and casually deflecting those they could not avoid. They remained oblivious to the vulnerabilities Nord exposed, akin to a cat toying with a mouse before delivering the final blow. Continuously taunting Nord, they ignited his fury, and despite the blood gushing from his wounds, His sole intent was to annihilate them. Unbeknownst to Jerry perched atop the tree, he was consumed by thoughts of the Hoy family, the Hoy family. It was the Hoy and Toka families, along with Feigen, who had brought such calamity upon Mingfeng and Yami. Now, they were turning their venomous hands towards Cheetah's siblings. Hoy, Toka, Feigen, I shall not spare you. Suddenly, the four combatants in the forest sensed a profound aura of murderous intent descending upon them, causing an uncomfortable tightening in their chests as their heartbeats faltered in unison. Instinctively, they halted, retreating and scanning the surroundings for the source of the malevolence. Nord's emotions were a curious blend of anticipation and dread. He was 7 parts eager and 3 parts terrified, convinced that the source of this overwhelming aura was the Grim Reaper, as described by his brother Cheetah. Yet, recalling the bloodthirsty and cruel methods attributed to the Reaper, he couldn't help but wonder if this encounter might spell his own demise. This uncertainty was why he had recognized the Reaper in the tavern, yet refrained from seeking help. Cautiously searching, the four eventually spotted a shadow atop a grand tree. The 3 men were taken aback. They had meticulously surveyed the area prior to surrounding Nord and had found no trace of anyone. Throughout their skirmish, 2 of them had remained vigilant. Yet now this figure appeared so close. It was evident that this individual possessed formidable skills. Although they discerned from the shadow's physique and demeanor that Jerry was likely a youth, the thought that he might have overheard their conversation sent a chill through them, and the notion of silencing him arose in their minds. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware of the shadow's prowess. Exchanging glances, they recognized the latent intent to kill reflected in each other's eyes. With a shared understanding, they prepared to strike as soon as the shadow descended. Aiming to catch him off guard, Jerry stood atop the tree, slowly lowering his gaze towards the 4 individuals below. Although Jerry faced away from the moonlight, the reflection obscured his features from those beneath, yet the 4 could vaguely discern that the shadowy figure appeared to be adorned with a silver mask. Nord's heart trembled with shock. This was indeed the Grim Reaper he had encountered in the tavern. Jerry focused his vital energy, and 2 cold stars appeared before the 4 men. The 3 burly figures felt a chill run down their spines, struck by the brilliance of his gaze. The murderous intent emanating from him compelled them to instinctively tug at their garments, as if that simple act could somehow shield them from the icy aura encroaching upon their hearts. A cold, detached voice descended from the treetop. "Where is your master at this moment?" A surge of relief washed over the 3 burly men. Indeed, it was a mere youth, which meant that even if his skills were exceptional, they were not to be overly concerned. The trio exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the same man who had spoken to Nord who broke the silence. "My friend, do you seek our master for some purpose?" Jerry appeared oblivious to his inquiry, simply posing another question. "Where is the head of the Hoy family now?" At that moment, the wind element surrounding Jerry surged with a fierce intensity, a gentle breeze materializing at his side. This zephyr swept downward, rustling the leaves, while those beneath the tree paid little heed, dismissing it as merely a cool night breeze. However, scarcely had Jerry's words faded when the gentle breeze transformed into a violent gust, propelling the 4 men backward several paces. The injured cheetah was unable to maintain his balance, staggering and collapsing onto the ground. The other 3 burly men swallowed hard, astonished by the formidable magic displayed. A spell was cast without incantation, showcasing the prowess of an extraordinary magician. The weakest among them was pushed back the farthest, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Typically, magicians are ill-suited for close combat or pursuit. Despite their immense power, their frail physiques hinder their ability to chase down foes like warriors can. While magicians can launch attacks on distant or fleeing adversaries, the forest provided ample opportunity for a successful getaway, provided one remained vigilant. With this in mind, the man glanced up at Jerry, who was entirely unaware of his presence. Without a word to his companions, he turned and vanished into the thicket, sprinting away. The other 2 men quickly grasped the situation and also contemplated fleeing. However, as they turned, a severed head suddenly flew from the woods, landing before them. It was the very head of the man who had just fled, still bearing the expression of triumph that he had escaped. The remaining 2 men stared in horror at the head that had fallen at their feet. Simultaneously, they turned to gaze upward into the trees, only to find Jerry still perched atop, his gaze now fixed upon them, icy and penetrating like cold stars. No longer daring to remain silent, the 2 men hastily exclaimed, "We do not know where the head is. We were merely instructed by those above to track down and eliminate Cheetah, who escaped the family. Beyond that, we truly know nothing." Jerry coldly remarked, "Is that so?" As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance suddenly sparkled in his eyes. The two burly men, upon catching Jerry's gaze, felt a fleeting lightness in their minds, as if they had lost something significant. However, this sensation lasted only a moment before it dissipated, and the brilliance in Jerry's eyes vanished as well. It turned out that Jerry had employed the magical art of mind transmission to extract the memories from the minds of the two men. But why did Jerry not utilize this spell from the outset? The reason lies in the fact that individuals with higher martial prowess possess a more resolute will, which poses a challenge to the execution of such magic. Thus, Jerry first suppressed their spirits with his menacing aura before swiftly eliminating the one who attempted to flee, deliberately sending his severed head tumbling before the remaining two. At this moment, the resolve of the last two had been shaken. Consequently, Jerry seized the opportunity to extract their memories. Although he did not uncover the whereabouts of the Hoy family, he did glean insights into the proud exploits of these individuals from their minds. Jerry let out a cold snort, stating, "You two are not lying. You truly do not know the whereabouts of your master." After uttering these words, Jerry paused, observing the two men in silence. Upon hearing this, the two burly men felt a mixture of joy and surprise. They were glad that Jerry believed their words, yet alarmed that he had not indicated any intention to spare them. One of the men, harboring a flicker of hope, asked, "Since you trust our words, may we take our leave?" Nord, standing nearby, interjected anxiously, "We cannot let them go. They have committed countless misdeeds. Their demise would indeed be a service to society." Upon hearing Nord's intention to thwart their escape, the two men glared at him with resentment. Unyielding, Nord returned their fierce gazes. As the three engaged in this silent contest of wills, Jerry spoke once more. Jerry, oblivious to the tense standoff among the three, spoke, "What you utter may be the truth, yet your past actions compel me to spare you no leniency. You shall atone for your sins in the depths of hell." With that, he leaped from the treetop, brandishing the blade of Death Midair. The obsidian edge gleamed with an eerie light under the moon's glow, as if poised to enact judgment upon the two wicked souls below. The two men suddenly felt a sharp pain coursing through their bodies. Witnessing a dark radiance sweep past them, Jerry stood before them, his demeanor icy, declaring, "I am the Grim Reaper. Remember me, in your next life. Do not seek vengeance against the wrong person." Upon hearing this, they felt a warm rush of blood and simultaneously collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide open, forever unblinking. After Jerry had slain the two individuals, he turned to gaze at Nord, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A chill ran through Nord as he felt the weight of Jerry's stare, uncertain of what this harbinger of death might do to him. He recalled his brother's words, that his encounter with the Reaper was not born of virtuous deeds. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Chide had already met his demise for the sake of this very specter. However, Jerry did not linger in his examination of Nord. He spoke, his tone considerably warmer than before. "Are you Chide's younger brother?" Taken aback, Nord nodded. Jerry continued, "Where is your sister now? We must hurry to rescue her." At Jerry's words, Nord's mind, which had almost ceased to function under the weight of fear, suddenly snapped back to reality. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Yes, they have sent people to find my sister. I must return to save her." With that, he turned to flee. In his haste, he inadvertently tugged at the wound on his shoulder, causing him to stifle a cry as blood, which had not yet stopped flowing, began to seep even more profusely. Jerry silently cursed himself for forgetting to tend to his injury. He grasped Nord's arm firmly, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. As Nord turned to face Jerry, bewildered. As Nord pivoted, Jerry gently waved his hand over Nord's wound, invoking the holy light spell. A radiant aura enveloped Nord's injury, and he immediately felt a sensation of lightness coursing through him. The pain diminished significantly. Soon, he experienced an intense itching sensation at the site of his wound. Turning his head, he was astonished to see that his injury had healed remarkably within mere moments. His mouth agape, Nord could hardly believe his eyes. Though he had suffered injuries before, none had ever healed so rapidly previously. A mage from the guild had taken over a month to mend his wounds. His admiration for this masked reaper grew deeper by the second. Jerry noticed that Nord's wounds had largely healed. He released Nord's restrained arm and stepped back. Addressing him, "You may call me Jerry. I am a friend of your brother, Chad. Please, lead me to rescue your sister." Upon hearing this, Nord was overjoyed. With the assistance of such a formidable ally as the Grim Reaper, the prospects of rescuing his sister appeared significantly brighter. Furthermore, if his brother had forged a friendship with the Grim Reaper, it was unlikely that Chad would meet his demise at the hands of the Grim Reaper in the Mountain of Divine Obliteration. Filled with hope, Nord eagerly inquired, "Grim Reaper, "Oh, Jerry, where is my brother Chad now? Is he safe?" Jerry fell silent, bowing his head, an overwhelming weight bearing down on his heart. Nord, unable to perceive Jerry's expression, felt a sudden heaviness in his own chest upon witnessing Jerry's silence on the matter. He instinctively reached out, grasping Jerry's shoulder, shaking him gently, and with a trembling voice exclaimed, "Impossible. My brother cannot be dead. Are you not his friend? How could my brother say such things?" Tears streamed down his face in a torrent. Jerry observed the excited Nord, letting out a gentle sigh as he freed himself from Nord's firm grasp. He patted Nord softly on the shoulder and spoke in a low voice, "Nord, calm yourself. Indeed, Chid has passed away. However, our foremost priority now is to locate you and Chid's sister. As for the circumstances surrounding your brother's demise, I shall disclose everything to you along the way." Upon hearing Jerry's words, Nord nodded, turning swiftly to stride out of the forest, wiping away his tears as he inhaled deeply. "You are right. The most pressing matter is to rescue my sister. I momentarily lost my bearings amidst all this chaos. Jerry, follow me. My sister resides in our village. I hope we are not too late." Emerging from the woods, Nord unleashed his agility, dashing eastward without concern for Jerry's pace. "Where is your village? How long will it take us to reach there?" Jerry inquired. Upon hearing Jerry's question, Nord slowed his pace, taking a breath before responding. "Our village is situated in a remote mountain to the east of Antonio. At our current speed, it may take us 3 days to arrive." Jerry had originally hoped to utilize the spatial transfer magic to whisk Nord back at the swiftest pace. However, it seemed that Nord had not comprehended his intent. "What is the name of the town nearest to your village? If I am aware of that place, I could employ magic to transport us there," Jerry elucidated. "It is Yinming City," Nord replied, coming to a halt, his eyes filled with hope as he gazed at Jerry. "I have neither heard of it nor visited it." Jerry responded, shaking his head in resignation. Thus, he was compelled to inquire about larger towns situated further away. After posing the question 6 or 7 times, he finally learned of a town that was a day's journey from the village, one that Jerry had previously visited. Jerry grasped Nord firmly and uttered a brief command, "Spatial transfer." The ambient magical elements surrounding them surged, and in an instant, the two vanished from their original location, reappearing in a quaint town. It was now evening, and only a few pedestrians meandered along the streets. The sudden appearance of the two startled them, and for Nord, who was experiencing this form of spatial magic for the first time, he was eager to discern his surroundings. However, before he could take in the sights, Jerry promptly invoked spatial transfer once more, whisking them away to the next town. The bewildered townsfolk, witnessing the sudden manifestation and subsequent disappearance of the two, were convinced they had encountered phantoms, and they cried out in terror, "Ghosts!" hastily retreating to their homes to beseech various deities for protection. After 4 instances of spatial transfer, Jerry and Nord arrived at the town Nord had mentioned. At this juncture, Jerry began to perceive a notable enhancement in his magical prowess. Transporting another person over such a distance felt significantly easier than before. Although he had accomplished such feats in the past, he had never experienced this level of ease. Moreover, he sensed that the spatial elements he harnessed during spatial transfer felt subtly different from what he had previously known. A sense of perplexity arose within Jerry, prompting him to resolve to thoroughly contemplate the matter when he had the leisure to do so. However, he was acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment for such reflections. Observing Jerry's cessation of magic, Nord remained silent, bowing his head in stillness, uncertain of the turmoil afflicting Jerry and hesitant to intrude upon his thoughts. Meanwhile, a look of anxiety consumed him as he paced restlessly in circles, his hands incessantly rubbing together, his gaze fixated on Jerry without so much as a blink. Jerry sensed Nord's movements and lifted his head, addressing him, "Do not depart. We shall set forth immediately." Upon uttering these words, Jerry softly declared, "Wings of the wind," invoking this advanced wind magic. 2 pairs of wings, crafted from elemental gusts, materialized behind both him and Nord. Nord gazed in astonishment at the wings adorning Jerry's back, then turned to glimpse his own, only to discover that he too bore wings. Curiously, he reached out to touch them, only for his hand to pass right through. Jerry explained to Nord, "These wings are simulated from wind elements and lack any substantial form." As he spoke, Jerry casually glanced at Nord, and in that fleeting moment, he was taken aback. He quickly regained his composure and turned to glance behind him. To his astonishment, the wings behind him mirrored the subtle black hue of Nord's. The wings of the wind formed through this advanced wind magic should typically present a bluish-white color. Yet both his and Nord's wings displayed a faint black tint. Upon closer inspection, Jerry discerned that both sets of wings were indeed composed entirely of wind elements. However, they appeared to harbor an additional, peculiar element. This element was so elusive that it would have gone unnoticed without Jerry's keen observation. Noticing Jerry lost in thought once more, Nord gently nudged him and inquired, "Jerry, should we be on our way?" Jerry suppressed his concerns and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, we must hasten our journey." With that, he ascended into the sky with Nord, who directed their course towards the village where his sister resided. Simultaneously, Jerry recounted to Nord all that had transpired at the goddess Annihilation Mountain, as well as the events that unfolded in the city of Antonio. Nord listened, filled with indignation, cursing the flying Gung and the He family incessantly. Upon hearing Jerry's intention to reach the Ice Cloud continent, Nord promptly informed him that he had previously ventured to the borders of that very continent, assuring Jerry that after rescuing his sister, he could guide him there. After a night of relentless travel, as dawn broke, Jerry and Nord approached the village. From their aerial vantage, the village appeared eerily tranquil, seemingly untouched by turmoil. Nord exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart, which had been suspended in anxious anticipation, momentarily settled. In the blink of an eye, they hovered above the village and began their descent. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck Jerry. Something felt amiss. Nord, too, sensed a disquiet. Turning to survey the surroundings, and, perplexed, remarked to Jerry, "This seems unusual. At this hour, the villagers should already be up and about." With urgency, Nord called out, "Everyone, come out. I, Nord, have returned." Yet, the village remained shrouded in silence, with no response accompanying Nord's voice. Jerry listened intently for a moment, his expression shifting as he grasped Nord's arm. "Quick, let us return home and see if your sister remains safe." Nord, filled with urgency, led Jerry swiftly back toward their village. Along the way, they noticed that every household stood with its doors wide open, yet not a single soul could be seen within. Upon reaching Nord's doorstep, they were met with a gruesome sight. A multitude of lifeless bodies sprawled across the floor, the ground stained with dark, congealed blood. The sheer number of bodies suggested that the entire village had met this tragic fate, and the dried blood indicated that these souls had perished 2 or 3 days prior. Jerry let out a silent sigh. It seemed they had arrived too late. Upon witnessing the horrific scene inside, Nord's eyes instantly transformed to a furious crimson. With a roar, he exclaimed, "These beasts have gone too far. I shall confront them." He turned and dashed out into the fray. Jerry grasped Nord firmly, who struggled relentlessly, attempting to break free several times. Turning back, Nord roared at Jerry, "Release me. I must go and slay those beasts." The murderous intent gleaming in Nord's eyes struck a chord of fear in Jerry. Jerry restrained the furious Nord and cast a somber glance around the room. "Nord, rest assured, those beasts will not escape my wrath. However, for now, let us lay these villagers to rest." Gradually, Nord quieted, his body trembling as he dragged his heavy legs into the house. He surveyed the ground strewn with corpses, recalling the kindness these individuals had shown his family, and the affection bestowed upon him by the elders of the village throughout his upbringing. Tears welled up in his eyes, spilling over, and Jerry, following closely behind, sighed deeply. He shook his head, understanding that Nord needed to fully release his pent-up emotions. Otherwise, harboring them would be detrimental to his health. Upon entering the room, Nord beheld his sister lying disheveled on the bed, her head tilted to one side, her eyes wide open in a state of eternal unrest, a pool of blood at her lips. He stood at the bedside, motionless, tears streaming down his face, unable to utter a single word. Jerry, however, remained outside, surveying the yard where 5 or 6 dozen bodies lay, all slain by sword wounds. The absence of struggle evident in their stillness led Jerry to deduce that at least 10 assailants had been involved, and judging by the signs, these individuals possessed considerable skill. As Jerry observed the situation, he realized that after Nord entered the room, a profound silence ensued. A surge of urgency gripped Jerry, prompting him to hasten into the chamber. Upon his entrance, the grim truth became apparent. It seemed that the assailants, after taking the lives of the villagers, sought to humiliate Nord's sister. However, she, unwilling to endure such indignity, chose to end her own life by biting her tongue. Jerry gently placed his hand on Nord's shoulder and spoke softly, "Nord, let us first lay your sister and the villagers to rest." With tears in his eyes, Nord turned to glance at Jerry, offering a subtle nod before his gaze returned to his sister's lifeless body. After a prolonged silence, Nord managed to utter through clenched teeth, "Jerry, I shall ensure those beasts pay for my sister's life. Jerry nodded in understanding and replied, Nord, rest assured, we shall avenge your sister's wrongs, and it will not be long before we can fulfill that promise. Nord, upon hearing this, turned back in astonishment, unable to comprehend the reason behind Jerry's words. Jerry glanced at Nord and remarked nonchalantly, I just took a look outside. I suspect those individuals are lurking nearby, returning daily to observe us. At this point, Jerry paused, noticing the blazing hatred in Nord's eyes, and offered a cold smile. From Jerry's sardonic expression, Nord envisioned the grim fate awaiting the very perpetrators responsible for his sister's demise. Jerry continued, We must act swiftly to lay everyone to rest. At the break of dawn, they will likely return. Nord nodded gravely, turning to cast one last look at his sister. In a low voice, he declared, Sister, rest easy. Wait for me below. I shall avenge you soon. With that, he gently closed her wide-open eyes, cradled her lifeless body, and exited the room, with Jerry following closely behind. Half an hour later, daylight had fully emerged. With Jerry's assistance, Nord finally buried the villagers. The two stood before Nord's sister's grave, gazing at the inscription on the wooden marker, enveloped in silence. At that moment, 12 warriors entered the village, making their way directly to Nord's home. Hearing the sound of their footsteps, Jerry tugged at Nord's arm and whispered, They have arrived. The opportunity for revenge is upon us. Upon hearing this, Nord immediately drew his dagger from his waist and charged out, ready to fight fiercely. Jerry gazed at Nord's retreating figure, a cold smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Wind-soaring, sky wings. He then ascended into the air, closely pursuing Nord. As Nord burst forth from the side, 7 or 8 of the 12 warriors noticed him. A few of them shouted in unison, Be careful. These individuals appeared to possess considerable experience, swiftly dispersing outward before regrouping to encircle him. Just as Nord approached their vicinity, he found himself surrounded. Consumed by a haze of hatred, Nord indiscriminately brandished the dagger in his hand, striking at anyone in sight. The warriors surrounding him prepared to strike him down, but suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from above, proclaiming absolute binding. In an instant, all 12 warriors found themselves immobilized, while Nord too was ensnared by Jerry's words.